I was once an ordinary university student, but who would have known that a peculiar experience would transform me into a prospective celestial being? The subsequent tale is fraught with twists and turns, spiraling beyond control. Chapter 1. The eerie house trial in the outskirts of Hygiene City. At the desolate and rarely visited Beijing town, life seemed to flicker to existence. You think you're so impressive, so aloof. What a wretched place this is. Tianyu grumbled, stumbling through the overgrown wilderness, nearly losing his balance multiple times. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, intermittently pierced by eerie, haunting cries that sent shivers down the spine of this timid fellow, leaving him to lament his decision. With a sudden crash of thunder and a flash of lightning, the atmosphere shifted, abruptly silencing Tianyu's complaints, as he promptly sealed his lips, too intimidated to utter another word. In terms of passing the buck, you truly excel, akin to a frog perched atop a steel pipe. It was you who accepted this trial sleep, you who posted the advertisement, and you who made the call. How is it that I am now the scapegoat? The two continued their trek, undeterred, following the direction of the navigation. Brother Sean, that was not my intention, Tianyu stammered, scratching his head in embarrassment. Wang Yaoshan, oblivious to Tianyu's unease, pressed onward. Yet, after walking a few paces, he noticed that Tianyu had come to a standstill, frozen in place. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps to find Tianyu, who was now trembling like a leaf. Following the direction in which Tianyu stood, Wang Yaoshan's heart raced as he beheld a sight that sent a chill down his spine. In the distance, as far as the eye could see, the landscape was dotted with numerous small mounds of earth, varying in height and shape, stretching for hundreds of meters ahead. Some of these mounds were sparsely covered with wild grass, while others lay bare, exposing the yellowed soil beneath, revealing dark coffins within. A thick fog enveloped the graveyard, and amidst this mist, shadowy figures could be faintly discerned moving about. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky, startling two individuals who let out a cry and fled in haste. Rain poured down in torrents, and the pair ran desperately, the icy water soaking their bodies. They trembled uncontrollably, struggling against the bitter cold and fatigue. After 10 arduous minutes of frenzied running, they finally spotted a dilapidated ancient temple. By this time, they were thoroughly drenched. Wang Yaoshan leaned heavily on his knees, gasping for breath, while Tianyu had nearly collapsed on the steps. They had hoped to find shelter beneath the temple's eaves to evade the rain and calm their frayed nerves. But instead, they heard the temple door creaking open behind them. With alarm, they exchanged terrified glances, instinctively shrinking back. From within the temple emerged an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, his face etched with deep wrinkles, yet his eyes conveyed an inexplicable depth. "Do not be afraid," he said, his voice raspy yet gentle. "It is pouring outside. Come in and seek refuge." Wang Yaoshan, wary, inquired, "Who are you, elder? Why are there so many graves here?" The old man sighed. "My identity is of little consequence, but you should not be here. Return from whence you came." Tianyu trembled as he spoke. "We came here after seeing the advertisement for a trial stay, but we didn't expect." The elderly man replied, "I understand. You are referring to the Fuan apartment, correct? That building has been uninhabited for quite some time, and it is less than 800 meters from my temple." He then gestured in the direction. Tianyu took out his phone and glanced at the time. "Shanggu, I had arranged to meet the owner before 8 p.m., and it is already 7:15. Do you think we should still go?" Wang Yaoshan gritted his teeth. "We've come this far, it would be unsatisfactory not to take a look. Besides, in this desolate area, we won't be able to catch a cab, and we won't make it back to the city tonight." The old Taoist shook his head and turned back to the gatehouse, retrieving 2 umbrellas, which he handed to the 2 young men. "Youth, you do not heed advice. Very well, take these." He then offered them 2 yellow talismans. "These may save your lives in a critical moment." The 2 hesitated before accepting the talismans, expressing their gratitude to the old Taoist as they hurried toward the Fuan apartment. Following the path indicated by the elder, they encountered not a single grave mound along the way. By the time they arrived at the apartment, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. The silence was chilling. Upon entering the building, the dim lights flickered incessantly. Suddenly, the elevator doors opened, revealing an empty cabin that exuded an icy draft. Steeling themselves, they entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, it abruptly began to shake violently. Tianyu clutched the handrail tightly. "Shanggu, could it be that there really are ghosts here? Stop scaring yourself. It's just one night. Even if we don't sleep, we can endure. Didn't you bring your computer as well? Once we find a power source, we can turn on our computers and log in. Not even the Grim Reaper could disturb our gaming session." I also brought some roasted chicken and marinated beef, so we have our dinner sorted for the night. Although Wang Yaoshan felt uncertain himself, he made every effort to reassure Tianyu. However, the temptation of 2,000 yuan each for the night was overwhelming. I want to eat beef, as it is unclean. Are you also a son-in-law of the Hui people? The two exchanged playful banter in the elevator, dispelling much of their fear. At last, the elevator came to a halt, and the doors opened to reveal a long corridor with the doors of the rooms tightly shut. The rooms, deprived of sunlight for years, exuded a foul odor that pervaded the entire floor. They located the room they were meant to try out and retrieved a key from the bottom of the newspaper box to unlock the door. The creaking of the door echoed like the harsh notes of a novice peaking opera performer, sending a shiver down their spines. As the door swung open, a cold gust accompanied by a nauseating stench wafted towards them, mixed with the foul scent of decaying animals. Tianyu immediately began retching, while Wang Yaoshan instinctively covered his mouth and nose. The accumulated odor over the years raised concerns about the presence of harmful gases. They cautiously stepped into the room, where the living area revealed dilapidated and disordered furniture, with dust accumulating to half an inch thick. Strange claw marks adorned the walls, their length and depth suggesting they were not made by any ordinary animal unless a large beast had entered this room. The two individuals stood frozen in place, contemplating. This is hardly a trial state, feels more akin to entering a den of monsters. Such thoughts rendered them momentarily incapable of acclimating to their surroundings. After 10 minutes, they finally mustered the courage to move. Being university students, their adaptability was notably strong. Wang Yaoshan surveyed the remainder of the room, still covering his mouth and nose. He then spoke, "Tianyu, let us change our clothes first. After this downpour, we resemble drenched chickens. It would be unwise to fall ill over such trivialities." At this moment, Tianyu nodded in agreement, remarking as he changed, "Brother Shan, the odor in this room is unbearable. Once we've changed, let's leave the door ajar and open the windows for ventilation." Having already changed, Wang Yaoshan looked at Tianyu as he continued to change clothes and said, "You contact the client, I shall open the window. It's rather bright in here." Tianyu nodded, remaining in place as he retrieved his phone to call the client. In a short while, the call connected. "I have arrived at the room you mentioned," he stated. The client's voice was notably youthful. "Hello, the room currently has no water, but electricity is available. I had mentioned this before. There are 2 rooms in total, each of you will occupy one. Should anything unusual occur, you will be able to alert each other promptly." "All right, rest assured," Tianyu replied mechanically, nodding as Wang Yaoshan wandered about before returning to his side. "Let me reiterate, it is imperative that you meticulously record any anomalies you observe tonight. After finishing, I will seek out a specialist to handle it. As for the money, come to the company tomorrow after work, and I will give it to you immediately. I have arranged for surveillance cameras to be installed in the house, so you need not fear." All right," replied Tianyu as he hung up the phone. "Come take a look." Wang Yaoshan pulled Tianyu into another bedroom, where they could clearly see the graveyard they had passed on their way here through the windowsill. "This must be the graveyard we saw, right? She suggested we each have our own room, but who will sleep in this one?" Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's question, Tianyu recoiled slightly. "Brother Shan, I really don't want to sleep in this room, it feels eerie." Wang Yaoshan shot him a glance. "Look at you, so cowardly. Then I shall take this room." With that, the two returned to their respective rooms to tidy up their beds. Despite the unpleasant odor in the house, their vigilant spirits gradually eased, as thus far, no supernatural occurrences had transpired. Once they finished tidying up, Tianyu stepped out of his room at Wang Yaoshan's invitation, and the two shared a meal together. The evening was still young, so they took out their computers to entertain themselves. As they surfed the internet until midnight, strange sounds began to echo from outside, a steady thud-thud. Initially, Wang Yaoshan thought it was merely a figment of his imagination from prolonged screen time. "Brother Shan, do you hear that thudding sound?" Tianyu asked, echoing his own thoughts. "You heard it too?" Chapter 2. Do not disturb the reclusive man at the stroke of midnight, in an atmosphere steeped in silence. The desolate surroundings amplified even the faintest sound to an unbearable degree. Wang Yaoshan inhaled deeply, cautiously inching towards the window. With deliberate care, he extended his finger and gradually drew back a small corner of the heavy curtain, peering warily into the darkness beyond. Outside, the night was enveloped in inky blackness, punctuated only by a few solitary street lamps that stood forlornly at the roadside, casting a feeble glow that was almost imperceptible. Suddenly, an unexpected apparition intruded upon Wang Yaoshan's gaze. A hand, pale as freshly fallen snow, struck the window pane without warning, producing a sharp, chilling sound that echoed through the stillness. Despite the barrier of glass, The suddenness of this spectral hand left Wang Yaoshan profoundly shaken. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the face connected to that hand emerged, ghastly and devoid of color, like a blank sheet of paper. Its hollow eyes stared unblinkingly into the room. The mouth agape in a silent scream that defied the absence of sound. Had this been anyone else, they might have succumbed to terror, paralyzed in fear. Yet, Wang Yaoshan, emboldened by a strange resolve, shouted defiantly and flung open the window with a swift motion. Outside, however, the stillness was palpable. The white visage had vanished without a trace. He leaned out, scanning the enveloping darkness, but found nothing amiss. Was it merely a figment of his imagination, a trick of the mind? Wang Yaoshan pondered the bizarre occurrences of the night, seeking solace in the notion that perhaps it was nothing more than an illusion. He shook his head. But as he turned around, the once bright room was now engulfed in darkness. He fished out his phone, only to discover it was in power-off mode. The thought of activating the flashlight became a futile wish. The unknown and the dark were far more terrifying than any creature. This sudden encroachment of darkness shattered his psychological defenses in an instant. When one's eyes transition abruptly from a well-lit environment to utter darkness, a brief visual adaptation period ensues. At this moment, he was no different from a blind man. Why is the power still out? Tianyu? Laney? The inability to see anything deepened his sense of dread. He shouted Tianyu's name repeatedly, seeking psychological solace. In times of extreme panic, even the presence of a dog can significantly alleviate fear. Yet, Wang Yaoshan received no response from Tianyu. Each passing second felt like an eternity. He was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead, falling incessantly to the ground. Panic set in. He had no time to contemplate Tianyu's situation. He sprinted, navigating the path from his memory, stumbling until he finally reached the door. His hands frantically searched for the doorknob, desperate to find the lock and escape. Just as he grasped the lock and was about to turn it, two voices called out from behind him in unison, Shanggu. Hearing Tianyu's voice filled the isolated Wang Yaoshan with a glimmer of hope, and he quickly turned to look. However, the sight that met his eyes caused every hair on his body to stand on end. Indeed, not just the hair on his body, but every single strand. There were two Tianyus. At this moment, standing at the threshold of two bedrooms, Wang Yaoshan waved. Tianyu was still engrossed in his game, entirely oblivious to Wang Yaoshan's peculiar behavior. Wang Yaoshan stepped out of his room, one deliberate stride at a time, and soon arrived at the opposite bedroom. With a resounding thud, the door swung open, finally interrupting Tianyu's gameplay. He initially assumed Wang Yaoshan was heading to the restroom, but to his surprise, he entered that particular bedroom instead. Tianyu quickly rose to his feet, knocking on the door and inquiring, "Brother Sean, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop playing?" "I'm fine, just tired, want to sleep," came the fragmented response, which did not raise any suspicion in Tianyu. He merely sighed. "All right, you sleep then. We lost again, all your fault." With that, Tianyu returned to his original room, contemplating another round before calling it a night. Just as he was eagerly anticipating showcasing his skills, the computer screen, which had been functioning normally, suddenly went dark without warning. In the abyss of darkness, a blood-red mouth began to materialize slowly. "Ah, a new virus." Tianyu hastily began to tap on the keyboard, attempting to revive the program. Yet, despite his persistent efforts, the computer remained unresponsive. The blood-red mouth slightly parted, as if something were struggling to break free from within. Soon, as the gap widened, two hollow sockets resembling skulls gradually became visible. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a pair of eyes. Tianyu was startled by the sudden and terrifying scene before him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He promptly severed the power supply and closed his laptop. "You think you can scare me? You're still too inexperienced," he muttered. However, as soon as the words left his lips, the shut laptop unexpectedly emitted a sound. Oh. The noise resembled. "Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have visited that website for those films. It's just a virus." Tianyu grumbled, choosing to ignore the computer. Yet, the sound grew increasingly louder, sending him into a panic. "If Shanggu hears this and spreads the news back at school, my pristine reputation will be irreparably tarnished," he lamented to himself. With that thought, he reopened the laptop. To his relief, the original horrific image did not manifest on the screen, and the film-like sounds abruptly ceased. However, through the screen, he perceived a woman seated beside him, clad in white. Her hair cascaded forward, obscuring her features, with only her razor-sharp nails slowly lifting, resembling daggers poised to strike. Just as they were about to plunge towards Tianyu, a large hand, size 48, forcefully pressed down on the ghostly figure's head, pinning it to the ground. To his astonishment, the ghost spoke. "My dear, don't be alarmed. I'm not a benevolent spirit. That sound just now was certainly emitted by you, wasn't it?" At that moment, Tianyu gazed deeply into the ghost's eyes. It truly reflected the adage, with courage, even a ghost can take a break. The ghost was momentarily taken aback, She had never encountered someone like him. As Tianyu continued to speak, he began to unbuckle his belt. You should leave. This is rather dangerous. The female ghost struggled momentarily, yet she remained ensnared in Tianyu's grasp. With a glint of avarice in his eyes, Tianyu continued, there is no escape. It is rare to encounter you. Pray, confess your identity. Who are you? I do not know you. At that moment, the ghost's initial terrifying visage had dissipated, replaced by a countenance filled with bewilderment. In due time, we shall become acquainted. I hold a fondness for you. May I embrace you? No help. The ghost cried out in desperation. In a swift motion, she vanished into the ground. Tianyu stood there, a look of vexation etched upon his face. After a long pause, he sighed, lamenting, my love, how it has taken flight. It is a truth universally acknowledged. One should never provoke a reclusive man, especially not a ghost. Turning his attention away from Tianyu, Wang Yaoshan faced two identical figures of Tianyu standing before him. The flicker of hope he had felt was extinguished in an instant. He now comprehended that this was not reality. It was highly probable that he was ensnared in an illusion crafted by a creature of the night, or perhaps a ghostly maze. Regardless of its name, his priority was to escape. As Wang Yaoshan pondered his next move, the two Tianyus began to advance towards him. Witnessing this unfolding scene, he quickly contemplated his strategy. Silence and inaction would only lead to his demise. Which of you is Tianyu? He inquired. While his hands resumed their search for the door lock, he sought to use words to delay their approach, hoping to gain precious moments for escape. Yet, the two Tianyus appeared oblivious to his entreaty, continuing their silent advance, drawing ever closer. Now, standing so close that he could discern the features of the two figures before him, Wang Yaoshan observed the blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their lips curling into a sinister smile. Damn this wretched door, it refuses to budge. As he lamented, a sudden crack echoed, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He quickly grasped the doorknob and exerted all his strength to fling the door open. With a mocking gesture directed at the two figures, he hastily fled the room. Yet, reality cruelly mocked Wang Yaoshan in return. The scene beyond the door was not the corridor, nor was there an elevator. He found himself back in the room overlooking a graveyard. He stood frozen in disbelief. At that moment, a series of thuds resonated from outside the window. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Yaoshan erupted into maniacal laughter, his demeanor akin to that of a madman, with only rage visible in his eyes. Damn it! Is this never-ending torment? I will fight you to the end. He dashed to the window in a few swift strides, flinging it open. Outside, amidst the chaotic tombstones, there was nothing else to behold. Just then, the walls of the bedroom began to surge with dark blood. Chapter 3. The loss of a horse. Wang Yaoshan stared in horror, his eyes wide, immobilized by an inexplicable force. It was not that he was unwilling to move, rather, he felt as though he were ensnared by an unseen power. In mere moments, the once sturdy walls appeared to be breached, transforming from a steady flow of blood to a cascading torrent. The liquid surged, engulfing him up to his shoulders. The pressure of the liquid magnified his fear exponentially, leaving him gasping for breath. Outside the window, a multitude of souls stood in an orderly fashion, each visage illuminated with an expression of delight. As if they were ravenously anticipating a grand feast, they surged into the room with frenzied energy. Several powerful specters, with their greenish skin, clung to Wang Yaoshan, voraciously siphoning his life force. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yaoshan resolutely shut his eyes. The experiences of the past decade flickered before him like scenes from a revolving lantern. He understood that this was a pre-mortem flashback. Only at the brink of death does the mind rapidly revisit significant moments from one's life. Could it be that I am truly destined to die? At that moment, a surge of violet energy erupted from outside the window, enveloping Wang Yaoshan with overwhelming force. And the talismans in his pocket began to radiate a brilliant golden light. Despite his closed eyes, the luminosity pierced through the darkness, compelling him to open his eyes and witness the transformation before him. The vengeful spirits surrounding him were shattered by the golden radiance. In an instant, his senses returned, and he regained control over his limbs, but the sensation of suffocation lingered. The walls continued to ooze black blood, and if this persisted, he would soon be engulfed within the confines of this room. The events of the day had been suffocatingly oppressive. What madness was this? Graves, ghosts, and black blood surrounded him. Even if he were to take his own life, he would not grant these inhuman entities the satisfaction. Resolute in his decision, Wang Yaoshan propelled himself toward the window and leaped. After all, he was on the 4th floor. Most would either meet their demise or suffer grave injuries from such a fall. Yet, Wang Yaoshan emerged with merely minor scrapes and a twisted ankle. By a peculiar twist of fate, a towering mound of sand looms just outside the window, nearly reaching the height of a story. With the rain falling today, the once firm earthen ground has become soft and yielding. Like a dung beetle rolling its ball of excrement, he tumbled to the flat earth below. The ghostly apparitions, which had lined up to pass through the wall, now dared not approach him. His hands, too preoccupied to brush the sand from his body. We're drawn to the source of the violet aura, the ancient locust tree. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the small mound beneath the tree, seizing a withered branch to dig furiously, exclaiming, "I shall not be bound by you." It was likely that Wang Yaoshan had connected this violet energy with the souls of the restless. After a few futile attempts with the branch, it snapped. And just as Wang Yaoshan was about to use his hands to dig, a folding shovel was thrust before him. "Thank you," he muttered without lifting his gaze. However, after merely 2 strokes with the shovel, he was drenched in cold sweat. At this hour, 1 o'clock in the morning, who would disturb him with a shovel in the dead of night? The tranquility of the night was shattered by a sudden cry. Wang Yaoshan stood frozen in place, lacking the courage to continue digging or even to turn around. "Do not be afraid, it is I. The talisman I gave you has ignited spontaneously. I was concerned, so I came to check." At that moment, Wang Yaoshan recalled the illumination flare, and upon glancing sideways, he indeed saw the old Taoist priest. He was at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. "Since this entity has chosen you, it signifies you possess extraordinary qualities. Do remember to visit the temple tomorrow. The talisman I provided will last for 2 hours. As long as you do not encounter the Ghost King, you shall remain unharmed. Do not worry. Pursue what you desire without awaiting Wang Yaoshan's response." In the blink of an eye, the old priest vanished from the spot. Selected me? Selected for what? Hey, where did everyone go? Damn it, don't leave. As strange as the day had been, the old man was the strangest of all. An hour later, "I buried you beneath the earth, yet you continue to torment me in various ways. Just wait until I ensure your complete demise." Nearby, the restless spirits stood in a queue, their eyes fixated on this madman before them. As he spoke, the folding shovel unmistakably struck something solid. And Wang Yaoshan's first thought was that he had unearthed the coffin. Upon realizing what he had excavated, he chuckled softly. This certainly appears to be a treasure. Exhausted yet invigorated, Wang Yaoshan hastened his efforts, muttering to himself as he fully unearthed the object. It was an ancient jade box, modest in size, comparable to a small travel trunk, yet surprisingly heavy. The texture, the intricate patterns, the craftsmanship, what a grand discovery. No one supports my aspirations. I tread through snow to reach the mountain peak. Wang Yaoshan had completely forgotten that merely half an hour ago, he had nearly lost his life. Clutching the jade box, he dashed towards the entrance of the Fuan apartment. After limping a few steps, he set the jade box down and returned to the pit he had dug. He shoveled the earth back repeatedly, knowing well that if caught, he could face no less than 15 years in prison. Once he finished filling the hole, he stomped back and forth a few times, feigning nonchalance. He glanced around cautiously before swiftly returning to the jade box, seizing it in his arms, and sprinting back. Upon returning to the room, Wang Yaoshan's greatest concern was that Tianyou might have encountered some unforeseen misfortune. Thus, he promptly pushed open Tianyou's door. As soon as the door creaked ajar, the sound of Tianyou's snoring reached his ears, sharp and piercing like a boiling kettle. It became evident that a recluse could thrive anywhere, content and slumbering soundly. The resilience of life was remarkably tenacious. Upon re-entering his own chamber, the room, once engulfed in darkness, regained its original semblance. Filled with elation, Wang Yaoshan excitedly placed the mysterious jade box delicately upon the bed. His hands trembled slightly, as if he were cradling the most exquisite treasure in existence. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly extended his hand, cautiously lifting the lid of the jade box. As the cover was gradually revealed, a faint glow emanated from within, instantly captivating Wang Yaoshan's gaze. When the lid was fully opened, a remarkably exquisite fan lay serenely inside the box. Unlike an ordinary folding fan, this one resembled the feathered fan of Zhuge Kongming. However, upon beholding this fan, disappointment and irritation surged within Wang Yaoshan. He had anticipated that this seemingly weighty jade box would contain at least some rare treasure, or at the very least, gold or silver. To his dismay, he discovered nothing but a mere fan. No matter how intricately crafted, what good could it do? Could it be consumed as sustenance? With this thought, Wang Yaoshan could not help but utter a curse. Damn it. After thoroughly searching, he found no trace of gold or silver treasures whatsoever. However, there was another discovery. Within the jade box lay a poem. 5 fires, rare treasures, 7 feathers, the first spark of the flame. When encountering strange rocks in the mountains, they turn to ashes. When meeting the sea, they are scorched dry, revealing little dew. He picked up the fan once more, scrutinizing it carefully. 5 seal characters were inscribed on the handle. There were also faint characters on the fan's surface, yet Wang Yaoshan could not decipher a single word. If you truly are a treasure, then transform yourself. In this era, who carries a feather fan when they venture out? Am I to play the role of Zhuge Liang? Moreover, I cannot comprehend any of the characters upon you. Are you not deliberately making things difficult for me? Disheartened, Wang Yaoshan flopped onto the bed. In but a moment, he grasped the fan again, and to his astonishment, he could scarcely find words to express his wonder. The uniquely crafted feather fan had indeed morphed into a foldable fan. akin to those sold for 2 coins in the marketplace. What intrigued him even more was that all the original words and phrases had transformed into contemporary script. The handle now distinctly bore the inscription, 5 Fires, 7 Birds Fan. Chapter 4. Chaos in the Celestial Court. The 5 Fires, 7 Birds Fan, also known as the 5-Fire Divine Flame Fan or 7-Feather Fan, is one of the treasures belonging to the celestial being, the true Lord of Daoda. From the Taoist sect, it is the protective artifact of the Xiang Cave in Qifeng Mountain. Later, the true Lord bestowed it upon his eldest disciple, Yang Ren, for protection. Yang Ren had previously utilized it to break the plague's toxic formation, vanquishing the formation's master, the plague deity, Elyu, among other adversaries. A vividly colored feather fan exudes an air of mystique, its grandeur permeating the atmosphere, with an overwhelming divine presence that suppresses the ages and realms. This exquisite fan features the feathers of 7 mythical birds: the phoenix, the azure bird, the roc, the peacock, the white crane, the swan, and the owl. It is further adorned with the essence of 5 elemental fires: fire in the sky, fire in stone, fire in wood, the sublime fire, and earthly fire, all harmoniously combined. Inscribed upon it are seals and incantations, while its reverse bears poetry. Although Wang Yaoshan is not a scholar of great renown, his sole passion lies in the study of ancient Chinese mythologies, and he possesses an intricate understanding of various deities, spirits, and even the treasures they wield. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinizes the fan once more under the dim light, confirming that it is indeed the fan of the 5 fires and 7 birds, complete with spells and verses. Who would indulge in the idle imitation of such an object? To frighten others, or perhaps spirits? Could it be genuine? After all, it seems to transform in accordance with one's intentions. Yet, upon reflection, what merit does he possess to acquire a legendary artifact? Embracing a life philosophy of following one's heart and adapting to circumstances, Wang Yaoshan arrives at what he deems the right decision: to sleep. Ultimately, overthinking is futile. Mere conjecture on his part. It would be wiser to wait until dawn and inquire directly with the old Taoist. Both the illuminating flare and the old man's uncanny ability to provide him with tools suggest that the Taoist possesses great power and harbors no malice towards him, even having saved his life. In the depths of his being, Wang Yaoshan's trust and fondness for the old Taoist multiply. After an hour of digging, his body is weary and exhausted. With his eyes closed, he falls into a deep slumber within mere minutes. Suddenly, the fan emitted a magnificent purple aura, which continuously flowed towards Wang Yaoshan. In the end, not only the fan, but also the jade box was drawn into Wang Yaoshan's being. At 7 in the morning, accompanied by Tianyu's exclamations, Wang Yaoshan slowly opened his eyes. Contrary to expectations of fatigue and lethargy, he felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind and an inexhaustible vitality coursing through his body. Brother Sean, did you encounter anything strange last night? Tianyu's inquisitive eyes sparkled with curiosity. A few words cannot adequately describe it. We shall split our tasks today. You go to collect the payment from the employer, while I will visit the temple where we sought refuge from the rain yesterday. I can sense that last night was indeed extraordinary. Upon waking, I discovered that the camera in my room had been shattered. Tianyu paused before continuing. When I entered your room, I found that your camera had met the same fate. Could you divulge just a little? Otherwise, I would struggle to explain things to the employer. With a resigned expression, Wang Yaoshan succinctly recounted the events of the previous night in under 10 minutes. Tianyu listened, wide-eyed and speechless, as if ensnared by an enchantment, utterly still in disbelief. Naturally, the details of the grave digging and the discovery of the jade box remained buried deep within Wang Yaoshan's heart. After sharing these thoughts, Wang Yaoshan suddenly realized, "Where's my fan?" Just as he was about to search for it, he halted his movements. Wang Yaoshan could feel that the fan had become intimately connected to his spirit, quietly resting within him. Could it be that I have truly stumbled upon a stroke of incredible fortune? Is this genuine celestial artifact? Wang Yaoshan briefly exchanged a few words with Tianyu before setting off alone towards the dilapidated temple. The journey was silent, and before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Taoist temple, where he found the main door firmly locked, the rusted padlock suggesting it had not been used in over 2 decades. Is the old priest out shopping? Wang muttered to himself, feigning nonchalance as he approached the door and peered through the crack. Little friend, what are you looking at? The voice drew closer. It was none other than the old priest who had assisted him the previous day, accompanied by 2 others. One was an elderly man with a youthful demeanor, his white beard neatly cascading onto his chest, clad in an immaculate white robe, clearly hailing from a wealthy family. The other, a middle-aged man in his 30s, sported thick brows and large eyes, dressed in a high-collared administrative jacket and holding a black purse. He exuded an air of authority tempered with a smile, reminiscent of a small leader accompanying a senior official on an inspection, observing the populace with a discerning gaze. Old man, you seem quite busy. Should I return later? Wang Yaoshan pondered, concerned that his recent grave-digging escapade had been exposed, or perhaps that the old priest had reported him. Yet, he reasoned, the old man had handed him the shovel, making him an accomplice. Nevertheless, the middle-aged man's imposing attire was intimidating, prompting Wang to consider retreat. Enough standing outside. Come in and speak. The old priest glanced at Wang Yushan, then exchanged a knowing look with the elderly gentleman behind him. The white-clad elder nodded, and the four of them finally entered the temple. Inside the shabby courtyard stood an old-fashioned 8 immortals table and 4 wooden benches. No sooner had they settled down than the old priest fixed his gaze on Wang Yushan and inquired, "Did you have a fruitful day yesterday? How do you know? It is evident that your mind is not aligned with your words. Before anyone could question you, you have already divulged everything. As a celestial being, isn't it quite ordinary for me to be aware of your matters? Do you wish to become a deity?" Although Wang Yaoshan was mentally prepared and had essentially concluded that this old Taoist was no ordinary person, to claim you are a god does seem rather abstract. And to inquire whether one desires to become a deity? Are your celestial beings procured in bulk? Can one simply become a god without undertaking any examinations or assessments? Sir, are you here for a private inquiry? I will confess everything. Wang Yaoshan wore an expression of contrition, solemnly gazing at the middle-aged man who was over 30. The latter appeared rather embarrassed. Wang Yaoshan, is it? I am Hongjun. Before the old Taoist could respond, the elder in white spoke. I know, given your age. You must be a veteran of the Red Army. Were you his superior? As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan gestured toward the middle-aged man, then immediately rose to extend his hand to the elder. You should see for yourself, said the elder, and with a mere sweep of his hand, Wang Yaoshan vanished from the spot. Within 5 minutes, he reappeared. Do you believe now? Wang Yaoshan, still in shock, nodded slowly. No one was privy to where Wang Yaoshan had been during his brief disappearance. To put it simply, there has been a disturbance in the heavenly realm. Xiaozhang has gone missing. Please wait, who is Xiaozhang? You are a deity. I am not. How can I know who you refer to? Wang Yaoshan looked at Han Jun with a sense of helplessness. Xiaozhang, known as Zhang Yuren, is what you mortals refer to as the Jade Emperor. With a mere wave of his hand, the old Taoist silenced Wang Yaoshan, who was about to speak, rendering him only capable of muffled sounds. Listening to the situation, one could hardly afford to indulge in excessive chatter. How can one not bow their head when under the eaves? Wang Yaoshan promptly complied, sitting properly with his hands behind his back. The disappearance of Xiaozhang has thrown the heavens into disarray, although he achieved little during his tenure. At least there was a semblance of unity among the celestial beings. To my astonishment, Hongjun revealed a shocking truth. The Jade Emperor is but a scarecrow in a rice field, meant to frighten away birds. Wang Yaoshan's eyes widened in disbelief, captivated by the revelation. Now, however, the factions that once appeared harmonious are seizing this opportunity to expand their own powers, stirring a tide of hidden unrest. Moreover, a sinister force has quietly emerged, destined to impact the 3 realms. Wang Yaoshan nodded in a manner that suggested a partial understanding. Thus, I have sent my disciple to seek you out. You too have successfully passed the trial. Furthermore, you have witnessed for yourself that, whether you wish to acknowledge it or not, you were once a part of the heavenly court. During this extraordinary time, should you not consider contributing to your former realm? Rest assured, we shall not ask for your assistance without recompense. Should you require divine abilities or magical treasures, do not hesitate to express your needs. We shall ensure you are duly rewarded. After speaking, Hongjun cast a glance at the old Taoist, who understood the unspoken message and, with a swift motion, gestured towards Wang Yaoshan. Please, be forthright. What is it that you require of me? My intellect only reaches a mere 80. I cannot decipher your intentions. Being naturally loquacious and fond of gossip, the prolonged silence had nearly driven Wang Yaoshan to madness. I find your attitude quite reassuring. In truth, there are not many matters at hand, merely 2. The first pertains to the deities of the heavenly court who may unexpectedly meet their demise. I shall preserve their primordial spirits with my divine consciousness and reshape them into corporeal forms. Your task will be to look after them. As a caretaker? No sooner had I spoken than Wang Yaoshan instinctively covered his mouth, hastily bowing to Hongjun and the old Taoist priest. Do not be anxious, I chuckled. The second matter is that when chaos ensues in the heavenly court, the underworld shall undoubtedly follow suit. Disarray in the underworld will render the mortal realm unsettled, with occasional appearances of mischievous spirits and little demons. I understand now. The second task is to vanquish these malevolent beings. Of course, we must also consider the possibility of deities from the heavenly court secretly descending to the mortal realm, along with their mounts and small creatures. Your responsibility will be to return them to their rightful places, and for those who are particularly vile and unrepentant, they shall be dealt with accordingly, punished or reformed as necessary. Feel free to voice any request you may have. Master, I beseech you to accept this bow from your disciple. No sooner had the words left my lips than Wang Yaoshan knelt before Hongjun. Chapter 5. It is he Wang Yaoshan's mind was as clear as a mirror. He would not be easily deceived. The seemingly simple remarks made in passing could not possibly be as straightforward as they sounded. Or else why seek out an ordinary person with little connection to the heavenly court? Such notions are the musings of a fool. The profound implications and challenges hidden within are no less daunting than those faced by Jiang Zia when he vanquished generals and conferred titles of divinity. Whatever others may think is of no concern to Wang Yaoshan, he must maintain a clear and vigilant mind, resolutely avoiding the enticing yet treacherous pitfall that lies beneath this seemingly alluring proposition. After all, he currently possesses no identity or status. To say nothing of capturing the deities who have descended from the heavenly realm without permission, even dealing with ordinary monsters and spirits would likely result in his own defeat. As the saying goes, without a rightful name, words lack authority. If he lacks even the title to commence his venture, then no matter the endeavor, it would surely yield only half the results for double the effort. Wang Yaoshan is acutely aware of this principle. Take Sun Wukong as an example. Wherever this monkey goes, as long as he seeks assistance, most will readily comply. This is partly due to the great sage's formidable skills and vast powers, but more significantly, it is attributed to the enigmatic figure of Bodhi Patriarch standing behind him. In the three realms, who would dare disregard the face of the Bodhi Patriarch? Returning to the matter at hand, since Hongjun Patriarch has openly stated that any request may be put forth, how could Wang Yaoshan's humble desire to become a disciple be refused? If he were denied, it would be akin to striking himself across the face. What credibility would a deity hold if they spoke, yet failed to deliver? Wang Yaoshan's act of kneeling left the other two pale with shock, aside from Hongjun. Rise. I shall accept you, Hongjun Patriarch said, extending a hand in a gesture for him to get up. Master, I still dare not rise. It is a privilege of my lifetimes to be accepted as your disciple. However, I possess neither magical skills nor demon-slaying artifacts. Even should I wish to sacrifice myself for the honor of your teachings and for the way of heaven, should I tarnish your esteemed reputation, I would be beyond redemption. Implied within your words is an assurance that should I engage in combat, your name shall be heralded. Should I fall to the clutches of malevolent creatures, it would be your reputation that suffers. Ha ha ha, you clever little rascal, there is no need for further testing. I shall accept you as my disciple and impart to you both mystical arts and treasures. However, it is important to note that the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan has already acknowledged you as its master. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a piece of the heavenly armor, granting you a protective artifact that shall safeguard your life. Thank you, master, Wang Yaoshan replied. Rising to his feet, despite having never heard of this heavenly armor before, he recognized that it was bestowed by none other than the venerable Hongjun Laozu, who could likely conjure divine artifacts from mere toothpicks, let alone armor. With a flick of his hand, Hongjun Laozu manifested the heavenly armor onto Wang Yaoshan. Instantly, he felt a surge of spiritual energy enveloping his body. Hongjun Laozu continued, this armor not only defends against celestial sorcery and demonic arts, but also purifies your very essence, nurturing the innate primordial energy within you. As you are still a mortal being, wearing it at all times will greatly benefit you. Moreover, this armor possesses the ability to traverse the 5 elements and conceal your presence, ensuring your safety in times of peril. Awaken the wisdom to harmonize yin and yang. Comprehend the intricacies of creation across the vast expanse. Tread the divine void to divide heaven and earth. Master the transformations to refine your spiritual radiance. As the incantation concluded, a divine thought from the Hongmeng Patriarch penetrated Wang Yaoshan's third eye. Now, the celestial arts have been infused into your consciousness. Progress gradually. Do not aspire to achieve mastery in a fleeting moment, for your current form cannot endure such immense energy. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me these divine arts. I shall advance steadily and practice diligently. Indeed, the youth is worthy of instruction. Yaoshan, alas, as your teacher, I cannot remain by your side for an extended period to guide your cultivation. Should you encounter any issues in your daily life, do not hesitate to seek out Qing Su. My descent to the mortal realm has already transgressed the celestial order, and thus I shall not linger further. With that, Hongjun Laozu vanished from sight, leaving the 3 individuals in a state of bewilderment. Come now, do not remain in a daze. Let us engage in a meaningful discussion, Wang Yaoshan urged, a smile gracing his lips, although his gaze remained fixed intently upon the two before him. Should I address you as Taoist master, or perhaps with the more respectful title of Qing Su Dao de Jin Jun? Qing Su Dao de Jin Jun hastily waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, Uncle Master, please do not say such things. It would be a tremendous burden for your humble disciple to bear such an honorific. I am utterly unworthy of it. His face was awash with trepidation, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow. However, Wang Yaoshan remained unmoved. Just a moment ago, with a mere flick of your hand, you silenced me. You are quite aware when a car crashes into a wall. You know precisely when to invest as stocks rise. And you certainly recall to wipe away the snot that drips into your mouth. You seem quite capable indeed. He pressed on him. The 5 Fire 7 Birds fan is inherently your treasure, yet you deliberately buried it beneath the locust tree, enticing me to unearth it. It seems you have calculated that I, an ordinary mortal, would not comprehend how to wield such a celestial artifact. Even if I were to discover it, I would bring it to you. This is precisely why you arranged for our meeting today. Am I mistaken? Upon hearing this, Qingsu Daojun Jun promptly responded. Uncle Master, you have truly misunderstood my intentions. My treasured fan was lost hundreds of years ago, along with my unworthy disciple. Since that time, I have been ceaselessly searching for its whereabouts. Yet, at this point, he suddenly became hesitant. What is it? Speak plainly. The esteemed Qingshu Daojinjuan wiped the sweat from his brow and stammered. It's nothing. Merely that the connection I once had with that fan has inexplicably been severed. Thus, despite my relentless search, I have ultimately been unable to uncover its trace. Then let us discuss the Fuan apartment. What is the story behind those graves and those spirits? Master Uncle, this is a consequence of the disruption of the heavenly order, which in turn has led to chaos in the underworld. Whenever anomalies arise, it is the mortal realm that feels the repercussions most acutely. Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow tightly, contemplating the words of Qingshu. Indeed, as Qingshu stated, regardless of how the world transforms, it is invariably the innocent common folk who suffer the most. With this thought, Wang Yaoshan could not help but let out a long sigh. Who is this person, anyway? You have yet to introduce him after all this time. Before Qingshu could respond, the middle-aged man, apparently in his 30s, suddenly knelt with a thud upon the ground, bowing deeply in the direction of Wang Yaoshan, exclaiming, Master, Li Jing pays his respects. Upon hearing this name, Wang Yaoshan was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes widened in astonishment. With a look of utter disbelief, he inquired, You are Li Jing? Li Jing? Could it be? You are the legendary pagoda-bearing heavenly king? It is important to note that, for Wang Yaoshan, while it may be conceivable not to recognize others, claiming ignorance of Li Jing would indeed be a monumental absurdity. After all, Li Jing is renowned throughout the celestial court as the formidable Grand Marshal of demon subjugation, the commander of the heavenly garrison. He not only oversees an army of 100,000 celestial soldiers, but also possesses the authority to summon the 4 heavenly kings and the 28 lunar mansions. In response to Wang Yaoshan's astonishment, Li Jing promptly affirmed, Indeed, it is I. Immediately, Wang Yaoshan pressed on with eagerness, If that is the case, how did you come to be here? When shall you return to the celestial court? At this moment, Qingshu interjected to clarify, Master Uncle, this matter is rather intricate. General Li is, in fact, unable to return, for he is the first immortal to have his physical form remade by our ancestral master. Although Qingshu's words were somewhat cryptic, the astute Wang Yaoshan quickly discerned the underlying significance. It turned out that the Li Jing before him had indeed passed away once. Chapter 6. The Presence of Man and Tower. No, it is the tower that exists with man a child without a mother. It is a long tale indeed. As Li Jing rose to his feet, he absent-mindedly stroked his smooth chin, devoid of any beard, his face revealing a hint of helplessness and reflection. Observing this, Qingshu feigned impatience and remarked, What is the use of lengthy sighs? Can we not be succinct? Your master is not a stranger. With that, he discreetly cast a glance at Li Jing, noticing his despondent expression, and could not help but feel a surge of delight within. For he was well aware that Li Jing had successfully diverted Wang Yaoshan's attention. As long as this esteemed elder does not persistently fixate on me, the previous events may perhaps be smoothly turned over. Upon hearing Qingshu's urging, Li Jing promptly responded, Indeed, respected leaders. That day, as I was routinely patrolling the heavens, I unexpectedly experienced a sharp, excruciating pain in my abdomen. In dire straits, I had no choice but to find a suitable place to relieve my urgent needs. At this point, Wang Yaoshan could not help but chuckle, casting a curious glance at Qingshu. Indeed, I never thought even deities require a restroom. Upon hearing this, Qingshu quickly donned a sycophantic smile, nodding in agreement. However, Wang Yaoshan continued to probe. But wait, if it was merely a visit to the restroom, how did you misplace the pagoda? Faced with this inquiry, Li Jing innocently explained, Master, your question reflects a lack of understanding. Consider it. Who would hold onto a pagoda while attending to nature's call? Thus, I casually placed it on the washstand, intending to retrieve it once I was finished. Yet, when I emerged, to my astonishment, the pagoda had vanished without a trace. Initially, I suspected it was a prank by a colleague, and I searched high and low. After half an hour, I had inquired of every celestial being in the heavenly court. It was then that I realized the gravity of the situation, and I hastily recited a summoning spell, but in that brief moment, the connection between the pagoda and me was severed. According to your rank, this should not occur. Have you perhaps offended someone? Alas, Master, you truly overestimate my standing. I hold no significant title, merely that of a humble chief of security. In truth, the heavenly realm bears little distinction from our mortal world. Observe, we too must fulfill various assessments akin to the common folk. Should we fail to meet our performance metrics in due time, we face not only scathing reprimands from our superiors but also the imposition of penalties. Repeated failures lead to even graver consequences, including demotion and a reduction of one's divine powers. Take the giant spirit, for instance. He has been relegated to the role of a janitor, spending his days sweeping floors and scrubbing toilets. Even if one possesses remarkable abilities and consistently accomplishes tasks, one cannot expect any rewards. Instead, the higher-ups perceive such competence as an invitation to assign even more responsibilities, justifying it with the saying, "The heavenly court does not support idlers." It is indeed a challenging existence. Wang Yaoshan was left speechless by this revelation, transitioning from disbelief to a profound sense of empathy. Though still a student, he had not been sheltered from the realities of life. Even deities cannot act solely according to their whims or desires. The grind continues, the struggle persists. How ironic it is that while I endeavor to instruct Li Jing, I too find myself laboring for the heavenly court. I have not ascended from the mundane to the divine, but rather transitioned to a different form of servitude. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened ominously, and a tremendous bolt of lightning struck near Wang Yaoshan's feet. "Master, you are truly benevolent." As the storm clouds dispersed, it was as if nothing had changed at all. However, at the foot of Wang Yaoshan, there was an additional small black pit, emanating smoke. Li Jing, devoid of any superfluous remarks, answered every inquiry with precision. The once amiable Qing Su now adopted an air of feigned solemnity. To return to the matter at hand, after the tower was lost, I realized my days in the heavenly court were numbered. Why is that? Is the tower considered property of the heavenly court? Would its loss result in punishment? Li Jing slowly shook his head. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see the glimmer of tears within his eyes. With a voice tinged with tremor, he declared, "No. This tower was bestowed upon me by the ancient Buddha of light. It is my personal possession." No sooner had he spoken than this formidable man, standing a full 7 feet tall, began to weep like a child. Regardless of Wang Yaoshan's inquiries and attempts at consolation, Li Jing continued to sob, unwilling to utter another word. "Master, by all accounts, Li Jing should be considered a fellow townsman of yours, correct? In our city of hygiene. Are there no legends or tales regarding him?" Qing Su inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Li Jing momentarily paused, then nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Wang Yaoshan's mind, and he blurted out, "Neza, could it be that you were sent here by your own son?" The moment these words escaped his lips, it was as though a sharp blade had pierced Li Jing's heart, and his cries became increasingly mournful and heart-wrenching, resonating like thunder. It is worth noting that prior to his ascension, Li Jing was the general of Qintang Pass during the reign of King Zhou of Shang, and the death of his son, Neza, was intricately linked to him. In the course of Tai Jinren's endeavor to resurrect Neza, Li Jing fiercely obstructed him, further exacerbating the rift between father and son. Soon, Neza was successfully revived, and his first act was to seek vengeance upon Li Jing, driven by insatiable hatred. However, Li Jing was not one to remain passive. He sought connections and avenues for assistance. Ultimately, with the aid of the ancient Buddha of light, who bestowed upon him the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, he managed to subdue Neza. It was only then that the father and son found a semblance of peace. In the heavenly realm, tales of the 3 notorious miscreants have long circulated, with Neza's name resonating throughout the 3 realms. Previously, many regarded these stories as mere fabrications. But witnessing the events unfold today, it seems they were not without merit. Now, having lost the pivotal 7 treasures glazed pagoda, it is certain that Neza's temperament will no longer allow for the leniency he once extended. In a sense, this pagoda was akin to Neza's true father. "Stop your weeping. What are you crying for, you grown man? You must regain your composure. Where is that former resolve of yours?" Wang Yaoshan continued. "If your son has dealt you such a blow, at least you both can consider your grievances settled. Furthermore, as you stated, if the celestial bureaucracy is so flawed, does this not serve as a form of liberation for you? What is the merit of being a deity? Even if you were a heavenly king or a 5-star marshal, what does it matter? Merely for having trifled with Chang'e, you were cast down to the mortal realm and reduced to the form of a pig. In comparison, he is far less than you. At least you are human. Moreover, the giant spirit god you mentioned earlier is now reduced to demeaning labor, cleaning the foulest of latrines." Although Wang Yaoshan's words were sharp, each was aimed at alleviating Li Jing's troubled heart. Li Jing listened quietly, wiping away the traces of tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, nodding as he spoke. "You are absolutely right. It is indeed so." At that moment, Li Jing, whose face was typically as rigid and unyielding as that of a corpse, unexpectedly revealed a fleeting smile of solace. Though ephemeral, this smile was enough to convey the profound stirrings within his heart. Observing this, Wang Yaoshan nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. He then shifted the tone of the conversation, speaking with a grave demeanor. Well, I have a general understanding of the situation. However, there remain many details that require your elucidation. Li Jing promptly replied. Please feel free to inquire. Anything within my knowledge shall be disclosed to you without reservation, and I shall conceal nothing. Wang Yaoshan fixed his penetrating gaze upon Li Jing and slowly posed the question. Has the Heavenly Court always been in such a state? Chapter 7. The troubles of the Heavenly Court. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Li Jing's eyes, and he sighed before responding. Not at all. The Heavenly Court has also endured a great calamity. Wang Yaoshan leaned forward slightly, pressing for more details. What kind of calamity? Li Jing glanced around, as if wary of eavesdroppers, and lowered his voice. 13 centuries ago, a dark force invaded the Heavenly Court. This force was exceedingly sinister, capable of corrupting the minds of the immortals, leading many to their downfall. At that time, chaos reigned not only in the Heavenly Court, but also in the Western Paradise. Isn't it true that 13 centuries ago marked the era of the Tang dynasty? Could it be that this matter? Indeed, you have deduced correctly, esteemed advisor. This matter is indeed related to the pilgrimage undertaken by the 4 disciples. Li Jing sighed, and as he exchanged glances with Wang Yaoshan, a fleeting moment of hesitation crossed his countenance. Regaining his composure, Li Jing continued, allow me to speak candidly. Prior to our departure on this pilgrimage, arrangements had already been made between the West and the Heavenly Court. Every one of the 81 tribulations along the journey, including who would descend to assist and who would lend their aid, was meticulously orchestrated. Is this a rehearsal? A performance? For whom, I wonder? Wang Yaoshan found himself momentarily at a loss after hearing Li Jing's revelations. For the world to witness, of course, without public display. How could we garner incense offerings and devotion? I had forgotten that you too require accomplishments. However, given the multitude of adversities encountered on this journey, how could they discern which demons were allies and which were foes? Have you considered the issue of misidentification? This is straightforward. There are secret signals. Such a thing as signals? With so many little demons watching, do you not consider the potential repercussions? Not at all. Everything was clarified prior to our departure. When Sun Wukong encounters a demon, his opening line is, Greetings. I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused such a ruckus in the heavenly palace 500 years ago. And then what? In Wang Yaoshan's recollection, this indeed was Sun Wukong's customary introduction upon meeting a demon. Li Jing continued, from there, 2 scenarios could unfold. If the demon were to retort with, who do you think you are? Oh, it is merely the stable keeper, then that one cannot be harmed. Why is that? The position of Sun Wukong is well known among all demons. It is evident that he has previously resided in the heavens, suggesting that his descent to the mortal realm was preordained. In such a scenario, what course of action should be taken? Should they engage in battle? If so, how can they gauge the appropriate intensity? Combat is permissible, yet the 4 disciples must not prevail. Subsequently, Sun Wukong sought out his superior, who, upon arrival, commended the situation and suggested a retreat. Would this superior not record a merit? Did the 4 disciples successfully overcome the trial? Wang Yaoshan scratched his head, pondering the thoroughness of the plan. However, what if the demon's response diverged from expectations? Li Jing crossed his arms and adopted a serious demeanor, positing that if the demon were to retort with hostility, declaring, Who is this monkey? Today shall mark your demise. It would signify that this demon is wild and must be eradicated with utmost effort. Wang Yaoshan's eyes brightened at this revelation, recognizing the ingenuity in such a distinction. It is indeed a clever approach. Li Jing, with a wry smile, continued, stating that everything had initially been in order, but significant issues arose during the incense statistics. After the 4 disciples attained Buddhahood, they did not garner the reverence and worship of mortals. Conversely, the temples dedicated to the Tathagata and Guanyin proliferated, with their incense offerings flourishing. Originally, the offerings to Buddhism and the Celestial Court were evenly distributed, but following their pilgrimage, the ratio shifted to a disproportionate 9-to-1, with the Celestial Court sometimes failing to receive even a fraction. How could the Celestial Court possibly accept this? Is the uneven distribution of incense related to the fact that Buddhism spearheaded this journey? Surely, they would seek the most substantial gains. Is it solely a matter concerning Buddhism? Tang Xing is a disciple of the Tathagata, while Sun Wukong is the apprentice of the patriarch Bodhi. Zhu Wuning, who serves as the marshal of the heavenly canopy, is a student of the Eastern Emperor. Sha Wujing holds the position of the general of the curtain, serving as a personal guard to the Jade Emperor. The White Dragon is the son of Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, who is a 7th-ranked deity in the heavenly court. One might ponder which faction boasts a greater number of individuals. Furthermore, in the ultimate hierarchy of Buddhist attainment, there are 48 enlightened beings in the Western Paradise and 15 bodhisattvas. What of Lingji, who once held a prominent position among the bodhisattvas, and K. Itagarba Bodhisattva. They have both been expelled from the Buddhist realm solely due to their close ties with the heavenly court. In essence, Buddhism has usurped individuals from your ranks, purged your covert operatives, and vacated positions of enlightenment to bestow upon those they have appropriated. It may appear as though they have sacrificed much, yet in reality, they have achieved their objectives without any tangible loss, while simultaneously eliminating dissenters. Not only have you gained nothing, but you are also compelled to accommodate two of their bodhisattvas. How astute indeed, Wang Yaoshan scoffed. Has the heavenly court truly tolerated this? Li Jing shook his head. Of course not. The heavenly court discreetly investigated and uncovered that it was Buddhism that had employed underhanded tactics. They disseminated rumors among the populace, proclaiming that only by venerating the Tathagata and Guanyin Bodhisattva could one genuinely avert calamities, while the four disciples were merely subservient figures. Such treachery is quite insidious, indeed. How did the heavenly court respond? Wang Yaoshan inquired. Clenching his fist, Li Jing replied, the Jade Emperor has resolved to restructure the belief system, beginning with the suppressed ancient deities, subtly guiding public opinion in the mortal realm to recount their past merits. Concurrently, he dispatched several celestial officials to disguise themselves as mortals, revealing the exploitative practices of certain Buddhist temples that prey upon the populace for wealth. It is precisely this mutual conflict that has allowed the dark forces to seize the opportunity, gradually amplifying the greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, resentment, and jealousy of all celestial beings. For such an extended period, has there been no change at all? At least for over 1,000 years, have the myriad deities failed to notice? In the celestial realm, a day equates to a year on earth. A millennium has passed in the mortal realm, which corresponds to merely over 1,000 days in the heavens. What has been discovered? And what difference does it make? Both sides adhere to the principle that to repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. Their struggle is one of relentless persistence. Subsequently, your two senior brothers have personally descended to the mortal plane, lowering their status to take up positions in the heavenly court. The primordial heavenly lord and the supreme elder lord? That cannot be right, for the supreme elder lord was already serving in the heavenly court. However, the situation is now different. The primordial heavenly lord oversees the personnel department, while the supreme elder lord manages the publicity department. These two departments were not particularly significant in the past, but in this extraordinary time, the primordial heavenly lord is responsible for the recruitment of individuals in the celestial realm. Many who have made exceptional contributions in the mortal world are directly promoted to the status of celestial candidates. As human beings understand one another, those who have made substantial contributions will surely be sincerely worshipped by the populace. This worship will naturally lead to a flourishing incense offering. More importantly, your elder brother, revered as the leader of the Taoist faith, possesses a substantial foundation among the people in the mortal realm. With him at the helm of the publicity department, crafting legends and deifying figures is a task within his grasp. And what of my master? Has he also become involved? Has Buddhism ceased to act? The patriarch Hongjun has not directly engaged. Yet, with both of your senior brothers participating, does this not also reflect your master's perspective? What the venerable elder truly thinks remains a mystery to us. It is merely conjecture. Buddhism advocates responding to change with constancy and considering the flourishing of their spiritual practices. They would certainly refrain from unnecessary embellishments. Through Li Jing's elucidation, Wang Yaoshan gained a clearer understanding of his responsibilities, realizing that he is no different from the four disciples, as they all serve as executors of a singular mission. The eradication of malevolent beings is reserved for those devoid of roots, and the reception of deities who have taken human form aims solely to encourage them to perform benevolent deeds for the people, thus attracting more followers and incense offerings to the celestial realm. Yet, what precisely constitutes that dark force? Chapter 8. Campus Turmoil. Master Uncle, here is my contact information. I am currently responsible for the celestial realm's promotion on Earth, including the reception of deities who have reincarnated. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Unlike Li Jing, I came down of my own volition, seeing that Wang Yaoshan had been silent for quite some time. Qing Su took the initiative to request his contact details. Master Uncle, what are you pondering? It's nothing at all. By the way, Qing Su, may I ask you something? My master infused my spiritual consciousness with divine powers. How should I cultivate? That is quite simple. You need to maintain a focused mind, contemplating the opening of your spiritual consciousness, and it will naturally unfold. You may select any technique you wish to learn, yet remember, you are still a mortal being. The Grand Ancestor Hongjun has placed restrictions upon you, so do not overthink. This is primarily to safeguard you from excessive exertion. The techniques available to you are those that are most suitable for your current stage of development. Understood. Let us conclude our conversation for today. I shall return to school now. Oh, by the way, what should we do about the restless spirits near the Fuan apartment? Are you not going to intervene? To be frank, there are taboos for deities in the mortal realm. Li Jing and I have nearly exhausted our divine power. We can only contend with spirits of the Ghost King level. If we encounter anything more formidable, we can merely ensure our own survival. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that those you observed yesterday were merely minor spirits with no prior offenses. We must await the personnel from the underworld to take them away. Ah, and please keep this talisman. It is our means of safeguarding our lives. This amulet is the one you utilized last night. As long as it is not a Ghost King, it guarantees your absolute safety for 6 hours. It truly is a considerable expense for you. Just look at this pile of charms. I can only imagine they could fetch a handsome sum. Wang Yaoshan beamed at his companion. Qingxu waved his hand repeatedly. Responding with a smile, you flatter me. There is no need for such formality between us. Besides, what do these charms amount to? As long as they serve you well. That is all that matters. While saying this, he affectionately patted Wang Yaoshan's arm. It is evident that one cannot escape unscathed from such inquiries. Qingxu is no fool. Why are there so many deities to choose from in the heavenly court? Yet he was specifically selected for this task. It turns out that this individual possesses an extraordinary grasp of human sentiments and affairs, demonstrating a remarkable finesse and adaptability. No matter the situation, he handles it with grace and precision. In the future, let us abandon the formal titles of Shu and Shiya. Since I am the youngest, you may call me Xiao Wang, and I will refer to you as Lao Li and Lao Qing. How does that sound? The two of them showered Wang Yaoshan with compliments, leaving him utterly bemused. Such praise is youthful and accomplished, respecting elders and cherishing the young, open-minded and capable indeed. They adorned him with every commendable term they could muster. Well then, Lao Li and Lao Qing, I shall take my leave, he declared. It is best that you remain available at all times. Should any inquiries arise, I would like to consult you. Without waiting for their response, Wang Yaoshan opened the door and hurried down the path leading back to campus. Li Jing called out after him, Shiya. But Wang Yaoshan did not hear him at all. In just a brief span of time, Wang Yaoshan felt his body growing increasingly robust under the refining influence of the heavenly armor, as if an inexhaustible energy coursed through him, rhythmically flowing from the crown of his head to his dantian, spreading to his limbs and returning once more to his head, a continuous cycle. The journey that originally took an hour to reach the taxi stand now required only 20 minutes. On the way, he received a call from Tianyu. Shanggu, I've collected all the money and returned to school. Where are you? I'll be there shortly. Oh, by the way, Shanggu, there are 2 matters to discuss. The first is that the female employer wishes to see you. I inquired about the reason, but she did not disclose anything. The second matter is that a multitude of police cars have arrived at our school. Upon further inquiry, I learned that Jiajia from our department has passed away, reportedly by drowning. All right, let us discuss the details upon meeting. I expect to arrive at school in about 20 minutes. Okay, Shanggu. I will wait for you at the west gate. What could this female employer want from me? Could it be that the surveillance cameras recorded something they should not have? Before long, the car arrived. The 2 brothers, having not seen each other for some time, engaged in a playful scuffle. As noon approached, they decided to indulge in a delightful meal. They sought out a nearby hot pot restaurant, eager to savor some lamb. Upon entering a private room, Wang Yaoshan inquired about the situation regarding the payment, asking if the proprietress had given her any trouble. Curiously, the previous day she had sounded quite domineering over the phone. Yet upon their meeting, she transformed into a gentle creature, her tone softened and her beauty striking. She appeared to be only a few years older than them. Every woman appears beautiful in your eyes. Such observations are of no substance, he retorted. Let us speak earnestly. I was merely inquiring whether we experienced any peculiar incidents. I fabricated a few nonsensical tales, mentioning odd sounds from the dishes and utensils in both rooms. She, however, did bring up the matter of the surveillance cameras. What did she say? She asserted that we were not responsible for the damage to the cameras. She was well aware of that. After concluding her remarks, she handed me the payment and mentioned that she wished to meet you. She asked that when you have the time, you should call her. Here, take her number. Oh, and by the way, Brother Sean, shortly after you left the room last night, I encountered a female ghost. Do you think she might haunt me? You must protect me. Throughout the journey, Wang Yaoshan remained occupied. Aside from a brief interruption from Tianyu's phone call, he devoted the remaining time to honing his supernatural abilities. Various forms of mystical powers steadily replenished Wang Yaoshan's own spiritual energy. No worries, let me show you, he said, activating his clairvoyance. Under his gaze, Tianyu exhibited no abnormalities and appeared to be in good health. Brother Sean, what have you discerned? A calamity approaches. Your demeanor is clouded. Your gaze is lethargic. And there lingers a foul odor about you. There is no hope left. Stop your nonsense. Do you truly consider yourself a fortune teller? You become breathless at the mention of your weight. Here, take this. It is your share. With that, Tianyu produced an envelope from his backpack, containing precisely 2,000 yuan. Thanks, my brother. This meal is on me. Now, Do regale me with tales of Jiaja. It was indeed meant to be your treat. As for Jiaja, I have only heard whispers from their roommates. Whether the tales hold truth, I cannot ascertain. They say that Jiaja has been acting strangely of late, engaging in activities typically associated with women, knitting, applying makeup, donning wigs. Initially, they speculated that Jiaja had undergone some sort of trauma, leading to a shift in his orientation. After inquiring several times, they found his tone to be unremarkable, and thus dismissed their concerns. Since yesterday afternoon, Jiaja has not attended class and did not return to the dormitory that night. The dormitory supervisor assumed he had gone home, especially with the holiday approaching, and paid little mind to his absence. Tianyu, parched, gulped down a glass of beer in one breath and belched before continuing. Little did they know, this morning, Jiaja's lifeless body was discovered by the artificial lake to the north. It was reportedly found by Chenwan, who recounted that Jiaja was clad in women's attire and stockings, his face contorted into a horrific grin, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Fixated intensely upon Chenwan, this sight was enough to render her unconscious. Did Chenwan know Jiaja? That remains unknown. Allow me to continue. When Chenwan regained consciousness, a crowd had gathered around her. In the presence of the duty teacher, she finally revealed the sighting of Jiaja's lifeless body. Yet others gazed at the artificial lake and discovered nothing amiss. Today, as supervising teacher must be Mr. Hao, right? Given his disposition, he would certainly have alerted the authorities. Subsequently, the police arrived and retrieved the body. Am I correct? Indeed, Shanggu, your insights are astonishingly accurate. What you stated is undeniably true. The situation unfolds as you described. If we take your words at face value, it suggests that Jiaja may have met an untimely demise. Are you implying that it was not a suicide, but rather a homicide? Homicide, you say? What I mean is, he might have been afflicted by something supernatural. Goodness. Shanggu, what has come over you? Haven't you always dismissed such notions? Have you been possessed by a spirit? Wang Yaoshan intended to share the sequence of events with Tianyu, but upon reflection, he pondered how anyone could readily accept such a shocking turn of events. To become a heavenly envoy without lifting a finger, vanquishing demons and evil spirits, it's a lot to digest. Furthermore, Tianyu has a tendency to speak freely. Once he knows, the entire world would be privy to it. At this juncture, it is prudent to keep him in the dark. This will at least spare them from unnecessary complications. Let us hurry and eat. Once we finish, we shall retire to the dormitory for some rest. Meanwhile, the copper pot had reached a boil, and the two indulged heartily, consuming 10 plates of meat alone. Half an hour later, the pair, with full bellies, ambled back to their dormitory. Chapter 9. The Tiger of the Normal University. Upon returning to the dormitory, they disregarded the peculiar gazes of others and collapsed into slumber. They slept soundly until 8 o'clock that evening. Wake up, Shanggu, or the moon will shine on your backside. Tianyu's lewd, plump visage was now a mere 30 centimeters away from Wang Yaoshan. You pervert. With that, a sharp kick landed on Tianyu's thigh. Wang Yaoshan was bewildered, having drifted into slumber fully clothed, only to awaken in nothing but his undergarments. Upon catching sight of Tianyu's face, everything became clear. This dormitory was perilously dangerous. I must move out at the earliest opportunity. Who was the pervert? You were shedding your clothes in your sleep while everyone was watching. Tianyu retorted, still groggy. And you were shouting how hot it was. The other two roommates chimed in agreement. Wait, is that really what happened? All right, Laney, I concede my mistake. Wang Yaoshan recalled that indeed, he had dreamt his clothes were ablaze. As he reminisced, he hastily dressed and went to assist Tianyu. Shanggu, have you been secretly practicing martial arts? You seem to possess immense strength. A kick like that could easily result in a fracture, or worse, render someone a vegetable. Have you lost your mind? Kicking someone's leg shouldn't lead to such severe consequences. The two engaged in playful banter for a while. Suddenly, Wang Yaoshan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Wang, Shifu, little Wang, it's your old Li. Oh, no need, Wang Yaoshan replied, promptly hanging up. The scammers nowadays possess such poor skills. They either mumble incoherently or have heavy accents. Even those who stutter have taken to this line of work. Just as Wang Yaoshan was lamenting this, the phone rang again, revealing it was the same number. With growing impatience, he answered the call once more. It was clearly stated that it was unnecessary. You should practice diligently before attempting to deceive others. Just as Wang Yaoshan was about to end the call, a voice on the other end interrupted. Master, please don't hang up. It's Li Jing. It's Li Jing. Li Jing, standing by the phone, was utterly perplexed. Wasn't it you who asked me to call you Xiao Wang? Why are you now accusing me of fraud? Oh, old Li. I didn't save your number this morning. Please don't take it to heart. Indeed. You were in such a hurry this morning that I called after you for quite a while. Is there something you needed when you called? Wang Yaoshan pondered what matter could possibly bring Li Jing to seek him out. Did he truly consider himself a caretaker? Master, is it true that someone has died at the school? How did you know? Wang Yaoshan was astonished. Was it not said that there were no supernatural powers? How could Li Jing possess such far-reaching awareness? Master, I wanted to call you for 2 reasons this morning. First, to ask for your number, and second, to inform you that there are a few malevolent spirits in Hygiene City that one should not provoke. One of them resides at your school. Before I could finish, you had already left. When I saw the evening news, I remembered to call you. Please, for your safety, do not get involved in this matter. If you encounter it, do your utmost to avoid it. That entity has been cultivating for 200 years and is considered a high-level ghost king. Ordinary underworld workers cannot subdue her. My master, Ching Su, and I managed to force her back only with great effort. Please, take care. Ah, this has even made it to the evening news? Understood. But I want to involve myself. Just call me Xiao Wang. There's no need to be so formal, Li Gu. Wang Yaoshan felt a warmth in his heart. After all, he and Li Jing were merely acquaintances, yet Li Jing considered him in every regard. Thus, he deserved to be addressed as Li Gu. In truth, calling him Li Gu brought no detriment to himself. If one were to adhere to age hierarchy, he would have to refer to the man as an ancestor. Moreover, considering his current capabilities, could he possibly contend with such a formidable specter? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Li Jing found himself at a loss for words. The phone call fell into a silence that lingered for 5 seconds. Well then, Li Gu, I must take my leave. I am heading out for a meal. I shall speak to you later. Thank you. Wang Yaoshan sensed the awkwardness in Li Jing's tone, recognizing that this obstinate man, who would sacrifice even his own flesh and blood for the sake of an abstract truth, was undoubtedly at a loss for a response at that moment. After ending the call, Wang Yaoshan and Tian Yu ventured out together in search of sustenance. Li Jing remained in a daze, holding the phone in the same position for an extended period. Although it was early autumn, the night air was no longer stifling like the summer, particularly in the days following a rain, when it felt quite refreshing, even a hint chilly. As they strolled along, they approached a dimly lit alley. This area was typically bustling with food stalls, yet today it was eerily deserted. How strange. It's usually quite lively here, Tianya murmured. A sense of unease crept into Wang Yaoshan's heart as he recalled Li Jing's warning. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. Wang Yaoshan's instincts sharpened. He sensed a powerful malice in the air. Before them, a woman clad in white slowly emerged from the depths of the alley. Run, Wang Yaoshan urged, grabbing Tian Yu's hand as they fled. But in an instant, the woman floated before them. Can you see me? She uttered in a chilling voice. Where are you going? Shangu? We just arrived and haven't eaten yet. What is wrong with you? Hey, Wang Yaoshan feigned calmness and replied, it's nothing, just had a sudden shiver. Lainey, it's a bit chilly today. Could you return to the dormitory and fetch me a jacket? We shall spend the night together, and I will treat you. Since Tian Yu could not see the entity, it was prudent to let him depart. Every escape counted. Is that true? Then I'll head back. It indeed feels rather cold. Why has it suddenly turned so chilly? Murmured Tian Yu, scratching his head as he turned to leave. Only one person and one ghost remained in the narrow alley, sizing each other up. The female specter smiled softly. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Wang Yaoshan took a deep breath. What do you desire? The ghost gently tossed her cascading black hair, which flowed like a waterfall, creating an elegant arc in the air before settling down. She lifted her gaze, locking her eyes with Wang Yaoshan, and with her ruby lips slightly parted, she said, what I wish to do is not of paramount importance. What matters is that you can see me. You must understand that ordinary mortals lack such an ability. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan's mind began to race. Perhaps, it was due to the feeble yang energy within me. However, the ghost was evidently not deceived by this reasoning. She let out a cold, light laugh and remarked, do not attempt to trick me, young man. I can distinctly sense a unique aura emanating from you. As the ghostly fingers drew closer, Wang Yaoshan felt a surge of panic. Instinctively, he took a few steps back and exclaimed, do not move. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. To his astonishment, the ghost not only ignored his plea but playfully winked at him, teasingly retorting, oh dear, I never expected you to be such a traditionalist. But alas, I have taken a liking to you. What do you propose we do about it? Wang Yaoshan's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of composure. My lady, please do not jest. The realms of the living and the dead are disparate. The ghost leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Yet I have no desire to part from you. A chill ran down Wang Yaoshan's spine, raising goosebumps all over his body. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he replied, if you truly care for me, cease taking lives and accumulate some good deeds. After a moment of silence, the ghost huffed, I knew you would preach. However, considering his plea, she conceded, I shall refrain from further harm, for now. Wang Yaoshan inwardly sighed with relief. At that moment, he dared to scrutinize the ghost before him. She possessed a striking beauty, her figure graceful, reminiscent of a night-blooming Sirius, her eyes as clear as autumn waters. Had she been alive, she would likely be of a similar age to him, Previously, he had employed a soul-binding incantation, capable of dispelling all illusions and mental manipulations. Realizing that she had not employed any enchantment upon him, he felt emboldened to observe her closely. The ghost, feeling his gaze upon her, grew self-conscious and blushed, wanting to speak but only managing a playful retort. What are you staring at? Another look and I shall end you. When it comes to the moment of your demise. The ghostly voice has already faded to the faint buzz of a mosquito. Did I not just mention that you must refrain from taking lives? While your beauty is truly unparalleled, one must temper their temperament. Otherwise, who would dare to marry you in the future? Indeed. I am the king of indulging in soft meals while hard at work, the tiger king of the teacher's college, Dahua. Chapter 10. Reasoning upon hearing these words. The ghost's eyes widened. Does this young lady require anyone to marry her? In my lifetime, countless suitors have come forth, yet I have never deemed them worthy. Wang Yaoshan chuckled. You have a point. Indeed, ordinary young men are not fit to match your stature. The ghost puffed her cheeks, arms crossed over her chest, shifting on her feet. Are you cursing men, or are you lamenting your own fate? Please do not be angry. The air around them became noticeably chillier. Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware that relying solely on the indulgence of others posed its own challenges. Despite the trepidation brewing within, he resolved to mask it. He feigned calmness and took a seat at a nearby table, well aware of a crucial truth. When confronted by a ghost, to merely panic and flee in terror guarantees no chance of survival. After all, in these times, preserving one's life requires a mastery of acting skills. The proprietor of the local spicy hot pot establishment regarded the newly seated patron with an expression akin to that reserved for observing the mentally ill. It is truly not the owner's fault. Wang Yaoshan had been performing an imaginary spectacle, oblivious to his surroundings, for quite some time. He flailed his arms and legs, then murmured to the empty air. The boss could only stand aside, utterly bewildered, as this absurd spectacle unfolded before him. He thought to himself, hoping desperately that she would leave and not sit with him. In the end, he was taken by surprise when he found himself the one who had won this peculiar encounter. Wang Yaoshan paid no heed to the boss's strange gaze and promptly gestured for the female ghost to take a seat across from him. Since a forceful approach proved ineffective, he decided to employ a gentler strategy. The tactics of a charming, warm-hearted gentleman were well within his grasp. Have you ever had spicy hot pot? He asked. No. I usually feast on humans, she replied. Oh, your taste is rather unique. Wang Yaoshan understood that the ghost was jesting. If it were another kind of creature making such a claim, he would surely believe it. You're merely a ghost, accustomed to burning incense. Why pretend to be something you're not? Can a mere act change your nature? The ghost, graceful and ethereal, floated over and settled down. Yet, just as she was about to fully take her seat, Wang Yaoshan immediately turned to the boss and called out loudly, Boss, please bring us 2 of your most extravagant spicy hot pot sets. He then turned back to the ghost and spoke softly. Today, allow me to treat you to this exquisite delicacy. All right, 2 luxurious sets, the boss said, hurriedly retreating, eager to escape this madness. Seated across from each other, the ghost inquired, Are you truly unafraid of me, or is this just an act? As she spoke, she removed her beautiful head and began to comb her hair. Her eyes fixed intently on Wang Yaoshan's face, as if she feared missing any flicker of emotion. Fear? Why should I fear you? Some fear animals, but not everyone does. Likewise, some animals are afraid of humans, yet not all. The claim of having no fear is disingenuous. The female ghost merely needs to glance downward to witness Wang Yaoshan's trembling legs. Oh, are you planning to lecture me again? She pressed her palm against her forehead. No. I merely wish to ascertain whether Jiajia's demise is in any way connected to you. He deserved to die. He incapacitated numerous young women with poison and then engaged in relations with them. Subsequently, he recorded the encounters as a means of coercion, compelling those young women to serve as his outlets for an extended period. Should he not face the consequences of his actions? As she spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from her, a chilling sensation radiating from her head to her toes. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, every streetlight in the alley shattered. The sky in early October began to shower with snowflakes. Wang Yaoshan surveyed the darkness enveloping the street, noting that only the light in his little shop remained brilliantly bright. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared beside him. Before the newcomer could utter a word, Wang Yaoshan, oblivious to the atmosphere, exclaimed, Boss, another serving, please. A lavish one. Oh, what brings you, kingly, to this humble stall for a meal? The female ghost glanced at the burly man beside Wang Yaoshan, her chilling presence immediately retreating. The newcomer was none other than Li Jing. In response to the ghost's words, this imposing figure merely grunted. He then turned to Wang Yaoshan and said, Master, you truly do not heed my warnings. I have told you it is perilous. Why do you persist in ignoring me? As he spoke, he cast a glance at the female ghost across from him. Here it comes, 2 servings of the luxurious version. One more is just being prepared for you. Please hold on. Why are the streetlights on both sides extinguished? And it's still raining? The boss muttered to himself before heading off for spicy hot pot. At that moment, Li Jing was fixated on the female ghost, apprehensive of any sudden movement from her. The ghost, however, wore a smile as she gazed at Wang Yaoshan. Our protagonist, meanwhile, stared at the 2 bowls of hot pot on the table. You two should eat first, Wang Yaoshan said, pushing one bowl toward the ghost and handing the other to Li Jing. As Li Jing turned to speak, Wang Yaoshan interjected, urging him to eat. Li Jing paused momentarily, then began to eat quietly. If what you say is true, and he has committed such heinous acts, then he indeed deserves death. However, it should not be you who punishes him. By what authority do you claim the right to take his life? Divine retribution? Vengeful spirits? Or the wrath of a deity? Wang Yaoshan pondered that this female ghost was not entirely malevolent. She had her rationale. If we are to engage in discourse, let us do so with civility. I shall act according to my will, determining my own course. You assert he deserves death. The ghost remained remarkably calm, reminiscent of a child arguing with a parent. She was no fool. Li Jing called him Shirya. Shirya. The revered Yuanshi Tianzuan and Deshang Laojun were the true elders of Li Jing. Yet the youth before her was merely a student. Could he be a reincarnation of some great sage? It was possible. He always enjoyed lecturing her on reason. Though she could not grasp the entirety of the situation in the short term, one thing was clear to her. The strength of her opponent was not to be underestimated. Resorting to violence when confronted with unfavorable circumstances is an act I find utterly contemptible. You are not in the underworld. You are in the realm of humanity. In the realm of humanity, there exists its own set of laws and systems. Since you inhabit this world, it is imperative that you adhere to its rules. The stronger one's abilities, the more one should comply. The specter, chastised in such a manner, lowered her head, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, her shoulders quivering with silent sobs. However, I am deeply grateful for your possession of a just and kind heart. Your actions are not motivated by personal desires, but rather for the benefit of the suffering female students. It is an act of punishing evil and avenging wrongs, thus indirectly serving the greater good. Please, cease your weeping and indulge in some spicy hot pot. The flavors from this establishment are truly exquisite, a favorite of mine and Tianyu. Having said this, Wang Yaoshan donned a smile, gazing sincerely at the female ghost before him. Li Jing, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, marveling at the prowess of his mentor. Upon reflection, one might ponder how it is that he has attained such a status. Unfazed by malevolent spirits and undaunted by the powerful, he embodies principles and boundaries, which is further enhanced by his compassionate heart. Henceforth, I must remain in his company, eager to learn. Am I not a hero of your world then? May I accompany you? The female ghost, upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, transformed her tears into laughter, inhaling the enticing aroma of the hot pot before her. Why would you follow me? You ought to report to the underworld, to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Wouldn't you agree, brotherly? Wang Yaoshan remarked, observing Li Jing devouring his meal with fervor. Actually, master, it's not entirely out of the question for her to accompany you. Slurp, slurp. Li Jing, engrossed in his own feast, remained oblivious to the fiery gaze emanating from Wang Yaoshan. Li Jing, how mistaken I was in my judgment of you. I once believed you to be incorruptible, your mind brimming with wisdom, yet it appears instead to be filled with folly. Allow her to accompany me. Would that not expose the truth? Her change in attitude stems solely from your calling me your mentor. Were she to discover my utter lack of skill, my powers dwarfed by yours, would she still heed my words? It is quite absurd that you would even suggest she follow me. At this moment, the female specter gazed at Wang Yaoshan with eager anticipation. Chapter 11 Luyu. Is the term guidance you mentioned a concept from Buddhism? Is it also referred to as guidance in the celestial realm? Wang Yaoshan squinted, his thoughts inscrutable to all. It is all the same, ultimately. It is about cleansing her malevolence, transforming a malevolent spirit into a guardian. Have you finished your meal? If so, you may return. What is it? Do you require me to arrange accommodations for you? Wang Yaoshan regarded Li Jing with irritation, bewildered as to why his elder brother seemed so oblivious, so straightforward. Lacking in discernment, Li Jing, initially concerned for Wang Yaoshan's safety, felt reassured upon witnessing the female specter harbor no intentions of harm. He thus clasped his hands in farewell to Wang Yaoshan. Just as he bid Li Jing goodbye, Tianyu rushed over, clutching his clothing. Brother Shan, it is so cold. The further we venture this way, the chillier it becomes. Without a hint of hesitation, he plopped down beside the female specter. Wang Yaoshan wished to warn him, but it was too late. The female specter smiled sweetly, her large eyes blinking playfully. Do you truly consent to my following you? You accompanying me serves little purpose. You would be better off cultivating on your own. Are you not afraid of being constrained by me? Fear not, for it is primarily your essence that captivates me. Otherwise, our paths would not have crossed in this very place. Do you truly perceive me as a remorseless specter? I, too, abide by my own principles, striving to refrain from disturbing the normal lives of humans. save for those wretches who, despite their humanity, fail to cherish it, committing heinous acts with malevolent hearts. For each such individual I encounter, I shall exact my vengeance. Brother Sean, what troubles you? What are you cultivating? Are we not to spend the night together? The perplexed Tian mistook the words as directed at him. With but a glance from the female ghost, he succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. Observing his dear companion at ease, Wang Yaoshan spoke, "My lady, do share your tale. We are yet strangers to one another. To follow me without understanding the nature of such companionship is rather hasty. I am Lu Yu, born during the reign of Qianlong, hailing from a prosperous family in hygiene. I could never have anticipated the calamity that would irrevocably alter the course of my existence. Though my father was not an official, he belonged to a distinguished lineage, and I had hoped for a life of tranquility. Alas, treacherous ministers seized power in the court, framing my father and leading our family to sell our estate, leaving us in despair. The sorrow in Lu Yu's gaze deepened. That corrupt official destroyed my family and sought to dishonor me, to preserve my innocence. I took my own life with a blade to my throat. In death, I was consumed by bitterness, transforming into the being I am today." Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow, a flicker of sympathy washing over him. "And what compels you to follow me?" Lu Yu leaned closer, whispering, "I sense a unique power within you, as if it possesses the ability to soothe the anguish that resides in my heart. As I draw near to you, a profound warmth and comfort envelop me. Very well. Since you have candidly confided in me, I shall permit you to remain by my side. However, we must establish 3 rules. First, you are forbidden from causing harm to others. No matter how malevolent they may be, you must not take action against them. Second, recognizing that we are fundamentally different beings, do not employ any enchantments upon me. Third, when the opportunity arises, you should seek rebirth and refrain from wandering the mortal realm indefinitely. If you can acquiesce to these stipulations, I shall grant you my consent. Yet, I cannot comply with the 3rd rule, for the underworld is in disarray." "What kind of disarray? What has transpired in the underworld?" "The specifics elude me. I heard it from a ghost who recently intruded upon my domain. After questioning him, he revealed that chaos reigns in the underworld, with numerous lost souls returning to the human world. It seems that there are also strange creatures and entities involved. The latter part of his discourse was unclear to me, so I allowed him to depart." "Very well, we may defer the 3rd stipulation for now." Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow. The thought of lost souls returning to the realm of mortals was overwhelming. He pondered whether his celestial abilities could indeed restrain these malevolent spirits. With a sigh, he expressed his concerns. "Well then, you must enlighten me as to your true identity." "I am simply myself. My name is Wang Yaoshan. I am a student, a candidate for celestial service." "A candidate for celestial service? Does Li Jing refer to you as his master?" "Who decreed that he cannot call others his master? He lost a bet to me, and thus he continues to address me as such. Have you not noticed that I still call him brotherly?" Wang Yaoshan discerned Lu Yu's intentions, which alleviated his concerns. "Regardless of who you are, I shall follow you." I must admit, the smile of the female ghost is truly enchanting. Wang Yaoshan harnessed his inner energy, the celestial armor upon him radiating with brilliance. "Shall we remain so close? Is this appropriate?" As he spoke, a crimson hue crept onto Lu Yu's cheeks. "Very well then. With that," Wang Yaoshan prepared to remove his shoes. No, let us stay within the armor." Lu Yu cast a reproachful glance at Wang Yaoshan, whose mischievous grin only deepened. With a huff, she transformed into a wisp of smoke that entered Wang Yaoshan's armor. This armor, much like Lu Yu, rendered them invisible to the ordinary eye. Thus Wang Yaoshan felt no trepidation. "Your spicy hot pot is ready. Please enjoy quickly, for I must close up soon. It is nearly 10 o'clock. The proprietor busily tidied up. Wang Yaoshan dispelled his enchantment and called out to Tianyu. Laney, awaken. We cannot stay here all night. Just look at how weary you are. We shall not pull an all-nighter today. Let us depart." "What? No all-nighter again? When did I even fall asleep? I am unaware myself. Perhaps I truly did not rest well. But Brother Sean, I have yet to eat. Fear not, look. Here are 2 portions of spicy hot pot. We can take them back to the dormitory." "Very well, let us return." As they journeyed, Wang Yaoshan's mind was consumed with Lu Yu's words about the malevolent spirits returning to the mortal realm. He realized he must intensify his training. Relying on Li Jing and Qing Su seemed futile. Better to depend on oneself, as the old adage goes. Relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, and relying on others may result in abandonment. "Attention, 100 meters ahead lies a malevolent presence." The abrupt words disrupted Wang Yaoshan's contemplation. "Could you assist me with this? I have mortals by my side, and you are of the same kind, making communication more manageable. If they harbor no ill intentions, it is permissible to let them go." "And how do you intend to express your gratitude? How did I become your bodyguard? Perhaps I could treat you to some delicacies?" "Agreed." With that, Liu dashed forward, swiftly appearing before the specter. "Return and inform them to disperse. Those destined for reincarnation should proceed." Do not provoke further disturbances. Should anyone refuse to comply, I shall ensure their spirit is shattered on the spot. For those obstinate enough to linger, gather evidence as before, but refrain from taking punitive action against the wicked without my consent. Everything must be reported to me. Understood? Yes, your command is clear. The ghost in a green robe turned to depart. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan approached. How did it go? Did they trouble you? Certainly not. Do you not recognize who I am? A mere few words sent them fleeing. They were nothing but a harmless bunch of little spirits. Rest assured, you have my gratitude. Knowing you can follow my instructions allows me to breathe easier. Wang Yaoshan had been discreetly employing his abilities to eavesdrop on the female ghost's every word. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, affirming that his decision was indeed the right one. Chapter 12. The Call from Enchanted. The two, one human and one ghost, ambled back to the dormitory in a state of ennui. Wang Yaoshan harbored his own schemes. Initially, he had intended to evade the matter concerning Jiajia. After all, he is nothing at present. Li Jing made a special call to remind him that, upon realizing the disparity, one must refrain from hasty actions. Yet, who would have anticipated that, in his reluctance to seek out the other party, it would be they who sought him instead? The initial pretense stemmed from his deep-seated fear, for this was an entity that transcended even the Ghost King level. However, upon hearing Lu Yu's experiences and her genuine thoughts, he became convinced that her following him would be the most favorable outcome. Firstly, a soul-type specter possessing such formidable cultivation must have encountered its own opportunities and fortunes. The fact that she could match Li Jing in combat indicates her ability to suppress her innate fear of her natural adversary. There exists a common misconception among humans that ghosts fear the underworld and its officials. However, in truth, all ghosts, those unique, soul-state beings, are most afraid of deities. They dread heavenly tribulations and divine retributions, commonly referred to in folklore as thunder punishments. Moreover, Lu Yu possesses a chivalrous heart, able to uphold righteousness and punish evil, thereby benefiting humanity. Such qualities are indeed rare and commendable. Wang Yaoshan began to feel fortunate, realizing that a Ghost King could eliminate him in an instant. Yet he was fortunate enough to encounter Lu Yu. Brother Shan, what are you thinking about? I suddenly feel much more invigorated, Tian Yu shyly remarked to Wang Yaoshan. Of course, this is merely a momentary resurgence of vitality. You've reached the peak of exhaustion. Stop contemplating an all-nighter and hurry back to the dormitory for some rest. Wang Yaoshan thought, bemused. His foolish brother, amidst the chaos of the world, still yearned for escapades. Such aspirations were indeed amusing. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely Tian Yu's fault. As an ordinary person, he had limited channels for acquiring information. All right then, Brother Shan, have you contacted that female boss? Upon my return with your clothes, she called me again, inquiring why you had not reached out to her throughout the day. Very well, I shall call her. Wang Yaoshan harbors no positive sentiments towards this employer to the extent of feeling aversion. If it were not for Qingxu's assistance, one would surely face dire consequences at the Fuan apartment. What is the intent of the other party? It remains unclear. He is unaware of the other party's identity. However, the persistent urging to make this call indicates that it is far from a casual conversation. Wang Yaoshan steadied his thoughts, dialing the number provided by Tian Yu. Before long, the call connected. Hello, this is Wang Yaoshan. Mr. Wang, greetings. I am Tian Xiaodian, the employer of Fuan apartment. The reason for my call is to consult you regarding the specific circumstances at Fuan apartment, including what you have encountered and what has transpired. Did Tian Yu not inform you? Wang Yaoshan, already weary of this employer, had no inclination to entertain her inquiries and felt no desire to elucidate the situation. If she wished to comprehend the circumstances, she ought to stay there herself. All pertinent information had been conveyed to Tian Yu. Must he recount every detail? As if he were a celestial being in training, a disciple of Hongjun Laozu, a senior of Qingxu, or the grandfather of Li Jing. Wang Yaoshan recognized that such thoughts could only be silently voiced within. Mr. Wang, please do not misunderstand. I do not doubt your friend. However, the experiences of two individuals in separate rooms are bound to differ. Let me be straightforward. Have you acquired anything unusual or encountered any peculiar individuals? Tian Xiaoyan's tone was remarkably calm, as if she were merely recounting what I had eaten today, which inevitably struck a deeper chord within him. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan's thoughts resembled an entangled ball of yarn, his complexion shifting from indignation to a sudden pallor. Prior to the phone call, his suspicions were validated. The other party was indeed extraordinary. What ordinary employer would inquire about such matters? Shouldn't their concern be the condition of the room itself? What had been obtained? Whom had they encountered? The questions were evidently directed at him. Let us be straightforward. Who exactly are you? What business do you have with me? If you are indeed exceptional, then let us see whose experiences are more extraordinary. With a sense of certainty, Wang Yaoshan dared to articulate his thoughts. Regardless of your background, one must show some deference to my master, no? It may not be convenient to discuss over the phone, so please come to Doxia building tomorrow. and call me upon your arrival." With that, the other party abruptly ended the call. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape fate. Wang Yaoshan stared at the disconnected phone, lost in contemplation. "Brother Sean, what is the matter? Is it a blessing or a curse?" He pondered. "Let us head upstairs and get some rest." The night passed in silence. Tianyu slept soundly, while Wang Yaoshan remained awake like a perpetual lamp, unable to slumber. He sat quietly, eyes closed, with a singular thought occupying his mind, to swiftly enhance his own abilities. The arcane and obscure text of celestial arts, though still beyond his effortless grasp, had begun to reveal their secrets through his relentless study throughout the night. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wang Yaoshan's slightly fatigued visage, while he remained engrossed in the profound comprehension of celestial arts. Lu Yu, who had been attentively observing him, felt an inexplicable pang of heartache at his relentless dedication to cultivation. A night devoid of slumber. How could his body possibly endure such strain? "You must realize, this vessel you inhabit is merely that of a mortal," she gently articulated, her words imbued with genuine concern. As she spoke, she discreetly channeled the yin energy within her, gradually infusing it into Wang Yaoshan's consciousness, hoping to alleviate his fatigue and stress. As he felt the soothing and refreshing essence of yin nourishing his mind, Wang Yaoshan slowly opened his eyes and turned to Lu Yu, gratitude evident in his gaze. "Thank you. Without your assistance, I fear my progress would not have been as swift. I heard the phone call yesterday. It seems the other party harbors no malicious intent. Do not be so anxious. Many matters are, in truth, far more intricate than you might imagine. You remain unaware of the underlying circumstances and the tangled web of interests involved. My current position resembles that of traversing a precarious plank suspended over an abyss. A moment's carelessness, even a slight misstep, could plunge me into an irreversible chasm, with no hope of resurgence. Therefore, regardless of the other's motives, I must maintain unwavering vigilance and summon every ounce of my spirit to confront this situation." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu hastily offered consolation. "Rest assured, do not place excessive pressure upon yourself. Remember, you are not alone. I shall always stand by your side in support. To be candid, in this vast city of hygiene, there are but few who could truly vanquish me." Unexpectedly, Wang Yaoshan chuckled mockingly. "Oh, so you intend for me to rely upon you for sustenance? That would be akin to living off someone else's generosity." Despite his words, a glimmer of irritation was absent from his countenance. Lu Yu, upon hearing this, playfully retorted, "Oh, cease your nonsense. Who said you could live off me? I merely wish for you to understand that, regardless of the challenges and obstacles we may face, we can surmount them together." Through this exchange, Lu Yu grew increasingly convinced that Wang Yaoshan was not only a man of great responsibility but also a true hero, one who dares to take on challenges head-on. Chapter 13. The dusk of the earth. As the dawn's light graced the horizon, Wang Yaoshan stepped out of the campus gates. "Where are you off to so early, Shaoshan?" inquired none other than his homeroom teacher, Hao Jimin. If one were to reflect upon the most influential person in Wang Yaoshan's life over the past dozen years, there would be no doubt it would be the very figure standing before him, Hao Jimin. In those formative years of youthful ignorance, Wang Yaoshan first crossed paths with Hao Jimin. At that time, Wang Yaoshan was still a middle school student, and the Hao family had moved in next door, transforming them into neighbors. It was from that moment onward that Hao Jimin became a guiding light, illuminating the path for Wang Yaoshan's journey ahead. Whether providing patient guidance during academic challenges or offering warm encouragement in times of personal setbacks, Hao Jimin has consistently stood by Wang Yaoshan, helping him navigate through one obstacle after another. "Teacher Hao, I'm heading to the Disha building for a part-time job. Please take care, especially with the situation regarding Jiaxia. You must have heard about it. The society is quite chaotic nowadays, and one must be vigilant." "Rest assured," replied old Hao, as Wang Yaoshan waved goodbye. Wang Yaoshan gazed at the still deserted street and, in a sudden burst of inspiration, decided that running to the Disha building could serve as a form of exercise. He consciously employed the techniques akin to the luck of Tiantong Jia, channeling his internal energy to circulate in a continuous loop. Unbeknownst to him, his speed was astonishing. It was not merely that he was running swiftly, but rather that he was soaring too low. The occasional vehicles passing by merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a blur. The originally 6-kilometer journey was completed in under 10 minutes. The Disha building has become a landmark in the city, once recognized as the tallest building in the nation, which took a decade to complete. It is said that previous developers abandoned the project one after another, with no one truly aware of the underlying issues. Ultimately, the Disha group took over the construction, transforming what was once an unfinished structure into a splendid edifice. As Wang Yaoshan examined the Disha building from various angles, his attention was particularly drawn to the 2 stone grotesques at the entrance. The creature known as Zheng, originally referred to simply as Zheng, is an ancient divine beast, resplendent in crimson and possessing the agility reminiscent of a leopard. It boasts 5 tails and a formidable horn upon its head, impervious to any force. Once a malevolent beast that wreaked havoc upon the human realm, causing immense suffering to the populace, it caught the attention of the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon descended to subdue Zheng, and from that moment forth, Zheng remained by the side of the Candle Dragon, dwelling together on Zhongshan Mountain. The Candle Dragon, a colossus in stature, was accompanied by Zheng, who diligently maintained the cleanliness around its majestic form. Over a considerable span of time spent in the company of the Candle Dragon, Zheng underwent a profound transformation, as its once fierce temperament gradually dissipated. However, it was not long before the Candle Dragon departed from the mountain. Years later, after the Candle Dragon had long vanished, Zheng emerged from Zhongshan in search of its master. Although it never found its beloved master, Zheng aided many along its journey, earning the reputation of a benevolent beast among the people. During its time on Zhongshan, Zheng had developed an enduring habit of cleaning, a practice instilled by the Candle Dragon. Upon reaching the human realm, this habit remained ingrained within Zheng. Whenever it encountered a household plagued by malevolent spirits, it would instinctively cleanse the area, dispelling the sinister energies. Initially, the villagers were frightened by Zheng's fearsome appearance and kept their distance. However, as they came to understand that Zheng's intentions were solely to rid them of impurities, they gradually began to regard it as a celestial envoy. Perhaps this was an inadvertent habit of Zheng. Yet it transformed into a legendary creature revered for its ability to ward off evil and ensure safety. Wang Yaoshan pondered the significance of this grand edifice. Recognizing that the presence of Zheng as a guardian was indeed extraordinary. "Miss Tian, I have arrived," Wang Yaoshan announced, taking out his phone. His tone markedly more restrained than the previous day's indiscretions. "Mr. Wang, please hold on a moment." Just as the words were spoken, the sound of a phone disconnecting echoed. Wang Yaoshan wondered what exactly Tian Xiaodian meant. Why was she putting on such an act? "You summoned me here, and now you adopt this attitude? Who do you think Mr. Wang is?" The elusive Tian Xiaodian startled Wang Yaoshan. He clearly did not see anyone exit the front door. When did she arrive behind him? The call had barely been terminated for a minute. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Tian Xiaodian and this Duxia building were far from ordinary. "No worries, no worries," was his habitual refrain. "You must be Tian Xiaodian?" Wang Yaoshan pondered while responding. "Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please follow me." Tian Xiaodian replied with a smile and gestured invitingly. She then proceeded ahead of Wang Yaoshan, acting as his guide. Upon entering the building, they took the elevator straight to the 13th floor. Tian Xiaodian led Wang Yaoshan to her office. He then turned his gaze toward her, carefully scrutinizing her from head to toe. She was clad in a standard business suit, impeccably tailored, the lines flowing gracefully and perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. However, it was not merely her attire that captivated Wang Yaoshan's attention, but the unique aura she exuded. Her presence seemed to have emerged from an ancient scroll. Imbued with classical beauty, each smile and frown she displayed appeared to carry the weight of millennia, showcasing elegance and poise in every movement. However, in stark contrast, despite her captivating beauty, she exuded an aura of aloofness that made her seem unapproachable. Her exquisite visage resembled that of a frost-covered ice queen, instilling a sense of trepidation. Her deep and piercing eyes sparkled like cold stars, evoking a reluctance to meet their gaze. Tian Xiaodian picked up the tea leaves from the table and prepared 2 cups. One was placed before Wang Yaoshan, who, upon being invited to speak freely, settled himself at his desk. The cup of tea sat quietly on the table, the rising steam exuding a mysterious allure, releasing an unexpected fragrance. This aroma was akin to the mist that envelopes the mountains at dawn, fresh and elegant. It was also reminiscent of the gentle breeze that caresses the lotus pond on a summer night, bringing with it a touch of coolness and tranquility. Even Wang Yaoshan, who typically held no interest in tea and never partook of it, found himself irresistibly drawn to this enchanting scent. His throat instinctively rolling as he swallowed the salivation that arose. His eyes widened as he fixated on the cup of tea before him, filled with curiosity and desire. "Miss Tian, what could possibly be so significant that it cannot be discussed over the phone?" Wang Yaoshan, suppressing his inner impulse, refrained from gazing at the tea and, as soon as he sat down, broached the subject directly. "Mr. Wang, there is truly no need for such formality. Perhaps you have forgotten? We crossed paths over a decade ago, making us, in essence, old acquaintances. Though our encounter was but a fleeting moment, it left a profound impression on me." Reflecting upon that moment, the scene remains vividly etched in his memory. "Have we met? Perhaps over a decade ago?" Wang Yaoshan pondered incredulously, gazing at the woman before him. Tian Xiaodian, who must be around 25 years of age. When had he encountered her? "Ah, right. Back then you were not even called Wang Yaoshan, were you?" Tian Xiaodian took a sip of her tea and remarked nonchalantly, "Mr. Wang is enjoying tea." Chapter 14. General Jin. Wang Yaoshan glanced once more at the tea before him. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. "Are you Minpa?" "Oh, have you remembered? It can't be mere coincidence, can it?" Wang Yaoshan, whose mind was as sharp as a tack, had suspected beforehand that Tian Xiaotian might not be an ordinary human. She could be akin to Qing Su, a representative of a certain force on Earth. He had contemplated Buddhism and celestial realms, but had dismissed such thoughts. There was no reason for agents from the Western world to seek him out. As for the celestial representatives, aside from Qing Su, there could be others, yet if there were, they would undoubtedly recognize their own identities and would not inquire as indirectly as Tian Xiaotian did. Only upon seeing the fragrant tea before him, coupled with Tian Xiaotian's words, met over a decade ago, did he realize that in this lifetime, he and Tian Xiaotian had no intersections whatsoever. The only possibility lay in a past life or perhaps before reincarnation. How could an ordinary person like him possibly recall events from a past life? Clearly, it was mere conjecture. Then you truly are quite ordinary, she replied, her demeanor shifting abruptly. Her once dark pupils began to cloud over with a misty white veil. The temperature in the entire room plummeted rapidly, causing even the steaming tea to crystallize with frost. With a single wave of her hand, a fierce gust of wind surged towards Wang Yaoshan. After the wind passed, Wang Yaoshan remained seated in his original position. You took too long to prepare for your strike. There's no need for further probing. If you wish to uncover my identity, I fear you lack the necessary weight. Call your superior. With that, Wang Yaoshan picked up the teacup before him, which still emitted the fragrant steam of freshly brewed tea. The earlier freezing state vanished in an instant. It was not that Wang Yaoshan possessed extraordinary powers. Rather, Lu Yu had forewarned him of the impending attack, allowing Wang Yaoshan to be adequately prepared. He was confident that his heavenly armor could effortlessly withstand such a probing strike, hence he remained unperturbed. Please wait a moment, Tian Xiaotian replied, donning her previous smile as if nothing had transpired. She then rose and exited the room. A quarter of an hour later, the door reopened, revealing a young bald man accompanying Tian Xiaotian, both wearing cheerful expressions as they entered. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan also stood up, greeting the pair with a smile. Mr. Wang, this is our president, Mr. Jin, Tian Xiaotian announced before stepping aside. Mr. Wang, I hope you won't take offense at my lack of formality, Mr. Jin said, gently patting Wang Yaoshan's forearm. None taken, none taken. What reason do I have to be offended when the king of the earth personally receives me? Mr. Jin? Wang Yaoshan was well aware of the individual's identity. The king of the earth was originally named Jin Xiaojiu. During the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, there resided a monk from the kingdom of Silla named Jin Xiaojue, who journeyed across waters to the central lands. He devoted himself to profound practice on Mount Jiuhua, cultivating a deep interest in Buddhism, which ultimately led him to renounce his royal lineage and shave his head as a monk. The K-Itagarbha Bodhisattva holds a significant position in Buddhism, recognized as one of the 4 great bodhisattvas, revered by countless individuals. He made a grand vow, until hell is empty, I shall not attain Buddhahood, reflecting his unwavering commitment to the salvation of sentient beings. Such elementary knowledge was not lost on Wang Yaoshan. However, there exists a disparity between reality and legend. Wang Yaoshan had heard from Li Jing that the true ruler of the underworld is indeed K-Itagarbha, implying his affiliation with the celestial hierarchy. After the 4 disciples completed their journey for scriptures, it became understandable that K-Itagarbha no longer retained his bodhisattva status. Oh, Mr. Wang, you are aware of my origins? Might I inquire about your true identity? Is that celestial artifact in your possession? K-Itagarbha did not conceal his identity any longer, especially since the other party was already cognizant of it and remained composed. His status must certainly belong within the celestial framework. I am a celestial being in training, and my master is the venerable Hong Jun, whom I recently pledged allegiance to. As for the celestial artifact you mentioned, it is indeed in my possession. A series of sincere revelations were not made out of a desire for Wang Yaoshan to flaunt his identity. Rather, it stemmed from an inexplicable fondness for K-Itagarbha that he harbored even before encountering this realm as an ordinary individual. At this moment, that fondness was intensifying rapidly. Mr. Wang, Immortal Wang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier impudence, Tian Xiaotian interjected as she listened to Wang Yaoshan's introduction, hastily offering her apologies. She was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of Wang Yaoshan's identity. No harm done. Ignorance is no fault. Wang Yaoshan turned to the king of the underworld and spoke. Let us have a conversation. I have heard from various sources that the underworld is in a state of chaos. One of the tasks my master entrusted to me is to assist in cleansing the human realm of the escaped spirits. Please step outside. No one is to disturb my discussion with Mr. Wang. The king of the underworld instructed Tian Xiaotian, who promptly nodded and exited the room. I have finally awaited your arrival. You cannot imagine the immense pressure I bear as the supervisor of the underworld, the king of the underworld lamented, adopting a countenance of infinite grievance, clinging to Wang Yaoshan's hand without letting go. Do take your time. What exactly is the situation? Wang Yaoshan urged, guiding the king of the underworld to a nearby sofa. Initially, my role as the king of the underworld was smooth sailing, enjoying favor with the Buddhist pantheon. However, after the Tang monk's pilgrimage for scriptures, I was stripped of my Buddhist rank and reduced to a mere functionary in the heavenly court. Why is that? Although Wang Yaoshan had heard some details from Li Jing, they were not comprehensive. Now that he had the opportunity to speak with the true figure, he intended to inquire further. It is a complicated matter. I initially opposed this pilgrimage. The Buddha conversed with me several times, yet I remained steadfast in my beliefs. Moreover, my responsibilities here are quite burdensome, leaving me no resources to aid the pilgrimage team. Little did I know that the case of the true and false Monkey King would ensnare me as well. The king of the underworld paused before continuing. My subordinate, Di Ting, can indeed discern between Sun Wukong and the six-eared macaque. However, under my directive, he chose not to reveal the truth. Let them seek the Tathagata. That has no bearing on you. Have we not effectively returned the problem to them? Wang Yaoshan inquired, perplexed. How could it be unrelated? The Tathagata desires to eliminate the true Sun Wukong, intending for the six-eared macaque to assume his place and attain Buddhahood. Why is that? The reasons are too intricate to be encapsulated in mere sentences. It suffices to say that Sun Wukong has inadvertently infringed upon the interests of the Western realms. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of Patriarch Bodhi that Sun Wukong was spared, leading the Tathagata to reluctantly eliminate the six-eared macaque instead. Yet, how does that implicate you? How then was your status as a bodhisattva stripped away? Please, allow me to continue. After the Tathagata's plans fell through, he relentlessly pursued me, believing I had conspired with Patriarch Bodhi to safeguard Sun Wukong. But I have no acquaintance with Patriarch Bodhi. I simply wish to remain uninvolved. Subsequently, the four disciples of the journey to the west acquired the true scriptures and attained enlightenment. The Tathagata dismissed me from my bodhisattva position, claiming my lack of support for the journey as justification. The king of earth expressed a hint of discontent, the more so a sense of resignation. You have reached the pinnacle from the very outset, dominating the Buddhist heavens. Did you never contemplate the repercussions of straddling two boats? Wang Yaoshan felt a twinge of sympathy for the forlorn king of earth, yet he believed such fundamental issues should have been recognized earlier. How could the king of earth be so muddled? I too had considered this, though I did not foresee the swift arrival of such retribution. The king of earth hung his head, gently shaking it. Fear not. With your innate disposition and talent, pursuing a singular path will yield significant progress. Please share the difficulties you are currently facing. I shall see if I can offer you assistance, Wang Yaoshan said, patting the hand of the king of hell in a gesture of comfort. I am truly grateful for your kindness. At present, I am confronted with an exceedingly daunting dilemma. Humanity has inexplicably ceased to bear children. What are we to do? It is imperative to understand that if human reproduction halts, the forlorn souls in the underworld will lose their chance for reincarnation. Over time, the number of these lonely spirits will accumulate exponentially, leading to an insurmountable crisis. Such a situation would undoubtedly disrupt the delicate balance between the realms of the living and the dead. Even more troubling is the fact that a segment of these spirits has already managed to break free from the underworld's constraints, banding together to openly defy our authority. Faced with this grave predicament, my heart is filled with anxiety, prompting me to report this matter to the Jade Emperor without hesitation. I had anticipated that the Jade Emperor would act decisively and implement effective measures to resolve this crisis. However, to my utter astonishment, the Jade Emperor has mysteriously vanished at this critical juncture. He has seemingly evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. I find myself ensnared in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, the situation in the underworld grows increasingly dire, with the rebellion of the lonely souls intensifying. On the other, the Jade Emperor remains missing, leaving me without clear guidance or support. Where shall I turn from here? This series of unforeseen events has left me feeling utterly helpless and overwhelmed. Chapter 15. Awakening the issue you have raised is fundamentally challenging to resolve. Wang Yaoshan pondered the matter of whether individuals should bear children, recognizing it as a personal choice for the people themselves, regardless of external influences or calls to action. Such decisions would remain unchanged. Furthermore, in the face of such profound matters concerning the stability of both realms, he felt powerless to effect any decision or alteration. Thus, he shifted his perspective and spoke again. You mentioned earlier that a number of lost souls have congregated, expressing discontent with the underworld. What is the reason for this? Their dissatisfaction runs deeper. It is rooted in a profound resentment that has not emerged overnight, but rather has accumulated over time. The king of hell wore a sorrowful expression, his brow furrowed in concern. Some of these forlorn spirits have endured immense suffering and punishment in the underworld, and were initially granted the opportunity for reincarnation. They held on to hope, yet cruel parents in the mortal realm thwarted their birth, leading to their return to the abyss of death. These souls have not even had the chance to glimpse the beauty of life. only to find themselves once again engulfed in darkness, back in the underworld. If such tragedies were to occur only occasionally, perhaps they might find a way to accept it. However, when such circumstances happen repeatedly, mere consolation will not quell their fury. What measures has the underworld enacted? Surely, it cannot simply allow these aggrieved souls to wreak havoc. There are indeed measures in place, primarily involving the extension of the time these spirits endure punishment and management in the underworld. By prolonging their timeline, it becomes possible to prevent these souls from being repeatedly subjected to the cruelty of their earthly parents, thus mitigating their resentment. Truly, it is a heavy burden for you to bear. Wang Yaoshan's anger had reached its zenith. He felt that this underworld ought to be dismantled, subjecting countless souls to repeated suffering. What kind of officials are you in this nether realm? Do not be upset. I have no alternative. I, too, wish for them to reincarnate without delay, yet I am powerless. Powerless? Are not those pilgrims who visit temples to light incense and seek offspring your most accurate clientele? Why prolong the agony of souls, cloaking it in the pretense that it pertains to human procreation? You absolve yourself from all responsibility, casting aside the issues with convenient excuses. Is this your sense of duty? Is this the deity-in-waiting who vows not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty? You have acknowledged that they go to temples to pray for descendants. All the benefits do not even reach our underworld. Without the offerings of incense, who among my underlings would willingly and dutifully carry out their tasks? Am I pleased to witness such a scenario? Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, he continued, within the underworld, there are millions of emissaries. To survive, to grow, to receive due rewards, I am the primary responsible individual in this realm, not you. At this point, the deity-in-waiting's emotions were evidently ignited by Wang Yaoshan's accusations, and he vehemently retorted, indeed, power accompanies responsibility. Having shouldered this burden, one must possess the courage and resolve to act. As the administrator of the underworld, one must not only be accountable to one's subordinates, but also to the countless souls. Is it truly sufficient to ensure the normal operation of the underworld solely through administrative measures? What of the souls in distress? You bear the primary responsibility for them. At this juncture, can you still shirk your obligations? Do not forget that the existence of the underworld is for those unclaimed souls, not merely for the countless emissaries under your command. Wang Yaoshan's words resonated with profound impact, leaving the previously formidable king of hell speechless. In the vast silence of the room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as the two remained silent for a while. It was only when the king of hell spoke again that the stillness was broken. You are correct. I concede that my perspective has been narrow. I acknowledge my mistake. Yet, the issue at hand is pressing, and we require an immediate strategy to rectify it. Qingshu, come to the Duxia building, Wang Yaoshan interrupted, dialing Qingshu without waiting for a response. Understood, Master Uncle, Qingshu replied, perplexed but compliant. After hanging up, Wang Yaoshan continued, I can present you with 3 measures, all of which must be implemented concurrently. First, immediately abolish the punishment of the souls and instead focus on their placement and management. Second, engage with the Buddhist community to address the ongoing demand from the living for offerings and prayers for offspring. As for how you divide the offerings, that is beyond my concern. Third, I will personally communicate with those souls that have begun to resist, and this is precisely why I summoned Qingshu. The first measure is something I can enact immediately. However, the second poses significant challenges. Will the Buddhist community truly be willing to collaborate with us? They could easily monopolize the offerings. Why would they share with us? They may indeed enjoy exclusive rights to the offerings, but this is not merely a one-time transaction, is it? It is indeed commendable that they can inspire faith among mortals, yet they lack a substantial reservoir of souls. One cannot simply descend from the heavens upon a family's plea for a child. Continuous supplications without response diminish their efficacy. And who would continue to offer incense and bow in reverence? Not all mortals are Na'vi. This has led to a gradual decline in their returns. At this juncture, Wang Yaoshan had yet to finish his thought when the king of the earth spoke. What you imply is that if we were to negotiate with them now, offering souls to fulfill the desires of their adherents, the influx of offerings would undoubtedly increase significantly. The portion of these offerings that is derived from our assistance in the afterlife would rightfully warrant a share in the incense revenue. The king of the earth's eyes sparkled anew with vitality. Furthermore, the primary concern would be to enhance the success rate of souls being reborn in the earthly realm. Families seeking divine intervention for offspring represent the most precise clientele for the underworld. Each rebirth is assured, thus alleviating the burden of restless spirits seeking trouble. In such a moment, one should not hesitate to allocate souls generously, arranging for triplets or quintuplets. Once the souls are successfully reborn, the subsequent flow of offerings would guarantee a continuous stream of dividends for the underworld. With newfound wealth, the realm could expand, accommodating more souls, thereby allowing you to navigate through this crisis unscathed. Your role in facilitating this endeavor should pose no difficulty, as you are inherently a member of the Buddhist fold. You are my benefactor in the underworld, and I bow in gratitude." Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's insights, the king of the earth began to kneel in respect. But Wang Yaoshan quickly intervened, grasping his arm. "I have always held you in high esteem, and I fervently hope that one day you will personally fulfill the grand aspirations you have set forth. Please do not kneel before me. I am unworthy of such reverence. Instead, direct your reverence towards those lost souls. Rest assured, I shall henceforth place them at the center of my endeavors, serving them diligently at all times." The once dim radiance of the King of Earth has now surged forth brilliantly. There is no need for mere words. I still require your assistance regarding the third point I mentioned. I must seek out those tormented spirits, and for that, I will need your company and your affirmation of intent. After all, the one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it. Moreover, I have heard from my master that many malevolent beings have returned to the mortal realm. Might this be connected to the underworld? Fear not, for I shall undoubtedly march alongside you. It is merely that this resurgence of malevolent entities bears little relation to the underworld. These beings were originally sealed away in various locations across the mortal realm. However, as the seals have begun to weaken, some of the more powerful among them have transcended the boundaries of their confinement. The underworld does not harbor many formidable spirits that have escaped control. Yet, there are indeed numerous malevolent spirits in the mortal realm, primarily due to our lack of sufficient power to apprehend them all. I do not shy away from this responsibility. I willingly accept it. The King of Earth bowed his head, expressing his innermost thoughts and clarifying the situation. Master Uncle, Master Uncle." The voice of Qingshu echoed from afar, and the King of Earth opened the door with a beaming smile to welcome Qingshu's arrival. Chapter 16. The intricacies of human relations. Wang Yaoshan pondered the course of action he should take next, just as Qingshu approached him. "Master, you truly disregard your own well-being. Having just subdued the female ghost Lu Yu, you hasten to assist old Jean in resolving the issues of the underworld. How can we, as your juniors, bear such a burden?" As I spoke, I lifted my sleeve to wipe my eyes, as if tears were truly flowing. Enough of that, let us speak plainly. Wang Yaoshan is well aware of Qingshu's shortcomings. This fellow is accustomed to the ways of the world. It may prove challenging to change him in a short time. I have already discussed the matters of the underworld with King Dizong, and the solutions have been clearly outlined. What remains is for you to express your stance. Regardless of the circumstances, the underworld is part of our heavenly system. Wang Yaoshan cast a glance at Qingshu, who immediately grasped his intention. "Master, what are your commands?" "I am ready to face any peril without hesitation. There is no need for you to take risks. Simply assist King Dizong. In the future, you may need to accompany me to meet some discontented spirits. After all, your status in the heavenly realm is quite elevated, and your leadership will facilitate resolution." "I thought it was something significant. You need not worry. I am but a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. You excel in mere rhetoric." Wang Yaoshan teased with a smile, before continuing. "Furthermore, you must help me investigate which seals in the mortal realm have weakened and which demons have escaped. Compile the information for me, and do not settle for superficial efforts. For any seals that remain intact, find a way to reinforce them. It is imperative to ensure that no demons can escape. I have but one requirement. The mortal realm must remain orderly. Mr. Wang, I am willing to take responsibility alongside the esteemed Qingshu Zhenjuan. Firstly, it is a gesture of gratitude for your selfless assistance. Secondly, our realm of the underworld bears responsibility for such matters as well." The King of Earth does not know how to address Wang Yaoshan anymore. Qingshu refers to him as Shishu due to their lineage. It would be inappropriate for me to call him that as well. Addressing him as Xiao Wang or Yaoshan would demonstrate a lack of emotional intelligence, especially after he has rendered such significant help. It would be quite off-putting to assume a senior position in this context. Since Wang Yaoshan does not hold any official title in the heavenly court, it seems more fitting to address him as Mr. Wang. "Ah, Lao Jin, have you elevated your philosophical perspective to such heights?" Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Qingshu jested from the side. "Today, Mr. Wang's words resonate like the booming of a great bell, awakening me to profound realizations. His insights have left an indelible mark on my heart, illuminating the responsibilities and missions that we must shoulder. For a long time, we have spoken of the so-called three realms, as if there exists an insurmountable chasm among them. However, thanks to Mr. Wang's enlightenment, I have come to a startling realization. Fundamentally, there is no significant difference among the heavenly realm, the human realm, and the underworld. Whenever any realm encounters an issue, we must not remain passive spectators. Rather, we should step forward and proactively address these challenges. For all sentient beings are equal, and every life deserves respect and compassion." Wang Yaoshan applauded Lao Jin's insights. He did not expect him to grasp the concept so thoroughly. However, with such flattery, Wang Yaoshan clearly recognized that Qingshu Two had made an appearance. Since you have addressed me as General Wang, I shall henceforth refer to you as General Jean or simply Lao Jean, lest we appear distant in our relationship. Ah, I have been so preoccupied with assisting you that I neglected to inquire. Is this grand edifice yours? Pray tell. Why are there two fearsome beasts at the entrance instead of the customary lions? You may be unaware that this building indeed belongs to me. Consider the name carefully, the Earthvale Building. Earthvale? Underground building? At this moment, Wang Yaoshan suddenly comprehended. Indeed. The Earthvale Building serves as our underworld's administrative headquarters on the mortal plane. As for the absence of lions, the two beasts are very much alive. 30 years ago, I captured these two creatures for their indiscriminate consumption of souls. I initially placed them beside the listening deity, hoping they would be gradually influenced, but alas, they remained unable to shed their gluttonous habits. Consequently, I had to confine them within stone statues. Master Uncle, do you find yourself in need of companions? One must acknowledge that age brings cunning. And what is the world of Jianghu? It is not merely a realm of conflict, but rather a tapestry of human relationships and social intricacies. If you desire, I shall present these two creatures to you. The king of the underworld promptly endorsed Qingshu's proposition. Qingshu, oh Qingshu, what should I say of you? Is this not a subtle attempt at extortion? Though I may voice such sentiments, my heart swells with joy at the prospect of possessing these two beasts. Their presence will undoubtedly render my endeavors in capturing spirits and subduing demons far more secure and effortless. The king of the underworld pondered how he had overlooked this. Needing the astute reminder from the true Lord Qingshu, he immediately cast a friendly glance toward Qingshu. Master, General Jean genuinely believes that these two ferocious beasts are incorrigible, devouring souls indiscriminately. Are you not inadvertently assisting him in overcoming his difficulties? How does this relate to extortion? Wouldn't you agree, General Jean? Indeed, indeed. Brother Qingshu has articulated exactly what resides in my heart. As for Wang Yaoshan's disdain for Qingshu, it is quite impossible for him to harbor any real animosity. Such perceptive and emotionally intelligent beings are rare to encounter. Dear leader, it appears that mealtime has arrived. Shall we not partake in a meal? Tianxianshan remarked from the doorway. I am in the midst of conversing with our leader. Please hold on. General Wang, Brother Qingshu, wouldn't it be prudent for us to dine together? After all, General Wang has devoted his morning to the affairs of our underworld. What say you, master? I propose we dispense with the bureaucratic formalities. Must a meal be so ceremonious? Let us simply dine together. Tianxianshan, you shall join us as well. Wang Yaoshan found himself bemused by these two individuals, who, over trivial matters, assumed an air of authority towards their superiors while fawning over their leaders. Come, please be seated. General Wang, I must consult with you later regarding the specific procedures involved in this operation. Young Tianxianshan will accompany General Wang for a few more drinks. As De Zhangwang spoke, he led Wang Yaoshan and Qingshu along the way. Tianxianshan followed silently behind the three. Wang Yaoshan, feeling somewhat helpless, observed the mutual flattery between the two and gradually slowed his pace, walking alongside Tianxianshan. The tea this morning was rather delightful. General Wang, please refrain from jesting with me. I assure you, I am not jesting. My words are but the unvarnished truth. Behold that tea. Could it truly be the forgetfulness tea from the underworld? Its aroma is so intoxicating that I find myself slightly apprehensive, pondering whether it may yield any adverse effects after consumption. Wang Yaoshan's countenance was a tapestry of earnestness and intrigue. Haha, you jest. It is merely an ordinary tea, came the reply. If you genuinely fancy it, I shall fetch you a couple of packets to take home shortly. In truth, the tea's enchanting fragrance does not stem from the leaves themselves, but rather from the extraordinary water used to brew it. That water is a unique essence from our realm of the underworld. It is precisely for this reason that the tea's aroma is so rich and enduring. Moreover, this essence not only nourishes the body but also possesses the capability to dispel ailments, the other party explained with a patient smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan could not help but inquire with curiosity, is the quantity of this essence from the underworld plentiful? The respondent paused momentarily in surprise before responding with a smile. In the underworld, there exists a river of souls. With specific filtration processes, one can obtain copious amounts of this essence. What prompted you to inquire about this? At that moment, Wang Yaoshan mused, your underworld possesses a hidden treasure trove, yet remains oblivious to its worth. Just consider the tea I savored this morning. If it were to be sold in the mortal realm, regardless of the price, it would undoubtedly attract eager customers. For it offers not only a taste of exquisite flavor, but also the promise of healing. With a modicum of promotion, it would undoubtedly emerge as a miraculous remedy. Chapter 17. Whispers at the dining table. A party of four entered the spacious private room, and as soon as they took their seats, a succession of delectable dishes was served at the table. Wang Yaoshan, reflecting on the tea from earlier, inquired, Old Jean, Is there any possibility of your tea from the underworld being available for sale among mortals? Sales are certainly out of the question, and such a notion has never crossed our minds. What prompted this sudden inquiry? To bring you prosperity. I have recently learned that the exquisite aroma of your tea is not solely due to the leaves themselves, but is entirely attributable to the use of the ethereal dew from the underworld. Consuming this tea not only nourishes the body but also dispels ailments. Is that not true? Indeed, that is a fact. Our ethereal dew is intended for the consumption of souls. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, and most of their ailments stem from issues related to these souls. Thus, anything that nourishes the soul can surely also benefit ordinary people. The King of Hell, as if struck by a revelation, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that we sell our tea to mortals, thereby reaping incense offerings?" Wang Yaoshan nodded with a smile. "At present, I can conceive of 2 methods. The first is for you and Qingshu to devise a way to alter the physical conditions of those afflicted, in which case you shall earn incense offerings directly. The second option allows you to market your tea to the general populace. But the currency you receive would need a special intermediary to convert it into incense offerings for you. Of course, you may pursue both avenues, especially since you have established the Dixiao Group and the Dixiao Building." Wang Yaoshan paused momentarily before continuing, stating that this would indeed provide a more favorable resolution to the pressing incense issue in your realm. "I appreciate your words and shall refrain from further elaboration. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will undoubtedly be at your service, ready to repay your kindness with utmost loyalty." With that, Old Jean rose and downed an entire glass of white wine. Wang Yaoshan also lifted his cup, taking a symbolic sip. He did not contemplate other matters, but simply wished for the myriad souls in the underworld to thrive. "Qingshu, the number of times I shall trouble you in the future will undoubtedly increase. I extend my gratitude for your assistance." The King of Hell raised his head and drank another cup. In the realm of human relations, one cannot accept a toast without reciprocating. Thus, he joined in drinking the cup previously offered to Wang Yaoshan. In total, he had consumed 2 full cups of white wine. "There is no need for thanks. I am merely following my master's instructions. However, Old Jean, you ought to express your gratitude to my master. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is the most cherished disciple of my revered teacher and is among the most diligent in addressing matters across the 3 realms. At this point, I must voice my discontent on behalf of my master. Why is it that those deities drift through life in a haze, secure in their positions and housed comfortably, while my master, who is genuinely industrious, remains in the mortal realm attending university and residing in a dormitory? It is impossible to discern whether he is intoxicated or merely contemplative. Proceed, and let it be done immediately. My Dixiao Group has properties available. Arranging a villa for General Wang poses no issue. You 2 should find peace for the time being. I am quite content with dormitory accommodations." Wang Yaoshan was taken aback, drenched in cold sweat, wondering how the conversation had turned towards his own living arrangements. "This simply won't do. Consider the situation. You are no longer alone. Lu Yu is by your side, is she not? She is still an unmarried lady, and it would be rather inconvenient for her to accompany you in such a manner. Furthermore, my 2 ferocious beasts are indeed formidable creatures. Can they be accommodated in your dormitory? Who would take responsibility if they were to harm one of your classmates?" The King of the Underworld spoke with such clarity that even Wang Yaoshan found himself momentarily bewildered. An unmarried lady, and I am but a mere child. As Wang Yaoshan contemplated this, he felt a sudden distortion in his heavenly armor, followed by waves of pain. What does it mean to be merely a child? Lu Yu's control over the heavenly armor inflicted a sharp pain against Wang Yaoshan's ribs. The King of the Underworld continued, stating that should we encounter any issues, it would be more convenient to seek your assistance directly, as entry to the school is not feasible for us, is it? Additionally, I have already decided on the person responsible for the spirit due tea. Let it be Tianxia. Having her share your dormitory is evidently unrealistic. You make a valid point, yet. What? Tianxia is to live with me? Wang Yaoshan was nearly left speechless by this twist. You see, one must carry out good deeds to the end, and deliver the Buddha to the West. No. How did it turn to the Buddha again? I shall punish myself with another cup. I am a steadfast worker of the celestial court. Before he could finish, he tilted his head back to down another cup. Qingsu joined in, drinking as well. Wang Yaoshan, under the pressure from Lu Yu's grip, was crying out in distress, while Tianxia shyly lowered her head, and the 2 were in a state of utter disarray. What on earth is going on? Wang Yaoshan could not help but lament. The chaos of earthly affairs pales in comparison to the tumult of this meal. No matter. This Ling Lu tea is under Xiaoyin's charge, so you can rest assured. Wherever you point, she shall strike. I have faith in you. You are my mentor, my idol. As they spoke, the King of Hell slipped beneath the table. In the end, only Wang Yaoshan and Tian Xiaodian remained awake at the table. I informed General Jean that the issue of the soul's reincarnation in the underworld requires collaboration with Buddhism. You must remind him that such matters cannot be delayed. Wang Yaoshan glanced at the King of Hell and understood that the remainder of the day was futile. Tian Xiaotian quietly nodded, raising her wine glass, her cheeks flushed. Mr. Wang, I am unsure how to address you, so I shall follow my boss's lead and call you Mr. Wang. I hope you do not take offense. I stood outside the door throughout your conversation with my superior. What you shared not only left me in awe, but also affirmed my boss's words, that you are indeed a mentor and an idol. I raise this glass to you. Tian Xiaotian downed her drink and turned to Wang Yaoshan. If you dare to drink this, do you believe your life will be ruined? I warn you. Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. I will not be jealous over such matters. Humph. Lu Yu declared fiercely, tightening her grip on Wang Yaoshan. Although Wang Yaoshan had cultivated his body to a level far superior to that of an ordinary person, Lu Yu was no ordinary woman. She possessed extraordinary strength and skill. Why do you harbor such intense hostility towards her? Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed as to why Lu Yu seemed so intent on targeting Tian Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression grew even more displeased. Very well, do as you wish. I shall no longer concern myself with your trivial matters. With that, she huffed and released her grip, ceasing all further action. Miss Tian, you are too courteous. If you have the time, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on the issues regarding the Fuan apartment. Why was there a need to send someone for a trial stay? Did you discover the problems long ago? Moreover, how did you ascertain the presence of the celestial artifacts there? Chapter 18. The Division of Realms. Tian Xiaotian could hardly fathom that the seemingly carefree and unconcerned Wang Yaoshan possessed such meticulous thoughts. Initially, she had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that her cleverness would allow her to navigate this situation with ease. Yet, reality delivered a crushing blow. The very issues she dreaded being brought to light had inevitably surfaced. At this moment, Tian Xiaotian felt as though her heart had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. Engulfed by an overwhelming tide of uncertainty and trepidation, her mind was a tumultuous whirl, leaving her at a loss on how to confront this sudden predicament. The myriad excuses she had rehearsed now appeared utterly feeble and ineffectual. Silence enveloped the space between them like an expansive net. Tian Xiaotian bit her lip, desperately seeking a flicker of hope in Wang Yaoshan's expression. A fleeting glimmer of doubt crossed Wang Yaoshan's face, causing his focus to waver momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Xiaotian took a deep breath, resolved to stake everything on this moment. With a quivering voice, she confessed, "In truth, I have been concealing something all along." Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow, awaiting her continuation. Tian Xiaotian proceeded to say, "In our netherworld, there exists a particular task, regarded as highly confidential. However, I am now willing to take a risk and divulge a portion of it to you. Have you ever pondered why the netherworld, as an independent entity, remains subordinate to the celestial court's governance? Is it because the celestial court cannot directly manage the mortal realm? The netherworld is unable to govern either. It can only exert indirect influence. Does the netherworld require the support of the celestial court? Does the netherworld need?" Wang Yaoshan exhaled a myriad of possibilities in quick succession, yet each one was met with a shake of Tian Xiaotian's head. "Please, just tell me directly." "I am utterly exhausted from guessing," Wang Yaoshan said breathlessly, casting an irritable glance at Tian Xiaotian. "In truth, it is not the netherworld that requires the celestial court, but rather the celestial court that necessitates the netherworld. Many issues that the celestial court finds challenging to address must be executed by the netherworld, including the retrieval of immortal artifacts. In this regard, the netherworld possesses significant advantages, for we have numerous channels of information. Upon death, all souls arrive in the netherworld, where their lives are assessed before being assigned their fates. During this process, we acquire a wealth of valuable information. Immortals, too, come to the netherworld upon their demise, but merely as a formality, devoid of any valuable intelligence, unless they have committed grave transgressions. Furthermore, our countless emissaries in the netherworld can procure information with ease. Does the celestial court require the netherworld? Then why does the netherworld willingly submit? Until now, I had only heard that souls arrive in the netherworld after death, never realizing that immortals do as well. Wang Yaoshan listened intently to every word that Tian Xiaotian spoke. Because the celestial court's strength surpasses our own, to resist would invite conquest until we yield. This is the consistent policy of the heavenly realm towards the underworld. How could you pose such a foolish question? Ha ha. She laughed while shaking her head in resignation, lifting her wine glass and draining it in one gulp. Fueled by the wine, she continued, in mid-September, a shocking report reached the underworld from the emissaries, stating that a powerful aura of celestial artifacts was emanating from the vicinity of the Fuan apartments in the suburbs of Haitin City. This sudden intelligence instantly captured the attention of the underworld's high authorities, and we dared not show any negligence. We promptly dispatched a group of experienced emissaries to investigate the situation. However, The unfolding events were beyond anyone's expectations. Those emissaries vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the ocean, completely lost. This plunged the entire underworld into a state of tension. For the murder of emissaries is a grave sin across the three realms. Upon learning of this incident, King Ksidagarba's expression turned grave. He understood the seriousness of the matter. If the truth were not swiftly uncovered, it could potentially lead to even greater calamities. In essence, there is a fear that the celestial artifact might fall into the hands of demons and malevolent spirits. Therefore, after careful consideration, King Ksidagarba decided to entrust this mission to me. Upon receiving the order, I was filled with uncertainty. Initially, we speculated that this area might harbor some formidable forbidden power, preventing spirits from approaching. We had learned from past experiences that most celestial artifacts appearing in the mortal realm are accompanied by forbidden arrays. Perhaps the emissaries inadvertently stumbled into such an array, triggering the taboo, which led to their untimely demise. With such thoughts in mind, I led an elite team boldly towards the Fuan apartment. However, upon our arrival and thorough investigation, we were astonished to discover the absence of any so-called taboos. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of any unusual aura, and we could find no clues related to the mysterious disappearances of the spectral beings. The scene before me cast a shadow over my heart, as the hope of easily unraveling the enigma was suddenly extinguished. Could it be that our previous conjectures were entirely misguided? What, then, could account for the inexplicable vanishings of these spectral entities? Countless questions surged within me, enveloping me in a sense of mounting pressure. Wang Yaoshan listened to Tian Xiaoyan's lengthy discourse, nearly succumbing to slumber, were it not for Lu Yu's timely reminder, which rekindled his alertness. In truth, it was merely a pinch. Every time Tian Xiaoyan spoke a few sentences, Lu Yu would discreetly pinch Wang Yaoshan. And what transpired thereafter? We stationed spectral beings to patrol the vicinity of Fuan Tower, keeping a respectful distance from its central area. One fateful day, a spectral being reported the presence of a peculiar light emanating from room 402, persisting for the duration of an incense stick's burn. I dared not allow our spectral beings to lie in wait directly. Thus, I issued an advertisement for trial sleepers. As for the subsequent events, you are already well aware. Rest assured, you are our inaugural trial sleeper, and no one has lost their life due to this matter before. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for you, I would not have encountered such a remarkable opportunity. As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. You speak too kindly. There is no need for thanks. It is rather your own profound fortune. Celestial artifacts inherently possess a spirit of their own, selecting their rightful masters, much like the courtship among young men and women in the mortal realm. Those deemed unsuitable may never even cross paths, and even if they do, it does not guarantee a lifelong bond. From my observations, Mr. Wang's current prowess has yet to ascend to the realm of earth immortals. He merely resides in the realm of returning to void. Thus, under your present circumstances, utilizing celestial artifacts is beyond your reach. Tian Xiaoyan silently accompanied Wang Yaoshan in consuming another drink, her capacity far surpassing that of the two sycophants. Alas, I have only been cultivating for a brief period. As for the realms you mentioned, could you elaborate? Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware of his own limitations, feeling like an insignificant insect in the presence of true powerhouses. The thought of annihilation could occur with but a single breath. How might I convey this to facilitate your understanding? Tian Xiaoyan found herself quite vexed by Wang Yaoshan's Navi inquiries. What monumental endeavors could he possibly be engaged in to capture the attention of the venerable Hongjun? Could it be that mere good looks serve as sustenance? I must clarify that the concepts of foundation building and elixirs you are familiar with are mere fabrications of later generations. It would be prudent to erase them from your mind. According to the celestial hierarchy, the mortal realm is categorized into 4 tiers, ascending from lowest to highest: transforming Qi, transforming spirit, returning to void, and merging with Tao, the latter being the pinnacle of mortal achievement. The celestial realm is divided into 12 ranks: earth immortal, such as the mountain god and land deity; profound immortal, my current level; heavenly immortal, true immortal; Tai, earth store king; great Luo Qingshu Jinjuan, and the quasi-saints, which are further subdivided into 3 realms: first corpse, second corpse, and third corpse, culminating in the saint and heavenly Tao. Tian Xiaoyan gently furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment before continuing. Regarding your master, his cultivation has indeed surpassed the level of a sage. However, whether he has truly attained the realm of the Tao remains a mystery, even to me. Furthermore, when celestial beings descend to the mortal realm, their divine powers are significantly diminished. Take Qing Su Jinjun, for instance. His current level is merely that of a celestial immortal, comparable to my own abilities. Yet, the emissaries of the underworld operate without restrictions in the human world, which perhaps explains why the heavenly court relies on us from the netherworld. How is it that I have returned to the void without any action on my part? Where is this void, and where am I to return? At that moment, Wang Yaoshan felt the effects of the alcohol surge within him. His head spun, and he collapsed onto the table, indifferent to Lu Yu's desperate attempts to rouse him. When Wang Yaoshan finally opened his eyes again, the sky had darkened. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a young girl's boudoir, adorned in shades of pink, with adorable cartoon characters dotting the room. Where am I? He mumbled in a daze. But Lu Yu offered no response. A sudden jolt of awareness ignited Wang Yaoshan's mind. It dawned on him that not only had he lost contact with Lu Yu, but the heavenly armor bestowed by his master had also vanished. Xiao Tian's home, he murmured. The once innocent plush toys that decorated the room now turned to face him, seemingly poised to answer his queries. With a startled shout, Wang Yaoshan bolted from the bedroom door. In the dim light, two stunning women sat at the dining table, exchanging drinks as an array of beer, red wine, and white wine covered the surface, clearly having indulged in considerable libations. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's call, they simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. The sight was astonishing, prompting the two women to gasp and promptly shut their eyes. Wang Yaoshan, startled by their exclamation, instinctively spun around, bracing himself as though facing an adversary. In that fleeting moment, he had entered a state of combat readiness. A chill enveloped him, particularly in his lower half. The two women, unable to contain themselves any longer, cried out in unison. It turned out that Wang Yaoshan was completely unclothed, swaying in the breeze. After becoming inebriated at noon, he had been assisted back to Tianxianshan's home. However, his drinking habits proved to be quite poor, as he had been retching uncontrollably. Despite having been cleaned up, the foul stench lingered on his garments. Tianxianshan, a genuine expert in her realm, attempted to communicate with Lu Yu upon seeing Wang Yaoshan's heavenly armor, seeking her assistance. To her surprise, Lu Yu had already intended to help. After all, while the armor could thwart attacks, it was powerless against the noxious odor that nearly suffocated Lu Yu. The two women diligently cleaned Wang Yaoshan, removing his soiled clothes before finally feeling reassured enough to return to the living room. It was no wonder Wang Yaoshan was startled. Awakening to a room full of dolls, coupled with his intoxicated state, left him little time to ascertain whether he was dressed or not. Chapter 19. Subduing Wang Yaoshan witnessed the scene and promptly dashed back to the bedroom. Who was the scoundrel? You have stripped me of my garments. Yet you dare to label me a lecher. Is there no justice? Is there no law? Just as I settled under the covers, the echoes of lecher resounded once more. The dolls within the room chanting in unison. It is all your fault, creating such chaos. Begone. Wang Yaoshan gazed at the dolls with irritation. Before long, Tian Xiaotian entered the room, cradling the freshly laundered clothes. She merely uttered two words without raising her head, the crimson hue on her face extending to her ears. Before Wang Yaoshan could reach out to receive them, Tian Xiaotian tossed the garments and dashed out of the room. 10 minutes later, two women and a man sat neatly in the living room, the air thick with awkwardness, none daring to speak first. Ultimately, it was Wang Yaoshan who cleared his throat to shatter the silence. What was going on with those dolls earlier? How could they speak? Why do they incessantly call me a lecher? Tian Xiaotian glanced at Lu Yu beside her, hesitating to respond. Lu Yu scoffed and remarked, those dolls are possessed by spirits. Having witnessed something they should not, they are compelled to voice their discontent. What am I Tian Tongjia? Wang Yaoshan inquired again. Your Tian Tongjia is now more attuned to me. After all, you are merely its host, while I am its spiritual vessel. It embodies me, and I embody it. Furthermore, had it not been for Sister Xiao Tian's reminder, I would have remained oblivious. When you wear the Tian Tongjia, you must channel your mental energy. Failing to do so will result in it consuming your vitality to maintain a defensive state against all celestial techniques and spells. I suspect your befuddled master neglected to inform you of this. I sense that wearing it allows for a continuous adjustment of the energy within me. As the cycle repeats, my divine power increases incrementally. How could this possibly exhaust my vitality? Nonsense. It is simply that you have yet to activate his protective mode. Foolish indeed. Lu Yu cast an exasperated glance at Wang Yaoshan. However, wait a moment, weren't you fond of Tian Xiaotian? Before she could finish, Lu Yu swiftly placed a piece of candy into Wang Yaoshan's mouth. You said you didn't want me to be with her. Another piece of candy found its way to Wang Yaoshan's lips. You claimed to utterly detest. Yet another piece followed. At this rate, you'll be on the verge of diabetes. Wang Yaoshan, unperturbed, spat out 3 pieces of candy, pondering the peculiar nature of this woman. It was baffling. During the day, Lu Yu appeared to be at odds with Tian Xiaotian. Yet come nightfall, she seemed transformed, even referring to her as Sister Xiaotian. Mr. Wang, I must apologize for my boldness this morning. Should my words or actions have been inappropriate, I implore you to forgive me and not take them to heart. Tian Xiaotian's gentle voice wafted through the air like a soft spring breeze, her tone still as warm and amiable as it had been. A stark contrast to her earlier icy demeanor when she first encountered Wang Yaoshan. Hearing Tian Xiaotian speak so humbly and courteously, Wang Yaoshan felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly gestured. Oh, not at all. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude. I owe you a great deal for your attentive care. Otherwise, I genuinely would not know how to manage. Moreover, I feel rather ashamed to trouble you, a lady, with my affairs. It is truly most embarrassing. As Wang Yaoshan spoke, he scratched his head, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. After all, it was a young lady who not only brought him home but also took such meticulous care of him, filling his heart with immense gratitude. At that moment, Tian Xiaotian seemed to suddenly recall something of significance, and with a smile, she remarked, "Oh, right, Mr. Wang. The keys to the villa have now been handed over to me by the king of the underworld. If you wish to stay there tonight, it is absolutely permissible. Furthermore, I have also brought back your two pets." Upon hearing that the chained beasts had returned, Wang Yaoshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Really? Where are they? Let me see them at once." Tian Xiaotian walked to the end of the living room and opened the door. In an instant, two horned dogs dashed out, racing with exuberance. Are these the chained beasts? Are they not merely dogs? Dogs with horns? What an absurdity. You are dogs, you are dogs. Your entire family is composed of dogs. As the two chained beasts revealed their true forms, they bore an uncanny resemblance to what Wang Yaoshan had seen at the entrance of the Disha building. Such impoliteness from the youth. Indeed, even more so than little Jean. Let us depart. We shan't entertain him further. The two chained beasts exchanged banter, offering Wang Yaoshan no opportunity to retort. Wait a moment, you two. I am the disciple of the honored ancestor Hongjun, the true man Yaoshan. I have heard that you both do not abide by the rules and indiscriminately consume souls. Is this true? Whether I can hold on to you depends on whether you can be subdued. Are you truly a disciple of the Venerable One? I find it hard to believe. I also doubt it. He is still not as capable as either of us. The two ferocious beasts whispered to each other. Is he truly a disciple of the Venerable Hongjun? You both witnessed his arrival in the underworld, did you not? Tian Xiaotian's words instantly instilled confidence in Wang Yaoshan, prompting him to unconsciously sit up straighter. At this moment, he indeed bore a resemblance to someone of ethereal grace. Upon hearing Tian Xiaotian's statement, the two ferocious beasts scrutinized Wang Yaoshan once more. One of the beasts remarked, "Even if you are a disciple of the Venerable Hongjun, the matter of devouring souls does not fall under your jurisdiction." The other beast chimed in with a grunt of agreement. Wang Yaoshan felt a tightening in his chest but maintained an air of composure, placing his hands behind his back and speaking with feigned profundity. The universe operates in order, and all creatures adhere to rules. Your actions are a grave transgression. If you do not cease, you may incur divine retribution. The beasts exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Divine retribution? Having resided in the underworld for many years, what have we not witnessed? Yet a flicker of hesitation danced in their eyes. At that moment, the surrounding air grew suddenly cold, and a flash of golden light appeared. How audacious you are! A commanding voice boomed. It was none other than the king of hell, Siddhartha, who had materialized. The two ferocious beasts immediately subdued their arrogance, prostrating themselves in supplication. Siddhartha declared, "What Wang Yaoshan has stated is indeed true. From this day forth, you must amend your ways. Otherwise, you shall not escape unscathed. Wang Yaoshan is my teacher, my guiding light. I fully support his words and shall carry out his commands." With that, he cast a favorable gaze towards Wang Yaoshan. The king of hell had surprisingly reverted to his astonishingly sycophantic demeanor once more. However, despite the somewhat comical nature of the scene, it is undeniable that we must express our gratitude towards the king of hell. Wang Yaoshan could not help but release a long sigh, gazing appreciatively towards the king of hell, who wore a sycophantic smile, as if alleviating Wang Yaoshan's troubles was the greatest honor of his existence. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan turned his attention to the two ferocious beasts, his expression darkening as he inquired, "What further words do you two have to say?" Upon hearing this, the two ferocious beasts trembled, instantly reverting to their canine forms, obediently lying on the ground while repeatedly murmuring, "Master Yaoshan, we acknowledge our mistakes. We are dogs, we are dogs." Observing this, Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow and retorted with irritation, "Who mentioned anything about being dogs? What I am addressing is your consumption of souls. Really think it over." With that, he shook his head in exasperation. After a brief silence, Wang Yaoshan seemed to sense that the two beasts were inclined to submit. Hence he softened his tone slightly. "Very well, in light of your apparent remorse, I shall refrain from imposing severe punishment this time. Instead, I shall require you to remain by my side for 3 years, serving as my guardians. Would you be willing to accept this?" Upon hearing these words, the two beasts nodded vigorously, as if granted a reprieve, eagerly indicating their willingness to accept the punishment. Witnessing their compliance, Wang Yaoshan could not help but chuckle inwardly, while simultaneously lamenting the low intelligence of these creatures. They were utterly confounding. When I spoke of the east, they turned to the west. When I mentioned the front gate, they responded with the knee joint. It is entirely irrelevant. Why has Lao Jin come at such a late hour? Wang Yaoshan wondered if this old fellow had made a special trip just to assist him in taming the fierce beast. Mr. Wang, may I have a word? At this moment, the king of hell exhibited none of his customary solemnity. If it weren't for Tian Xiaotian and the fierce beast watching nearby, he might have grinned from ear to ear. As they moved to a more secluded corner, the king of hell lowered his voice, though he could hardly conceal his excitement. Following your instructions, I have abolished all punishments for the ordinary souls, replacing them with supervision and placement. To my surprise, their attitude has changed significantly. They are now far more cooperative with the operations of the underworld. Additionally, I have reached an agreement with the Buddhist sect, and they have consented to our collaboration. Guess what? They are willing to allocate 40% to the underworld. 40%. Now, the souls will have a place to reside. Your compassion knows no bounds. Wait, what's wrong with me today? Mr. Wang, I have a bit of a headache. Perhaps I haven't fully sobered up yet. Please, take a rest. I shall take my leave. No need to worry, Lao Jin. As long as it benefits you, feel free to refer to me in any manner you wish. Take care. Oh, Mr. Wang, your magnanimity and broad-mindedness are something I could never hope to match in several lifetimes. My admiration for you flows like an endless river, relentless as the flooding Yellow River. Enough, enough. Go attend to your important matters. You ought to watch fewer comedies by Stephen Chow. It would be better for someone in your position to maintain a more serious demeanor. Wang Yaoshan, in exasperation, rested his hands on the table. Who could endure such a thing? Even the ruler of a realm had a fondness for Stephen Chow's films. Please, do stay. As he spoke, old Jean transformed into a radiant golden light and vanished from sight. It seems that my leader harbors a deep admiration for you, doesn't he? Tian Xiaotian's classical smile instantly warmed Wang Yaoshan. This is nothing like the portrayal of Meng Po in books, frail and haggard, with a face etched in wrinkles and hands as if dried by time, evoking a sense of dread. Clearly, this is the very root of compelling the leader to err. Miss Tian, Meng Po, let us not stand on ceremony. You need not address me as President Wang. Call me Wang Yaoshan, and I shall refer to you as Xiaotian. Regardless, it seems we have already become friends, have we not? Of course, that is most desirable. Hey, I am still here. Did you truly think I was invisible? Lu Yu interjected with a tone full of jealousy, shattering Tian Xiaotian's shyness in an instant. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, the two Zhen beasts chorused, Yaoshan, we are hungry. Chapter 20. Just feed us dog food. Wang Yaoshan could only smile helplessly as he turned to Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu, saying, it appears we must first address the hunger of these two. The group followed the Zhen beasts to an ancient restaurant. As soon as they stepped inside, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. However, the two Zhen beasts were inexplicably excited and dashed towards the kitchen. To their astonishment, the kitchen was devoid of any presence. Yet, flames inexplicably ignited on the stove, and water in the pot began to boil autonomously. Just as everyone was taken aback, an ethereal voice echoed, you should not be here. This is a restaurant at the juncture of yin and yang. Do you not see the sign that forbids the living? Should the living wish to enter, they must leave something behind. Tian Xiaotian stepped forward and said, we mean no offense. If you insist on receiving something, I offer you a bowl of specially crafted soup. With that, she produced a bowl emanating a peculiar aroma. After a brief silence, the voice replied, it is the esteemed Meng Po. I apologize for any transgressions. This soup is far too precious. I cannot accept it. What are you pretending for? I brought him in. What can you do to me? Lu Yu's fiery temper made her intolerant of the discrimination against her kin unfolding before her. I inquired about your identity, and it turns out to be Sister Lu. This is the rule here. Please do not make it difficult for me. Very well, since the proprietor here does not welcome me, we shall take our leave. Xiaotian, what sort of place is this? At this moment, although the atmosphere remained somewhat tense, their relationship appeared to have grown closer. The trio exited with the two fierce beasts. This is the Yin-Yang Hotel, akin to our half-step due in the netherworld. It is a replica of the human realm. Deities, ghosts, and demons alike can find refuge here. And as long as one resides within the Yin-Yang Hotel, no matter how many enemies one may have outside, they cannot pursue you here. Why is it prohibited for people to stay? Wang Yaoshan tilted his head, observing the tireless two fierce beasts, his mood inexplicably lifting. It is for the protection of human safety. Just consider it. The first floor is filled with everything imaginable, gods, ghosts, monsters, foxes, everything one could think of. Those beings could conspire to harm a person with ease, as simple as having a meal. Moreover, if we venture further, we will enter a lawless zone. Although I am a minor official in the netherworld, not all demons and spirits will show me the same respect. In my view, we should hastily return home, suggested Tian Xiaotian with a worried expression. Her concerns were not unfounded. This place is indeed a peculiar intersection of yin and yang. commonly referred to as a no-man's land. Here, neither the lofty deities, nor the compassionate Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, nor even the rulers of life and death can extend their influence, leaving this region untouched and unmonitored. It is precisely because of this uniqueness that such places often harbor unpredictable and immense dangers, and a moment's carelessness could lead one into an abyss from which there is no return. To ensure human safety, one may wonder why it was constructed in the realm of the living. Is this not a futile endeavor, akin to a senseless act? Wang Yaoshan mumbled to himself while casually observing the frolicking monsters, expressing his innermost thoughts in a detached manner. Just as he was about to propose that the group retrace their steps, he noticed that the two monsters, which had been advancing steadily beside him, suddenly halted. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, quaking like leaves in an autumn breeze. Upon witnessing this, an ominous premonition surged within Wang Yaoshan, prompting him to follow the terrified gaze of the monsters ahead. What he beheld was truly startling. Not far in front of them, a mysterious and terrifying shadow began to materialize. As time passed, the shadow grew increasingly distinct, ultimately revealing itself to be an extraordinarily large white deer. The white deer resembled a small hill, its imposing and magnificent form crowned with a human head, while a pair of enormous, blood-red wings sprouted from its back, fanning out as if to obscure the very sun, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Particularly striking were its colossal eyes, reminiscent of bronze bells, now fixed intently on the two fearsome beasts before it, radiating a fierce and covetous glint. Simultaneously, thick drool dripped incessantly from its gaping maw, splattering onto the ground and sending up tiny sprays of water. This was no ordinary deer. The only creatures capable of manifesting a human head were the legendary deer of Shu or the steed of the Antarctic immortal. Tiancio Tion's expression tightened in concern. Lu Yu murmured softly, "What should we do? Can we defeat it?" At that critical moment, the previously still white deer suddenly threw back its head and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound seemed capable of piercing the heavens, shaking the entire forest. In an instant, it charged towards the group with the swiftness of lightning. Witnessing this, Wang Yaoshan's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he shouted, "Lu Yu, retreat quickly." Almost simultaneously, Lu Yu, in perfect sync with Wang Yaoshan, flickered and transformed into a streak of luminous light, donning a radiant armor of celestial mystique that seamlessly enveloped Wang Yaoshan's form. Wang Yaoshan rapidly gestured intricate hand signs, chanting incantations as vibrant beams of celestial magic shot forth from his hands, hurtling towards the ferocious creature with the force of meteorites racing to the moon. However, unexpectedly, despite the seemingly formidable power of these mystical arts, they proved to be no more than a mere tickle against the formidable beast before them. The dazzling orbs of light and the grandiose lightning strikes, when unleashed upon the majestic stag, merely grazed its surface, inflicting no substantial harm and failing utterly to impede its relentless charge. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaotian dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, her delicate brows furrowed and her captivating eyes fixated intently on the galloping white deer. With deft fingers, she swiftly executed a series of intricate and enigmatic gestures. Simultaneously, her cherry lips parted slightly as she softly intoned an esoteric incantation, accompanying her melodic chant, ancient runes, reminiscent of graceful butterflies, fluttered through the air towards the white stag. In discomfort, the stag halted and, suddenly articulating human speech, demanded, "Do you know who I am? How dare you provoke me?" Infuriated, it lunged toward Tian Xiaotian. "What you are does not concern me. Who I am is yet unknown to you. My master is the venerable Hongjun. Are you intimidated now?" Wang Yaoshan, eyes wide with fury, glared at the beast, loudly rebuking it. He had never lost a verbal duel. In his mind, he mused, "It is one thing to refrain from invoking status in my presence. Yet, should you insist on wielding your identity as a weapon against me, such arrogance is truly unwarranted. It is important to recognize that when it comes to matters of identity and status, within the vast and boundless cosmos, there are but a handful of individuals who can be regarded as one's equals. Even among those who could be compared to oneself, there are only a select few, and they are none other than one's own senior disciples." This modesty stems from Wang Yaoshan's unwavering adherence to the principles of respecting teachers and valuing the path, as he holds a profound reverence for his master, Hongjun Laozu. Were it a different circumstance, should he allow himself to boast, proclaiming to be second to none would not be an exaggeration. After all, in terms of background, he indeed possesses ample grounds for pride. It is commonly said that Hongjun Laozu has merely 3 disciples, the eldest, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, the second, Taishang Laojun, and the third, Tongtian Jiaozhu. Wang Yaoshan has encountered the first 2, both of whom are currently serving in the heavenly court, while Tongtian Jiaozhu has not been seen for a millennium. As Bailu spoke, he ceased his offensive, gazing at Wang Yaoshan with a hint of confusion. pondering whether this individual might be a fool for pretending to be a disciple of Hong Jun Laozu. After all, it was not only the master who might impose punishment, but also the numerous disciples and grand disciples who would not let such an affront go unpunished. Tian Xiaotian had already set her mind at ease and retracted her aggression. What significance does identity hold? Would that not lead to your own downfall? With Wang Yaoshan, it is far wiser to discuss strength. Invoking status is akin to courting death. Upon this realization, she began to smile with genuine delight. Since you seem to possess such profound knowledge of the affairs of the heavenly court, you must indeed be the steed of the Antarctic immortal. I shall refrain from bullying you any further. Do you know Qingxiu? Wang Yaoshan looked at her with unwavering confidence, undeterred by her disdainful gaze. With that, he prepared to make a call. Qingxiu Daojinjuan? You speak of mere trifles. He is a junior disciple of my master. How could I not recognize him? In fact, I ought to address him as Shu. Bai Lu raised his head proudly. Qingxiu, I shall send you my location. You have 10 seconds to meet me. Wang Yaoshan said this and hung up the phone, leaving no time for a response. He then began an immediate countdown. Shu, what brings you to such a chaotic place? Just as Wang Yaoshan counted to 5, Qingxiu's voice echoed from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Wang Yaoshan. Bai Lu was taken aback. The newcomer was none other than his own Shu, Qingxiu Daojinjuan. What further distressed Bai Lu was that his Shu referred to him as Shu. Do you know this deer? Wang Yaoshan wasted no time and got straight to the point. It attacked me unprovoked. It even claims you are its Shu. You are the one who emboldened it. It says my master is nothing. Complaining is also a skill. You wretched beast, do not linger. Do you wish to be obliterated? Qingxiu's eyes blazed with fury, shedding any semblance of servility. One might mistake him for a high-ranking official. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu vanished like smoke. Wang Yaoshan pondered inwardly. Something is amiss with Qingxiu today. Typically, with Qingxiu's obsequious nature, he would have taught this deer a lesson, seeking to vent his frustrations and ingratiate himself with me. Why is he now merely advising the deer to flee? Surely, he cannot be biased simply because it is your senior brother's steed? No. There must be some hidden intricacies at play. Although these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Yaoshan refrained from voicing them. At this moment, Tian Xiaotian lowered her head, lost in thought. Master uncle, what brings you to this perilous place? It is fraught with dangers and entities best left undisturbed. You have yet to attain the celestial level. If you wish to refine your skills, I could recommend a more suitable location that not only enhances your proficiency in magic, but also augments your moral standing. What proficiency are you referring to? Have you been indulging too much in games? I was brought here by these two ferocious beasts. They claimed to be hungry, so Xiaotian and I accompanied them to seek food. Oh dear, you've even taken to calling her Xiaotian. It seems the revered Mengpu is present as well. How remiss of me. Master uncle, your kindness towards your subordinates is truly commendable, and your affection for your pets is equally evident. However, it is unnecessary to feed them souls daily. What then should I feed them? Wang Yaoshan glanced at Qingxiu and then at the rosy-cheeked Tian Xiaotian, replying with annoyance. Just some dog food will suffice. Did the king of hell not mention this to you? I went to great lengths to bring these two close. Only to feed them dog food? If they require such sustenance, I could just order a couple of dishes myself. How have you become so inept? If they do not lead me to the malevolent creatures plaguing the mortal realm, when shall I fulfill the task assigned to me by my master? Wang Yaoshan contemplated. Feeding them dog food? Perhaps I should offer you some instead. After all, it might enhance your intellect. Master uncle, you have been tirelessly attending to various matters day and night. I am chiefly concerned for your well-being. Moreover, you may be unaware that your midday strategizing for the king of hell has reached your master's ears. The elder repeatedly expressed his approval, affirming that he had not misjudged the individual before him, and it was evident that he genuinely intended to pass on his legacy to you. Qingxiu wore a mask of sincere flattery, while Wang Yaoshan felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. His actions were not motivated by the desire for others' accolades, but rather propelled by his own conscience, driving him step by step forward. Brother Qingxiu, there is no need for such formality between us. If you truly care for me, please assist me in completing this task swiftly. After all, there are countless suffering souls out there, and the sooner we can capture these malevolent beings, the sooner everyone can attain a life of happiness. I thank you in advance, he said, preparing to bow to Qingxiu. Qingxiu, however, was too humble to accept such reverence, swiftly moving beside Wang Yaoshan and clasping his arm. With urgency, he exclaimed, Master uncle, I will certainly help. I will certainly help. But your current strength is somewhat lacking. We must be cautious. Taking too large a stride might lead to unfortunate consequences. Furthermore, Master uncle, you have not rested these past few days. You just returned home yesterday and dealt with the female ghost, and today you've handled matters of the underworld, correct? These are all your achievements. You have not been idle. Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. At that moment, Qing Su slowly spoke again. Master Uncle, do you realize that even deities have their holidays? They too require rest to replenish their energy and recalibrate their state. Think about it. Isn't that quite reasonable? Sometimes. Master Uncle, a little flexibility might yield unexpected rewards. If you remain perpetually tense, that tension will eventually snap. Isn't that the case? You say, and indeed, your reasoning holds merit. Very well then, we shall conclude matters for today. I still maintain my stance. Chaos should not reign in this world. Wang Yaoshan reflected on his minor contributions, yet they were all matters that had sought him out. Such occurrences had not transpired during his time as a celestial reserve. The only encounter he had proactively engaged in was with the deer this very evening. Ah, that is indeed wise, Master Uncle. You and Miss Tian should make your way home, for this place is rather perilous. I shall take my leave first. With a playful grin, Master Uncle swiftly vanished from sight. Wang Yaoshan approached Tian Xiaotian, and the two walked side by side towards home, the moon shining particularly full tonight. Before Tian Xiaotian could utter a word, Lu Yu burst forth from the Tian Tong armor, wedging himself between the two. What's it to you whether it's round or not? Are you planning to transform? He remarked, casting an annoyed glance at Wang Yaoshan. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Tian Xiaotian chimed in. Didn't we already transform this afternoon? It is often said that 3 women create a performance, yet you two are hardly lesser than 3. Indeed, they refer to women. But I am a female ghost, shouldn't I count as at least 2? She retorted playfully. Sister Xiaotian is Meng Pe. She could easily represent 4 women. Thus, they concluded there were 6 women in total, 2 performances in the making. 1 person, 1 ghost, 1 ikai, along with 2 pets, returned home aimlessly. Just as Wang Yaoshan intended to pull out his phone to order takeout, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of insistent knocks at the door. Tian Xiaotian called out, "Coming," and proceeded to open the door. Both were puzzled, wondering who could possibly arrive at such a late hour. Greetings, I am Qi Wan, the captain of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team in Hygiene City. May I inquire if Wang Yaoshan is present? In less than a minute, 4 or 5 officers in plain clothes entered the room. I am Wang Yaoshan. Those who harbor no guilty conscience need not fear the knock of the ghost. Having committed no wrongdoing, there is nothing to dread. Hello, we suspect your involvement in a significant number of child trafficking cases, and we are compelled to summon you to assist in our investigation. Please accompany us, said Qi Wan, presenting the summons bearing an official seal, which he paused before Wang Yaoshan for 10 seconds before retracting it into his bag. Surely there has been a mistake? I am merely a student. How could I possibly be involved in child trafficking? Mr. Wang, please remain calm. We are not accusing you directly. We simply request your cooperation in our investigation. Do you understand? Please come with us. Qi Wan patiently addressed Wang Yaoshan's concerns. Just as Tian Xiaotian was about to reach for her phone to make a call, Wang Yaoshan, fully aware of her status as a senior executive at Hygiene City's Dioxia Group, recognized the extraordinary connections she possessed. However, this call could not be made at this moment. With a sharp yet slightly cautionary gaze, he firmly restrained her from proceeding. Simultaneously, Wang Yaoshan engaged in a silent dialogue with Lu Yu in his mind. This situation appears rather peculiar and extraordinary. Therefore, you should refrain from accompanying me. Remain here for the time being, and stay with Tian Xiaotian. No, I must accompany you. Please, listen to reason. I assure you, nothing will happen to me. There is no cause for concern. After all, I have done nothing wrong. Additionally, I wish for you to convey to Tian Xiaotian that this matter must remain confidential, not to be disclosed to anyone, including the king of the underworld, Lao Jin. Do you understand? Are you suspicious of them? No, I harbor no doubts about anyone. Simply follow my instructions. Having concluded his words, Wang Yaoshan followed Qi Wan out of the room. Lu Yu obediently approached Tian Xiaotian's side. 20 minutes later, Wang Yaoshan arrived at the office of the 2nd Criminal Investigation Team. Qi Wan glanced at the report before him and inquired, Mr. Wang, where did you go today? I only visited the Doxia building, Wang Yaoshan replied. Think carefully. Did you not go anywhere else? Qi Wan observed Wang Yaoshan with keen interest. No. The only other thing I did was take my dog for a walk in the evening. I cannot recall the specific route. Oh, how fortuitous. Your final location coincides with the site of numerous missing children's cases. That has nothing to do with me. You cannot simply accuse me of abducting children based on my presence at that location, can you? It appears that fortune has favored you these past few days. Qi Wan shifted the subject, no longer mentioning the children's case. I am unclear as to what you are implying, Wang Yaoshan replied, perplexed. How can a poor wretch like me experience an influx of wealth? Is the 6840 card yours? Indeed, it is my card. Then it is confirmed. This card received a transfer of 2 million this afternoon. Furthermore, the ownership of a villa in the A3 district of the western suburbs was changed today. And upon our verification, the name on the change is also yours. Wang Yaoshan was left in a state of confusion. pondering how his card could possibly hold such a substantial amount of money, let alone the transfer of a villa into his name. Ah, the villa gifted by old Jean. Tian Xiaodian had mentioned it to him that evening, but he had not paid it much heed at the time. Regarding the transfer issue you mentioned, I am not well informed. The villa was bestowed upon me by President Jean of Dixiaga Group. To be candid, while Wang Yaoshan suspected that the 2 million might likely have been transferred to him by old Jean, he refrained from making any unfounded claims without concrete evidence. Oh, why would Dixiaga Group present you with a villa? Because I assisted them in devising a strategic plan, Wang Yaoshan mused, contemplating how persistent Shi Wen was in his inquiries. He continued, Captain Shi, I can contact President Jean of Dixiaga Group and have him come here to clarify matters. You need not question me further. I assure you I have done nothing amiss. Shi Wen fell silent for approximately 5 seconds before responding. All right, of course, that would be welcome. Dixiaga Group is a significant taxpayer in our city of Hygiene, and President Jean has always been supportive of our efforts. Then, please provide me with your phone number. Shi Wen requested, gesturing towards the phone encased in plastic. Undeterred, Shi Wen handed the phone over to Wang Yaoshan. This procedure was typically against protocol, as such actions would not permit Wang Yaoshan to converse directly with old Jean. Typically, if a witness needed to be summoned, it would be done through official channels by the criminal investigation team. Old Jean, I am at the 2nd criminal investigation team. Please come over for an inquiry. President Wang, he attempted to continue speaking, but the line had already disconnected. What is happening here? At this moment, old Jean was equally perplexed, feeling as lost as a monk in a fog. In merely 15 minutes, Lao Jean entered the inquiry room accompanied by a robust middle-aged man, clad in plain clothes reminiscent of the administrative jacket worn by Li Jing. Upon entering, the middle-aged man unleashed a torrent of harsh reprimands upon Qi Wan, each word more scathing than the last. Lao Jean, his face etched with guilt, cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yaoshan, a trace of embarrassment flickering across his features as he sheepishly remarked, Mr. Wang, I truly apologize for this inconvenience. Initially, I intended to settle that remuneration quietly and discreetly. But alas, things have gone awry, and it has regrettably led to misunderstandings among the criminal investigation officers. Fortunately, everything has now been resolved, and we may return home. Upon hearing Lao Jin's words, the imposing figure of the middle-aged man stepped forward, extending his right hand to Wang Yaoshan with warmth and a smile. Comrade Xiao Wang, I sincerely apologize for the earlier confusion. Mr. Jean has thoroughly briefed me on the entire situation. I must say, I am astonished to discover such a remarkable individual as yourself in Hygiene City. Your 2 brilliantly crafted proposals have the potential to elevate the Doxia Group to new heights. In my opinion, even in the selection of the so-called top 10 youths, few could rival your prowess. Having spoken these words, the robust man grasped Wang Yaoshan's hand once more, his eyes brimming with admiration and respect. I haven't introduced myself yet. How forgetful of me. My name is Li He, and I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division at the Hygiene City Public Security Bureau. With a beaming smile, Li He gently patted Wang Yaoshan's forearm. No problem at all, Captain Li. Well, if you have no issues, then that's good, Wang Yaoshan remarked in a cold tone. However, I do have a question I would like to pose to you. Chapter 22, Donation for Identity O? Mr. Wang, feel free to articulate your concerns, Li He replied. Having encountered numerous unexpected events to ascend to his current position, he remained unfazed by the fluctuations of fortune. Being adaptable is not particularly challenging. It fundamentally hinges on the other party's capabilities. Fortuitously, the rapport between Wang Yaoshan and old Jean allowed Li He to listen intently to his discourse. Li He's brow arched slightly, a subtle shift in expression that Wang Yaoshan keenly observed. As merely a university student, he questioned the propriety of challenging someone of Li He's stature. Yet, this matter had breached Wang Yaoshan's threshold of tolerance, compelling him to cast aside his reservations. Captain Li, please do not misunderstand me. I harbor no objections towards our operational system. I merely seek to comprehend the particulars of the case. I just heard Captain Chi's inquiries and gathered that it pertains to missing children. As a citizen, I wish to assist our national authorities in resolving this matter expeditiously. Could you kindly share the specifics? Wang Yaoshan had been instilled with the belief from a young age that the people are paramount, and women and children deserve special consideration from the state and society. In light of such a grave incident, how could a man with a clear moral compass remain passive? Moreover, Wang Yaoshan now bore another identity as a reserved celestial being, believing that collaborating across realms would yield greater efficacy than solitary efforts. With greater power comes higher status, enabling one to effectuate more tangible deeds. Observing the indecisive Li He, Wang Yaoshan, unable to contain his eagerness, interjected before the other could complete his thoughts. Captain Li, just not long ago, I discovered that an astonishing sum of 2 million has unexpectedly appeared in my account. If it weren't for Captain Chi's inquiry, I might not have learned of this fortune so swiftly. It turns out that it was a reward from General Jean. To be honest, considering my modest abilities, I hardly feel worthy of such a substantial amount. Therefore, after careful contemplation, I have resolved to donate 1 million from this windfall in my personal capacity. To our criminal investigation team, Wang Yushan paused briefly before continuing. The reasons behind this decision are primarily twofold. Firstly, I wish to utilize these funds to assist our valiant comrades in law enforcement who have sustained injuries in the line of duty. After all, they toil daily on the front lines of crime fighting, confronting unimaginable dangers and challenges, often at the cost of their own blood and even lives. Our ability to lead stable lives is solely due to their silent guardianship and sacrifices. Thus, when I came into this unexpected fortune, my first thought was to contribute something meaningful to these brave brothers. As for the second reason, it stems purely from my profound gratitude towards our criminal investigation team. Over the years, our team has steadfastly adhered to principles of justice, integrity, and efficiency, solving countless significant cases and making invaluable contributions to the tranquility and harmony of society. As a proud member of this team, I feel an immense sense of pride and honor. Since there is an opportunity to contribute, I feel it is my duty to do so. Of course, regarding the utilization of this donation and related follow-up matters, it is entirely up to you, our esteemed leader, to make the final decisions. While this may seem somewhat flattering, it is predominantly a heartfelt expression from Wang Yaoshan. As Li He listened to Wang Yaoshan's speech, he raised his hand several times, only to lower it again, clearly making an effort to maintain his composure. Once Wang Yaoshan concluded, Li He excitedly grasped his hand, saying, "Firstly, thank you for recognizing our work. I also wish to express our gratitude, on behalf of the criminal investigation team, for your generous donation." He then attempted to bow in respect. Wang Yaoshan and old Jean hurried to assist him, saying, "Li, there is no need for such formality. We are not strangers." Wang is famously known as a model young man, who has consistently supported and helped our work to the best of his abilities. Old Jean, having spent the afternoon with Qing Su, wondered how he had improved so much in seizing opportunities. Li He understood the implication of old Jin's words and replied, "Initially, we have principles that prevent us from disclosing specific details about cases. However, for someone like you, who possesses such ideological depth, we could explore a special channel, allowing you to serve as a temporary staff member solely for this case." "Ha ha, this is indeed a good thing. What do you think, Wang?" Old Jean said, with a sycophantic expression, looking at Wang Yaoshan. "Of course, that sounds excellent," Wang Yaoshan replied, nodding in agreement with old Jean. "Mr. Wang, Captain Li, there are still numerous matters for our group to attend to, so I shall take my leave to address them. You both should also retire early. After all, work is never truly finished." Old Jean is remarkably indifferent, detached from the situation. As soon as it does not concern him, he hastily departs. There is a distinct lack of camaraderie. However, upon reflection, Wang Yaoshan realizes that, after all, he is the master of his realm and undoubtedly burdened with pressing obligations. Merely having him come at the behest of a phone call is an immense favor. Thus, there is no need to expect anything more extravagant. "Very well, Mr. Jean." Wang Yaoshan began, extending his hand to shake with old Jean. Old Jean reciprocated with a handshake with Li He before turning and striding towards the exit. After old Jean departed, it was hardly 10 minutes later when Mr. Wang suggested, "Shall we both retire to our respective homes? It is indeed past 10 o'clock and time for rest." Wang Yaoshan glanced at his phone and confirmed, "Ah, indeed. I have troubled you for far too long." With that, they both made their way outside. "Mr. Wang, I shall have the temporary work certificate ready for you by tomorrow. You may come to collect it at your convenience." "I apologize for the inconvenience, Captain Li. Do not mention it. I must express my gratitude for your support of our work." Of course. Then, let us meet tomorrow, Captain Li." With a handshake exchanged, Wang Yaoshan turned and exited the door. As he quietly traversed the path home, he lifted his gaze, allowing it to wander towards the boundless, profound night sky. The nocturnal expanse resembled a vast and enigmatic black satin, adorned with countless twinkling stars. Those stars sparkled like exquisite gemstones, emanating a faint yet enchanting glow. Some stars twinkle in solitude, akin to a lonely dancer gracefully performing in the night sky. Others gather in clusters, as if whispering the universe's undisclosed secrets. They shine with varying brilliance, both distant and near, weaving a breathtaking tapestry of the celestial expanse. Yet, this enchanting beauty does little to dispel the gloom enveloping Wang Yaoshan's heart, nor does it alter the sorrowful expression etched upon his face. In the embrace of night, his thoughts involuntarily drift back to the events of the day, particularly the missing children, which weigh upon him like a heavy boulder, leaving him breathless and filling his heart with boundless desolation and grief. This is not due to an excessive sensitivity or a propensity for pity. Rather, it stems from his profound hatred for human traffickers, for he understands all too well that the abduction of a child can lead to the complete ruin of a family. Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu were lost in a daze, staring blankly at one another. Wang Yaoshan's knock shattered their tranquility. Tian Xiaotian swiftly descended from the sofa to answer the door. Upon seeing Wang Yaoshan, she embraced him without hesitation. "Do not worry, everything is fine." Wang Yaoshan gently patted Tian Xiaotian's back, offering a gesture of comfort. "I am aware that everything is fine. I had my men shadowing you the whole way. I know your every move, including your situation within the criminal investigation team. What I fail to comprehend is why, after everything, you did not take a taxi back and instead chose to walk for such a long distance. Is there something troubling you?" Chapter 23. Speculation. Wang Yaoshan pushed Tian Xiaotian away, his face clouded with darkness as he strode toward the sofa. "What on earth is wrong with you? Isn't it merely the loss of children in this world? Do not let despair engulf you. Regardless of the challenges you face, we can devise solutions together." Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing Wang Yaoshan's demeanor. The once vibrant young man now appeared aged and weary, as if burdened by the weight of years. There was a distinct lack of vitality, and Lu Yu noticed a faint, almost imperceptible darkness gathering at the center of Wang Yaoshan's brow. However, she refrained from drawing conclusions at that moment. "All right, I understand," Wang Yaoshan said, forcing a smile. "Xiaotian, I would like to inquire about certain matters." His once clear eyes were now veiled with bloodshot veins as he fixed his gaze intently on Tian Xiaotian, his voice trembling slightly. Could it be that these consecutive disappearances of children are merely ordinary incidents occurring in this realm? At this, Tian Xiaotian paused, momentarily taken aback. She slowly lifted her gaze, yet could not bear to meet the fervent and anxious eyes of Wang Yaoshan. After a moment of silence, she hesitated before responding. "Well, it cannot be defined so absolutely. You must understand, each child, before their birth, is but a soul in the underworld. Therefore, to some extent, we do hold a certain degree of oversight over these children." However, Wang Yaoshan was evidently dissatisfied with such an answer. His brow furrowed deeply, and his tone grew increasingly grave. "Xiaotian, you should be well aware that my inquiry delves beyond this superficial understanding." Confronted by Wang Yaoshan's relentless pressure, Tian Xiaotian appeared somewhat flustered. Instinctively, she bit her lip and mustered her courage to softly say, "Yaoshan, regarding this matter, I sincerely hope you can remain uninvolved and refrain from excessive participation, if that is at all possible." A bittersweet smile emerged on Wang Yaoshan's face as he slowly shook his head, the expression seemingly forced out of him. He clenched his jaw tightly, as if attempting to shatter his own teeth to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him, so as not to let them manifest in his expression. Yet, upon hearing the answer from Tian Xiaotian, despite having anticipated it, Wang Yaoshan could not help but tremble slightly. The response aligned almost perfectly with his prior conjectures, piercing his heart like a sharp blade. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure, fixing his gaze intently on Tian Xiaotian, and implored in a voice tinged with desperation, "Could you perhaps share your reasoning with me? Even a morsel would suffice. Or, could you divulge some of what you know?" However, Tian Xiaotian gently shook her head, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and fear. She replied softly, "I truly cannot tell you. It is not that I do not wish to speak, but I genuinely consider what is best for you. Can you not let this go? I implore you, please. Now it's time to rest. Lu, you should rest as well. Though you are a ghost, those dark circles under your eyes are becoming increasingly pronounced. If you don't take care, you may find it difficult to marry when the time comes." With a smile, Wang Yaoshan jested, seemingly casting aside all his worries in an instant. "Nonsense. Do I have dark circles under my eyes? Just admit it. I am the most beautiful." As she spoke, Liu lunged towards Wang Yaoshan, playfully pinching his ear. Tian Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Wang Yaoshan's sudden transformation. "Yaoshan, she stammered, as if a multitude of words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet she found herself at a loss for how to begin. "It's all right, Xiaotian. I've decided to heed your advice. Do not fret." "Really? Well, I shall take my leave to rest, and you should retire early as well. Lock the door. Should I find myself unable to control my impulses in the middle of the night and sneak in, it would be you who suffers. Then come on in. The moment you do, you will hear them calling you a rogue." Ha ha. Through her conversation with Wang Yaoshan, Tian Xiaotian gradually began to trust him. As she strolled toward her bedroom, all the lights were extinguished, leaving Wang Yaoshan alone with the two ferocious beasts in the room. Liu had also entered the Tiantong armor. "Go on. You may deceive Tian Xiaotian, but I am not so easily fooled." Liu pressed closely against Wang Yaoshan's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Do you find this situation peculiar as well?" Peculiar hardly begins to describe it. From what Tian Xiaotian has conveyed, I sense this matter transcends mere mortal concerns. It may entangle all three realms, Liu asserted confidently. "Is it solely based on her words? That proves nothing, does it?" At most, it can only be deemed your subjective speculation. Adhering to her principle of striking when logic failed her, Lu Yu pinched Wang Yaoshan's ribs sharply. All right. You win. Just stop pinching me. Wang Yaoshan could only plead helplessly for mercy. Upon witnessing his plea, Liu ceased her actions and, with a huff, demanded he disclose any discoveries he had made. Very well. Allow me to recount the events in detail. As night fell today, the white deer unexpectedly launched a fierce assault upon us. Upon discerning its true identity, I hastily summoned Qingshu for assistance. However, to my astonishment, Qingshu, who usually indulges in flattery and sycophancy, behaved quite unusually this time. He did not utter a single admonishing word, merely driving the white deer away. Although it was the steed of his senior brother, he would not show such bias. He is undoubtedly one privy to the truth, and is certainly concealing something from me. Furthermore, later, when I went to the criminal investigation team for questioning, I learned of a shocking revelation. Numerous children had inexplicably vanished from the very location where we encountered the white deer. Even more bizarrely, that place found itself in a precarious state of neglect, neither under the jurisdiction of any faction nor tended to by anyone willing to take responsibility. Thus, it fell to the realm of mortals to oversee it, which led to a series of child abductions. Is this all merely coincidence? Or is there a malevolent force orchestrating these events? Subsequently, I sought out Lao Jin at the criminal investigation team, known as the King of the Earth, expecting at the very least that he would inquire into the matter. Who could have imagined that this esteemed individual would exhibit no interest whatsoever in the events of today? Not even a flicker of desire to participate crossed his mind. Rather, he was consumed with thoughts of swiftly escaping the detective bureau. This intricate web of occurrences leads to the conclusion you suggested, that all realms are involved in this matter, or at the very least, they are privy to the underlying truths. The words of Tian Xiaodian further validated my thoughts. However, I remain at a loss regarding the identity of the puppet master behind it all. The only certainty I possess is that, regardless of who it may be, I shall ensure they pay the price. Wang Yaoshan articulated his thoughts in one breath, finally attaining a moment of tranquility within. Thus, according to your analysis, that deer must be the true culprit, correct? Regardless of its nature, I shall seek out Qingshu tomorrow. It is far better to confront matters face to face than to indulge in baseless speculation. Chapter 24. Far-reaching implications with nary a word exchanged throughout the night. At 5 in the morning, Wang Yaoshan departed from Tian Xiaoyan's residence, racing towards the outskirts. He had not slept that night. Slumber eluded him. He deemed it more fruitful to utilize this time to cultivate his skills, and by dawn, he sensed a significant advancement in his abilities. In a mere 20 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of Qingshu's temple. Knocking was out of the question. With a powerful push of his legs, he gracefully leapt into the temple, akin to the lightness portrayed in a television drama. Master Uncle, what brings you here so early today? It turned out that Qingshu had been waiting for him in the courtyard. Oh, you were unaware of my purpose for coming? Then why have you been waiting in the courtyard so early? Do not feign ignorance. Do you not comprehend the purpose of my visit? Speak candidly, and do not make me labor for the truth. Wang Yaoshan squinted, as if every movement of Qingshu lay entirely within his control. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's inquiry, Qingshu's previously obsequious demeanor instantly transformed into a bewildered expression. Master Uncle, what matter are you referring to? If Qingshu were to participate in a television drama or film, he would undoubtedly win awards, certainly several Best Actor titles. Wang Yaoshan chose not to beat around the bush any longer. What do you mean by the children's case? If you continue to feign ignorance, do not blame me. As he spoke, a feather fan appeared in Wang Yaoshan's hand. Indeed, the famed 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. Last night, Wang Yaoshan had not been idle. He had not only cultivated his skills, but also perused numerous ancient texts. This knowledge revealed to him that for a mortal to employ a celestial artifact, the simplest method was to use their own blood to awaken the artifact, thereby establishing a resonance with its soul. Subsequently, one could summon and wield it at will. Of course, celestial artifacts operate under specific principles. Without knowledge of these principles, one could only harness a mere third of the artifact's original power. Even at a third, the might of the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan would suffice to vanquish the majority of formidable beings within the Xianxian realm. Master Uncle, I confess, it was all the doing of that white deer. Out of consideration for him being my elder brother's steed, I spared him yesterday. But what of those children? Where are they now? Who is to bear responsibility? Wang Yaoshan was not particularly concerned about accountability. His foremost desire was to ascertain the well-being of those children. Were they still healthy? Were they still alive? Master Uncle, this, that. Do not beat around the bush any longer. Speak plainly, and refrain from dawdling. Wang Yaoshan bellowed, his face etched with impatience, brow furrowed tightly, and eyes wide with exasperation. Clearly having lost the last vestiges of his patience, Qingshu trembled in fear, hastily wiping the cold sweat that streamed down his forehead, stammering, yes, Master Uncle. I shall speak. Have you ever contemplated why my senior brother enjoys such longevity? After uttering these words, Qingshu paused momentarily, taking a deep breath as if to calm his anxious disposition, then continued. Furthermore, there is the matter of the vengeful spirits appearing in the realm of Xitigarbha, as well as the success rate of reincarnation. All of these issues are intricately interwoven. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan felt a jolt within him. Despite having prepared himself to some extent, the stark reality of these revelations struck him with an incredulous force. Could it be that the old Jin, whom he had assisted merely yesterday, was now poised to become his adversary, drawing blades against him? Such a dramatic contrast was almost unbearable. Go summon the king of Xitigarbha. I wish to inquire of him directly. Be swift. Observing Wang Yaoshan's fury, Qingshu, not lacking in perceptiveness, returned in under a minute, bringing the king of Xitigarbha before him. Old Jin, let us converse, Wang Yaoshan interjected before the king could speak. Mr. Wang, I understand what you wish to ask. However, this matter is of great significance, and I can only assert that I had no part in the trafficking of children's organs. Is there truly still a market for the organs of innocent children? With a sudden sound, Wang Yaoshan violently spewed forth a stream of crimson blood, which shot into the air like an arrow before cascading down like raindrops. His body swayed precariously, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, he was teetering on the brink of an emotional abyss. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to confront the harsh reality before him, while his mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Those once innocent and lively children had met with such a tragic fate, their life force extinguished mercilessly, evaporating into nothingness in an instant. What tormented Wang Yaoshan even more was the grotesque truth that those who, in their lofty positions, preached righteousness and moral virtue were, in reality, utterly repugnant and profoundly corrupt. The justice and goodness they espoused were merely a facade, concealing the boundless darkness and malevolence lurking beneath. Observing Wang Yaoshan's expression, the king of the underworld realized he had stirred trouble. He rushed forward to assist. Uncle Master, please do not distress yourself so. Why must you suffer? Qingshu too shed tears, regretting his failure to gradually reveal the truth to Wang Yaoshan. Nanji Xinwen, I shall kill you. I shall kill you. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan's eyes blazed a deep crimson. The power within him surged uncontrollably, teetering on the edge of madness. Mr. Wang, you have deeply disappointed me. Is it truly necessary for you to act in this way? You are risking your own life. How can you uphold justice or vanquish evil in this state? Please, regain your composure. As the Xitigarbha king waved his left hand, a clear stream of spiritual energy enveloped Wang Yaoshan completely. The once crimson eyes of Wang Yaoshan gradually returned to normal, and his fearsome countenance slowly regained its tranquility. You are right, Lao Jin. Tell me, aside from the Antarctic immortal, who is backing him? Rest assured, I can handle it. Well, I shall speak then. Lao Jin took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yaoshan's resolute and composed face. Recalling the earnest counsel Wang Yaoshan had imparted to him the previous day, a wave of guilt surged within him. Indeed, how could he entertain even the slightest deception? At that moment, Qing Su, who stood nearby, was making frantic gestures towards Lao Jin, his anxious expression seemingly imploring. Hey, can't you see my master's current predicament? At such a critical juncture, why meddle further? However, Lao Jin appeared oblivious, for he understood that certain truths could no longer be concealed. Lao Jin, please speak freely without reservation. My sole desire now is to uncover the truth behind this matter. Wang Yaoshan strained to maintain his composure, his voice now extremely frail. Upon hearing this, Lao Jin gritted his teeth and finally mustered the courage to reply. Wang, it is actually your senior brother, known as the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Yaoshan's body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Almost immediately, he felt a tumultuous surge within his chest, his vital energy rushing upward to his head. In an instant, the world spun around him, and his legs grew weak, causing him to collapse helplessly in the courtyard. Chapter 25, The Truth. Outside, darkness had descended, yet the light within this bedroom was remarkably bright. Wang Yaoshan slowly opened his eyes, struggling to focus. Everything appeared hazy and indistinct. As he squinted at the small room, he noticed it was filled with people. Closest to him was an elderly man, whose benevolent demeanor radiated warmth. It seemed that his smile could illuminate the heavens. Gradually, as time passed like the morning sun dispersing the thick fog, clarity began to return. At last, he could discern the surroundings. Familiar faces, etched with concern, materialized before him. The elder seated by the bedside, with silver hair yet youthful features, exuded an ethereal presence. It was none other than his master, Hongjun Laozu. Leaning slightly forward, his eyes reflected profound worry and compassion. Behind him, Qingshu was quietly dabbing at the corners of his eyes. Beside him stood the resolute Li Jing, who bit his lip tightly, struggling to contain his emotions. Despite his efforts, his trembling shoulders betrayed the sorrow within. Glancing further, he noticed King Dizong, who stood silently beside Li Jing, his eyes closed and lips moving as if reciting some mysterious scripture or incantation. From a distance, Wang Yaoshan could only hear a faint buzzing sound, unable to discern the words being muttered by the elder. At that moment, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian stood side by side, quietly positioned at the bedside. Both of their eyes glimmered with a faint crimson hue, as if they had just endured an overwhelming emotional tempest. Particularly striking was Tian Xiaotian. Her typically tranquil gaze, akin to a serene, deep pool, was now consumed by profound concern. That once placid and unruffled demeanor now resembled the tumultuous waves stirred by a ferocious gale. Every trace of anxiety and unease was unmistakably evident in her eyes, evoking an instinctive sense of compassion in those who beheld her. This worry was not a fleeting emotion, but rather a deep-seated attachment, firmly rooted in her heart and enduring. "Master," Wang Yaoshan struggled to utter, his voice a mere whisper of weakness. Summoning every ounce of strength, he endeavored to rise from his bed, yet his heavy body felt as though it were burdened by 1,000-pound weight, rendering him utterly immobile. Though his mind incessantly commanded him to rise, his weary body seemed to have lost all semblance of control, unable to heed his will. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, attempting once more to exert himself. However, each exertion only deepened his sense of powerlessness and despair, ultimately leaving him resigned to lie there. "Yaoshan, you must be exhausted. There is no need to stand on ceremony with your master. Just rest comfortably," Hongjun Laozu said, his gaze filled with tender concern for his disciple. To the others, he added, "Yaoshan is fine. You may leave for now. I have some words to share with him." Lu Yu opened her mouth to respond, but was promptly pulled away by Tian Xiaotian, who ushered her through the door. The remaining few, heeding this esteemed call, exited the room in an orderly fashion. Once the others had departed, the venerable Hongjun waved his hand, and Wang Yaoshan felt as though his once weary body, burdened as if by 1,000 weights, was instantly revitalized. Just as he opened his mouth to address his master, Hongjun gestured for silence. With another wave of his hand, he cast 4 barriers within the chamber, isolating them from the world and severing the ties of yin and yang. It became utterly impossible to approach or even hear the sounds within the barriers, ensuring that their dialogue would remain unexploited by any prying ears. With a sense of assurance, he spoke, "My disciple, you have endured much. I understand your struggles, yet this is not the conclusion. Rather, it is merely the inception of your journey. For reasons unknown." His voice faltered momentarily. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "I wish to inquire, if given the choice, would you prefer to live as an ordinary mortal, free from the affairs of the 3 realms? Wang Yaoshan appeared momentarily taken aback. "Master, have I disappointed you?" He gazed at the elder with a face full of remorse. Rendered speechless, "No. You have been my disciple for the shortest duration, and I have invested the least in you, yet you are my most esteemed pupil." Then I can respond, "I would not wish for that. It is not out of obsession, but rather because there are far too many people and matters that require transformation." Wang Yaoshan's gaze was resolute as he looked upon his mentor. "Even at the cost of your life? You would harbor no regrets?" "I do not regret," Wang Yaoshan replied with unwavering conviction. "I place my trust in you, for in your eyes and actions, I can distinctly perceive the certainty and resoluteness within your heart. However, have you ever realized the perilous nature of the events you have experienced today? In that fleeting moment, you nearly ventured into the abyss of madness. Had it not been for Qingshu's relentless pursuit to find me, and if Dizong had not, without hesitation, expended all his magical power to assist you in dispelling the overwhelming tide of resentment before my arrival, the consequences would indeed have been unimaginable. Master, there is no need for pleasantries. I understand what you wish to inquire about. Your senior brother, Yuanshi Tianzuan, was not involved in this matter. I have investigated the celestial strategy, and he did not instruct the big head to commit such heinous acts in the mortal realm. The trafficking of children's organs, as mentioned by Dizong, is a transgression of your own world. These individuals have been marked, and their detailed information can subsequently be provided to you by Dizong. However, it is true that the big head has commanded the white deer boy to descend to the mortal realm in search of certain special children for the purpose of alchemical refinement. Master, allow me to finish. The greatest desire I hold for you, as your mentor, is not for you to achieve monumental accomplishments or to transform the entire 3 realms, but rather for you to recognize the immense value of your own life. Merely due to a trivial matter, and before you had grasped the truth of the situation, you nearly lost your righteous heart? Can the desire for vengeance and bloodshed govern your spirit? This is not called righteous indignation, it is folly. Moreover, your tendency to be easily swayed is concerning. Fortunately, both Qingshu and Dizong have treated you with utmost sincerity. Had you encountered those with ulterior motives, you would have perished countless times already. Alas, what the eyes perceive is not always the truth. In the future, when faced with challenges, you must remain calm, think critically, gather evidence, and substantiate your claims. Do not hastily make decisions. Allow for the unfolding of events. The venerable Hongjun sighed and continued, curse that big-headed fool. Curse the white deer as well. I have conferred with your 2 senior brothers. You must confront them yourself to resolve the demons within your heart. Your senior brothers have brought gifts and letters for you, which Xingxu will present shortly. Upon hearing his master utter those 2 words, Wang Yaoshan leapt into Hongjun's embrace, tears streaming down his cheeks. In this moment, he comprehended the profound intentions behind his master's guidance. At his age, was he still indulging in such childlike behavior? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had no right to criticize, for he himself had been an inadequate teacher. He had imparted nothing, merely overwhelming Wang Yaoshan with divine powers within his consciousness. You are remarkable and intelligent, steadily treading the righteous path through your own efforts, devoid of doubt or hesitation. Your master is well aware of this. I take immense pride in having you as my disciple. Listening to Hongjun's encouragement, Wang Yaoshan's sobs grew louder. Though merely a span of 2 or 3 days, his experiences had been more tumultuous than the lifetime of an ordinary individual. A single misstep would lead him to death, compelling him to suppress his emotions, to stifle all traces of cowardice, fear, and sorrow, feigning the strength he wished to embody, presenting himself as extraordinary. Yet, he neglected to realize that this very suppression was akin to slowly ingesting arsenic, a perilous endeavor that could easily lead to the collapse of an adult psyche. How much more so for an 18-year-old youth? He dared not reveal his struggles to Xingxu and Li Jing, for he was their mentor. He dared not confide in Lu Yu, for she would undoubtedly fret over his condition. He refrained from sharing with old Jane, fearing that he too might succumb to confusion. He could not reveal his troubles to Tian Xiaodian, as her sorrow would weigh heavily upon him. Nor could he disclose his plight to his dear brother Tianyu, for he understood the exquisite beauty that resides within the lives of ordinary people. Chapter 26. Reaping what one sows before long. Wang Yaoshan's previously unrestrained cries, akin to a flood breaching its banks, gradually subsided. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm his agitated heart. After a moment, he finally succeeded in regaining his composure, returning to his usual steady and sensible demeanor. Then, with no hesitation, Wang Yaoshan approached Hongjun with utmost respect. Kneeling on both knees, he clasped his hands together above his head and bowed deeply, performing a solemn bow before Hongjun. After 3 respectful prostrations, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze sincere and resolute as he looked upon Hongjun, and spoke. Master, I pay my respects to you. Truly, a day apart feels as though 3 autumns have passed. I have one significant matter to discuss and humbly seek your guidance. At this moment, Hongjun was taken aback. Everything had been well just moments before. Why the sudden need for formalities? As he contemplated stepping forward to assist, he noticed the glint of mischief in Wang Yaoshan's lively eyes, which sparkled with cunning light, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing an elusive smile. The tone of the speech felt increasingly familiar to Hongjun. A long, heavy sigh escaped his lips. What was meant to come would inevitably arrive. There was no escaping it. Originally, he was acutely aware that his apprentice was quite eccentric. His act of kneeling was unlike that of other disciples. He was merely there to seize what he desired. The last time he knelt, he received both the secrets of the celestial realm and the heavenly communication armor. This time, it was only reasonable to expect at least a celestial artifact in return. With a flick of his finger, he dispelled the 4 protective barriers, allowing those outside to clearly hear the conversation within. Apprentice, rise and speak your mind. Hongjun feigned ignorance, urging Wang Yaoshan to stand. Wang Yaoshan sprang to his feet, his already bright eyes now sparkling with excitement as they fixed intently on Hongjun. A smile, both ingratiating and tinged with a hint of distress, graced his face. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he exclaimed, Master, I have been utterly perplexed by one matter these past few days. It pertains to the cultivation of the right divine ability. I simply cannot seem to find the one that truly suits me. It is primarily because you have bestowed upon me an abundance of spells from the celestial realm. Furthermore, although I possess the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, no matter how hard I strive, I cannot fully unleash its complete power. At this moment, Hongjun, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely paced within the room. As he listened to Wang Yaoshan's elaboration, he eventually came to a halt and, turning to face Wang Yaoshan with a serious demeanor, remarked, This matter of divine abilities cannot be approached with mere caprice. To discover the ability that aligns with your essence, one must take into account the intrinsic characteristics of one's own disposition. Have you now reached the harmonious realm? Your progress has been commendable. Yet, you have not ascended to the true immortal realm. With your current level of cultivation, you are incapable of summoning the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan, let alone unleashing its full potential. As Wang Yaoshan spoke, he proudly summoned the treasured fan with his right hand, gazing at his master with a sense of satisfaction. Is this refined with your heart's blood? The mood of Hongjun Laozu was exceedingly complex at that moment. On one hand, he felt a sense of pride for his disciple's eagerness to advance, which brought him joy as a mentor. On the other hand, he lamented that his disciple was too impatient for success. True immortals possess only 3 drops of heart's blood. This essence is not merely an external manifestation. Its significance transcends the rudimentary enhancement of magical artifacts. It serves as a crucial safeguard for one's soul in dire moments. Even if an immortal's physical form is destroyed, the existence of this external manifestation ensures that they do not face the fate of complete annihilation. How could this foolish disciple be so reckless? No wonder he nearly lost his life today. Alas, it is all fate. Master, you understand that I am merely a mortal. Given the immense burden you have placed upon me, how could I not strive diligently? While the 5 fires and 7 birds fan may seem insignificant to you, it is my sole means of offense and my ultimate lifeline. If I merely cower behind the heavenly communication armor and flee at the first sign of adversity, I shudder to think when I might fulfill the task you entrusted to me. By the time I am gray-haired, the 3 realms may remain unchanged. If that were to happen, the suffering souls of the deities and common folk would only multiply. This is a sight I cannot bear to witness. It is the fault of the master. I have not considered this thoroughly. At that moment, the 5 fires and 7 birds fan should have been refined as your innate treasure. Hongjun Laozu shook his head, filled with self-reproach. He then pointed with his index finger, causing the 5 fires and 7 birds fan to soar from Wang Yaoshan's grasp to hover above his head, striking 3 times. Wang Yaoshan was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Why is it tapping my head? Is it practicing spells in the dead of night like Bodhi Laozu and Sun Yukong? No, my master has never engaged in such frivolous antics. He is one who speaks plainly and directly. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt the treasure fan above his head bestowing upon him a continuous stream of vitality and energy, warming him thoroughly. Your drop of heart's blood has returned to its rightful place. You have been acting rather recklessly. It has now become your innate treasure. Once again, Hongjun Laozu gestured, and at that moment, the 5 fires and 7 birds fan radiated with brilliant light, gently drifting back into Wang Yaoshan's hands. Thank you, master. Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, his eyes wide open, fixated on the newly bestowed 5 fires and 7 birds fan, unable to conceal the fervent glimmer in his gaze. A smile crept upon his lips, rising higher and higher, a feeling he could not suppress. At that instant, Wang Yaoshan emanated an unparalleled aura, as if all malevolent forces had been vanquished beneath his feet. He stood tall and proud, his posture as erect as a pine tree, exuding an unprecedented vigor. This state of being evoked the lines of a poem. With feathered fan and silk cap, amidst laughter, the masts and sails turned to ashes. He pondered silently, with the 5 fire 7 birds fan in hand, not to mention the diminutive white deer, even if its formidable master were to confront me personally, what fear would I harbor? As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Yaoshan's confidence swelled, envisioning himself wielding the precious fan, vanquishing his foes with utter devastation. At that very moment, the once quiet 5 fire 7 birds fan emitted a low hum, vibrating incessantly in Wang Yaoshan's grasp. The more he attempted to control it, the more vehemently it shook, until both man and fan quivered in unison. Unbeknownst to Wang Yaoshan, a myriad of golden specks surged beneath his skin at an astonishing pace. These golden particles appeared to be drawn by some enigmatic force, converging and melding together, gradually forming a tumultuous stream of golden energy. This golden stream resembled a majestic dragon, coursing through his being and radiating a resplendent brilliance wherever it flowed. The light shimmered through his skin, enveloping Wang Yaoshan in a delicate golden aura, rendering him akin to a sacred and inviolable statue of gold. Master, what is happening to me? Look at this fan. It refuses to obey. As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan was pulled back and forth by the fan, involuntarily darting left and right, while the golden radiance within him threatened to burst forth. Ah, my disciple. Who knows whether this misfortune may turn into a blessing? The risks taken today are indeed worthwhile. In just 3 short days, has the merit been sufficient for ascension? Indeed. That matter in the underworld suffices. With that, the venerable Hongjun stroked his beard, his face beaming with delight. Although this disciple of mine is often impetuous and lacks adaptability in the face of circumstances, it is precisely this trait that endows him with an unwavering and untainted heart in his pursuit of the Tao. Perhaps he has never even contemplated the path of enlightenment. His sole desire is to assist those who are deserving of aid, which is why he has swiftly garnered the recognition of the heavenly way. Suddenly, the skies over Hygiene City darkened, unleashing a tempest with thunder resonating ominously, each clap imbued with distinct power. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan also returned to normalcy, concealing the 5 fires and 7 birds fan within himself. Master, do you imply that I am to ascend? Am I still human? Wang Yaoshan interjected unexpectedly, leaving the venerable Han Jun at a loss for words. After 3 seconds of silence, the master spoke, producing an object resembling a token from his robe, which he deftly tossed into Wang Yaoshan's hands. You are to face the thunder tribulation shortly. This item will be of use to you. Do not fear. Proceed with confidence. With resolve, Wang Yaoshan lifted his head, too hurried to examine the object bestowed by his master, and swiftly made his way to the courtyard. The group of 5, who had been waiting, felt their hearts twist anew upon hearing the thunder and seeing Wang Yaoshan emerge. Old Jin, have you reported to our uncle about the merits of our actions? Is that why the thunder tribulation has arrived so swiftly? Qing Su exclaimed. His face contorted with anger as he jabbed a finger at old Jin, his frustration palpable. He genuinely feared that his uncle might not withstand the impending tribulation. Old Jin, unperturbed by the accusation, retorted sharply, Qing Su, do not cast unfounded aspersions. Wang is indeed a benefactor to our realm, and if I do not accurately report his merits, would it not be akin to claiming all the accolades for myself? What kind of person would I become? Upon uttering these words, old Jin shot a fierce glare at Qingxiu, his expression seemingly conveying, you truly lack discernment. At that moment, Lu Yu, her face etched with concern, stood nearby. Being merely a soul entity, the impending thunderstorm posed a lethal threat to her existence. Nevertheless, Lu Yu bravely suppressed her inner fear, resolutely standing her ground. Wang Yaoshan, equally anxious, gazed at Lu Yu with a heart tightly knotted, fearing that his tribulation would inadvertently endanger her, inflicting irreparable harm. Just then, Tian Xiaodian gracefully waved her hands, instantaneously conjuring a formidable barrier that completely sealed Lu Yu's essence within. She then turned to Wang Yaoshan, casting him a reassuring glance, as if to convey, do not worry, Lu Yu will be unharmed. Chapter 27. Celestials in this vast, boundless, and enigmatic world, is it truly possible for fortune to fall from the heavens? Such seemingly absurd occurrences do indeed exist. An utterly ordinary recluse, devoid of any remarkable background or distinction. Yet, it is precisely this unremarkable individual who, after merely 2 days of cultivation, has summoned a thunderstorm of astonishing power. It is essential to understand that the thunderstorm represents one of the most formidable obstacles on the path to transcendence. Cultivators may devote their entire lives and still struggle to reach the void return stage, let alone face the thunderstorm. What an immense stroke of fortune and serendipity it must require to garner such favor from the Tao of Heaven. It is truly beyond imagination. The pivotal role in this remarkable journey is played by the venerable Han Jun, who took him as his disciple and bestowed upon him the essence of primordial unity. This essence embodies the Tao itself, and it is through this extraordinary power that Wang Yaoshan has been able to advance rapidly along the path of cultivation, achieving feats that are unattainable for the average person. Indeed, had it not been for the generous endowment from Han Jun, Wang Yaoshan might have remained an inconspicuous individual, a mere recluse lost in the virtual realm. Yet, possessing an opportunity is but the first step. Seizing that opportunity is crucial. To grasp an opportunity signifies the advent of challenges, and it is through these challenges that one can continually progress, a timeless truth that has endured through countless eons of the Tao. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yaoshan endeavored to calm his heart, which raced with anxiety. He slowly made his way to the center of the courtyard and gently seated himself, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him. He activated his mental techniques, channeling the spiritual energy of the heavenly armor, and waves of pure energy visibly coursed around him. Though it was now the dead of night, the sky was far from dark. The impending thunder tribulation, laden with overwhelming pressure and destructive power, illuminated the night as brightly as day. Brilliant flashes of lightning danced across the heavens like silver serpents, while deafening claps of thunder reverberated through the air, as if to rend the very fabric of the universe. With a resounding crash, a bolt of azure lightning descended, striking directly at the crown of Wang Yaoshan's head. The hearts of the remaining 5 individuals felt as if they were being violently crumpled by an invisible hand, losing their inherent resilience and smoothness. In that fleeting moment, it was as though a tremendous force yanked their hearts upwards, propelling them towards their throats. A sensation akin to the hearts threatening to burst forth from their gorges. It is noteworthy that none among them had ever personally encountered a thunder tribulation. Take Qingxiu, for instance. Despite his profound cultivation as an earthly immortal, he had never faced such a terrifying trial of thunder. Then there is Li Jing, who, although he was conferred divinity after ascending to godhood post his mortal life, had similarly remained untouched by the tempest of thunder. As for the venerable monk Jin, he attained his exalted status through the accumulation of immense merit after his physical demise, and thus had also not experienced the perils of thunder tribulation. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was a female ghost inherently terrified of lightning, trembling in fear and paling at the mere sound of thunder. Even Tian Xiaodian, the Meng Pu, though not as fearful of thunder as Lu Yu, felt an involuntary surge of primal dread deep within her when confronted by celestial might. In stark contrast, Wang Yaoshan displayed no alteration in his demeanor. He felt himself ensconced in a realm of solitude, devoid of any company. Initially, he harbored a modicum of concern, being unaccustomed to such an experience. However, upon the first bolt of thunder striking him, he realized it could be an auspicious opportunity for growth. For the lightning did not inflict harm. Rather, it infused him with a pure, invigorating energy. He gradually sensed the pure energy enveloping him, aiding his profound transformation. Just as he was savoring this experience, a resonant voice, accompanied by a second bolt of azure lightning, resounded. "What path do you cultivate?" Wang Yaoshan, perplexed, pondered. "What path do I cultivate? My master never revealed this to me. Who is it that speaks?" Upon absorbing the second bolt of azure lightning, he felt an unparalleled comfort, each cell within him pulsating with clarity. As the third bolt descended, the authoritative voice echoed once more. "What path do you cultivate?" "I do not know what path I cultivate," Wang Yaoshan replied, increasingly vexed by this mysterious figure. "Are you envious of my tribulation? Must you disturb me at this moment? Will your inquiries never cease?" Then came the fourth bolt of violet lightning, accompanied by the question, "Without cultivating, why endure the tribulation?" "I do not seek tribulation. I merely wish to aid the suffering among the beings of the three realms. If this is what constitutes a path, then so be it." However, as soon as Wang Yaoshan uttered these words, the fourth bolt struck him. At that moment, he felt an intense numbness throughout his body, instantly realizing that this lightning was unlike the previous three in its might. Yet, it was too late. He felt a surge in his deity-in, and with a cry, he expelled a mouthful of blood. His once steady form swayed unsteadily, compelling him to hasten the circulation of spiritual energy throughout his body to mend his injuries. The onlookers in the courtyard, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Wang Yaoshan. Though they had not experienced it firsthand, they were well aware of the countless mortals who had perished under the wrath of lightning tribulations. How could it be so effortless for an ordinary person to ascend to divinity? Upon hearing this, the imposing voice was momentarily taken aback. As the fifth bolt of violet lightning descended, it questioned whether one was truly worthy for the sake of all beings across the three realms. "I indeed lack the qualifications." He paused, then continued, "Yet I shall not surrender. Whether I ascend to divinity or remain a mere mortal throughout my life, I am determined to pursue my ideals to the best of my ability. I desire a world where all creatures coexist equally, where all matters align with righteousness. The benevolent shall receive their just rewards, while the malevolent shall face annihilation." Wang Yaoshan understood the formidable destructive power of the gathered violet lightning. At that moment, he discreetly touched the token bestowed upon him by the venerable Hongjun. However, in the final instant, he chose to relinquish that thought, resting his hands resolutely upon his thighs. If it was his own tribulation to endure, then he must face the heavenly tribulation with unwavering integrity. To seek an escape at the slightest challenge or to succumb to confusion amidst minor setbacks would render his ascension no different from that of soulless beings devoid of faith. Yet, unexpectedly, while the violet lightning descended with fierce momentum, it wrought no harm upon Wang Yaoshan. In fact, it was far more invigorating than the preceding azure bolts. "Yaoshan, the voice you hear is that of the heavenly Tao. It holds great admiration for you." At this moment, the transmission from the venerable Hongjun resonated within Wang Yaoshan's consciousness. Hearing his master's voice filled him with immense reassurance and bolstered his confidence to confront the remaining tribulations. "Good lad, you possess lofty aspirations. Since you can fortify your physique with violet lightning, I shall bestow upon you another boon." As the authoritative voice concluded, streams of violet lightning cascaded down like serpentine bolts of electricity. Wang Yaoshan gradually transformed from fear to tranquility, his expression shifting from anguish to serenity. He recklessly allowed each bolt of purple lightning to reshape his bones and alter his internal organs. At this moment, he unconditionally trusted the heavenly path, for he believed that the true way of the world is fraught with trials and tribulations. With the 36 thunder tribulations behind him, Wang Yaoshan had truly become a celestial being. He must remember his path. The voice of the heavenly way grew fainter as the sky, illuminated by the thunder tribulations like midday, descended once more into darkness. Yet, who could foresee the dawn's light breaking in the eastern horizon? Casting its glow upon this extraordinary night, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian rushed to see Wang Yaoshan, who now resembled a little golden figure, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 28. Gratitude. Wang Yaoshan retracted his golden light and slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at the two women before him, he sincerely expressed his apologies for causing them worry, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head, appearing even shyer than during his mortal days. "You foolish boy." Liu could no longer contain her emotions, leaping towards Wang Yaoshan and embracing him tightly, tears and snot spilling over him. Observing the two locked in an embrace, Tian Xiaodian seemed momentarily frozen, caught in a fleeting daze. Xiaodian, aren't you going to join in the embrace? Haven't you always been concerned about President Wang? Old Jean, with a benevolent gaze, looked at his subordinate, who remained rooted in place, a flicker of disappointment evident in his eyes. To everyone's surprise, Tian Xiaodian disregarded her superior's presence and dashed forward. In truth, it wasn't he, just her leader. Even the venerable Hong Jun had been observing closely all along. At this moment, Tian Xiaodian finally returned to her true self, no longer fearing the expression of her genuine emotions in front of others. The embrace was brief. Yet the tears shed by Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian lingered for an extended period. Since dawn, the two had been tirelessly engaged. Ever since Wang Yaoshan became consumed by madness, Lu Yu had been channeling her own yin energy from the Tiantong armor to assist old Jean, determined to ensure that Wang Yaoshan's spirit would not be entirely devoured by slaughter. She cried as she called out Wang Yaoshan's name, exhausting all her yin energy and spiritual power to allow him to hold on until the arrival of the venerable Hong Jun. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, her tears had transformed. No longer were they blood tears, but rather the tears of an ordinary person. At 5 in the morning, when Wang Yaoshan departed from Tian Xiaoyan's home, she felt a clear sense that he had deceived her the previous night. He had not truly let go, which is why he left so abruptly at such an early hour. Not 10 minutes after his departure, Tian Xiaodian followed in his footsteps. By the time she arrived at the dilapidated Taoist temple of Qingshu, Wang Yaoshan had already collapsed to the ground. Like Lu Yu, she exerted her utmost strength to aid Wang Yaoshan in overcoming this calamity. Wang Yaoshan gently patted both of their shoulders, prompting Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian to shyly step aside from his embrace. He then turned to approach Qingshu and old Jean once more. Typically, Qingshu moved with the elusive grace of an eel, evoking a sense of slipperiness. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly speechless, unable to utter even a single word of address. After a prolonged silence, only the sound of quiet sobbing could be heard. Wang Yaoshan did not grant them the opportunity to speak. With a firm grip on their shoulders, he drew the three of them into a tight embrace. "Thank you," he uttered, tears streaming down his face. "Master, what are you doing?" They cried, overwhelmed by the emotional display. "Must it be so poignant? My old eyes are nearly blinded by tears." Qingshu, uncharacteristically restrained, was genuinely concerned for Wang Yaoshan and could not bear to witness such a touching scene. However, he had often engaged in similarly heartfelt acts. He had once braved the perilous Zixiao Palace solely to see the venerable Hongjun Laozu as swiftly as possible, accepting any repercussions that came his way. "Mr. Wang, please do not speak further. The blame lies with me. I cannot bear your gratitude. Had I not insisted on voicing my suspicions, you would not be in this position." King Xidagarba, this time, spared no effort, for it was imperative to fully exert himself to keep Wang Yaoshan's mind in check. Even when Wang Yaoshan's condition stabilized slightly, he continued to pray and bless him in his own way. "Whoever bathes in blood alongside me today shall be my brother," declared Wang Yaoshan, prompting fresh tears to flow from Qingshu and Laojin. Wang Yaoshan had never exhibited even the slightest sense of distance or alienation towards them, despite their relatively brief acquaintance. His fervent heart had long regarded them as close companions bound by life and death. Whether confronted with adversity or tranquility, Wang Yaoshan firmly believed they would stand united. This profound emotional bond was not forged through superficial gestures or external appearances, but stemmed from the most sincere recognition and acceptance deep within their souls. Li Jing had already crouched by the side, weeping uncontrollably. Wang Yaoshan approached him, saying, "Old Li, thank you," as he helped him to his feet. "Do not worry about me. I am quite well, am I not?" "Ha! You cry upon our first meeting, and here you are crying again today. Are you envious?" Wang Yaoshan thought that if he did not lighten the atmosphere soon, onlookers might believe the protagonist had perished. "You speak nonsense, you old man. I truly feared I would never see you again," Li Jing lamented, tears streaming down his face. "I understand. You have always regarded me as a brother," Wang Yaoshan replied, embracing Li Jing in return. "You should first embrace your master," Li Jing murmured softly. "You are still as rigid as ever," Wang Yaoshan retorted, and after exchanging glances, the two burst into hearty laughter. After a brief moment, Wang Yaoshan composed himself and, turning his back to Hongjun Laozu, contorted his face into several exaggerated expressions of sorrow, each more grotesque than the last. After several attempts, he hastily approached Hongjun Laozu, knelt before him, and began to wail dramatically. "Master, you terrified me. I thought I would never see you again." The others were taken aback. What was happening with Wang Yaoshan? Only these two disciples shared an unspoken understanding. Wang Yaoshan is asking for something. How delightful. I shall once more enjoy the fruits of growth and happiness. Hongjun Laozu has come to demand something from me again. Is this not the act of gaining a disciple, but rather acquiring a father? Meeting him feels akin to settling a debt. Though he thought this, Hongjun could not comprehend why he felt inclined to bestow such special favor upon this young disciple. In truth, there exists a ready explanation in the world: the old son, the eldest grandson, the lifeblood of the elder. It is merely that Hongjun remains unaware of this. Yao Shan, rise now. I perceive your suffering. What suffering? Was that thunder command token bestowed upon you without merit? If he chooses not to utilize it, that is his affair. I did not exert myself to cleave it. Furthermore, observe your disciple. Does he appear to be in torment? Is this not a case of reaping benefits while feigning hardship? How is it that with advancing age, you believe every word your disciple utters? The Tao of Heaven scoffs. As he spoke, the venerable Hongjun extended his hands to assist Wang Yaoshan to his feet. Yaoshan, I wish to inquire. Having already transcended the heavenly tribulation, have you contemplated joining the celestial bureaucracy? Master, although I have weathered the heavenly tribulation, it merely signifies that my strength has reached a divine level. Yet, my essence remains human. The task you entrusted to me remains unfulfilled. I lack the audacity to ascend to the heavens and presume a lofty position, commanding authority. Allow me instead to accomplish tangible deeds here on earth. Wang Yaoshan smiled warmly at his master. You little trickster, very well. Each has their own aspirations. Indeed, possessing a position may constrict you. Your point is well taken. The elder paused before continuing, regarding that little Jean. I must ask you, does Hygiene City still lack a city god? How many years has it been? Reporting to you. Esteemed ancestor, Hygiene City has been without a city god or land god for 50 years. What rank does old Jean hold? Is it not apparent to the leadership what is being said? Even if there had once been one, it cannot be spoken of now. Moreover, there truly is none. Oh, then let it be that girl. I find her suitable. Upon finishing his words, all eyes followed the finger of the venerable Hongjun, landing upon none other than Lu Yu. Isn't this supposed to be for Wang Yaoshan? Why is it Lu Yu instead? The onlookers were left in a state of confusion, their faces adorned with question marks. Only Hongjun and Wang Yaoshan exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Yu, with her mouth agape, shook her head in bewilderment, glancing around to find herself utterly alone. Turning to look behind her, she found no one there either. In the end, she pointed at herself in a daze, asking me? Wang Yaoshan, observing Lu Yu's perplexed demeanor, felt a playful urge to tease her. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's commanding tone, Lu Yu reverted to her usual self, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she stormed over. Were it not for the venerable Hongjun standing before her, she might have already taken a jab at Wang Yaoshan. After all, she felt compelled to restrain herself in the presence of this elder. Chapter 29. The new city god Hongjun smiled at the two before him, reflecting on the joys of youth. After a prolonged examination, he finally spoke. You are Lu Yu? Lu Yu's response, marked by a balance of humility and assertiveness, garnered Wang Yaoshan's admiration. He had initially thought Lu Yu to be irreverent and carefree only in his presence, but to his surprise, she maintained the same demeanor in front of her master, a rare quality indeed. The elder nodded and then, with a single hand pointing skyward, summoned a golden decree that landed firmly in his grasp. Without hesitation, he rose and began to proclaim, with the heavens as witness, all things in order, the three realms in harmony, may all affairs proceed smoothly. Today, a daughter of the Lu family, aged 270, has unjustly perished and has yet to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This woman, upon her demise, attained enlightenment, performed righteous deeds, and punished the wicked and malevolent. To assist humanity and accumulate virtue, acknowledging the cause and effect of 111 matters, I am now conferred by the celestial court as the city god of Heijinshi, with a celestial salary of 300, to eternally receive incense offerings. I hope that you will reflect further on cause and effect, purify yourself through self-cultivation, maintain integrity with others, and align with the heavenly principles. What year is it now? Master truly has a way, still employing the imperial edict. It is not just that Lao Jin's voice bears a striking resemblance to that of a eunuch. Wang Yaoshan could not help but silently critique. Lu city god, do not be dazed. Accept the divine decree, Lao Jin cheerfully reminded Lu Yu. Lu Yu inquired if she needed to kneel. Before Lao Jin could respond, Hongjun Laozu explained that it was unnecessary. She simply needed to take the divine decree into her hands, as it would transform into her seal, and subsequently, her name and title would appear in the nether realm. Lao Jin mused that indeed, one shows favoritism to their apprentice's spouse. Even to speak a few words requires kneeling. Yet the divine decree is simply handed over to your apprentice's spouse? Truly remarkable. Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. She never anticipated that one day she would be recognized by the heavenly principles. In the past, she roamed freely in this mortal realm, indulging her desires and taking it upon herself to eradicate wicked individuals, living a carefree and joyous life. Yet, fate played its hand, leading her to encounter that nemesis. Since that fateful meeting, Lu Yu's life had undergone a profound transformation. The past ease and rebelliousness gradually faded, replaced by a series of unforeseen opportunities and challenges. And now, what astonished her even more was that she had inexplicably been appointed as the city god. Although the position of the city god may merely be that of an earthly immortal, it nonetheless represents an official designation of some significance. Without hesitation, Lu Yu approached old Jean, her hands grasping the divine tablet. At the moment of contact, the original silk scroll transformed into a solid iron token. "Allow me to present you with another gift," she declared. Just then, the venerable Hongjun ancestor's expression turned grave, with a sudden flourish of his hands. An overwhelming surge of chaotic energy erupted forth like a torrential flood. This chaotic essence rapidly spun in the air, coalescing into a miniature whirlwind. Imbued with the vitality of countless lives, sweeping directly toward Lu Yu. The crowd's gaze was riveted upon this spectacle, their hearts filled with unease. Yet, as the chaotic energy made contact with Lu Yu, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The essence seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, flowing into her being like a refreshing spring saturating parched earth. As this relentless tide of chaotic energy poured in, Lu Yu, who had previously existed in a nebulous state, began to materialize. Her ethereal figure gradually solidified, her contours becoming increasingly distinct, akin to a blurred canvas being meticulously delineated with fine lines. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yu transformed from a mere shadow into a fully realized form, even more vivid and defined than that of an ordinary person. The aura emanating from her grew increasingly powerful and stable. Wang Yaoshan, who had been standing anxiously by, was struck by the astonishing transformation of the person beside him, his heart jolting with disbelief. After a considerable moment, he regained his composure, his knees bending involuntarily as he knelt heavily upon the ground. Unlike before, this act of kneeling was rooted in a profound gratitude for his master. He understood all too well that without his master's intervention, Lu Yu would likely have found it difficult to be reborn. Thus, filled with reverence and respect, he bowed deeply to the venerable Hongjun and proclaimed, "Thank you for your immense kindness, master. Your disciple shall never forget this favor." Wang Yaoshan's gesture stemmed not only from his close friendship with Lu Yu but also from the moment he realized that his master's decision to appoint Lu Yu as the city god was a clear message to others. "Those who follow my disciple faithfully shall reap the rewards." Reflecting on the lengths to which his master had gone for him, he felt that this bow could scarcely express a fraction of his gratitude. Meanwhile, Lu Yu herself was overwhelmed with emotion. Upon sensing her newfound corporeal existence, her joy was beyond articulation. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she unhesitatingly knelt alongside Wang Yaoshan before the venerable Hongjun. Her voice choked with emotion as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor, for granting me a second chance at life. Such kindness shall be etched in my heart for all eternity." "Both of you rise. There is no need for such formality." The venerable Hongjun smiled and gestured for the two to rise. He then spoke, "Xiao Lu, from now on, please lend your support to Yaoshan. You are now a staff member of the underworld, responsible for the coordination of yin and yang in Hygiene City. You must familiarize yourself with your duties swiftly. I have every confidence in your capabilities." Wang Yaoshan and Lu Yu exchanged a knowing smile, assisting each other to their feet. Lu Yu assured him, "Rest assured, ancestor. I will be diligent and responsible." At that moment, Qing Xiu, Old Jean, Tian Xiaodian, and Li Jing approached, extending their heartfelt congratulations to Lu Yu. "Oh, it seems you can no longer enter my armor. We are drifting further apart," Wang Yaoshan whispered discreetly into Lu Yu's ear. At this moment, Lu Yu's blush rendered her even more enchanting. When she was merely a spirit, her expression had already stirred Wang Yaoshan's heart. Now, in her corporeal form, the effect was magnified tenfold. "Yaoshan, come here. I wish to inquire about your thoughts regarding the big head and the white deer," he said. They ought to perish under the weight of principles and boundaries, and Wang Yaoshan had never yielded. "Even as my master, you are no exception." "Oh, you intend to take action yourself? Or, however, I must make it abundantly clear that even if they were to perish, they would still be subject to your command in the mortal realm. It is impossible for you to avoid encountering them." Chapter 30. No return without intoxication. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if he were adrift in a profound and intricate sea of thoughts. He pondered silently. These two individuals are indeed reaping what they have sown, suffering the consequences of their own misdeeds. Death holds no pity for them. Nevertheless, they are ultimately disciples and descendants of the esteemed primordial heavenly sovereign. As the saying goes, one should not merely regard the monk but also the Buddha. If I were to insist on utterly extinguishing their souls, it would seem unreasonable both emotionally and rationally. However, should their souls endure, they will surely descend to the mortal realm, as my master foretold. Upon this reflection, Wang Yaoshan could not help but shake his head gently, a faint bitter smile gracing his lips. In truth, over the past 2 fleeting days, He had not devoted a single thought to the matter of receiving them or leveraging their unique talents. With fewer individuals, it was less conspicuous. Li Jing could handle menial tasks and run errands. Yet, if the number were to increase and remain in such disarray, it would indeed be a waste of resources. Aha! Master, I shall refrain from taking matters into my own hands, for that would be contrary to the will of heaven. Since a mistake has been made, punishment must ensue, and it must be justified. Should I execute it myself, it would only invite gossip. Though you are the foremost figure of all time, for the sake of your reputation, I cannot continue in this reckless manner. I understand that your leniency stems from your fondness for me, as you fear that resentment might cloud my judgment. Your disciple comprehends this deeply and is immensely grateful. Alas, how perceptive I have become. No longer harboring hatred, the venerable Hong Jun, of course, was in high spirits, which prompted his teasing remarks. His disciple had come to clarity, relinquishing animosity from his heart, and the old man could not help but feel joy. Your words lack substance. Do you truly believe your disciple is so unreasonable? I consider myself quite understanding. Thank you. Wang Yaoshan's remarks were heartfelt, yet he did not reveal his entire sentiment. Primarily to avoid escalating tensions, for managing such a large-headed person in this world is no simple task. Ha ha ha, my disciple Yu Shan is indeed the most understanding of all. Well, it is getting late, and my visit has lasted long enough. I must take my leave now. Yao Shan, regarding your earlier inquiry about which spells to practice, I trust you have found your own answer by now. I shall gift you a tome of inner teachings, to be studied alongside your thunder command. As Hong Jun spoke, he retrieved an ancient text titled Might from his sleeve and placed it in Wang Yaoshan's hands. Master, are you departing again? I am grateful for everything you have done for me. Your disciple will not disappoint you. Please take care. When Wang Yaoshan turned his gaze once more, he found only emptiness before him, unable to locate the familiar and beloved figure of his master. In that instant, a profound sense of loss surged within him. He instinctively sniffed, feeling a twinge of sorrow in his nose, as tears gathered in his eyes as if enchanted, swirling around. Each crystalline tear resembled a pearl severed from its string, ready to fall at any moment. Sure, Shu, we have yet to properly congratulate you. Hu NGX, being astute, noticed Wang Yaoshan's current despondency and would surely devise a way to uplift his spirits. Indeed, Mr. Wang, just a moment ago, our esteemed elder was present, and we dared not openly extend our congratulations to you. Brother Yaoshan, I must commend you, for you faced over 30 bolts of purple lightning with unwavering composure. You are truly a man of remarkable courage and fortitude. Congratulations, Yaoshan. Now, you must treat us today. Both Xiaotian and I are utterly disheartened, and you owe us compensation. Under the guidance of Qingxiu, the group swiftly grasped his intentions, as they were equally unwilling to allow Wang Yaoshan to succumb to sorrowful parting. Thus, they cooperated exceptionally well. One must understand that emotions are akin to a breeze. They can effortlessly sweep through the hearts of individuals, transmitting their inherent energy. When a person's spirit is engulfed by joy, excitement, anger, or sadness, these emotions spread like a virus, subtly influencing those who come into contact with them. In an environment filled with laughter and cheer, even if one initially feels somewhat despondent, the infectious atmosphere can lift their spirits, gradually erasing the shadows within. Conversely, if surrounded by a gloomy ambience, it becomes exceedingly challenging to maintain a positive outlook, and one may find themselves inevitably assimilated into that wave of negativity. Fortunately, Wang Yaoshan is blessed with a circle of steadfast brothers and friends, enabling him to swiftly transform tears into laughter. So let us pledge to revel until we are inebriated. What do you say? Wang Yaoshan's enthusiasm has been thoroughly ignited by their camaraderie. Uncle Master, you may not yet be aware, correct? The esteemed ancestor granted both me and old Jean a 2-day respite, and today we shall indulge in a spirited revelry. The mere mention of drinking evokes an exuberance that is simply delightful. In the ancient times of the investiture of the gods, it is said that Qingxiu had a profound fondness for wine, often succumbing to inebriation and frequently incurring the reprimands of his master. Mr. Wang, I have long maintained that you are my guiding light. When you direct me eastward, I shall never veer westward. Ha ha ha. I would willingly risk my life to accompany the gentleman old Jean, who hails from Korea, a land perpetually shrouded in coldness throughout the ages. In those distant days, when technology had yet to reach its zenith, the people were often at a loss against the biting chill. Yet, they discovered a unique means to fend off the numbing cold, through the consumption of wine. Brother Yaoshan, although my capacity for liquor is limited, our rapport is as if we have known each other for ages, enveloping me in a refreshing aura. Today, I have resolutely decided to partake in this libation. Li Jing also expressed his eagerness. Does Xiaotian have any arrangements today? Or any urgent official duties to attend to? Mr. Wang Yaoshan inquired with great attentiveness towards Xiaotian. No, there is nothing, she replied. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, Xiaotian shall henceforth be your personal assistant. I shall ensure she is not burdened with excessive trivialities. Old Jean interjected before Tian Xiaotian could respond, anxious not to disrupt the jovial atmosphere. Oh, splendid, Mr. Wang Yaoshan smiled knowingly, casting a friendly glance at old Jean. He then turned his gaze to Tian Xiaotian, for they were in close proximity. And he quietly inquired, what does it mean to be a personal assistant? At that moment, Tian Xiaotian felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide herself in. She let out a soft scoff, her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. Well then, it seems today we are all free of obligations. Hey, what do you mean, you rascal? You asked without even consulting me. You really are asking for trouble. Lu Yu exclaimed as she pinched Wang Yaoshan's arm. I was merely jesting. How could I dare to overlook you? You now hold an official position. To put it bluntly, we here are all under your authority. You are the city god of hygiene. Wang Yaoshan shouted as he ran. Their playful chase elicited hearty laughter from everyone around. On this day, they cast aside all worries and forgot their identities. Within this courtyard, they were merely brothers and sisters, close kin. Chapter 31. The arrival of leadership at 8 in the morning, the day broke bright and clear. Under Wang Yaoshan's meticulous coordination, all members of the humble temple, having clarified their respective responsibilities, prepared to mobilize. However, as soon as they opened the door, they were taken aback. The once desolate temple was now teeming with people at the entrance. Wang Yaoshan stood frozen, astonished by the scene before him. Just moments ago, during their discussions, old Jean had suggested, Mr. Wang, let's not venture out to buy supplies. I can have them delivered. You can rest a bit. The taste of what one buys oneself is distinct from that which is delivered, Wang Yaoshan had retorted, recalling his earlier words to old Jean. Now, he realized old Jean had been right. There was no way to step outside now. Passerby, what is going on here? Are you giving things away? Count me in for a share. Passerby B, you really don't know? Haven't you seen the trending news? The little temple got struck by lightning. It's gone viral. Passerby C, where's the fire? Hurry and save it. What a chaotic scene. Did any of this even make sense? Master Uncle, it seems that your commotion yesterday was rather considerable. Although our location is somewhat remote, that purple lightning. Qing Su's eyes glinted as he discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, the adage the old horse knows the way rings true. Upon hearing Qing Su's remark, Wang Yaoshan immediately grasped the situation. The crowd had merely gathered to witness the spectacle. Li Jing approached Wang Yaoshan, leaning in to listen intently. After a brief exchange of whispers, Li Jing's expression fluctuated between furrowed brows and vigorous nods, ultimately culminating in an epiphany. He raised both thumbs high in admiration, exclaiming his approval. With that, he moved to a position closest to the crowd, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Everyone, lend me your ears. At Li Jing's commanding voice, silence enveloped the crowd instantaneously. His perennial attire, coupled with his earnest demeanor, commanded respect. Not only the ordinary citizens, but even Director Qi would feel compelled to stand and salute. It was evident that a leader was about to address them. Representatives from the government had arrived. The once boisterous crowd, now hushed, reminded one another to maintain decorum. Xiao Tian, assist in altering the electromagnetic waves in the magnetic field, and influence the mobile signals here, Wang Yaoshan instructed. Observing the crowd, some individuals had produced their phones, others poised to capture photographs or record videos, potentially inciting unforeseen consequences online. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and those who had been holding their phones instinctively returned them to their pockets as all devices inexplicably powered down. Under Wang Yaoshan's suggestion, Li Jing continued. I am from the Housing Management Bureau. Every year, during this season of frequent thunderstorms, our vicinity often witnesses natural disasters caused by lightning striking trees. Therefore, we applied to our colleagues at the meteorological department to install a lightning rod at this small temple. After a successful test last night, we managed to attract a total of 36 lightning strikes, all of which were drawn to the rod, preventing any accidents or disasters. The crowd erupted into applause, a continuous wave of sound amidst the throngs of people. Let us have another. Li Jing, noticing the growing enthusiasm of the audience, felt compelled to say more. However, Wang Yaoshan, somewhat exasperated, kept signaling to Li Jing, implying that he had not yet finished his speech and should refrain from engaging with the audience. All right, everyone, please do not worry. Those who need to go to work, please do so. Those who have tasks to attend to, please get busy. You may all disperse now. With that, Li Jing returned to the courtyard and closed the door behind him, deciding to wait a while before stepping out again. Li Go, why are you adding your own lines? One of them asked. I'm not quite sure what came over me. I just wanted to express my heartfelt gratitude to these people and receive their genuine applause, Li Jing replied, his face flushed as he lowered his gaze. Well said, Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before patting Li Jing on the shoulder. 10 minutes later, the crowd outside had dispersed. Only then did Wang Yaoshan lead his group of 5 out the door. It must be noted that this shabby little temple possessed nothing of value. Not even the most basic cooking utensils or condiments were to be found, and it was likely that the large stove pit from the Guangxu era had long been blocked. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Yaoshan arrived at the nearest free market with Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian. Although it was considered the closest one, it was still a considerable distance of 10 kilometers from the Taoist temple. However, for Wang Yaoshan in his current state, this distance was trivial. His physical condition had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering him far superior to his former self, akin to traveling 1,000 miles in a single day. A mere 10 kilometers was as effortless as a walk in the park for him. Along the way, his steps were steady and light, as if the winds themselves propelled him forward with ease toward their destination. As Lu Yu inhaled the fragrant scent of fresh fruits and vegetables, he realized that merely smelling them would not suffice to quell his hunger. Recently, the restless spirits, who had long harbored grievances against the underworld, were rapidly expanding their influence. It was rumored that these entities had successfully summoned numerous powerful demons to their cause, vocally proclaiming their intent to seek justice from the underworld. Standing before a fruit stall, Tian Xiaotian casually selected plump red apples while nonchalantly relaying this information to Wang Yaoshan. Upon hearing this, a characteristic smile remained on Wang Yaoshan's face, his bright eyes glimmering as they playfully focused on Lu Yu. He teased, "Oh, is that so? Well, it matters not, for we have the protection of the benevolent Lord above. No, wait. Perhaps it is more fitting to say the Lord of overcast skies." Lu Yu, who was originally focused on grocery shopping, discreetly listened to the conversation between the two. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan once again turn the joke towards her, she could not help but arch her brows in indignation and glare at him, exclaiming, "Who is the overcast one? What exactly do you mean? Why is it that everyone else can be called clear sky, yet I am labeled as overcast?" In response to Lu Yu's inquiry, Wang Yaoshan showed no signs of panic. Instead, he explained with utmost seriousness, "Oh dear, please do not be upset. You are, after all, the esteemed city god, and as the ruler of the underworld among mortals, are you not indeed the epitome of the overcast lord?" After delivering this line, he playfully winked at Lu Yu. To everyone's surprise, after hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, Lu Yu paused momentarily and then nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Now that you mention it, there seems to be a kernel of truth in that. Fool, do you truly believe that my master whimsically assigned you the role of the city god of Hygiene City? Wang Yaoshan inquired, gazing at the somewhat naive Lu Yu with a smile. "I see now. Your master intends for me to take responsibility for this matter." The once bewildered Lu Yu suddenly became alert at Wang Yaoshan's question. "Responsibility for what nonsense? I am truly exasperated with you. You embody the saying that beauty indeed needs to be exchanged for intelligence. You dare mock me? I shall retaliate." Without waiting for Wang Yaoshan to respond, Lu Yu brandished her small fists and charged towards him furiously. "Yaoshan, just speak plainly. I still do not grasp the situation. This is not Lu Yu's fault." Tian Xiaotian, witnessing the tumultuous commotion caused by the two individuals, hastily interjected to restore order. "All right, you foolish one. Let me inquire. What were you doing prior to becoming the local king of the underworld? Enough of this pondering. Do you consider yourself a tyrant ruling over a domain of malevolence?" A chivalrous heroine," Wang Yaoshan remarked, observing Lu Yu's petite hand resting on his waist, and swiftly altered his tone. "Indeed, I am a heroine," Lu Yu retorted with a hint of pride. "Then, were your numerous subordinates merely vengeful spirits? Were they unaware of your recent elevation to city god?" "No, not at all. I was just ordained this morning. Only a few of us are aware," Lu Yu replied, perplexed by the connection between the two matters. Wang Yaoshan continued, "With your former influence, it should not pose a challenge to assimilate these unruly souls, correct? Even if assimilation proves difficult, could you not dispatch your former subordinates to infiltrate their ranks, thereby fracturing their unity? This could lead to a segment wishing to reincarnate in the underworld, while another faction would serve you." In that moment, Tian Xiaotian experienced a sudden epiphany. Is it really feasible to approach it in such a manner? "Little sweet, ensure you clarify this matter with Lu Yu later. It is not inherently troublesome. Old Jean is also amenable to rectifying previous mistakes. The environment in the underworld will undoubtedly improve. My master-s arrangement this time is truly a masterstroke. Achieving multiple objectives with a single action." Wang Yaoshan's expression conveyed admiration. Experience indeed speaks volumes. Chapter 32. Capturing individuals. In the midst of this conversation, Wang Yaoshan's phone suddenly buzzed. "Brother Wang, where are you? You haven't returned to your dorm for 2 days. You missed class today as well. Is everything all right? Have you encountered any mishap?" Tian Yu, like a clockwork mechanism, unleashed a torrent of words in rapid succession. "Lenny, I'm fine. I'm outside. I've had a few matters to attend to these past couple of days. Please help me request a leave of absence from old Hao." "Yes, I will call him shortly." With that, the call ended. This conversation sparked a recollection in Wang Yaoshan of several significant matters. He promptly dialed the number for the venerable old Jean, stating, My master informed me that the perpetrators involved in the trafficking of children and the sale of their organs have been marked. Is that true? Indeed, Mr. Wang. I have ordered the underworld's emissaries to conduct comprehensive surveillance around the clock on a total of 37 individuals. They will report any unusual activity without delay. We are merely awaiting your command to initiate the arrests. Old Jean, burdened with spices, startled a small vendor who adamantly refused the currency offered. Very well. Let us deliberate on the arrest strategy. First, instruct your subordinates to incapacitate these individuals discreetly, without drawing the attention of the underworld. Subsequently, organize their earthly records systematically and send them to me. Ensure that the emissaries confine these individuals to the designated location you prepare for them. Wang Yaoshan's primary concern was that during this interim, these traffickers might continue their nefarious activities, potentially resulting in further victims. He pondered how he would differ from their accomplices if such a tragedy were to occur. However, he was resolute that any arrests must be executed within the framework of earthly law, without relying on the forces of the underworld. Do not worry, Mr. Wang. I will hang up now and immediately have the emissaries prepare. I have everything ready and will send it to you shortly. With that, Old Jean transmitted a document. Thank you, Old Jean. Your efforts are appreciated. Please continue with your tasks, and we shall convene shortly. As Wang Yaoshan ended the call, he instructed, Xiao Tian, Lu Yu. You two can choose first. I have some matters to attend to and must step out for a while. Let us reconvene at the Taoist temple. With that, Wang Yaoshan swiftly departed from the market. Hey, you scoundrel. You're not here, leaving just the two of us girls to carry the vegetables and meat? Lu Yu's complaints fell on deaf ears. He was a man of significant undertakings. Isn't that precisely what you admire about him? Why are you now blaming him? Tian Xiaotian teased Lu Yu. Oh, Xiao Tian, don't you have feelings for him? What do you find appealing about him? Tian Xiaotian was taken aback by Lu Yu's candidness and the girl's sharp tongue. In merely 5 minutes, Wang Yaoshan appeared near the criminal investigation team, striding purposefully inside. By chance, he encountered Qi Wen approaching him. Mr. Wang, greetings. Are you here to collect your temporary work permit? Qi Wen inquired, extending his hand. Is Captain Li present? Wang Yaoshan reciprocated the gesture with a brief handshake. Yes, I'll take you to him. They proceeded, one following the other, towards Li He's office. Half an hour later, Li said, Comrade Wang, is everything you mentioned truly accurate? Are these individuals indeed involved in child trafficking? And have you obtained their identification and current addresses? Rest assured, Captain Li, should there be any inaccuracies, I, Wang Yaoshan, will be the first to admit it. He replied confidently. Look here, this Hu Yijin and Li Jian are precisely the suspects we have been pursuing, and this Li Qi. Qi Wen interjected. Unable to contain himself as he perused the information Wang Yaoshan had submitted, turning to Li He. Captain Li, the situation is as follows. These criminal suspects are dispersed across the nation, which poses a significant challenge. We must devise a means to conduct a joint operation and apprehend these offenders who harm families and traffic children in one fell swoop. Xiao Wang, while a collaborative investigation poses no issues, we must acknowledge that these individuals are inherently mobile. Regardless of the sophistication of our surveillance, a thorough examination will require considerable time. Captain Li, these individuals will not move. They remain at the locations we have identified. We can proceed directly to apprehend them without any complications. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, Li He was left astounded. Is this man mad, or has he suffered some tremendous shock? How could he possibly guarantee such a thing? Oh, Captain Li, do not worry. Let us first conduct the arrest in Hygiene City. This will allow you to verify the accuracy of my claims. If everything proves to be correct, can we not collaborate on the case? We could apprehend all these criminals and bring them to justice. No problem, regardless of the outcome. I am immensely grateful for your support and assistance in our work. Xiao Qi, take the lead and execute the arrests. At that moment, Li He still harbored skepticism towards Wang Yaoshan's assertions. He felt that Wang's confidence was rather naive. Surely, it cannot be that simple to capture these individuals. Yet, witnessing Wang Yaoshan's unwavering assurance made him contemplate that perhaps there was no harm in trying. Wang Yaoshan understood that Captain Li did not fully trust him. He recognized that Li's reservations were entirely reasonable. After all, an outsider, lacking even the most fundamental knowledge, daring to dictate the intricacies of a professional matter. Who wouldn't he feel exasperated by such audacity? Li, let us leave it at that for now. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Wang Yaoshan shook hands with Li He and promptly exited the office. Once outside the Criminal Investigation Division, Wang Yaoshan sought a secluded spot and called Old Jean. Old Jean, the operation to apprehend suspects has commenced in Hygiene City. I instruct you to ensure that your subordinates monitor the criminals there. Upon encountering the criminal investigation officers, they should voluntarily disclose information to expedite the process. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will ensure that your directives are executed flawlessly. Old Jean, how is your procurement of the seasoning going? Now that the official business was concluded, he felt at liberty to indulge in his own festivities. As for this Qingxiu, it seemed he had never purchased condiments before, as all his acquisitions were made in bulk. Am I not sending someone to assist? Old Jing complained, panting heavily. My old bones can hardly endure this. Is he planning to open a grocery store? Master Uncle, do not heed his nonsense. There are no plans for a grocery shop. I merely thought that we should gather frequently in the future. So it would be prudent to stock up, Qingxiu interjected, seizing the phone from Wang Yaoshan to clarify. Ah, very well. Just ensure you handle the payment. Wang Yaoshan replied before hanging up, fully aware that Qingxiu was once again seeking to benefit old Jean. Indeed, the saying holds true, a thief does not leave empty-handed. And this perfectly encapsulated Qingxiu. An hour later, everyone reconvened at the small Taoist temple, where Wang Yaoshan assertively assigned tasks. Xiaodian, wash the vegetables. Li, slice the meat. Old Jean, rinse the rice. Lu Yu, beat the eggs until well mixed. Qingxiu, tidy up the stove. The few individuals present spoke in unison, inquiring, what about you? Oh, it seems you are all in agreement now. I am merely in the process of transporting beverages. In a while, I must also prepare charcoal for barbecuing and hot pot. No one is idle, Wang Yaoshan replied irritably. May I ask, who among you can cook? It is nearly midnight, he continued, ready to delegate tasks. I possess some culinary skills, Tian Xiaodian responded gently, adding, I am not sure who first said it, but to win a man's heart, one must first captivate his stomach. Tian Xiaodian found merit in this saying. However, Wang Yaoshan disagreed, remarking, so, the notion is that men think with their stomachs? What an outdated perspective. Utter nonsense. Brother, I can cook. I am a second-tier chef from Tianting, and I placed fourth in 3 competitions. Li Jing chimed in eagerly, raising his hand. Old Jean, summon the chefs from your group, for I do not trust these two. One has a criminal record for lacing tea with amnesia powder, and the other is merely a second-tier chef, yet claims to be immortal. Who knows if the food will be safe? For the sake of everyone's health, let us engage external assistance. Very well, President Wang, I have been awaiting your instruction. They are nearby, and I have made arrangements in advance, Old Jean chuckled. Having anticipated such a scenario, with a clap of his hands, 5 burly men entered, declaring, it is our honor to serve President Wang. They then took over most of the tasks, allowing Tian Xiaodian, Li Jing, Old Jean, and Lu Yu to relax, leaving only the beleaguered Wang Yaoshan and Qing Su to attend to their duties. Wang Yaoshan had been tirelessly engaged in his work for quite some time. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he exhibited no intention of pausing, resolutely persevering. Tian Xiaodian stood silently beside him, witnessing Wang Yaoshan's arduous efforts. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and softly offered, allow me to assist you. With that, she reached out and took a box of soda from Wang Yaoshan's hands. Wang Yaoshan was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to decline, as this was his responsibility. However, upon meeting Tian Xiaodian's steadfast and gentle gaze, he ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, thank you then. With Tian Xiaodian's involvement, the others felt compelled to join in, and soon everyone was helping Wang Yaoshan with the heavy lifting. Thus, accompanied by one another's support, the task seemed far less burdensome. They worked collaboratively while exchanging light-hearted banter, laughter resonating through the air. Chapter 33, Nonsense at Last. The work was completed. Wang Yaoshan, cradling the final box of waha, trembled as he approached the 5-member group, who appeared to be in a stupor. Hey, what are you all looking at? He inquired. The group remained silent, save for Li Jing, who turned around and shushed him. What is going on? Have you discovered a new world? Following their gazes, he saw that the chefs brought by Old Jean were enthusiastically shouting, their spatulas flying through the air, while large iron woks danced about, flames soaring to nearly half a meter high. Chopping and washing vegetables resembled a captivating circus act. Had they summoned a culinary master? Wang Yaoshan found himself momentarily entranced by the spectacle. Particularly, the individual responsible for the dough wielded a substantial iron rod. Rhythmically striking the dough with fervor, one could not help but surmise that it was indeed a steel rod in the capable hands of Master Xia. In less than 20 minutes, an array of exquisite dishes began to grace the table. General Jean, aside from the whole roasted lamb, the primary dishes are nearly complete. Please, do offer your guidance. The 5 chefs stood at attention, their movements so swift that one might mistake them for a traditional dance troupe. General Wang, observe. Old Jean is famished. Yet he still seeks the opinion of Wang Yaoshan. What am I to look at? It's time to dine. The chef should join us as well. Wang Yaoshan regarded the chefs, who moved with a devilish precision. General Wang, they cannot partake. They must return to ensure the kitchen remains attended to. Otherwise, the group would lack anyone to oversee the culinary duties. Oh, you have all worked diligently. Wang Yaoshan courteously waved to the chefs. Long live General Wang. They chorused in unison, startling Wang Yaoshan, who quickly gestured for them to cease. His expression conveyed a sense of bewilderment. Why such exuberance? The chefs, believing he was still waving, continued their spirited chant. Embarrassed, Wang Yaoshan wished for a crevice to hide within, reflecting that the fault lay not with them, but rather with himself. A simple statement would have sufficed without the need for gestures. Unfazed by Wang Yaoshan's astonishment, the chefs marched in unison, swiftly exiting the courtyard and disappearing from sight. Lu Yu rapped the table. What's captured your attention, you fool? It was then that Wang Yaoshan noticed the entire table was observing him, none having touched their chopsticks. Curiously, he turned to old Jean. Why aren't you eating? Old Jean wiped his chopsticks and said, You are the host, my idol, my guiding light. In formal occasions, I must wait for you to begin. It seemed as though a table full of deities awaited their cue to start. Wang Yaoshan swiftly picked up his chopsticks and devoured a piece of chicken, and everyone followed suit. At this moment, Qingshu held a bottle of liquor, pouring drinks for each person, and then addressed Wang Yaoshan, saying, Master Uncle, shouldn't you share a few words with us? As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining few at the table simultaneously set down their chopsticks. Let there be no formalities, no official tone. We are friends, brothers. To our friendship, let us toast. With that, Wang Yaoshan took the lead and downed a cup. Seeing Wang Yaoshan's boldness, the others followed suit without hesitation. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Wang Yaoshan, feeling somewhat inebriated, finally spoke, his words slightly slurred. I have a question that has lingered in my heart for quite some time. At this point, he had consumed enough to be pleasantly tipsy. His eyes glazed over, and his speech somewhat muddled. It was evident that he and Li Jing were no match for Qingshu and old Jean when it came to drinking. In just a few exchanges, they were already rambling. He vaguely recalled that these two weren't such heavy drinkers before. Master Uncle, what do you say? Mr. Wang, please. Do not hold back. We have no outsiders here. Very well, since that is the case, I shall unburden my heart. Throughout our long acquaintance, I have rarely witnessed you wielding your celestial powers. Just look at this dilapidated temple before us, according to the descriptions in the texts. With but a wave of your hand, it could be transformed into a magnificent spectacle. Moreover, if one could simply teleport to a destination, it would undoubtedly be both swift and effortless. Furthermore, it is rather surprising that even when Xiao Tian and her companions assist me in laundering my garments, they resort to a washing machine rather than employing some magical technique. What could be the reason behind this? Xiao Tian washing your clothes? Qing Su and Lao Jin appeared to completely overlook the earlier inquiry regarding the magical arts, their attention instantly captivated by this statement. In unison, their gazes shifted towards Wang Yaoshan, only to swiftly redirect to Tian Xiaotian. At that moment, Tian Xiaotian was engrossed in a lively conversation with Lu Yu, her spirits high, entirely oblivious to Wang Yaoshan's utterance. Upon sensing the sudden and synchronized scrutiny from the two, she found herself pondering. Had she inadvertently uttered something amiss that had caught their attention? With this thought, the radiant smile that adorned her face faltered slightly, and her expression turned somewhat tense. Could you please focus on the main point? Wang Yaoshan felt exasperated. These two elders, at their age, still harbor such unhealthy thoughts? Master Uncle, there is no need for pressure. Romantic affection is entirely normal. The Celestial Court now encourages relationships and marriage. There will be no recurrence of tragic love stories like that of the cowherd and the weaver girl, the three holy mothers, and Lu Yanchang, or Dong Yong and the seven fairies. Moreover, you have yet to receive any blessings. The Celestial Court has no authority over you. Even if they did, who would dare intervene? Your master, perhaps. Qing Su stroked his goatee, earnestly analyzing the situation for Wang Yaoshan. Why has the Celestial Court become so liberal? I recall the television dramas I have watched. The cowherd and the weaver girl can only meet once a year, while the three holy mothers are imprisoned beneath a colossal stone, enduring the torment of solitude and suffering without ever seeing the light of day. In contrast, the fate of the seven fairies is somewhat more fortunate. After enduring numerous trials, she and Dong Yong ultimately unite, embarking on a blissful life filled with affection and unabashed intimacy. However, their journey of love is not without its challenges. Wang Yaoshan, upon concluding his thoughts, mused in confusion about how the conversation had shifted to the myth of love. Master, look at these stories. They have been adapted into television dramas and films on Earth. How could the heavenly realm disregard them? They serve as vivid cautionary tales. If the common folk begin to harbor rebellious sentiments, our sustenance would be at stake. Qing Su took another sip and continued. Without trust, there can be no incense offerings. Without offerings, we shall go hungry. That is the crux of the matter. Our modifications aim for the celestial realm to better serve humankind. The heavenly realm is already quite fragile and cannot remain an antiquated cautionary tale. It must keep pace with the times. Henceforth, interactions between deities and mortals will be legitimate, not to mention the interactions among deities themselves. Persia Beiji. He missed out on the right moment. What question did I pose earlier that has led us here? Wang Yaoshan inquired, somewhat befuddled. Mr. Wang, you initially asked about the use of celestial techniques, and then questioned why the heavenly realm has become so open, replied Lao Jin. Wang Yaoshan remained silent, merely extending a finger. Mr. Wang, there are taboos regarding deities on Earth. They must not carelessly employ their magical arts or alter the course of fate at whim. Allow me to provide an analogy. Today, instead of utilizing chopsticks for my meal, I resorted to celestial methods, which could potentially incite chaos among mortals. A phenomenon commonly referred to as the butterfly effect. The specifics elude my understanding. Nonetheless, we adhere to the directives of our superiors. Of course, you are a unique entity, inherently human, and the ancients did not caution you against employing celestial methods in your leisure. Thus, you fall outside the realm of regulation. Old Jean continues to speak with clarity, despite having consumed 2 bottles of liquor, and has now opened a third. I understand. I too shall minimize my use of celestial methods, as being captured on camera would not bode well. With that, he leaned heavily onto Tian Xiaoyan's shoulder. The intoxication was undeniable. He had originally consumed the equivalent of 2 bottles of beer, but today, he had a substantial half bottle of spirits as a base. How could he not be inebriated? Tian Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, initially thinking Wang Yaoshan was merely patting her shoulder. She reached out to tap back, only to realize that the sensation was amiss. Upon turning her head, the two nearly found themselves in an unintended kiss. In an instant, Tian Xiaoyan sobered up, her conversation with Lu Yu abruptly forgotten. At this moment, she dared not move, her expression a complex tapestry of fear and anticipation, joy and sorrow, an ineffable amalgamation of emotions. Just then, a voice called from outside, "Is Xiao Wang there?" accompanied by a knock on the door, prompting the once boisterous gathering to gradually quiet down. "Yaoshan, it seems someone is calling for you. Did you hear?" Tian Xiaoyan listened intently, calling out to Wang Yaoshan beside her. Chapter 34. The tiger leader Li stood at the door, closely followed by Qi Wen, both of them remaining quietly poised, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour had quietly slipped away, yet the firmly shut door remained obstinately closed. Initially, when Li knocked, his actions were exceedingly gentle, almost tentative, as if he feared inciting the displeasure of the occupant within. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the door, the sound so faint it resembled the delicate flutter of a mosquito's wings, nearly imperceptible. Meanwhile, Qi Wen anxiously fixed his gaze upon the door, silently speculating about the occupant's reaction. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, the homeowner, Qing Su, stood up and announced, "I shall open the door," as he made his way towards it. "Hello, is Wang Yaoshan here?" Li thought as the door finally creaked open. "And who might you be?" Qing Su, reeking of alcohol, inquired warily. Lao Jin had been following Qing Su closely, and, upon hearing the familiar voice, peered outside. "General Jin is also present," Li mused, pondering how much he must have drunk. Just as he was about to answer Qing Su's question, he lifted his head and spotted Lao Jin. "Ah, Team Leader Li, please come in. What brings you here? A gathering, I presume? My apologies for intruding." Li replied with a slight nod towards Qing Su as he entered the courtyard. Noticing Wang Yaoshan, who was utterly inebriated, he paid him no mind and maintained a smiling demeanor, seeking to appease everyone. "Yaoshan, wake up," Tian Xiaoyan gently prodded Wang Yaoshan's head. But he showed no sign of response. "Let me handle this," Lu Yu declared, disregarding the surroundings as he directly pinched Wang Yaoshan's side, swiftly followed by a swipe of his left hand in front of Wang Yaoshan's face. In an instant, Wang Yaoshan leapt up, soaring over 3 meters high with a startled cry. Only Lu Yu knows the truth. She restored Wang Yaoshan's consciousness. But whether it was out of jealousy or fear of delaying matters remains uncertain. "You truly exerted yourself. Look at the bruise you left on me," Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, seething with anger as he clutched his wound, ready to confront Lu Yu. "Oh, but there are 2 more people here now," he noticed. "Captain Li, Captain Qi, when did you arrive? Comrade Wang, we are here to present you with a banner of commendation. Following your directives, we apprehended all suspects in Hygiene City without missing a single one," Li said, extending a firm handshake with Wang Yaoshan. "Mr. Wang, you have become a legendary figure in our department." Qi Wen, shedding his usual stern demeanor, eagerly joined in to shake hands with Wang Yaoshan. "Ah, this is splendid news. Captain Li, I trust that joint operations will pose no issues." "Captain Qi, you flatter me. It is simply my duty," Wang Yaoshan replied, still concerned about the circumstances in other provinces. "Rest assured, Comrade Wang, we have already submitted a request to higher authorities. Once we receive the necessary documentation, we can officially proceed with the arrests," Li replied reassuringly. "Captain Li, what sort of penalties will criminals like them face?" This was one of Wang Yaoshan's greatest fears, having captured the wrongdoers only to see them released shortly thereafter. According to Article 240 of the Criminal Law, The basic sentencing standard is imprisonment for a term of 5 to 10 years, along with fines. For serious offenses, the sentence may extend beyond 10 years or result in life imprisonment, accompanied by fines or confiscation of property. In particularly severe cases, the death penalty may be imposed, along with the confiscation of assets. Are you saying that it might not necessarily be a death sentence? Wang Yaoshan gazed incredulously at Li He before him. Indeed. The laws of our nation stipulate that multiple offenses are subject to cumulative sentencing. When it comes to the trafficking of children involving 3 or more individuals, the penalties are significantly heightened. Those on the primary list face a minimum incarceration of 15 years, while in particularly severe cases, capital punishment may be imposed. I understand now. Thank you, Wang Yaoshan replied, a tinge of disappointment evident in his voice, not for any other reason than the realization that many children may have already fallen victim. Yet, the fact that these traffickers could continue to roam the earth perplexed him. Do not be disheartened. While the laws of the living may fail to extinguish their existence, the retribution of the afterlife will surely be relentless, Lao Jin remarked, keenly aware of Wang Yaoshan's emotional turmoil. From the very beginning, it was clear to him that Wang Yaoshan was consumed by concern for these innocent children, leading him to lose control over his own mind. Old Jin, I must express my gratitude to you, Wang Yaoshan said, extending his hand firmly to shake Lao Jin's. Why, you needn't say such things. What relationship do we share that would warrant thanks? You are treating me rather formally, Lao Jin replied, having mastered the art of flattery through his studies with Qing Su. Let us drink some more, he suggested. Indeed, let's continue, Wang Yaoshan agreed. By this time, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Wang Yaoshan took hold of Lao Jin's hand and returned to his previous seat. Upon his return, Tian Xiaotian scrutinized him with narrowed eyes, her expression akin to that of someone who had indulged excessively. What is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Wang Yaoshan, perplexed, inquired, why the hesitation? Why shy away? Is it so difficult to allow a glance? Tian Xiaotian chuckled lightly, her pair of sparkling, doe-like eyes blinking playfully, their gaze akin to 2 blazing flames, steadfastly directed at Wang Yaoshan, showing no intention of averting. She remained fixated upon him, as if striving to peer through his exterior into the depths of his soul. Under the weight of such a gaze, Wang Yaoshan felt an overwhelming discomfort envelop him. From Tian Xiaotian's eyes, he sensed an irresistible warmth, a fervor so potent that it gave rise to the illusion that the passion emanating from those beautiful orbs could indeed consume him entirely. Thus, he averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Tian Xiaotian's eyes any longer, and resumed his convivial exchange with Lao Jin. Where is Brotherly? Wang Yaoshan questioned, noting the absence of one from their original group of 5. I am right here, came the voice, as the group located its source beneath the table, discovering Li Jing. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian erupted into laughter. Near Heijiancheng, in the area we do not oversee, trouble brews. A horde of vengeful spirits has inexplicably invaded our territory. These intruders are audacious, having assaulted our brothers without a second thought, leaving many injured. A frantic spirit, wielding a large blade and wearing an expression of sheer panic, rushed towards the second-in-command, breathless and urgently reporting the dire situation at hand. Upon conducting a thorough investigation, it was revealed that the composition of this enigmatic band of vengeful spirits is astonishingly intricate. The vast majority of these souls lack formidable magical prowess. However, unexpectedly, they have clandestinely allied themselves with numerous ferocious and malevolent demons to bolster their ranks. It is precisely due to the support of these demons that this group of spirits has been able to act with such impunity, causing our forces to suffer repeated setbacks and retreat in disarray. I must report this matter to the elder sister. Everyone should remain calm and refrain from engaging in direct confrontation with them. It is imperative to preserve our own strength. As he spoke, the second-in-command vanished from sight. Near Hygiene City Normal University, the tiger leader stood majestically atop a hill, his imposing figure resembling an unyielding mountain. Behind him, a throng of jubilant subordinates cheered with fervor, exclaiming, "Long live the tiger leader." This recent campaign has been nothing short of exhilarating. With our foes routed and fleeing in disarray, we swept through their encampment with unparalleled force, annexing their territory into our dominion. Now, our lands have expanded once more, and our influence continues to grow. The lesser demons below vociferously extolled their comrades. Reflecting on the battlefield, the tiger leader could not suppress a smile of triumph. Leading by example, he charged into the enemy ranks, wielding his great sword with a ferocity that none could withstand. His brethren followed closely, engaging in a breathtaking clash with the adversaries. Gazing at the newly conquered territory before him, the tiger head leader felt a surge of ambition within his heart. He understood that this was merely the beginning, for many more challenges awaited their conquest in the future. Yet, with such valiant and fearless brothers by his side, he firmly believed that no obstacle could impede their forward march. Chapter 35. The unfading tide of jealousy in the small courtyard of the Taoist temple. The revelry among the crowd was at its peak. Naturally, the most intoxicated of all was Li Jing, who had taken refuge in the restroom for convenience's sake. Wang Yaoshan observed Lao Jin and Qing Su, his tongue heavy with drink as he slurred, "Brothers, once our cups are drained, it's all over. Is that agreeable?" "Master Uncle, you've miscalculated. We are indeed the grandsons here," Qing Su interjected, having imbibed his fair share as well, his speech no clearer than Wang Yaoshan's. At that moment, Lao Jin rose from his seat and approached Lu Yu, whispering something into his ear. After their exchange, Lu Yu hastily made his way towards the entrance. "Where are you rushing off to? Is something the matter, Xiao Tian? What has happened to the city goddess grandmother?" Wang Yaoshan noticed Lu Yu's hasty departure. What could it be? Is it not that an old flame has come calling? He mused, not waiting for Tian Xiaoyan's response before standing up himself. Swaying slightly as he advanced to the doorway, the remaining few followed closely behind Wang Yaoshan. "I knew you were hiding something from me, seeking out a pretty boy. Do you truly care for me?" Wang Yaoshan, now thoroughly inebriated, glared at Lu Yu, who appeared to be intimately engaged with a male ghost. Indeed, this ghost appeared notably pale. Anger welled up within him. Notions of love and admiration were nothing but empty words, mere fabrications of the spirit world. The 5-Fire-7 bird fan was now firmly in Wang Yaoshan's grasp. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering why this troublesome adversary had chosen to accompany her. What nonsense was he uttering? Behind her, Qing Su and Lao Jin each assumed a stance, one with arms crossed and the other with legs crossed. "Mr. Wang, you have mistaken your man," they interjected. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Tian Xiaotian seized the opportunity to expel the alcohol fumes from his body with a swift motion. "If you cannot drink, then refrain from it," she huffed, turning on her heel to re-enter the courtyard. "What has gotten into Xiaotian? What am I doing here?" Wang Yaoshan pondered aloud. Upon glancing down, he realized he was clutching the 5-Fire-7 birds fan. Looking at Lao Jin and Qing Su entwined around him only deepened his confusion. "Just a moment ago, we were reveling in our drinks when my subordinate, the Yin Sha, reported that a male ghost awaited Lu Yu outside. I conveyed this to Lu Yu, and then you followed her out. Upon arriving outside, we witnessed you brandishing the 5-Fire-7 birds fan." Lao Jin recounted the sequence of events to Wang Yaoshan. At that moment, Lu Yu approached the gathering with the male ghost in tow. "This is my subordinate. The issue you mentioned to me at noon has now materialized. The spirits with a rebellious disposition towards the underworld have officially launched an assault near Normal University. They have allied with various demons, one of whom is the tiger leader," Lu Yu declared, with the male ghost nodding slightly in affirmation. "Oh, I recognize this male ghost. Was it not he who inquired about your future plans on our first encounter?" Wang Yaoshan realized he was already familiar with the ghost's true identity. "What nonsense were you spouting earlier? What do you mean by worthy?" Lu Yu could not clearly hear what Wang Yaoshan had said. "Ah, did I speak just now? Let us first address the matter at hand. Old Jin, you and Lu Yu should proceed to investigate this issue. It pertains to demons and spirits, which is far more complex than mere appeasement or declarations. Old Jin, take along several messengers to encircle this rebellious faction. I will go inside to summon Xiao Tian and Li Jing. The more assistance we have, the better we can seize the initiative." Wang Yaoshan's arrangement seemed infallible. However, he did not anticipate the profound hostility harbored by these vengeful spirits, which extended not only toward the underworld but also toward the mortal realm. This encroachment crossed his threshold of tolerance. As the city god, Lu Yu bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the territory under his jurisdiction. Yet, the emergence of vengeful souls wreaking havoc upon the human world weighed heavily upon his shoulders. After all, maintaining the equilibrium and tranquility between the realms of Yin and Yang was an inescapable mission. As for Old Jin, the esteemed sovereign of the underworld, he bore significant responsibility for any lapse or oversight within his domain, particularly when these vengeful souls managed to breach the confines of the underworld and intrude upon the mortal realm. Old Jin must reflect on whether his management of the underworld had been lacking and promptly implement effective measures to restore order and the normal functioning of both realms. It was only then that Qing Su leaned close to Wang Yaoshan's ear and whispered, "Master Uncle, Miss Tian seems to be upset. You should go and appease her." The sly expression on his face resembled that of a thief. "All right, you all go ahead. I will summon Xiao Tian and Li Jing." Wang Yaoshan found himself perplexed, wondering what could have displeased Tian Xiaotian. Upon finishing his words, Wang Yaoshan watched as several figures vanished from his sight. Returning to the courtyard, he beheld Li Jing, who was thoroughly inebriated in the bathroom, and glanced at Tian Xiaotian, who was sulking while sipping her drink. He swiftly approached her and sat down beside her. "Xiaotian, what on earth is wrong? You are on the verge of drowning yourself in alcohol. Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against this drink?" Wang Yaoshan regarded the slightly tipsy woman before him with genuine concern. He also sought to comprehend why she was so upset with him. Tian Xiaotian lifted her head. her gaze hazy as she glared at him, muttering, "Humph, I bear no ill will toward alcohol. My enmity lies with you. You are my sworn enemy." As she spoke, she raised her glass and took a hearty gulp. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Haven't we always gotten along quite well? I've never noticed any quarrels between us. Why this sudden animosity? And to call me your enemy, how am I to make sense of that?" He leaned closer to Tian Xiaodian, eager to unravel the mystery. "Do you have feelings for me?" Tian Xiaodian finally articulated. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry. Left momentarily speechless. After a while, he stammered, I don't know if this qualifies as liking you, but I do feel a void when I don't see you every day." Upon hearing his words, a flicker of joy danced in Tian Xiaodian's eyes. "Well, that is sufficient. Let us go and find them, and bring your fierce beast along. It may prove unexpectedly advantageous." Tian Xiaodian has once again regained her former brilliance. Li Jing and Wang Yaoshan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" As she approached Li Jing, she waved her hand before him, restoring his consciousness. Wang Yaoshan hurriedly briefed Li Jing on the situation, and the three set off together. Within Hygiene City, at Shishan of the Normal University, a distressed soul stumbled in. Gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Boss Hu, dire news. King Dizong himself is leading over 30,000 ghostly soldiers to encircle us. What shall we do?" At that moment, the leader, who had been merrily seated in a tiger skin armchair, drinking with abandon, was taken aback by the news. His expression shifted dramatically, and his wine bowl froze mid-air. With wide eyes and a face full of astonishment, he silently cursed his misfortune. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, furiously hurling his wine bowl to the ground. The bowl shattered with a resounding crash, spilling its contents everywhere. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, gesturing emphatically as he bellowed, "You lot, stop dawdling. Follow me to confront King Dizong. Today, let them witness our might." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. However, the little demons trailing behind him remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Some even waved their banners with exuberance, chanting slogans as if they were on the cusp of an effortless victory. Unbeknownst to them, an unprecedented catastrophe awaited on the horizon. Chapter 36. The crisis of lost trust. As Wang Yaoshan and his companions hastened to the scene, they found Lu Yu standing resolutely in the center of an open space, addressing a menacing assembly of demons and restless souls. "I am the newly appointed city god of this city. If any of you have grievances, do not hesitate to voice them. Why do you rebel? What compels you to conspire with these demons? Do you truly believe that existing as unanchored vengeful spirits brings joy? Or do you think that wreaking havoc in this world grants you immense satisfaction?" Lu Yu spoke with righteous fervor, her voice ringing clear and resonant in the vastness around her. As her words echoed, many of the wandering souls instinctively lowered their heads, as if stirred by an inner reflection. However, at that moment, a shrill and piercing voice interrupted, "Do not be deceived by her nonsensical rhetoric. If the underworld were truly as splendid as she claims, why would we embark on this path of rebellion? We demand the King of Hell to reveal himself and provide us with a just explanation." The words of this vengeful spirit sliced through the air like a sharp blade, shattering the tenuous calm that had begun to settle. The demons, who had shown signs of wavering, were now agitated once more. The progress made in the negotiations crumbled in an instant due to this utterance. Countless souls fidgeted uneasily, their collective resentment visibly escalating. "Do not be fooled by these deities. We are the true masters of this realm." The once silent tiger leader now stepped forth, breaking his silence. He raised his arm, and countless souls and minor demons rallied to his cause. Lao Jin intended to speak, but was silenced by Wang Yaoshan. He understood that at this moment, nothing Lao Jin could say would make a difference. The souls had found their support, regardless of its reliability. Pressing them further would only ignite their rebellious spirit. "Great Tiger, from whence do you hail?" Wang Yaoshan inquired with keen interest, gazing at the beastly figure before him. It was his first encounter with such a creature. The tiger demon cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yaoshan, declaring, "I come from the mountains, and today I shall lay waste to Hygiene City." Wang Yaoshan chuckled softly. "Is that so? Do you truly think you are prepared for this?" His unwavering gaze revealed a profound contempt for all the demons present. Infuriated, the tiger demon erupted in rage, its fur bristling, unleashing a deafening roar. In an instant, it transformed into a fierce gale, hurtling towards Wang Yaoshan with astonishing speed. This sudden turn of events startled the onlookers, yet Wang Yaoshan felt a surge of excitement. He had previously found himself at an impasse with these vengeful souls. Although vanquishing them was not an insurmountable task, it was never his goal. For him, the ideal outcome was to guide these spirits away from malevolence and back to righteousness. However, with the emergence of this formidable tiger demon as their protector, as long as it remained alive, Wang Yaoshan's earnest entreaties would likely prove futile. Worse still, should he recklessly initiate an attack against the tiger demon, it would undoubtedly incite a more intense conflict and discord between the two parties. He could only deliberately provoke the tiger demon, compelling it to strike first, so that he could then eliminate it. To his astonishment, before he could utter more than a couple of words, the tiger demon could no longer restrain itself and launched the first assault. Wang Yaoshan had already prepared an elaborate array of taunts, yet reality proved to be far simpler. The tiger demon's attack inadvertently rendered Wang Yaoshan a great service. Unperturbed, Wang Yaoshan deftly sidestepped, gathering the power of lightning in one hand. As he evaded the onslaught of the tiger-headed monster, the violet lightning discharged from his right hand, striking the beast squarely. A resounding howl echoed as the dust settled, revealing that the once boastful tiger lay motionless on the ground, devoid of its previous arrogance. The assembled demons and spirits were taken aback, their faces etched with shock. Wang Yaoshan proclaimed loudly, "You have been deceived. This tiger demon does not genuinely seek your welfare. It merely exploits your grievances to fulfill its ambition of domination." The spirits exchanged glances, uncertainty creeping into their hearts. At this juncture, Wang Yaoshan continued, "I have come to a clear and profound understanding of the myriad circumstances that have transpired in the underworld. Each of you was originally an innocent soul, yet the severe punishments enforced by the underworld over time have fostered a burgeoning sense of rebellion within you. The repeated failures in the cycle of reincarnation have further eroded your hopes and aspirations for the future. To adeptly manage this intricate matter, I, in collaboration with the King of Hell and the true monarch of pure and virtuous Tao, have deliberated and devised a comprehensive solution that addresses the issue at its core. The underworld has now resolutely committed to reform, abandoning the oppressive management style previously imposed upon ordinary souls. Instead, the realm will focus on the rational placement and meticulous arrangement of all souls. Furthermore, we shall undertake a thorough and detailed statistical analysis, prioritizing those souls who have faced multiple unsuccessful reincarnations, ensuring they are given preferential access to specific rebirth opportunities, particularly in households fervently praying for offspring. Consequently, it is assured that no one will endure the same dual hardships as in the past." Wang Yaoshan paused and continued, "Listen attentively. We are prioritizing arrangements, meaning that henceforth, the underworld's management of soul reincarnation will be purposeful and directed. So rest assured." As Wang Yaoshan spoke, many souls felt a profound resonance with his heartfelt words, which echoed their own worries and thoughts. With a glance from Wang Yaoshan, Lao Jin began to address the assembly. "The previous management of the underworld was my responsibility, leading to the current predicament, and for that, I owe you all an apology." With that, Lao Jin bowed deeply to the multitude of souls. He then continued, "Under the guidance and direction of the esteemed Wang, the state of the underworld has undergone a remarkable transformation. We have exerted every effort to resolve the issue of reincarnation for everyone, and we now possess targeted solutions. The esteemed Wang has already elaborated on this matter, and I shall not belabor the point. What I wish to convey is that we also welcome those who aspire to become emissaries of the underworld. I merely hope that everyone grants me an opportunity, as well as an opportunity for themselves, to comprehend the current realities of the netherworld." As soon as these words were spoken, the previously scattered and drifting souls appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, gradually converging towards the direction of Wang Yaoshan and Old Jin. In a short span of time, the majority of the souls had gathered into a dense, dark crowd, standing silently before the two. Each of these souls was as pale as paper, their expressions filled with intense emotion, and blood-red tears streamed from their eyes. It was unclear who first shouted, "I am willing to believe in the immortal Wang and the king of the underworld." This exclamation seemed to ignite a fuse, and soon a multitude of souls joined in unison, raising their voices in fervent affirmation. In that instant, the entire space was reverberating with a deafening chorus. Wang Yaoshan, gazing at this poignant scene before him, felt a tumultuous swell of emotions within, challenging his composure. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his turbulent heart, and then called out to the emissaries, "Comrades of the underworld, I kindly ask you to guide these souls back to the netherworld and ensure their proper settlement." "Yes." The emissaries responded in harmonious and resounding voices. Subsequently, they meticulously organized the souls and began their journey homeward. However, at that moment, Wang Yaoshan noticed that a few dozen vengeful spirits and some minor demons remained stationary, seemingly unwilling to move. These vengeful spirits and minor demons exhibited expressions of rage or appeared anxious and unsettled, clearly distinguishing them from the other souls. Chapter 37. The great and lesser sheep. Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware that a portion of the wronged souls were the spectral servants of the tiger. In folklore, these spectral figures are said to be the souls of those devoured by the tiger, condemned to exist in servitude to it, unable to transcend to the afterlife. They are fated to assist the tiger in luring others to become its prey. Wang Yaoshan harbored a profound aversion for such tormented spirits. Are you all spectral servants? He inquired. I am not. I am not. Responding to Wang Yaoshan's query, a dozen or so spirits with a modicum of resentment emerged hesitantly. If they were not spectral servants, why did they not follow the emissaries of the underworld to the realm of the dead? At that moment, the multitude of emissaries swiftly converged like a rising tide. They were numerous, casting an ominous shadow that instilled fear in the hearts of onlookers. The countless souls, initially in the thousands, had dwindled to fewer than 100, having been persuaded by Wang Yaoshan and Old Jin. These emissaries were evidently well-trained, displaying a remarkable cohesion as they gradually tightened their encirclement, inching closer to the remaining souls. Each countenance bore a solemn and merciless expression, as if resolved not to let any potential culprit escape. As the circle constricted further, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the air seemingly thickening, creating an oppressive sensation that rendered breathing difficult. To speak candidly, we belong to those whose lives have not yet reached their natural conclusion, tragically taken before their time. The underworld does not accept souls like ours. There is no purpose in returning with the emissaries. Wang Yaoshan cast an inquiring glance at Old Jin, who nodded in affirmation, indicating that he spoke the truth. What do you intend to do then? Continue to drift through the mortal realm? The leading vengeful spirit lamented, we are utterly helpless. If we could reincarnate normally, who would still linger among the living? Lu Yu heard Wang Yaoshan's call and swiftly appeared by his side. What do you want, you nuisance? Although I am now the city god, I have yet to change the way I address you. This is the newly appointed city god of Hygiene City. You will follow her from now on, responsible for the coordination between the realms of the living and the dead. You are classified as reserving officials. While your benefits may not equate to those of regular officials, a stable life is assured. When your earthly lifespan concludes, those wishing for reincarnation will be prioritized, and those desiring to remain as officials may attain formal status. Do you have any objections? Thank you, Wang Xianqing. You are truly our rebirth parents. Thank you. City God. The vengeful spirits knelt in unison, bowing repeatedly to Wang Yaoshan and Lu Yu. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities. I am willing to accept you, but I have one condition. Do not refer to me as city god. It is evident that women, or even female spirits, are quite sensitive about their age. All right, you may all stand up. There is no need for further bowing. Step aside for the moment. As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan assisted the spirits to their feet. The remaining ones are likely the instigators of this incident, various mountain spirits, wild creatures, and wandering ghosts. With fewer than 70 of them, they can command a formidable host of over 30,000 souls. Wang Yaoshan declared indignantly, "Humph, you rascals. Provide me with a reason not to slay you. You are the architects of this calamity." His eyes widened with fury, fixating upon the group before him, as if his gaze ignited a blazing inferno within. Spare us, your majesty. We too were deceived by the tiger leader. As for those souls, we did not coerce them. They offered themselves willingly. A diminutive fox spirit continued to argue, desperately struggling. It is precisely because of you that the innocent souls' grievances were provoked, causing their once pure spirits to be shrouded in hatred, ultimately leading them astray. You nearly condemned them to eternal disarray. Now, with your claim that they acted voluntarily, you attempt to absolve yourselves of guilt. Such audacity. I suggest you cease your cultivation. He denounced vehemently, his voice resonating through the air with an undeniable authority. Li, bring my hound forth. Coming. Li Jing felt his body suddenly lighten as he was lifted into the air by two ferocious beasts. He resembled a helpless kite, drifting aimlessly on the breeze. Meanwhile, the two beasts reveled in their control over his trajectory and altitude. At this moment, they secretly rejoiced. Today is our lucky day? Finally, we can feast. They had endured 3 consecutive days of mere dog food. Although the taste was not entirely unpalatable, it paled in comparison to the allure of fresh, delectable prey. In an instant, the two beasts charged into the throngs of monsters like tigers descending from the mountain, their speed electrifying. Wherever they went, the creatures were thrown into chaos, scattering in panic, utterly incapable of resisting their ferocious onslaught. In an instant, chaos erupted at the scene, with screams echoing all around. Li Jing had already been cast aside. The spectral soldiers, vigilant and resolute, ensured that none of the demons and phantoms would escape. As Wang Yaoshan glanced towards Old Jin, the latter, with an astute mind, promptly erected a barrier to prevent any ghostly entities from fleeing. Today's events have culminated satisfactorily, haven't they, Wang? Ha ha ha. I had hoped we might enjoy another day of respite, yet it seems I have added to your troubles. Old Jin approached Wang Yaoshan, his demeanor obsequious as he reported. Indeed, you ought to consider the wisdom of my master, came the retort from Qing Su, who stood idly by, contributing only when the moment called for flattery. Enough. You too, spare me the flattery. Old Jin, you must be busy now verifying the identities of these souls and arranging their placements. I shall not keep you. We shall convene again when time allows. Qingsu, take that tiger-headed leader back to our abode. He is merely stunned by my electric shock and is not yet beyond saving. Qingsu acknowledged with a nod and stepped forward to hoist the tiger-headed leader, preparing to depart. Old Jean interjected, "All spectral officers, the matter has been resolved. It is time to return to the underworld." With that, he gestured towards Wang Yaoshan, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. "Ah, Yushan, it appears only the little fox demon remains," remarked Tian Xiaodian, observing the scene below, originally numbering over 70. The demons had been reduced to a solitary fox demon, who displayed remarkable agility, darting back and forth, successfully evading the lethal strikes of the fierce beasts. The little fox spirit, with a gaze full of sorrow, pleaded with Wang Yaoshan, beseeching, "Oh, esteemed immortal, spare my life. I am willing to forsake my wicked ways. I only ask for your mercy. In the future, I shall repay you with my utmost servitude." At that moment, the two fierce beasts, upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's call, promptly ceased their hostilities. In the blink of an eye, they were by their master's side. "Master, could you refrain from calling us big dog and second dog when we are outside?" The first beast wagged its tail eagerly. Indeed, it's rather embarrassing," the second chimed in. "Then what shall I call you? Big black and second black?" "Ah, I have it. From now on, you shall be big sheep and second sheep." "No negotiations," Wang Yaoshan declared, turning his attention back to the battlefield where the two beasts had fought. The fierce creatures halted their struggle, responding, "Names do not fill our bellies. We are quite full today, whatever the master says goes." Wang Yaoshan then regarded the little fox before him. Its furry body trembled slightly, and its expressive eyes brimmed with regret and fear, as if it had come to a profound realization of its transgressions. The fox lowered its head, nervously fidgeting with the grass beneath its paws, occasionally emitting soft whimpers, displaying an earnest attitude of contrition. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yaoshan's previously taut heartstrings began to relax. He mused to himself, enough. Since this little creature recognizes its faults and wishes to amend its ways, why should I press it further? With a gentle sigh, he waved his hand at the little fox and said, "I shall grant you mercy today, but do not let this mistake occur again in the future." Having spoken, Wang Yaoshan turned and strode away, leaving the little fox alone, gazing at his retreating figure with tears of gratitude. Chapter 38. Guardian. The group returned to the Taoist temple, where Wang Yaoshan remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. "Master Uncle, what troubles you? Do you have something on your mind?" As soon as Qingxu returned to the courtyard, he discarded the tiger-headed creature as if it were a dead dog, ensuring its confinement with a special spell to prevent escape. "Qingxu, do you think we ought to construct a city god temple? Many cities have them, yet our Haidin city lacks such a sanctuary. The common folk wish to light incense and pay their respects, but they have nowhere to go, and Lu Yu has gathered quite a following. We must provide them with a place of solace, mustn't we?" "Master Uncle, your reasoning is sound, but where should we site this temple?" Qingxu stroked his beard, falling into contemplation. "What did you just say? You intend to build a city god temple for me? You are too kind," Liu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Wang Yaoshan. "Well, it is merely a preliminary idea, considering the numerous restless souls that have followed you. With today's acquisitions, your entourage has grown considerably. If we cannot provide them with stability for an extended period, we may inadvertently sow the seeds of trouble," Wang Yaoshan mused, not lifting his gaze to regard Lu Yu's expression. At that moment, Tian Xiaodian approached, mentioning that the nearby Dixa group owned a tract of land intended for livestock farming. "You see, many malevolent spirits cannot be reincarnated as humans, they can only take on the form of livestock. Therefore, amidst the chaos of the underworld, Mr. Jean had contemplated such a notion. Now, Yaoshan has perfectly resolved this matter, and I believe that piece of land can be pursued. If that is the case, it would indeed be splendid. Not only would it provide self-sufficiency for Lu Yu and the others, but it would also enhance the revenue of the underworld and hygiene, an endeavor with manifold benefits." Wang Yaoshan gazed at Tian Xiaodian with gratitude. Tian Xiaodian smiled gently, her smile as radiant and captivating as peach blossoms blooming in the spring. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, sketching a charming arc. A delicate blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of the evening glow illuminating the horizon, bestowing a touch of rosy hue to her originally fair complexion. Her bright, large eyes curved into crescent shapes, sparkling with a gentle and lively light, akin to the most brilliant stars in the night sky. In that moment, her smile was intoxicatingly beautiful, as if time itself had paused. Wang Yaoshan found himself entranced by Tian Xiaoyan's smile, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could not help but ponder what was happening to him. Why did it seem that after becoming immortal, his sensory experiences had been magnified countless times? He had previously thought himself quite resilient, yet now, a mere smile from Xiaodian rendered him powerless to contain himself. Just as he was lost in thought, the tiger-headed monster awakened beside him. "Release me at once." If you possess any skill, let us have another battle, it exclaimed, exerting all its strength in a futile attempt to break free from the barrier. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, its efforts were in vain. You should be grateful that you encountered my master's uncle. His benevolence in preserving your life is the only reason you still draw breath. Otherwise, you would have perished over 800 times by now, Qing Su remarked disdainfully, looking at the tiger-headed monster. His disdain was well-founded, for this creature possessed merely the strength of an earth immortal. Qing Su could effortlessly eliminate him without a second thought. For beasts, the path to cultivation is far more arduous than for humans. They must first awaken their intellect, then emulate humanity, and subsequently shed their innate animalistic nature before they can embark on the journey of cultivation. Little tiger, I wish to inquire about something. When you incited those souls to rebel, was there someone behind you providing guidance? Wang Yaoshan observed the tiger-headed creature with keen interest. This little being, with its tiger-like head and demeanor, was rather endearing. You speak falsely, I did not instigate them. They sought me out, requesting my assistance to advocate for them, which is why I emerged from the mountains. Are you truly so benevolent? As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan grasped the 5 Flames 7 Birds fan, continuously channeling energy into it. At that moment, the fan had manifested the 5 flames and 7 birds. Without even mentioning the flames, one of the birds alone possessed powers far exceeding those of the tiger-headed creature. The entire courtyard was illuminated by the radiance of the fan. Go ahead and kill if you wish. If I have not done anything, then your coerced confession holds no weight. I would rather perish than submit. The tiger-headed creature, recognizing the formidable nature of the artifact before it, acknowledged that this was indeed a celestial weapon, capable of extinguishing its life in mere moments of jest. Very well. If death is to be my fate, so be it. At worst, I shall rise again as a hero in 20 years. Wang Yaoshan paused slightly, gradually retracting the 5 Flames 7 Birds fan. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. However, you must disclose to me who it was that sought you out. Wang Yaoshan had never truly intended to kill it. He merely wished to gauge the worth of the tiger-headed creature. Despite being a demon, its dignified demeanor was commendable. The tiger-headed monster had not anticipated such a turn of events, and promptly spoke up. It is a mysterious individual, shrouded in obscurity, exuding an aura that is peculiar, as if it were a fusion of various sinister energies. The first time I encountered him, he donned a Taoist robe and informed me that those souls are benign beings oppressed by the underworld, compelled to unite in resistance against it. However, they lack any combat prowess and require protection. If we lead them to cultivate the land, he promised to bestow upon me a demonic essence to aid in my breakthrough. The crowd was taken aback by this revelation, sensing that the figure behind this scheme had significant ambitions. Does he possess any distinguishing features or peculiarities? Inquired Qing Su, her urgency palpable. The tiger-headed monster scratched his head. He carries a pungent stench, and each time he appears, an inexplicable fog envelopes the vicinity. Wang Yaoshan furrowed his brow in contemplation, recognizing that such characteristics were unprecedented. At that moment, Lu Yu, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. Could it be that he hails from that lawless region? It is said to harbor numerous malevolent entities. Might it be that certain things have begun to emerge and wreak havoc upon the world? A being enveloped in fog. Tiao Xiaotian slightly frowned, her mind racing as she pondered, a fleeting hint of a clue shimmering in her consciousness, yet it remained elusive like mist, preventing her from arriving at a definitive conclusion. After a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath and inquired once more, is the creature you described, the one engulfed in fog, present here today? Her voice carried a note of urgency and anticipation. Upon hearing Tian Xiaoyan's inquiry, the tiger-head monster was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and candidly responded. He is not here. This afternoon, he concocted an excuse, claiming there were urgent matters at home, and hurriedly departed. He has not returned even during your siege against me this evening. After uttering these words, the tiger-head monster discreetly glanced at the expressions of those present, noting their grave and contemplative demeanor, which instilled a sense of unease within him. Wang Yaoshan's gaze hardened. This individual harbors nefarious intentions, cunning and insidious, employing methods so cruel they are beyond the pale. He dares to gamble with the fates of thousands of innocent souls, a truly deranged act. Moreover, he consistently lurks in the shadows, engaging in covert machinations that disrupt our focus, making it exceedingly difficult to discern his true whereabouts and motives. Yet, what is his ultimate aim? Is it merely to sow chaos and panic? It is utterly perplexing and confounding. With a resigned sigh, Wang Yaoshan remarked, well, since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Great Tiger, would you be willing to serve as the protector of the city god? What? The tiger-head monster's eyes widened in astonishment, as round as copper bells, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg, his face a portrait of disbelief. He could scarcely fathom how he had stumbled into such an extraordinary elevation, stepping into the realm of deities. This unexpected fortune left him utterly flustered. What do you mean? Lu Yu interjected, hands on her hips, her brows furrowed in irritation as she cast a disapproving glance at the bewildered tiger head monster. She silently mused to herself. This fellow truly does not appreciate the fortune he possesses. How many people yearn for such an opportunity, yet remain deprived of it? One wonders what quality Wang Yaoshan sees in this individual. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the tiger-headed monster seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily shaking his head like a rattled drum, fervently exclaiming, I'm willing. It's a blessing I could only wish for. While speaking, he scratched his head with his robust hand, presenting an endearing demeanor. Let it be agreed then, should there be any peril to the city god. Wang Yaoshan declared, I shall take the lead. As long as I survive, I will undoubtedly ensure the safety of the city goddess. With that, he cast a glance at Lu Yu, as if resolutely making up his mind. Do not dare to call me city goddess. A furious roar ensued, leaving the tiger-headed monster momentarily paralyzed with shock. Do not be angered, Lu Yu. If you have any concerns, I can assist you directly. After all, we are good sisters. Tian Xiaotian consoled, stepping beside Lu Yu. Do not be modest. This is none other than the renowned Granny Meng. Lu Yu introduced the radiant Tian Xiaotian to the tiger-headed monster, her face beaming with joy. As the tiger-headed monster prepared to utter a response, an unexpected chill washed over him. He instinctively shivered and looked up, only to see the beautiful depths of Tian Xiaotian's eyes shimmering with a cold light, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. The temperature around them plummeted instantaneously, the coldness akin to that of an ice cellar, with moisture in the air seemingly crystallizing into tiny ice shards. One must never provoke a woman. Female ghosts, fairies, and goddesses are even more formidable, for a misplaced word could very well invite catastrophic consequences. This marks the most significant revelation of the day for the tiger head monster. Chapter 39, Campus Incident. Xiaotian, I shall return to the dormitory today. You should take Lu Yu to your home. The two of you would make fine companions. Wang Yaoshan stated as he rose to his feet. Master, are you leaving already? What will become of this great tiger? And your two senior brothers have brought you gifts. Qing Su exclaimed, hastily blocking his path upon seeing Wang Yaoshan's departure. Our temple has vacant rooms. Simply arrange for him to stay there. I shall attend to the gifts upon my return, Wang Yaoshan replied, not pausing for further conversation as he strode towards the door. Hey, wait for me. Yaoshan walked slower. The two young women followed closely behind. I knew I would be the one to tidy up this mess. Qing Su thought bitterly as he surveyed the disarray across the table. Wait a moment. Did master not leave me a servant? You, tiger, come here and assist with the cleanup. Until the city god temple is constructed, you shall accompany me. In no time, the three parted ways, with Wang Yaoshan leisurely making his way back to the school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he was greeted with a warm embrace from Tian Yu. Brother Shan, I have missed you dearly. Where have you been for the past couple of days? Old Hao has been searching for you multiple times. Your phone has been unreachable. Were you with some young lady? Speak the truth, Tian Yu exclaimed, striking a pose reminiscent of a detective, declaring, there is but one truth. The truth, you say? Go to sleep at once. We shall discuss it tomorrow. You're always up to no good. Brother Shan, did you hear? There have been more deaths at our school. 3 at once this time, those 3 roommates of Jiajia. Tian Yu, perceiving Wang Yaoshan's reluctance to cooperate, promptly shifted to the matter at hand. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yaoshan's previously relaxed brow furrowed tightly, forming a deep furrow of concern. His eyes widened in urgency as he pressed for clarification. What exactly is going on? Please explain in detail. Noticing his agitation, Tian Yu quickly grasped Wang Yaoshan's arm and gently guided him to sit beside the bed. His expression turned grave and serious, as if a heavy burden had descended upon his heart. Once they were seated, Tian Yu took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. I have only just heard about this from others. It is said that the 3 individuals began to lose weight drastically after Jiajia's death. Within just 2 days, they appeared as though all vitality had been drained from them, their bodies becoming emaciated and devoid of any spirit. Even more alarming, when they were discovered, each bore an expression of extreme terror, as if they had encountered something horrifically unsettling. There were no fatal injuries on their bodies, and our classmates claimed that they were frightened to death. Upon hearing Tian Yu's account, a heavy weight sank in Wang Yaoshan's heart, and a wave of intense unease washed over him. He couldn't help but ponder, could it be those vengeful spirits again? But why would they target these 3 individuals? Countless questions swirled in his mind, creating a tumult of confusion. He rose to his feet and began pacing the dormitory, realizing that this matter was far from simple. Tian Yu's eyes widened as she asked, Brother Shan, do you suspect that a supernatural force is at play? Wang Yaoshan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Lainey, pack your belongings and follow me. We shall not stay in the dormitory any longer. Let us proceed to handle the checkout. Tianyu, listening intently, responded with a serious expression. Then where shall we reside? Enough idle chatter. Let us hurry, Wang Yaoshan retorted, disregarding Tianyu as he busied himself with his belongings. Once finished, he dialed Tian Xiaoyan's number. Xiaotian, I have a situation here. I plan to move into the house that old Jean provided. Could you kindly bring me the keys? Oh, is it merely the keys? Tian Xiaoyan's alluring voice seemed to rise and pitch purposefully. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Lu Yu's irritable voice interrupted. Are you looking for a fight, you rascal? Come on, both of you. Another incident has occurred at our school. Stop joking around, Wang Yaoshan replied, then hung up the phone as he and Tianyu descended the stairs to complete the necessary formalities. In less than half an hour, the four of them arrived at Wang Yaoshan's villa, a place he was visiting for the first time. Old Jin's thoughtful arrangements were evident. As the furnishings and appliances were all in place, Tianyu sat on the sofa, observing Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu for quite some time. He had met Tian Xiaotian before, as she was the one who had organized the trial stay, and he had even earned money through her. However, he was unfamiliar with the other enchanting lady. Tianyu's mouth watered uncontrollably. Lainey, are you hungry? Wang Yaoshan remarked, feeling a surge of frustration at his brother's demeanor. Is it too much to ask for a bit of ambition? The two women regarded him as if he were a fool, stifling laughter behind their hands. At last, Lu Yu broke the silence, her lips parting as she spoke. Stop staring at us so foolishly. Quickly wipe that smudge from the corner of your mouth. To be frank, I am the woman of your brother Shan, not someone you can covet. As she uttered these words, a hint of pride and confidence graced Lu Yu's face, as if she were stating an undeniable truth. Tian Xiaoyan's 3 words struck Tian Yuru like a bolt from the blue. Oh my, after just 2 days apart. Look at you. Everyone seems to adore you. What kind of wretched place is this? At that moment, Tian Yu felt a mix of despair and disbelief. In merely 2 days, how had his dear friend morphed into something so unrecognizable? Not just one enchantress, but multiple beauties. Had his brother become a savior of the galaxy? Enough. You two, don't tease him any longer. Lainey, there are many matters I wish to discuss with you. But you must promise me that none of this can be divulged to outsiders. Wang Yaoshan regarded Tianyu with utmost seriousness. Brother Shan, I swear. If I disclose anything to anyone, let me be struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. As he spoke, a flash of lightning tore through the tranquil night sky, followed by the onset of rain. What impeccable timing, Brother Shan. Don't mind me. If I were to spill this, let me meet a dire fate. Trust me, I want to say a word, Tianyu implored earnestly, gazing into Wang Yaoshan's eyes. Very well. The matter is, Brother Shan, you're not jesting with me. Are you? Are you some kind of celestial being? And what of the thunder tribulation? Come on, Brother Shan. With that, Tianyu swiftly rose and approached Wang Yaoshan, reaching out to touch his forehead. Brother Shan, you're not running a fever, are you? Wang Yaoshan let out a helpless sigh. Look at this, he remarked, as he summoned the power of thunder with his left hand, producing a series of piercing crackles that echoed throughout the villa. What the chin yell? Is that you? Tianyu shouted incoherently. Behold my prowess, he exclaimed, hopping back and forth like a shadow clone. Can you not act so irrationally? I implore you, brother. Wang Yaoshan desperately wished for a crevice to hide in. What kind of friends did he have around him? Were there truly no decent people? Fine, Brother Shan. I believe you. But who are these 2 ladies? You owe me a reasonable explanation, Tianyu inquired, as if he were Wang Yaoshan's rightful partner. This expression elicited a round of laughter from the 2 ladies. I'm Tian Xiaotian, the executive of the Dixia Group. We have met before, Tianyu. I also go by another name, Meng Pu, Tian Xiaotian said with a smile, leaving even Wang Yaoshan perplexed. Before Lu Yu could introduce himself, Tianyu grabbed Wang Yaoshan's arm, pulling him with heartfelt intensity. Brother Shan, I misjudged you. You're involved with a married woman. No, a woman with a husband. Aren't you afraid of retribution from old Meng? Mengpa, the Mengpa from the underworld. The one who serves the forgetting soup before reincarnation. That's her. Not just any Mrs. Meng. Wang Yaoshan was utterly speechless, shouting at Tianyu. Oh, I see now. My apologies, I was a bit slow on the uptake. Tianyu sheepishly scratched his head. Indeed. You were somewhat out of line. I have 2 old Taoists with me as well. Wang Yaoshan teased Tianyu at that moment. Your friend is quite amusing. Ha ha ha. My name is Lu Yu, the city god of the city, and I am also the wife of Wang Yaoshan. Lu Yu does not shy away from her relationship with Wang Yaoshan in the slightest. This time, Tianyu has been quite the sensible sister-in-law. Being a city god is no easy task nowadays. It is merely a role that invites scorn. It would be acceptable if you refrained from seizing the goods of small vendors. Lainey, what you refer to is the urban management. The city god is responsible for overseeing the affairs of the underworld within a designated area, not for confiscating people's belongings. Why are you shouting? Could you not simply inform me? Is it to show off? To demonstrate your loud voice? Tianyu is also infuriated by Wang Yaoshan. If one is unaware, There is no need to adopt such an attitude towards me. That person is merely a child. Very well, blame it on me. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. This is the reason why fools find joy so easily. Chapter 40. The Fog Tianyu. Please recount the situation so that these two may comprehend. This must begin with the death of Jiajia. Tianyu spoke for half an hour, his words vivid and his gestures lively, much to Wang Yaoshan's astonishment. This lad possesses talent. When did he acquire the gift of storytelling? Yaoshan, could this be related to the fog we encountered today? Tian Xiaotian pondered for a long while, then replied, lowering her head. I doubt it. It is clearly an issue concerning Jiajia. I sense that he has not yet entered the cycle of reincarnation and continues to wreak havoc in the mortal realm. Lu Yu exclaimed in indignation, the mere thought of the perverse Jiajia igniting a deep-seated rage within her. It was truly a disservice that we did not ensure his soul was utterly obliterated. Both of you present valid points. However, a thorough analysis necessitates the establishment of a timeline, along with an inquiry into whether Jiajia has departed this mortal realm. If not, our immediate objective is to locate Jiajia. Xiaotian, please investigate the Book of Life and Death, and subsequently ascertain if Jiajia and the 3 students are present in the underworld. If they are, contact me at once. Lu Yu, gather your current subordinates and conduct a discreet investigation at our school, particularly focusing on the dormitories of these individuals. Let us refrain from disturbing Qingxiu and the others for the time being. As Wang Yaoshan orchestrated these plans, he turned to Tianyu and inquired about Laney. Given the gravity of the situation at the school, has the police intervened? That is certainly the case. It seems it is not merely the local precinct involved. Oh, indeed. It is the Criminal Investigation Unit, as the circumstances surrounding these 3 deaths are exceedingly suspicious, making foul play a possibility that cannot be dismissed, Tianyu recalled. Listening to Tianyu's reflections, Wang Yaoshan seized his phone and dialed. Director Li, greetings. This is Wang Yaoshan. Please, no need for formality. It is my duty. I have just returned to the school and learned of a fatal incident. Might it be convenient for me to examine the bodies in question? Very well, rest assured. I will not disturb the remains. Excellent. We shall meet shortly. Upon ending the call, he gestured to Tianyu. You will accompany me to the Criminal Investigation Division. I will not go. I wish to sleep. Tianyu pouted, expressing her discontent. Ah, very well. You have now grasped the reality of the situation. This world is inhabited by more than mere mortals. Furthermore, you must be enjoying a comfortable sleep in this grand house. Mountain brother, I shall accompany you. Do not abandon me. Tianyu hastened a few steps to catch up with Wang Yaoshan, while Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu vanished from sight. After half an hour, the two finally arrived at the Criminal Investigation Department. Wang Yaoshan noticed Li He, who had been waiting at the door, and hurried over to shake his hand. Captain Li, I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. Haha, Xiao Wang, you needn't worry about that. You see, something peculiar is afoot in our department tonight. Outside, everything appears normal, yet inside, a dense fog seems to linger. I decided to wait out here for you instead. Greetings. Comrade, Tianyu also approached to shake hands with Li He. When did this happen? Wang Yaoshan's urgent inquiry left Li He momentarily perplexed. Just a moment ago. In the office, the corridor seems to be shrouded in mist as well. Captain Li, please lead me to investigate, Wang Yaoshan urged. Li He was well versed in navigating various situations, possessing an uncanny ability to observe the minutiae. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan's demeanor and expressions clearly indicated that the fog in the office was no ordinary phenomenon. With this thought in mind, they quickened their pace and entered the hall. What was once a brightly lit space was now engulfed in a thick haze. Wang Yaoshan promptly took out his phone, signaling to Li He before dialing Qingsu. Although he had no intention of troubling his mentor's nephew, it was becoming increasingly evident that he had no choice. Is your nephew still awake? Wang Yaoshan's tone was unexpectedly affable, as if he were the one in the role of the nephew. Ah, master. I have just finished my tasks and was about to sweep the floor. At this moment, Qingsu reclined comfortably, sipping tea while directing the tiger-headed monster to carry out his duties. Thank you for your hard work. Now, take the little tiger and make your way to the Criminal Investigation Division to give him a new hairstyle. Accompanying Li He, Wang Yaoshan was cautious not to be too overt in his suggestions. Master, I understand. We shall arrive shortly. Qingsu is exceptionally astute. Wang Yaoshan grasped his intention with just a hint. A change of hairstyle? Surely, it pertains to altering one's appearance. Within 10 minutes, the two entered the hall of the Criminal Investigation Division, where the tiger-headed monster sported a square-shaped face, evoking the innocent charm of a youth. Little tiger, observe this mist. Are you familiar with it? Is it left by the person searching for you? Indeed, this mist is unmistakable, yet it bears no trace of breath, the tiger-headed monster replied, fully aware of Wang Yaoshan's inquiry. At that moment, Tian Xiaoyan's call reached Yu Shan, stating that the underworld possessed neither Jiajin nor the souls of those 3 classmates. I am currently dispatching the Night Wanderer for surveillance. Rest assured, I have coordinated with Lu Yu. Where are you now? I shall come to you. I am at the Criminal Investigation Division, having discovered the mist. Qing Su and the little tiger are present as well. Do not worry, try to summon them. If you succeed, do inform me. Understood, Tian Xiaotian replied before hanging up, her hands gesturing in the air as she chanted incantations. After several attempts yielded no results, she turned to Li and said, "Lead me to the bodies of my 3 classmates." He pondered that since he had arrived, it would be prudent to clarify all matters at hand, sparing himself the trouble of further exertion in the future. Very well, Xiao Wang. Let us proceed to the forensic center. This center, to put it plainly, served as the venue for the autopsy and analysis of the deceased, even in broad daylight. The atmosphere within was unsettlingly eerie. Old Zhang, where is the S3 body that was delivered today? Li He called out as he opened the door and stepped inside. Captain Li, these 3 corpses are rather unusual. Old Zhang began, only to halt his words upon noticing that Li He was accompanied by 3 others. Instantly, he sealed his lips, realizing they were all comrades and there was no need for hesitation. Speak freely, Li He said, amused by old Zhang's wary demeanor. Captain Li, the scalpel cannot penetrate their skin. Furthermore, these individuals are devoid of blood. No matter how we attempt to extract it, nothing emerges. Old Zhang, a seasoned forensic expert from the Criminal Investigation Department, was no stranger to bizarre occurrences, yet today's events were beyond the ordinary. Earlier, in the corridor, there seemed to be a man, gasping incessantly. His breath sounded like he was struggling for air. Then, a child's voice followed, also gasping for breath. And then an adult. It repeated itself several times. It terrified me. Old Zhang recounted the preceding events. Whoosh, whoosh, is it like this? Qing Su imitated the sounds as described by Old Zhang. Yes, that is precisely the sound, identical in every way. It cannot be that you, Captain Li, are intentionally trying to frighten me. Old Zhang must be overthinking this. Who would be idle enough at this late hour to scare you? Master, we must locate the 3 corpses immediately. We cannot afford to lose even a second. Qing Su visibly tensed, and as he spoke, he retrieved a talisman from the pocket of his tattered attire, handing it to Captain Li. Captain Li, heed my words. If you wish to safeguard the lives of the 30 individuals in your criminal investigation unit, you must promptly evacuate this location, and each person must obtain a yellow talisman. Qing Su's tone left no room for doubt. At this moment, Captain Li was bewildered. What on earth was happening? Old Zhang, listening to Qing Su, exclaimed, "The S3 corpse is right here. What are you searching for?" Trembling, he extended his hand, leading everyone to the door of the morgue, slowly pushing open the heavy door. Accompanied by a chilling creak, a pungent odor of formaldehyde assaulted their senses. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Old Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. He hastily approached the first storage compartment, yanking it open with force. Inside, apart from the cold metallic interior and lingering bloodstains, there was nothing else. He proceeded to the second, then the third. Each compartment revealed the same desolate emptiness. As he reached the final storage compartment, dread and despair overwhelmed him. He took a deep breath, mustering his courage to wrench it open. In that instant, a jolt of electricity seemed to course through his body, leaving him frozen in place. Soon after, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. The venerable Taoist, this is the Criminal Investigation Department. Please do not be anxious. I shall promptly dispatch personnel to investigate. It is possible that another department has misallocated the analytical subject. Until now, Li has naively believed that he is confronted with phenomena that can be altered by human intervention. Captain Li, I implore you to act as he advises. I stake my life on the assurance that he is not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. Be swift. Delay will render us powerless. Wang Yushan, having lost all semblance of decorum, shouted at Li He. Very well, I shall notify them at once. As he absorbed the gravity of the situation, he immediately retrieved his walkie-talkie to contact various departments. Wang Yaoshan and Qingshu did not waste a moment. They adhered yellow talismans to nearly every office. The tiger-headed monster also lent a hand, employing forceful measures to drag out those reluctant to emerge, easily overpowering any attempts at resistance, as the disparity in strength was insurmountable. At this moment, the fog thickened ominously. Chapter 41. The magical formation. At this juncture, Li was leading her cadre of reserving officials, their demeanor focused and grave, as they initiated a meticulous search operation. Initially, Liu did not regard the matter with much concern. After all, in her estimation, such so-called bizarre phenomena were often merely instances of ordinary souls going missing or the mischief of vengeful spirits. Consequently, she did not allocate significant resources to this task, instead concentrating the majority of her manpower around the artificial lake where Jia had met his demise. As time unfurled minute by minute, Lu Yu felt a sudden jolt in her heart when Chen Xia, the second-in-command responsible for investigating the student dormitory, hurriedly approached her with news of a discovery. Could it be that this situation was not as straightforward as she had imagined? Soon after, Chen Xia lowered her voice and said, "Boss, I found a peculiar magical array in the dormitory where the incident occurred. It appears to have been meticulously arranged by someone." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression instantly turned grave. She understood well that if it were merely a case of a soul going missing or a vengeful spirit causing harm, there would be no need for such elaborate preparations of a magical array. This indicated that the incident was far from coincidental. It was likely a meticulously planned and orchestrated series of malevolent events. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu decisively commanded, "Everyone, enhance your vigilance immediately and expand the search area. Chen Xia, wait for me. I will personally investigate." In that moment, the entire reserve seemed enveloped in an atmosphere of tense foreboding. At that very moment, Tian Xiaotian also entered the campus of the Normal University. Upon learning that Jia's soul had failed to return to the underworld, a heavy weight settled in her heart. To her dismay, it was not merely that. The three deceased who shared a dormitory had also not returned to the afterlife, despite her numerous attempts to summon them. Each invocation met with silence. None of the souls responded. It was then that she realized this was not a mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate orchestration by someone. It was around 9 p.m. when Tian Xiaotian swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident, the dormitory. Lu Yu had sensed her presence the moment she stepped into the Normal University. "Sister Xiaotian, you are here as well. How is the situation on your end?" she inquired. "The souls of these individuals do not reside in the underworld. I could not summon them even with coercion," Tian Xiaotian replied with a hint of exasperation. "Sister Xiaotian, please take a look." At that moment, inside the dormitory, the two women observed intently. The magical array emitted a captivating red energy wave. Just then, the EN officers stationed around the school discovered two additional magical arrays resonating with the same energy fluctuations. Within the Criminal Investigation Department, Wang Yaoshan and the Taoist Qingxu were drenched in sweat, having searched for hours without locating the three relevant corpses. "Shu, we have encountered a significant problem this time. Initially, I thought it was merely a prank, a deliberate jest aimed at the detectives." Qingxu, while running, warned Wang Yaoshan, "Teacher's nephew, don't keep me in suspense. Speak quickly." "Shu, that sound is not from a malevolent spirit. It belongs to a recently departed soul yearning for reincarnation, yet its essence remains tethered to the corpse. Moreover, have you noticed? Upon entering the morgue, despite the overpowering scent of formaldehyde, it cannot mask the lingering aura of accumulated EN energy from the lifeless bodies. Isn't that the stench of decay? It's EN energy?" Although Wang Yaoshan had attained a certain level of supernatural prowess, he lacked the extensive experience of his mentor. Indeed, it indicates that these corpses were once buried and are situated in an inconducive environment. In the realm of extreme darkness, decay is absent. A corpse interred in such a place remains untouched by rot. These remains draw upon the EN energy of the earth, leading to a transformation into a form of artificially induced zombie. Such a creature retains its soul, rendering it far more malevolent than ordinary spirits. Qing Su cleared his throat and continued, "Yet the entirety of Hygiene City lacks land that meets these conditions. To achieve such an effect, it appears that only a man-made formation will suffice. This formation can gather EN energy, thus producing the desired outcome." At that moment, Tian Xiaotian's call came through to Yao Shan, reporting the discovery of three formations at Normal University, one located within the dormitory on the first floor, the very scene of the incident, while the other two are situated off campus. All three are currently emitting waves of red energy. What should Lu Yu and I do? Qing Su, Xiaotian, and her companions have already identified the formations. That is splendid news. Xiaotian, this is Qing Su. Swiftly dismantle all three formations, and we shall address the rest later. Qing Su anxiously ended the call, for at that moment, he beheld a figure with glowing red eyes emerging from the dissection room. "Master, look. One has already appeared," Wang Yaoshan said, gazing in the direction indicated by Qing Su. Upon seeing it, he was rendered speechless. They had meticulously searched the area, so how could such a being suddenly materialize? Observing the figure before him, it was evident that it bore no resemblance to humanity. The entity was enveloped in a sinister black mist, its face grotesquely contorted, as if corrupted by a formidable and malevolent force. The features that were once distinctly visible have now become indistinct, with only a pair of blood-red eyes glimmering with a chilling radiance. The skin has adopted a sickly ashen hue, marred by grotesque veins and dark spots, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell. "Tiger, swiftly escort Tian Yu outside. It is imperative to ensure his safety. Brother Shan, what will you do if I leave? Blood brothers in battle, father and son in arms. Do not underestimate me. I can lend you a helping hand," Tian Yu retorted, his legs trembling. "Hurry, Tiger. If he disobeys, knock him unconscious. Wang Yaoshan shouted toward the tiger-headed creature. The latter, without needing further prompting from Wang, promptly struck Tian Yu's neck with a swift chop, hoisting him and rushing outside. The tiger-headed creature mused within, I will show you how to confront a tiger. Meanwhile, Li He and his colleagues had already escaped from the headquarters building, anxiously standing outside the main entrance. Master, let me clarify. These zombies are not the spirit-type monsters, so your lightning technique may not prove effective. Furthermore, their souls still inhabit their bodies. If we disperse their souls, both the underworld and the heavenly court will hold us accountable. Therefore, we must rely on cunning rather than brute force. I am reprimanded for slaying a zombie. Is there no law to uphold? Wang Yaoshan lamented helplessly. Master, shall we not retreat? Retreat? What nonsense! I will follow your lead. What do you propose? Faced with the plight of the innocent people of Haiyin City, Wang Yaoshan reluctantly acquiesced. Master, your words carry weight. I shall cast a binding spell upon him. With a gesture, Qingxiu summoned a surge of pure magical energy that surged towards the monstrous entity. The creature paused momentarily before resuming its advance toward the two. Chapter 42, Perilous Moments. I anticipated this. Do not worry, Master Uncle. I shall ensnare it within a barrier. With a swift motion of one hand, a radiant aura of celestial power enveloped the zombie like an ethereal shroud. Qingxiu, eager for praise, glanced at Wang Yaoshan. Just as Wang Yaoshan was about to commend Qingxiu, he abruptly noticed that Qingxiu's mouth was agape, desperately gasping for air as if trapped in an environment devoid of oxygen, conveying an overwhelming sense of urgency and distress. Meanwhile, the zombie, ensnared within the golden barrier, exhibited no signs of panic. It moved with a stiff and cumbersome gait, pacing back and forth within the confined space, as if contemplating a means to break free from its confinement. The inky black aura that had once surrounded it now grew denser and more formidable. These dark tendrils of energy surged like flames, casting an ominous shadow over the entire barrier. Suddenly, the zombie raised an arm and swung it forcefully forward. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from its hand, crashing against the barrier's surface. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air as the barrier trembled violently, appearing on the verge of shattering under the strain of this power. Almost immediately, another swing followed, accompanied by a deafening roar that eclipsed the previous sound. Upon closer inspection, the once impenetrable golden barrier suddenly shattered, transforming into countless fragments resembling powdered glass, swirling and cascading through the air like a magnificent yet eerie golden snowstorm. Master Uncle, run! Qingxiu exerted every last ounce of his strength, his voice hoarse as he shouted towards Wang Yaoshan. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, his body collapsed forward as if all vitality had been siphoned away, ultimately crashing onto the cold, hard ground, motionless thereafter. At that moment, the zombie advanced slowly towards Wang Yaoshan, and without the obscuring fog, one could discern a faint smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Qingxiu's fall deeply struck Wang Yaoshan, who thought, this is all for me. He has fallen to such a state to aid me. I have caused his plight. It is my inadequacy. What a propriety. What a punishment. I shall bear it myself. With this determination, Wang Yaoshan hesitated no longer. As brilliant arcs of lightning suddenly flickered between his palms, the radiance dazzling like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Yet, his previously calm eyes now blazed with an inferno of rage, the golden light emanating from them chilling to the bone, as if capable of piercing through all existence. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth, reverberating like a clap of thunder, echoing through the heavens. Meanwhile, two deep purple bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, streaking forth with a velocity akin to that of swift, darting serpents, carrying an unparalleled might as they struck fiercely towards their target. It is noteworthy that this marks Wang Yaoshan's inaugural application of the profound techniques bestowed upon him by his master to harness the power of lightning. This enigmatic technique is divided into 9 stages, each imbued with inscrutable mysteries and formidable strength. They are sequentially designated as momentum, pressure, borrowing, constraining, formation, capturing, purifying, annihilating, and interring. Given Wang Yaoshan's current cultivation level, successfully executing the first stage of momentum is indeed a remarkable feat after all. For an ordinary individual to master such ferocious lightning, it requires no less than 50 to 60 years of arduous training, alongside exceptional talent and an extraordinary stroke of fortune. At that critical juncture, the previously sluggish and grotesque zombie exhibited a flicker of unexpected intelligence. It appeared to realize that evading this thunderous strike was beyond its capacity. Thus, in a moment of life and death, it unhesitatingly summoned the swirling black mist enveloping its body, coalescing it into an unyielding black barrier, akin to a surging tide, in a desperate attempt to withstand Wang Yaoshan's relentless onslaught. Yet, lightning is, after all, lightning. It shattered the black mist like a tempestuous sea. With a resounding cry, the zombie, which had intended to resist, collapsed to the ground. Wang Yaoshan exhaled heavily, placing his hands on his knees. At this moment, he was utterly fatigued. The recent strike had depleted most of his celestial energy. He cast his gaze towards the direction of the zombie, but the dense fog obscured his vision. With each breath, Wang Yaoshan could distinctly feel his celestial energy dwindling rapidly. It dawned upon him that everything unfolding was orchestrated for his own demise. As he stood in bewilderment, pondering this grim realization, a sudden gust of wind brushed past his ear. Two swift forces surged towards his temples with alarming speed. In a flash, he darted to the side of Qing Su, moving with a ghostly swiftness, and gently yet resolutely cradled the fallen Qing Su in his arms. Then, with a delicate tap of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself skyward like an arrow released from its bow, landing gracefully on the steps in the blink of an eye. The once thoroughly enveloped hall was now shrouded in a thick mist, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Yet, amidst this obscurity, eerie red lights flickered ominously, resting at the very spot where Wang Yaoshan had just stood. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be 4 crimson orbs. Emitting a chilling radiance, they slowly advanced towards him, seemingly imbued with boundless malice and murderous intent. As they drew nearer, the oppressive aura emanating from the orbs intensified, making each breath increasingly laborious. In the mere blink of an eye, another pair of red orbs appeared. For the zombie that had just been struck down had risen once more, aided by the mist. However, the hue of its red was not as pure as that of the other two. It seemed that the unfortunate soul, marked by fate, would not escape this day. Wang Yaoshan muttered curses under his breath, the 5-fire 7-bird fan now firmly grasped in his hand. With just a single fan, he expended nearly all of his remaining celestial energy. A powerful force surged forth, the spirits of the 7 birds bursting forth like wild stallions, accompanied by a massive fireball that blazed intensely. In the blink of an eye, the thick mist before him, which had seemed insurmountable, was swept away as if caught in a tempest. The phoenix stood resolutely by Wang Yaoshan's side, exuding an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, the peacock and the rock lunged simultaneously like bolts of lightning toward the already wounded zombie. Their attacks were ferocious, swift as the gale, leaving one dazzled. Concurrently, the white crane and the swan engaged another zombie with equal fervor, soaring gracefully, yet concealing lethal intent in their movements. Finally, the last 2 shadows, the azure swan and the owl, pounced upon the remaining zombie with blinding speed. In an instant, the battlefield was divided. The 3 zombies that had previously huddled together could no longer maintain their defensive formation. The 5 colors of flame danced in myriad forms, sometimes dispersing into scattered sparks that resembled falling stars, and at other times converging into a surging sea of fire that engulfed everything in its path. Regardless of how they transformed, each eruption of flames struck true, piercing through the zombies' hardened bodies and leaving behind gaping, horrifying wounds. As Wang Yaoshan beheld the unfolding scene, a sense of relief washed over him. Yet, that relief was fleeting, as golden blood erupted from his mouth, bringing with it a renewed sense of peril. Wang Yaoshan suddenly knelt down with a thud, his heart brimming with resentment. He had glimpsed the prospect of victory, yet his body had long been corroded by the mist. He could no longer summon even a trace of celestial power. He lacked the strength to flee. 10 minutes later, the dissipated mist began to coalesce once more, and the 5-fire 7-bird fan had already infiltrated Wang Yaoshan's being. He bit his tongue to maintain a semblance of consciousness, drawing forth a protective talisman which he affixed to himself and Qingshu, awaiting the final outcome. To his astonishment, the once defeated and shattered zombies rose again. These 3 had lost their former ominous aura. Their limbs were even mutilated, and one bore only half a head. With unwavering gazes, they slowly approached Wang Yaoshan. Chapter 43. The Might of the Qiyang Array. Old Jin gleams, am I to perish here? For the first time, Wang Yaoshan felt death was so perilously close. In truth, it suffices. I have drifted aimlessly for 18 years, and these few days have been far more exhilarating. If death grants me a soul, allowing me to reunite with Lu Yu and these newfound friends, I would harbor no regrets. As he beheld the advancing trio of zombies, he gently closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. At Hygiene City First Central Hospital, a tall and poised female doctor stood beside Qingshu's hospital bed. Doctor, my arms and legs ache incessantly. Please, take a look, he implored. All your indicators are normal. It is merely your advanced age and the accumulation of harmful substances you have inhaled. I advise you to await the natural course of metabolism. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to invite you to a meal. Without your attentive care, my health indicators would surely be abnormal. Please do not decline my invitation. When Qingshu uttered these words, a hint of shyness graced her demeanor, leaving even the accompanying nurse momentarily astonished. Though accustomed to such sights, it still evoked a slight unease. No way, the beautiful doctor resolutely declared. Since Qingxiu was admitted to the hospital, she had not idled. She either conversed with the lovely physician or delivered fruits to the nurse's station. Yet, each time the topic of private interaction arose, rejection awaited her. This marked the 100th instance. "Mr. Wang, how are you feeling?" "I feel quite well. Everything seems fine." After 2 days of rest, Wang Yaoshan had regained most of his strength. However, his personal safety was not adequately assured, primarily due to the 2 individuals seated beside him, who were not to be trifled with. A mere word exchanged with another female would result in swift reprimand. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian by his bedside, signaling his fidelity. The treatment he received was not without cause. 2 days prior, when 3 zombies approached Wang Yaoshan, poised to strike, they suddenly halted and collapsed. The once pervasive mist receded like a retreating tide. After Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian concluded their call with Qingxiu, they organized a team to jointly decipher the formation. They understood that merely dismantling the array would not resolve the fundamental issue. The pressing concern remained: how to manage the malevolent energy concentrated from the 3 formations. To directly dismantle the array would inevitably lead to a widespread shadow explosion, the consequences of which would be unimaginable. A shadow explosion has the potential to expel the souls of ordinary individuals from their bodies, rendering them devoid of the 5 senses and incapacitated, akin to what is medically termed as a vegetative state. Furthermore, each region possesses its own dynamics of yin and yang, and altering this balance incurs a grave cost. In dire situations, one may face divine retribution, resulting in instant demise, while milder repercussions may simply shorten the lifespan of the practitioner. The established array has already disrupted the yin and yang dynamics, and has gathered an abundance of negative energy within a radius of several hundred kilometers. The task of purging it is far from simple. Alas, there seems to be no alternative but to press on resolutely. With this in mind, Lu Yu utilized her own negative energy as a conduit to attract the outpouring of negative energy from the eastern array, but this attempt nearly cost her life. The shadow energy surged through Lu Yu's form, causing her petite figure to swell several times over, reaching a critical point. Chun Xia and the nearby reserve Yin envoy sensed the peril and rushed to absorb the negative energy emanating from Lu Yu. However, the souls of those with insufficient cultivation could not endure even a minute before they exploded, meeting their demise. Witnessing this, Lu Yu was compelled to halt her actions. She had not anticipated such a robust accumulation of negative energy within the array, given her current level of cultivation. It would take at least 3 days to fully deplete it. Tian Xiaodian, who was responsible for the array in the dormitory, refrained from direct intervention, instead opting to meticulously observe the yin and yang dynamics of the array. Yet, the more she scrutinized, the more perplexed she became, ultimately left with no choice but to call for reinforcements. "Master Jin, we have encountered a perplexing dilemma. Someone has established 3 magical formations near the normal university, which are incessantly absorbing the malevolent energy. Yao Shan and the esteemed Qing Su Jinjun have gone to address the issues with the Criminal Investigation Department, leaving only Lu Yu and myself without any viable solutions. Magical formations? Absorbing malevolent energy? And located near the normal university? Isn't that where we are scheduled to negotiate with the souls today? How has everyone overlooked this? I understand now. Xiao Tian, wait for me." With that, the king of the underworld, Old Jin, abruptly ended the call and instantaneously appeared above the normal university. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with being seen. The urgency of the situation was paramount. Old Jin was acutely aware of the terrifying consequences that could arise if the gathering malevolent energy within the formations were to erupt. Upon inspection, he observed that the 3 formations were intricately arranged in an equilateral triangle, continuously drawing in malevolent energy. The only discernible flaw was that the core of the formations was not difficult to locate. He swiftly manifested his presence where Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian had already converged, alongside Yi Yushun and Chun Xia, all prepared to heed Old Jin's directives. "Xiao Tian, you proceed to the dormitory. Lu Yu, head to the eastern formation. Yi Yushun, make your way to the western formation." Upon hearing the sound of the energy being disrupted and sensing the influx of positive energy, seal the formation immediately. Time is of the essence. Move swiftly. Without further ado, the 3 hastened to their designated locations. Old Jin then advanced step by step toward the enigmatic center of the triangular formation. He tightly closed his eyes, softly murmuring a series of obscure incantations, as if engaging in a dialogue with some unknown force of the cosmos. His bony fingers danced gracefully in the air, and with each motion, resplendent golden rays began to materialize within the atmosphere, ultimately crystallizing into peculiar symbols and patterns. At that moment, the seemingly tranquil ground began to tremble slightly, and astonishingly, a colossal magical array slowly emerged from beneath the earth. This array radiated a potent surge of yang energy, akin to a blazing sun, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Its formidable power seemingly capable of suppressing the surrounding 3 arrays of yin energy. The Qi-Yang array, abundant in yang energy, was crafted by Fuxi. It gathered the fire of 6 earthly realms and the fire of 3 heavenly realms, transforming it into a volcanic hell. Those with even a hint of weaker abilities would be reduced to mere bones upon entering, with no possibility of survival. Elder Jean dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. He immediately focused his mind, harnessing his spiritual power to propel this surging yang energy, directing it like a tidal wave towards the 3 arrays of yin energy. The success of this endeavor hinged upon this very moment. Despite Elder Jean being the supreme ruler of the underworld, he was personally operating such a complex and perilous array for the first time in his life. The tension within him was palpable, for any slight oversight could result in the disembodiment of all present, and even the innocent students within the campus would likely be unable to escape unscathed. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, continually cascaded down Lao Jin's forehead, each drop accompanied by a faint hissing sound. A manifestation of his perspiration evaporating under the scorching rays of the sunlit array. At this moment, the atmosphere surrounding the scene had escalated to an almost suffocating tension, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed as the 3 formations simultaneously emitted a sound of rupture. Lao Jin, employing his mental acuity, urgently signaled to the 3, urging them to seal it swiftly. The sound of rupture was reminiscent of malevolent spirits, demons, or places steeped in dark energy, indicating that they had been subdued or that the magnetic field had been altered. Upon hearing this, one could ascertain the successful casting of the spell. In that instant, the sunlit array unleashed its formidable power, scorching even Lao Jin, whose garments had been reduced to ashes, leaving him kneeling bare-bottomed upon the ground. In the girls' dormitory on the 3rd floor, Yang Fei, already plagued by insomnia and situated by the window, found her attempt to slumber abruptly interrupted by the sudden burst of light. Peering out the window, she was met with the sight of a balding middle-aged man, half kneeling on the playground in the nude. To her dismay, the man had even positioned a searchlight beneath him, seemingly eager for all to witness his disgrace. A shrill and piercing cry erupted instantaneously, rousing not only her roommates, but also the girls in the dormitory below. Fortunately, the sealing of the array was nearing its conclusion. Tian Xiaotian had successfully completed her sealing, and Lu Yu had expedited his task by prematurely dissipating some of the dark energy. Only the Night Wanderer's side remained. At this juncture, Lao Jin found himself trapped within the sunlit array, caught in an indecisive limbo, unable to advance or retreat. Upon hearing Yang Fei's piercing scream, there was no need for inquiry. It was undoubtedly about him. In his current appearance, anyone would exclaim how pale he looked, or rather, how lewd he appeared. If I do not descend into hell, who will? He thought. At that moment, Lao Jin radiated an air of serenity, but it vanished in an instant. You foolish Night Wanderer, I am truly at my wit's end with you. Must you spend the new year within a sealing array? Endless complaints echoed through the minds of the 3. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush, the Night Wanderer said in a leisurely tone, which finally provoked Lao Jin to erupt. Lu Yu Xiaotian, you too. If you have completed your task, then lend a hand. What are you standing there for? All right, the 2 girls replied in unison. As they made their way to the western array, the Night Wanderer completed the sealing process. The moment it was finished, Lao Jin retracted the Qiong formation, extinguishing the original brilliance. Subsequently, the 3 instantly appeared in the center of the playground, but Lao Jin had vanished without a trace. He had already returned to his dwelling, locking himself in the restroom, weeping uncontrollably, lamenting, my years of innocence, exposed just like that. He felt utterly aggrieved. In truth, only Yang Fei had witnessed it. The other girls, peering out the window, saw nothing but darkness. Lao Jin had long since departed. The crowd grumbled about Yang Fei's late-night antics. Once the 2 girls completed their task, they felt a significant weight lift from their shoulders. Tian Xiaotian promptly dialed Wang Yushan. But the phone rang unanswered for an extended period. The heart, once tranquil, now raced with anxiety for Wang Yaoshan's safety. Lu Yu, upon realizing her call had not connected, vanished in an instant, racing frantically towards the Criminal Investigation Division. The officers who had been waiting at the entrance for Li he had long since returned home, leaving only the bewildered Hu Tu Guai and Tian Yu standing there. Lu Yu paid them no heed as she swiftly made her way to the hall where Wang Yaoshan was located. There, she was met with a harrowing sight. 3 lifeless figures sprawled on the ground, less than a meter from Wang Yaoshan. In that moment, Lu Yu felt her world shatter completely. The scene before her blurred as tears streamed down her face, cascading like a broken dam. She struggled to accept the brutal reality. Her mind flooded with memories of the moments spent with Wang Yaoshan. Desperately, she extended her arms, pulling Wang Yaoshan tightly into her embrace. Yet, in that very instant, a chilling realization gripped her heart. She felt no trace of the divine energy that once coursed through his being. This sudden revelation struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in disbelief. With wide eyes, she gazed in horror at the pale visage of Wang Yaoshan, her heart swelling with dread and despair. Wang Yaoshan had always relied on his formidable will and fortitude to escape perilous situations, but now unable to contain her anguish, she cried out, "You mustn't die," as she shook his body, her tears and snot staining him. Just then, Tian Xiaotian arrived at the scene. As she beheld Lu Yu weeping bitterly while cradling the barely alive Wang Yaoshan, an invisible force seemed to strike her, sapping her of all strength. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, utterly defenseless. At that moment, Tian Yu and the tiger head monster entered the hall. Tian Yu surveyed the scene and quickly rushed to Wang Yaoshan's side. "Brother Shan, do not succumb to sleep. The teacher has called your name," he exclaimed, gently patting Wang Yaoshan's shoulder. The latter, with a faint voice, replied, "Here." Upon hearing the response, Tian Yu checked for his breath and turned to Lu Yu, saying, "Sister-in-law, do not worry. Look, my brother Shan is blessed with great fortune. He will not perish. Let us hasten to the hospital." At this, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief. Tian Xiaotian, having heard Tian Yu's words, swiftly approached Wang Yaoshan, grasping his left hand to feel his pulse, which was alarmingly weak. "Lu Yu, his pulse is too feeble," she remarked. "I understand." The two women, in unison, summoned their innate divine powers, channeling them into Wang Yaoshan's body. Yet it seemed as though their efforts were akin to a cow sinking into the sea. They could neither awaken Wang Yaoshan's divine essence, nor allow their powers to remain within him. This realization chilled their hearts. If their divine energies could not penetrate his being, it meant that their powers could only sustain Wang Yaoshan's life. However, amidst the chaos of his consciousness, a flicker of clarity began to emerge, as if a ray of dawn were piercing through a dense fog. He struggled to part his lips, his voice faint yet imbued with profound emotion. "Lu Yu, Xiaotian, I fear I may not endure much longer. Will you miss me when I depart?" As his words fell, it was as though a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, unleashing tumultuous waves. Lu Yu and Xiaotian's composure shattered instantaneously, tears cascading down their pallid cheeks like a deluge breaching its dam, splattering onto the frigid ground and forming delicate droplets of sorrow. Before they could respond, Wang Yaoshan, gritting through the excruciating pain coursing through his body, continued, "If my life could be restored, granting me a return to this world, would you be willing to forsake everything you possess, including wealth, status, dignity, even your very lives?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu proclaimed, "I would. Even if it requires expending all my strength and sacrificing everything, I shall pull you back from the brink of death." Beside her, Xiaotian was already weeping uncontrollably. Yet she resolutely nodded in agreement. "I am willing, even if it costs my life to save yours. I shall not hesitate." Upon hearing these heartfelt declarations, a glimmer of emotion flickered in Wang Yaoshan's eyes before giving way to a sly smile as he softly inquired, "In that case, can you promise me one condition? To remain by my side for all your days, wholeheartedly caring for me, whether as a servant or a laborer, without a shred of complaint." "Very well, no problem. As long as you can live well, I am willing to do anything you ask." Lu Yu and Xiaotian replied in unison, their gazes filled with unwavering resolve and determination. "Well then, thank you both. At last, I can finally rest easy." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Wang Yaoshan slowly closed his eyes. Yaoshan, please don't frighten me." "Oh, then I shan't scare you," he replied with a playful tone. "But do remember your promise. No backing out." As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan, amidst the astonished gazes of the two women, struggled to rise, a smile adorning his face. "Laney, please call for an ambulance. And Tiger, carry Qingshu." At that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned. "You dare deceive me, you rascal," exclaimed Liu as she pinched Wang Yaoshan's side. Tian Xiaotian, too, was taken aback that this rival could still jest in such a dire situation, casting him a disapproving glance. "I am truly injured, and it is quite severe. The mist is toxic and rapidly depletes my divine power. I am not deceiving you. You promised of your own accord." At this juncture, Tian Yu cast an admiring glance at him, thinking that Brother Shan's performance could warrant nominations at various film award ceremonies. He was a living exemplar of the cinematic realm. The two women felt their cheeks flush, playfully chastising Wang Yaoshan for his deceitful antics. Chapter 45. The three speculations now lying on the hospital bed. Wang Yaoshan's gaze bore a hint of trepidation, not for any other reason, but because his lies had come back to haunt him within these 2 days. Lu Yu's relentless assault subjected the already injured Wang Yaoshan to further torment. Heaven forbid she recalls this matter again. Just the thought of it leads to a flurry of pinches. Tian Xiaotian, on the other hand, addressed him with an icy demeanor, her gaze returning to its former chill. "What is this even about? Qingshu, what do you think this mist truly is?" Wang Yaoshan found himself at a loss and thus opted to change the subject. Master, as far as I know, there are many instances where fog is utilized as a means of attack within this mystical art. Generally, this fog is toxic, affecting either the surface or the internal organs. However, I have never encountered a situation like this one, where it directly dissipates celestial energy, resulting in its accelerated depletion. How are you faring, Mr. Wang? At that moment, old Jean stood outside the hospital room, holding a travel bag as if he were about to embark on a journey. Ah, old Jean, I am quite well. Wang Yaoshan greeted him warmly, his face beaming with joy, the shine on his bald head even more pronounced. He strolled leisurely to Wang Yaoshan's bedside and remarked, Mr. Wang, that day you single-handedly took down 3 golden zombies while riding alone. Truly, you are endowed with extraordinary powers, and your mastery of Buddhist teachings is unparalleled. No, wait, it is the natural way of Tao. Old Jean slapped his forehead, chagrined at his verbal blunder during such a crucial moment. Oh dear, Mr. Jean, please refrain from showering me with such lavish praise. Wang Yaoshan waved his hands modestly, a blend of humility and gratitude gracing his features. He continued, in truth, I owe you my deepest thanks. Had it not been for your prompt decision to rush forward and dismantle those 3 magical formations, I might have long since transformed into a wisp of a lonely spirit, seeking you out. Your words are misplaced. Without you, would those 3 golden zombies have remained docile? Would they have refrained from wreaking havoc upon the innocent? Your selflessness marks you as the true hero. Old Jean said, his eyes filled with sincerity, leaving Wang Yaoshan momentarily speechless. Only Wang Yaoshan understood that old Jin's flattery had indeed reached new heights. Hold on. Keep praising him. If he gets too elevated, I shall embrace widowhood. Liu expressed her dissatisfaction vocally, while Tian Xiaoyin's inner thoughts remarkably mirrored Lu Yu's sentiments. Fear not the absence of good fortune, but the absence of good people. At that moment, both women were filled with indignation, their faces contorted with disdain as they rose and strode towards the door. What has happened to these 2 ladies? Have I inadvertently provoked them? Old Jean, in a state of confusion, pondered whether he had stepped into a quagmire. Mr. Jean, pay them no mind. Their grievances lie with me, not you. Since you are here, let us forego the pleasantries of commercial flattery and discuss the matter at hand. Indeed, old Jean, did you not notice that I am still present? Qing Su remarked with displeasure directed at the latter. Oh dear, brother Qing Su, one must never forget you. Old Jean exclaimed as he began to extract various supplements from his travel case, each item meticulously placed before Wang Yaoshan and Qing Su in duplicate. He lamented the limited space in which he had to operate. Mr. Wang, that formation is the deity-in array. Anyone with a modicum of cultivation can set it up. However, this array is of a sacrilegious nature and requires the ability to withstand the onslaught of heavenly retribution, which could result in a shortened lifespan or, in severe cases, instant demise. We are well aware of what you speak. My master and I encountered a toxic mist capable of neutralizing internal celestial energy during our time at the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Your extensive experience could provide us with invaluable assistance. Such a scenario is indeed unexpected. After much contemplation and thorough analysis, it appears there are only 2 plausible explanations. The first possibility could very well be the enigmatic descending celestial mist, while the second scenario is likely the 100-eyed poison fog. Old Jean, with a solemn expression, slowly began to speak, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of worry and unease. Wang Yaoshan exchanged a glance with Qingxiu, acknowledging old Jin's extensive knowledge on the matter at hand. What distinguishes these 2 phenomena? Wang Yaoshan inquired. To delve into the enigmatic mist of descending immortals is to traverse an ancient narrative that dates back to the dramatic battle of deities during the primordial era. In those days, the heavens and the earth were in tumult, as a myriad of gods and demons emerged, engaging in an extraordinary conflict. Amidst this protracted war, an eerie cloud of fog appeared from an unknown origin, silently enveloping the battlefield and temporarily stripping all beings of their celestial powers. Some deities proposed that this mysterious mist was the result of an unparalleled divine spell cast by an ancient god, intended to disrupt the course of battle. Others speculated that it was, in fact, an immensely powerful artifact endowed with the extraordinary ability to alter fate. Regardless of the truth, this enigmatic mist of descending immortals has since become an eternal enigma, captivating countless generations eager to uncover the secrets it conceals. Old Jean took a sip from the teacup and continued, as for the 100-eyes poison fog, you 2 must have heard of it. Stop teasing us, old Jean. Qingxiu interjected, exasperated. Why is it that whenever we reach the crux of the matter, you digress? All right, old Jean replied. You should know that it is an artifact wielded by the Lord of the 100 Eyes. In its prime, the 100 Eyes poison fog could shroud the skies and plunge the entire realm into chaos. Countless pairs of eyes glimmered with an eerie radiance, exuding a toxic aura that withered the flora and brought suffering to all living beings in their wake. Even the most accomplished cultivators found it difficult to escape the clutches of this poisonous mist. The consequences ranged from grievous injuries to untimely demise. Wang Yaoshan pondered for a moment, reflecting on his personal experiences and realizing that neither of the two scenarios recounted by old Jin seemed to align. Was there another possibility? Indeed, there must be, for the three realms are vast and surely harbor unknown entities. Whether it be magical artifacts or extraordinary abilities, anything is conceivable. Based on your narrative and the circumstances I have encountered, we have now discerned that someone is deliberately targeting us. This individual first exerted mental control over the three classmates who shared a dormitory with Jiaxia, intentionally crafting a gathering formation, indicating that this person possesses considerable supernatural power. They orchestrated the setup of the formation. However, it is not this puppeteer who faces the retribution of the heavenly order. Rather, these three classmates have become scapegoats. After their demise, this enigmatic figure buried them within the three gathering formations, transforming them into zombies. This method bears a resemblance to Buddhism, Qing Su murmured softly, sharing his conjecture. Wang Yaoshan disregarded Qing Su's speculation and continued. Looking further back, Lu Yu murdered Jiaxia. Yet Jiaxia's soul did not report to the underworld, indicating that someone has either absorbed Jiaxia's soul or enlisted him as an accomplice. Furthermore, during our negotiations with the spirits, none detected the presence of these three gathering formations. Subsequently, the tiger head monster relayed to me and Qingshu that there was a mysterious figure shrouded in mist who orchestrated all of his actions. During our first encounter, this enigmatic individual was clad in a Taoist robe. This implies that the mist-enshrouded figure concealed a formidable array of malevolent energy right beneath our noses. Could it be that old centipede? Old Jin ventured a guess. Old Jin, given the meticulous nature of this shadowy mastermind, I surmise he would not leave us any clues related to the soul. As for my three classmates, there is no need to interrogate them excessively. I sense they are utterly oblivious to the situation. Furthermore, could you see if the underworld can dispatch additional officials to patrol the Hygiene City area? We are amidst turbulent times, and it is wise to be prepared. Additionally, we must investigate the true identity of this behind-the-scenes figure. As Wang Yaoshan articulated his conjectures, a pressing question lingered in his mind. Who could possibly be targeting him? He found it perplexing, as he had not infringed upon the interests of Buddhism, and thus there was no rationale for anyone to act against him. His master was the venerable Hongjun Laozu, so there should be no issues from the heavenly court. Moreover, old Jin was a close confidant. Who could it be? Rest assured, Wang, since the adversary has made a move, there will undoubtedly be flaws to exploit. Even if he attempts to conceal the truth, it cannot remain hidden for long. I will deploy more officials to gather intelligence. You need not worry. At this moment, the three were engrossed in an unending cycle of contemplation and discussion. Chapter 46. The new member with a large head. 2 days later, Wang Yaoshan and Qingshu officially discharged from the hospital. In truth, they had already regained their celestial powers. However, the hospital had never encountered this particular strain of virus, which resulted in their extended stay of an additional day. On the very first day of his discharge, new acquaintances came to welcome him. In addition to Lao Jin, Tian Yu, Hu Tu Guai, and Li Jing, there was also an unfamiliar face. The figure approached Wang Yaoshan with a few strides and greeted him. Good day, Mr. Wang. I am the Antarctic Immortal, commonly known as the God of Longevity. Hee, I apologize for the trouble I've caused by descending to the mortal realm. Ah, senior brother. You arrived rather promptly. Qing Su greeted the God of Longevity warmly. Wang Yaoshan harbored no fondness for this large-headed figure, and in fact, he felt a deep disdain toward him. This is my disciple, Xiaobai. There were some prior misunderstandings with Mr. Wang. I hope you can forgive and forget. The large-headed immortal said, urging the white deer disciple to bow to Wang Yaoshan. A child, around 6 or 7 years old, emerged from behind the large-headed figure. Fixated on Wang Yaoshan, the expression on the child's face was predominantly one of hatred, mingled with a hint of fear. That won't be necessary. You two may conduct yourselves as you wish, Wang Yaoshan replied with a stern face, completely disregarding the pair. What a disgrace. After committing such atrocious deeds, you still dare to appear in the mortal realm. I truly regret not having extinguished your souls directly back then. Seeing this, Qing Su hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Come now, bow to your master. How can you be so thoughtless? After some persuasion, Wang Yaoshan reluctantly accepted the bow from the white deer disciple. All right, Uncle Master. Let us return to the courtyard and discuss further, Qing Su said, gesturing for Wang Yaoshan to follow. Over the past few days, Qing Su and Wang Yaoshan had been inseparable, accompanying each other day and night. Through this intimate and close companionship, Qing Su has come to thoroughly understand Wang Yaoshan's character. He is well aware that his esteemed master is a man of integrity harboring a deep-seated animosity towards evil, and is always filled with righteous indignation at the injustices and malevolence in the world, refusing to condone or overlook them. However, despite his stern and resolute demeanor in the face of wrongdoing, his heart is exceptionally kind. Whenever someone sincerely repents, his master often chooses the path of tolerance and forgiveness, never holding on to blame for long. As time gently passes, Qingshu realizes that even if his master becomes angry over a certain matter, it is merely a fleeting emotion. After a short while, once his master's ire has subsided, everything returns to its original state as if nothing had ever transpired. Silently, they made their way back to Qingshu's small courtyard after half an hour. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian had prepared an abundance of ingredients. Having opted not to welcome Wang Yaoshan back, the three of them had spent every moment together, from the time of hospitalization until this morning, remaining inseparable. It was only this morning that Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian had just returned, eagerly awaiting Wang Yaoshan's arrival to share a hearty meal. Upon entering the courtyard, the disciple Nanji Xianwing respectfully bowed, proclaiming, "Master, I pay my respects." With that, he knelt and bowed his head to Wang Yaoshan. The master did not intervene, saying, "Go ahead, knock your head until it bleeds, you rascal. Get up, there's no need for excessive formality." After speaking, Wang Yaoshan turned to Lao Jin and continued, "Lao Jin, I need your assistance with something. Lu Yu now has numerous emissaries in reserve. We cannot allow these individuals to remain without a proper place. Mr. Wang, as you mentioned, I have a piece of land nearby, and I now intend to utilize it. A portion will be allocated for the construction of a city god temple, while the other part can be employed according to your vision." "Oh, dear Lao Jin, you have truly been of immense help to me." As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan extended his hand, embracing Lao Jin warmly. "Mr. Wang, you are always so courteous. I feel quite embarrassed. It is only natural for me to contribute both financially and physically. Your generous gesture makes me feel as though I have received far more than I have given. How can I reconcile this? Rest assured, I will contact the construction team immediately and have them commence work right away. Completion is anticipated within a fortnight." "Very well. Let us not stand on ceremony. However, I can't help but wonder if completing the project in just 2 weeks is too hurried," Wang Yaoshan mused internally, hoping he wouldn't be deceived with a shoddy construction. "Mr. Wang, rest assured, this construction team is part of our group. You can trust in both the quality and the timeline." Lao Jin discerned Wang Yaoshan's apprehension, recognizing that what was originally a 6-month project being completed in less than 2 weeks was indeed hard to believe for anyone. With a glint in his eye, Qingsu spoke up, "Master Uncle, how shall we accommodate my senior brother? What skills do you both possess?" Wang Yaoshan's change of expression was swifter than the renowned face-changing act of Sichuan opera. Just moments ago, he had been warmly engaging with Lao Jin, but now he sat on a stone bench, casting a disdainful glance at the large-headed man and the white deer, his face devoid of any trace of a smile. In response, I reported to my master uncle, "My apprentice and I excel in cultivating medicinal herbs and pharmacology. You may not be aware, but during our descent, I specifically brought a multitude of seeds from the celestial realm. The purpose is to atone for our transgressions and to better serve humanity." The sincere remarks from the large-headed one slightly mitigated Wang Yaoshan's prejudice against him. "Very well, you two shall reside here for the time being. Old Jin, how much land will be available after the completion of the city god temple?" Wang Yaoshan turned to inquire of Old Jin. "Mr. Wang, this parcel encompasses a total of 100 acres, though the specifics will depend on the standards for the city god temple. My suggestion is to allocate 20 acres for its construction, which will sufficiently accommodate all the reserve-in officials. The remaining 80 acres can be distributed as you see fit." "All right, let us finalize that decision, and additionally allocate 10 acres for the stewardship of the large-headed one. From this day forth, may you too, as master and disciple, diligently cultivate those rare celestial herbs and wondrous elixirs. Remember, do not engage in any acts that harm living beings, for this not only pertains to the welfare of all sentient beings but also constitutes a crucial accumulation on your path of self-cultivation. I hope you will tend to these celestial herbs and elixirs with great care, benefiting many." Wang Yaoshan proclaimed with righteous authority, "Rest assured, master. We shall certainly recognize our mistakes and serve the people diligently. Oh, and the special medicine you have developed can be placed under Old Jin's Lancia group. After excluding packaging and promotions, you may distribute the specific profits and dividends among yourselves. There is no need to give me anything. I require none. Master, you are truly a sage. In comparison to you, we seem to diminish in stature." Upon hearing that there was potential for profit, the large-headed one was elated, for his descent to the mortal realm was intended to accrue merit. How could one accumulate incense offerings without serving the people? Old Jin never anticipated that Wang Yaoshan would assist him in resolving the issue of incense offerings from the underworld at such a critical moment. "Mr. Wang, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I shall transfer this 100 acres of land into your name. You should take a break. The last villa and the money were taken by the criminal investigation team. Let us not get involved in such matters this time, Wang Yaoshan replied, shaking his head in resignation. Tian Yu looked at everyone with a puzzled expression, as if he had traversed into another realm. Is this really my brother Shan? Brother Shan, what do you think I can contribute? Please arrange something for me, Tian Yu said with an air of entitlement. Li Jing, brotherly, come here. Wang Yaoshan called out loudly. Li Jing, who was washing vegetables, rushed over without even drying his hands. What's the matter, brother? Brotherly, I have troubled you quite a bit during this time, and I realize it has consumed your time without allowing you to receive much incense and merit. I plan to have you teach this brother of mine martial arts. You can practice with him first. Once everything is fine, I will establish a school of martial and literary arts. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. How could he, who had trouble educating his own son, dare to influence others? Realizing this, he quickly gestured to refuse. Please, do not decline just yet. Allow me to finish. I recall you telling me that you wish to see the most genuine smiles from the common people. That phrase resonates vividly in my memory. Deep down, you genuinely desire to do practical and righteous deeds for the populace, and this sentiment we share in remarkable accord. Thus, I am confident you will excel as the principal. Can I truly manage that? Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Li Jing's eyes, and his voice trembled as he spoke each word with great effort. Brother, I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself, Wang Yaoshan declared before rising from his seat. He intended to offer Li Jing encouragement with a firm hand. Yet he was taken aback as Li Jing seized him in a heartfelt embrace, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother." Instantly, he broke down in tears, prompting a wave of emotion among all present. Only Tian Yu, with a dazed expression, murmured, "I am that little white mouse." Chapter 47. Congratulations from the underworld officials. As for Wang Yaoshan, he had already taken a 2-week leave from school, armed with a doctor's note. What was there to fear? Although he had not always made the best choices, he was now part of the team and deserved to be treated as such. Old Jin's few imperial chefs continued their acrobatic performances, while the others had grown accustomed to the spectacle. Only the big-headed one and the little white mouse watched with rapt attention. However, after a short while, they too found it uninteresting, as it merely involved cleaning the stove without any actual cooking taking place. They dispersed to engage in conversations with the veteran team members. Once the serious matters had been addressed, Wang Yaoshan relished a rare moment of relaxation. He reclined peacefully in a rocking chair, listening to Li Jing instructing Tian Yu. If you don't practice now, you'll be useless. Don't mind him, just practice. Qing Su and the big-headed one set up a chessboard, and before long, Qing Su exclaimed, "Check. Knight to the back row. Let's see if you can survive this." Shortly thereafter, the big-headed one's pleading voice echoed, "Slow down, just slow down." One can still hear the tiger-headed monster seeking guidance from Xiao Bai regarding the art of animal cultivation. "Haiyan, do pay attention, you're getting off track." This was old Jin commenting on a skit he watched on television. However, Wang Yaoshan's gaze was firmly fixed on Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian. The two women flitted about the kitchen like delicate butterflies, never pausing for a moment. Their slender fingers skillfully handled fresh vegetables, washing and preparing them meticulously, arranging them neatly to one side. The bustling figures created a beautiful and heartwarming scene in the kitchen, stirring a wave of warmth within the otherwise listless Wang Yaoshan. This vibrant tableau of domesticity made him exclaim, "It truly feels like home." Viewed from behind, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian could easily be mistaken for top models. Lu Yu, standing 2 centimeters taller than Xiaodian, possessed curves that seemed almost divine, resembling a flawless porcelain piece basking under sunlight, where the interplay of light and shadow revealed the delicate dust particles drifting slowly. One might think upon seeing them, this courtyard could certainly use a good cleaning. The two women placed the freshly washed vegetables in front of the chef and then approached Wang Yaoshan. "Yaoshan, who are these new arrivals? Why does that big-headed one call you Shirshu?" Indeed, you rascal. We have new team members. Why haven't you introduced us?" It turned out that the two were unaware of this. Wang Yaoshan, using a voice audible to all three, identified himself as the Antarctic immortal before pointing to Xiao Bai, exclaiming, "That's the deer we encountered that day." The two women were momentarily startled, frozen in their tracks. However, there was no cause for alarm. These two had already turned from their wicked ways, and we were here to oversee their transformation. Rest assured, nothing amiss had occurred. With that, a gentle hand was placed upon the shoulders of the two women. The sudden physical contact jolted Tian Xiaotian back to reality. Her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Yu, on the other hand, was different. She pinched Wang Yaoshan in the ribs, determined to proceed with utmost caution. "I do not wish for you to exert yourself so recklessly. If you sustain another injury, I shall be furious with you. Though, of course, I trust you won't be harmed." Wang Yaoshan winced, lowering his hands. "Fear not. I shall surely meet my demise at your hands. Why can't we communicate properly? Must you resort to such physicality? He glared at Lu Yu, who, now serving as the city god, exerted even greater strength. Moreover, she possessed a unique skill, the ability to control Wang Yaoshan's Tiantong armor. Whenever she wished to strike him, the armor would inevitably fail, leading Wang Yaoshan to suffer numerous hidden losses. As the three engaged in this playful scuffle, a knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing it, Lao Jin hastily rushed to the door, exclaiming, "Come in, come in." A procession of 14 or 15 individuals entered the small courtyard in an orderly fashion, ranked by height. Except for Tian Xiaoyan, everyone else found amusement in the fresh faces. The reason was simple. This group was a delightful medley of heights and builds. The shortest stood at approximately 1.20 meters, while the tallest reached an impressive 1.90 meters, all lined up in a row. Their hairstyles were remarkably unique, rivaling any avant-garde fashion, and they all wore matching smiles, as if they were attending a joyous banquet. Lao Jin cleared his throat softly, prompting the others to swiftly bring their hands from behind their backs to the front. Their uniformity could rival that of a National Day parade. They held gifts in both hands, and at the lowest command, they collectively exclaimed, "Congratulations, General Wang, on your successful discharge." Lao Jin, who are these individuals? Wang Yaoshan inquired, suppressing a chuckle. General Wang, these are a few of the kings and judges from our realm. Following this, Lao Jin proceeded to introduce Wang Yaoshan to each of them in turn. The shortest among them, King Qing Guang, Jiang Xian, approached Wang Yaoshan, the little chubby figure standing at a mere 1.2 meters. "General Wang, I wish you eternal blessings and longevity to rival the heavens." Wang Yaoshan accepted the gift, politely shaking hands with Jiang Xian. "Thank you," he said, though internally he was cursing Lao Jin, lamenting his transformation into a figure of ridicule. What sort of company has Lao Jin gathered? The flamboyant figure with red hair was none other than King Chu Jiang, Li Wan. Lao Jin continued to introduce him with a beaming smile. "This one appears somewhat normal. General Wang, may your prowess be unparalleled and your magic boundless. I knew there wouldn't be any kind words. Have you transformed into the old celestial of the stars?" Wang Yaoshan's expression had turned a shade of blue, yet he still restrained his urge to retaliate, accepting the gift graciously and expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Qing Su, standing behind Wang Yaoshan, was nearly in hysterics. "Ha ha ha, Master Uncle. I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughter, haha. I'm going inside now." Unfazed, Lao Jin continued, "This one is." Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Jin interjected, "No need for individual introductions. I am already acquainted with the 10 kings of hell. Apart from the 2 just mentioned, the others are Emperor Song Yuqin, King of facial features Lu Dai, King Yen Luo Bao Zhong, King Bian Sheng Bai Yuan Bin, King Taishan Dong He, King of urban affairs Huang Zhongyong, King of equality Lu Yu, and King of the wheel Shui Li." With each name Wang Yaoshan recited, the respective king presented their gifts. As they prepared to speak, Wang Yaoshan preemptively remarked on their hard work, encouraging them to persevere, while shaking hands with each one. The speeches of the first 2 had fallen flat, and Wang Yaoshan, anticipating a similar lack of eloquence from the rest, took the initiative to speak, aiming to prevent any further awkward remarks. "Oh, look how concerned Mr. Wang is about our work in the underworld. He knows each of your names. You must strive to meet his expectations." At that moment, old Jin delivered a summarizing statement. Wang Yaoshan mused to himself, "What expectations do I have of you? How has old Jin's flattery regressed? Ah, it must be that he failed to perform well in front of these subordinates." Before Wang Yaoshan could finish his thoughts, old Jin continued, "These 4 are the judges of the underworld." "I know," Wang Yaoshan replied. "There's Wei Zheng of the Good Reward Division, Zhong Kuei of the Evil Punishment Division, Lu Ji Dao of the Inspection Division, and Chui Ju of the In-Law Division." Just barely, he thought. Old Jin was truly testing his patience. He must remain focused. Wang Yaoshan shook hands with these judges in turn, emphasizing the importance of grassroots work, the need for a proper attitude, and the avoidance of any airs of authority. "If you are not afraid of my awkwardness, then I shall not fear yours. Let us engage in mutual jest." After a series of handshakes, Wang Yaoshan spoke again. "Since you are here, why not stay for a meal?" He observed the expressions of the guests, which clearly indicated their hunger. It would be impolite to let them leave without offering hospitality, especially at mealtime. "Mr. Wang, please, do not stand on ceremony. If they refuse the meal, they will surely feast on the aroma." Lao Jin turned to the group of over 10 individuals and declared, "You may all take the day off." The distinguished guests, embodiments of the underworld, could hardly suppress their joy, bowing slightly before bidding farewell to the others. In the courtyard, it was eerily quiet. Within a 5-kilometer radius of Hygiene City, not a single wandering soul could be seen. However, in the outskirts, 5 kilometers away, 3 restless spirits had already taken to the highway. "Hey, why are we running? Why can't we rest during the day?" B. Haven T, you heard the news? The 10 Yama Kings and the 4 judges have come to hygiene. Just look at the ominous energy around the Fuan apartments. A. If we don't flee, we might as well await our demise. If we delay, we may not even preserve our souls. B. Is this a crackdown? Which wretched soul has committed such a grave offense? C. Surely they are not here to apprehend us. I haven't done anything so egregious. I merely pilfered a couple of cloves of garlic. B. Enough of this chatter. It must be because of you. Who knows? That garlic could be a treasured relic. We must make haste. Chapter 48. The burden of many. Once the group departed, Wang Yaoshan turned to Lao Jin, who appeared both proud and exhilarated. Have you imbibed something without my knowledge, Mr. Jin? Why the excessive courtesy? You even allowed them to bring gifts. Mr. Wang, they came of their own accord upon hearing about your remarkable event. Not long ago, they wished to visit, but unfortunately, both you and Qingshu were hospitalized at that time. I refrained from allowing them to disturb you. My affairs? What do they have to do with this? Mr. Wang, what seems to be the matter? You truly are a person of distinction who forgets easily. Just a couple of days ago, you assisted us in persuading those souls who were originally resistant to return to the underworld. You may not know it, but there was no need for us to intervene. These souls, witnessing the transformation of the underworld, willingly and eagerly engaged in the efforts of production and construction. Not a single one harbors rebellious thoughts anymore. Old Jin clasped his hands together and bowed to the enlightened Wang Yaoshan. Your deeds have already spread widely within the underworld. You have become a trending topic, with every worker in the underworld feeling honored to have met you. Mr. Jin, I truly have done nothing of significance. Let us avoid such meetings in the future. Furthermore, it is not easy for Lord Yin and the judges either. Please take these gifts back to them. Mr. Wang, that seems a bit inappropriate. They genuinely admire you. Even if their admiration is sincere, do not present me with gifts. Take them back and inform them to focus on their work, prioritizing the happiness of the souls as the essence and goal of their endeavors. That would be the finest gift to me. After saying this, Wang Yaoshan ceased to regard Old Jin. Mr. Wang, enough. Old Jin, we are brothers. No need for flattery. Come and sit beside me. Mr. Wang, I will first oversee their cooking and join you shortly. As Lao Jin did not arrive, Tian Shaotian approached gracefully, her lithe figure moving step by step until she stood beside Wang Yaoshan. She slightly inclined her body, leaning close to his ear, and whispered softly, "You, it seems, are increasingly exuding authority." Her voice resonated like a golden aureole emerging from the valley, melodious and enchanting. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yaoshan was momentarily taken aback. Then a wry smile crept across his lips as he helplessly replied, "Ah, even you have come to jest at my expense? Have you learned this mischief from Liu?" As he spoke, he instinctively raised his right hand, feigning a playful sweat at Tian Shaotian. However, just as his palm was about to descend, he seemed to suddenly realize the inappropriateness of the gesture and abruptly halted. The atmosphere was indeed awkward, with many curious gazes directed their way. Fortunately, at that moment, Qingsu emerged from the house, inquiring, "Lao Jin, is the meal ready? I am quite famished. Let us not forget that I am still an invalid." "Qingsu, do have some tea first. It will be ready shortly," Lao Jin replied, then called out to the chefs, urging them to hasten their pace. The supervisor of a realm has now become a mere harbinger for meals. At this juncture, Tian Yu had been trained by Li Jing to act like a police dog. On all fours, panting heavily. "Brother Shan, save me." Wang Yaoshan glanced at his brother's plight and could not help but interject, "Li Gu, take it easy. He is a homebody and not accustomed to vigorous activity. This sudden intensity is too much for him." "Ah, well, this brother seems to possess quite a strong will." "That is commendable," Li Jing remarked, giving Tian Yu a thumbs up. Tian Yu, without a glance, was solely focused on reaching Wang Yaoshan's side. He crawled slowly towards him, exclaiming, "I want to write a character of tragedy on your leg." Wang Yaoshan hurried forward to assist him, advising, "You ought to communicate more with Brother Li. If you encounter difficulties, you must express them. How can others know if you remain silent?" Just as Tian Yu was settled, a large bone appeared before him. Xiao Bai and Hu Tu Guai spotted the big sheep and the second sheep, promptly pulling them out from their pen, and the 4 animals frolicked joyously. The big sheep, with the bone in its mouth, tossed it to Wang Yaoshan's feet. Before Wang Yaoshan could retrieve it, Hu Tu Guai dashed over, snatched the bone, and scampered away. "You two are quite playful. You four must not quarrel, all right?" Wang Yaoshan lamented, feeling overwhelmed, as the role of a guardian was far from easy. Before he could finish his thought, the second sheep had already begun to tussle with Xiao Bai. "What's wrong, little rascal? Why the long face? Are you unhappy?" Lu Yu approached after conversing with Tian Shaotian. Wang Yaoshan, unable to bear the chaos any longer, resembled a distraught poet, passionately grasping Lu Yu's arm, tears brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed with emotions and at a loss for words. "Not a single one of you is easy to manage." Lu Yu glanced towards the four pets, swiftly sidestepping to deliver a couple of firm kicks. Just like that, the four were confined within the pen. The squabbling ceased. Lu Yu returned and embraced Wang Yushan, resting his head upon her lap. The scene resembled a mother soothing her child. There, dear. It's all right now. Though separated by denim, the scent of Lu Yu wafted gently into the nostrils of the latter. When Wang Yaoshan reached out to embrace Lu Yu, a sudden pang of pain coursed through his ribs. With so many eyes upon them, he thought it best to refrain from any inappropriate gestures. Lu Yu hastily rose to her feet and glanced around, relieved to find that no one was observing their predicament. Alas, Wang Yaoshan was not as fortunate. With a resounding thud, his head met the ground in a rather intimate encounter. The sheer number of onlookers was overwhelming. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he burst into tears. His sobs attracted the attention of others, who gathered around to witness the scene. Lu Yu stood before Wang Yushan, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and uncertainty, her body trembling slightly as if caught in a web of indecision. At that moment, she seemed trapped between a desire to flee and an invisible force that rendered her immobile, yet remaining there only intensified her discomfort and humiliation. Miss Qingxiu, you have the right to remain silent, spoke old Jean, but anything you say may be used as evidence against you. You may wish to consult a lawyer, added Xiao Tian. Following this, the three exchanged high fives, their banter reminiscent of a TVB drama. Wang Yaoshan, recovering from his tumble, sprang to his feet. It's time for dinner, Mr. Jean. The troupe of chefs announced in unison. Qingxiu and old Jean quickly supported Wang Yaoshan as they made their way to the table. Are you two escorting a prisoner? You might as well tie me up, he exclaimed, who assists someone by pulling their shoulders backward. The two, who had just been engrossed in their television viewing, echoed their sentiments in unison and promptly released their hold. In the future, refrain from watching trivial television shows. At your age, how can you still behave like a child? Isn't it all about learning or imitation? With a belly full of pent-up frustration, Wang Yaoshan immediately took it upon himself to educate the two. Tian Xiaotian, behind them, stuck out her tongue and made faces, eliciting hearty laughter from Lu Yu. What you say is indeed correct, Master Uncle, they replied, bowing their heads like errant children. This expression, infused with a mix of annoyance and amusement, only served to further vex Wang Yaoshan. All right, let us hurry and sit down for a meal. Your disciple is already in the circle. You should bring him out to join us. Understood, Master Uncle. The group gathered around the table, devouring their meals with the fervor of a whirlwind. Wang Yushan had long lost the energy to engage in any trivial conversation. Qingxiu and old Jean recognized that speaking at this moment would only lead to discomfort, and they wisely chose to remain silent. However, Lu Yu raised her glass, expressing gratitude to everyone for their support during this time for both herself and Shodan. With that, she downed a whole cup of baijiu in one go. Bravo, Miss Lu, a true heroine indeed, old Jean exclaimed, clapping his hands loudly. Indeed, her spirit surpasses even that of celestial beings, Qingxiu added, showering her with flattery. The others quickly followed suit, raising their glasses in unison. Oh, who would have thought this woman possesses such a knack for uplifting the atmosphere? Wang Yaoshan mused silently to himself. Li leaned towards Wang Yushan and whispered, why the long face? They're a bit rowdy, but you needn't react so. She gestured towards the others, who seemed hesitant to speak. Do you expect them to learn how to be a donkey and return home with that knowledge? Yet, she realized that amidst their boisterousness, they had all stood firm and unwavering in times of adversity, never retreating nor giving up. Old Jean often claims that he owes me, but in truth, it is I who owe everyone. With this thought, Wang Yaoshan raised his glass, his previous annoyance dissipating. Regardless of what the future may hold, you are all my brothers, let us drink. With Wang Yaoshan's proclamation, the banquet reached its zenith. Whistles and praises filled the air, and everyone returned to their former exuberance. Going home to study the donkey? Look at that, Wang Yaoshan whispered to Lu Yu. Chapter 49. Educating the children. At this moment, old Jean slowly rose to his feet. He poured wine for Wang Yaoshan with deliberate slowness, seizing the opportunity to whisper in his ear, President Wang, during your hospitalization, I led the staff from the underworld to reseal the magical formations. In Hygiene City, there are 3 formations, and only one demon managed to escape. Seeing Wang Yaoshan in good spirits, old Jean dared to discuss the recent progress of their work. Hygiene has 3? After resealing the other 2 formations, can we ensure their security? Will they not be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals who could unravel the seals and unleash demons upon the world? Wang Yaoshan maintained a smile as he exchanged toasts with the others, yet spoke in a tone only audible to old Jean. Rest assured, even if the original seals had weakened, each formation now bears at least 11 layers of seals. It is not solely my handiwork. The 10 Yama Kings have contributed their unique skills as well. Unraveling them is no simple feat. Upon hearing this, old Jean could not help but chuckle. Wang Yaoshan gradually lifted his glass, clinking it with old Jin's before inquiring, What about the formation that was breached by the demon? President Wang, I sense not a trace of magical flow from that sealed formation. A few of us deliberately surveyed the site, and it seems unlikely that it was breached within the last century. It must have been at least 300 or 500 years. Lao Jin raised his cup and drained it in one gulp, then smiled once more at Wang Yushan. Very well, you've worked hard, Lao Jin. Let us return to our seats and dine. Before Lao Jin could reclaim his place, the large-headed one stood up and said, Master, I toast you with this cup. I acknowledge my previous errors. Forgive me for being ensnared by my inner demons, leading me to commit acts intolerable by heaven's decree. This time I have come to the mortal realm with a resolve to serve the people more diligently, to atone for my past misdeeds. As he spoke, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Old man, since you are here, do not hold back. No amount of repentance for past transgressions will suffice. You are correct in stating that you must earnestly rectify your mistakes. I appreciate your intentions, and it is essential that you achieve tangible results. Now let us drink. The two raised their cups and drank deeply. Wang Yaoshan was not one to easily alter his perception of a person, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining a faade, particularly since the large-headed one was a disciple of his own senior brother. Being excessively harsh could inadvertently hinder his own path ahead. Xiaobai observed the expression of his master, feeling a wave of inexplicable sadness. He rose and, with a tone lacking in kindness, questioned Wang Yaoshan, Is it not true that all beings in this world are interdependent? Humans are no different from animals and plants in the grand scheme of nature, are they? Wang Yaoshan, fully aware of the direction the child was taking, simply gestured for him to continue. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. My other master has also stated that heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. Is there truly no distinction between humans, animals, and plants? If no distinction exists, why then can humans not serve as sustenance for the celestial beings? Cease your nonsense and kneel. The large-headed figure pressed down on the neck of the young white one, forcing him towards the ground. You little wretch, are you seeking your own demise? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my senior brother. Upon hearing the words of the young white one, Qing Su could no longer contain himself. He knew Wang Yaoshan all too well. He would not concern himself with trivial matters and would only be momentarily incensed. However, should a matter of principle be provoked, one could expect retribution, an unrelenting vengeance that would not cease until one lay dead. His intervention was to safeguard the life of the young white one, a gesture stemming from concern for his own disciple. The elderly Jin, seated nearby, remained silent, though his eyes had transformed into a golden hue. Li Jing had risen from his seat, exclaiming in indignation, How dare you bark like a cur in this place? Everyone, please take your seats. Is this any way to educate a child? By coercion? Wang Yaoshan gestured with his hand, indicating that the two should refrain from further pressuring the young white one and signaled for Li Jing to calm down. Observing Wang Yaoshan's gesture, Qing Su and the large-headed figure released their holds, perplexed. Wasn't the threshold for humanity his bottom line? How could he remain so composed now? Ignoring the crowd, Wang Yaoshan addressed the young white one, stating, Your question is quite astute. Have you considered for whom the celestial beings serve? Surely, they serve the heavenly court. At that moment, the young white one felt no fear in the presence of the overwhelming authority around him and spoke his mind freely. Wang Yaoshan smiled and continued. And for whom does the heavenly court serve? At this moment, Xiaobai has come to realize the gravity of the situation, a contemplation and experience he has never encountered before. Wang Yaoshan, with a thunderous voice, declared that he could no longer restrain his emotions. The heavenly realm is meant to serve the mortal world. Upon uttering these words, Xiaobai, like a deflated ball, instantly bowed his head. Xiaobai, all living beings are born equal, the heavens are indifferent, and all creatures are mere fodder. These two statements hold truth, yet you must not forget your responsibilities. You are meant to bring blessings to the mortal realm, not to bring calamity upon it. Your powers are bestowed upon you by humanity. Without their offerings and faith, you are not. Wang Yaoshan paused momentarily before continuing. How many years have passed since? Have you turned against your benefactors? Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine at Wang Yaoshan's words. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? If all deities shared your mindset, indeed, chaos would ensue. Yet, in such turmoil, who would continue to trust you deities? Without belief, your divine powers would dissipate. Except for Lao Jin, everyone present was taken aback. Wang Yaoshan spoke the truth, yet they had never contemplated such matters. Would that not mean the heavenly realm would cease to exist? Would you still be the exalted deities then? I assure you, you would not. The mortal realm would simply regard you as demons and monsters. As Wang Yaoshan's words resonated, beads of cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. With a thud, Xiaobai's knees crashed onto the concrete floor, tears streaming down his garments. Master, I was wrong. I have come to understand. Our divine power is bestowed upon us by humanity, and our duty is to protect them. I have come to understand this. And the disdain and arrogance in his eyes have vanished. He genuinely comprehends why Wang Yaoshan is so beloved and trusted by all. Wang Yaoshan rose and took a few steps to stand beside Xiao Bai, extending his hands to assist him. Rise. Ah, you young lad possess quite the skills. When I first encountered you, I suffered an unexpected setback. His words were meant to enlighten Xiao Bai to the truth and wisdom. Now that he has grasped this understanding, he is no longer an adversary. Should he choose to change, he could become an ally. Thus, Wang Yaoshan sought to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. However, an unforeseen event unfolded. Not only did Xiao Bai remain seated, but also the tiger head monster, Li Jing, Qing Su, Big Head, and Old Jean knelt down as well. Liu Yu and Tian appeared contemplative, while only Tian Yu continued to shove various foods into his mouth. What are you all doing? I'm not dead yet. Why the tears? You truly are disheartening. Master Uncle, your teachings to him are, in essence, teachings to us all. Qing Su exclaimed through his tears. Master Uncle. I now understand why the master chose you as his disciple. Big Head also sobbed uncontrollably. Wang, you are my idol, my guiding light. Old Jean. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's resounding words once more, felt a surge of passion. Master Uncle, it is time for you to eat, Liu said, imitating their tone with a gentle voice. Tian Xiaotian could not help but let out a soft laugh. Do not kneel before me, I am not worthy of your reverence. It is this world that deserves your submission. Rise, everyone. Oh, Xiao Bai, you should stand first. Remember, obedience does not equate to being a good child. Possessing independent thought is the true hallmark of a virtuous youth. Wang Yaoshan lifted Xiao Bai and gently placed him in his seat. The others, too, complied with Wang Yaoshan's directive and resumed their places. As Wang Yaoshan returned to his own seat, Liu Yu leaned in and whispered in his ear. You truly resembled a great hero just now. I nearly shed tears. Do not blow into my ear. I am sensitive to that. Was that an intentional blow, you rascal? With that, she playfully pinched Wang Yaoshan's side. Wang Yaoshan raised his glass and stood, evading Liu Yu's playful assault, then proclaimed, Come, everyone. The fact that we gather here today is a matter of fate. Let us toast to this destiny. The crowd once again raised their glasses, united in their exclamation. To the world. Chapter 50. I have a salary now. After partaking of the wine, the previously subdued atmosphere gradually warmed as the crowd began to unwind. Xiao Bai offered another toast to Wang Yaoshan, and Liu Yu and Tian Xiaotian did not intervene. Go ahead and drink. It's rare to see him so joyful. If need be, I can simply use my celestial arts to dispel the effects of his inebriation. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, only Tian Yu and the tiger head monster remained sober. Tian Yu busied himself with his mobile game. While the tiger head monster appeared nearly ready to climb onto Tian Yu's lap, his gaze fixated intently on the animated figures within the game. He inquired, Is that little character inside something you raised? Tian Yu replied with a hint of annoyance, stating that this is called a mobile game, a marvel of high technology. Something you wouldn't comprehend. The tiger-headed monster, with an expression of indifference, returned to his seat. After a moment of contemplation, he timidly asked Liu Yu, Do I receive a salary? He was apprehensive about saying something wrong and provoking this formidable lady. It must be said that the tiger-headed monster is astute. He had already deduced that the leader of this group is Wang Yaoshan, and they all operate according to his ideology. However, the only person who truly instills fear in Wang Yaoshan is his superior. Ah, indeed. I haven't inquired about my salary yet. Little tiger, wait a moment. I'll go ask. Were it not for the tiger's reminder, Li would have entirely forgotten to inquire about her remuneration. Mr. Jean. Am I now considered an employee of the Disha Group? Liu Yu unabashedly called out to Mr. Jean from a distance. Wang Yaoshan also heard Liu Yu's question and chimed in. Yes, Mr. Jean. Doesn't Liu Yu fall under your leadership? President Wang. How could I dare to say such a thing? You are making me feel quite embarrassed. Lu Cheng Wang replied. Please, just call me Mr. Jean. Mr. Jean, sweating profusely, glanced at the two questioners and shot a glare at the tiger-headed monster, as if to convey that it was all his fault for bringing this up. The latter, noticing Mr. Jean's glare, obediently lowered his head and ate a few more bites of the roast chicken in a sulky manner. Mr. Jean, please don't beat around the bush, just speak plainly. You always seem to hesitate, Wang Yaoshan remarked, having consumed enough alcohol by this point. His words now flowed without the slightest restraint, entirely reflecting his true nature. Mr. Wang, under normal circumstances, Lu Cheng Wang would undoubtedly be an employee of the Disha Group. However, given our relationship, your words suggest that you do not regard me as a brother. Lao Jin spoke with his head lowered, his tongue tripping over itself. He had indulged in drink, toasting nearly everyone present, and in the end, he had consumed 2 bottles himself. Brother, let us not discuss anything else. I must express my gratitude for your assistance with the Chengwang Temple matter. Let us share another drink. Brother Lao, you are indeed my kin. It is only fitting. Wang replied, allowing a more familiar tone to emerge. Lao Jin, emboldened by drink, began to speak without restraint. Qing Su could no longer bear to witness the scene, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, my master uncle is intoxicated and calls you brother, and you actually acquiesce? He is my master." With that, he forcefully tapped Lao Jin's arm. Yet, regardless of Qing Su's shouts and shakes, Lao Jin seemed utterly oblivious, remaining seated in a stupor. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian observed this spectacle, their faces betraying little astonishment, for they had long grown accustomed to such antics. One could say that Wang Yaoshan possesses many commendable qualities. Yet he is lamentably deficient in his capacity for alcohol. Paradoxically, he revels in the company of those who drink copiously, embodying the archetype of one who is both inept and eager for merriment. Exchanging knowing glances, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian silently understood each other and proceeded to act in concert. Li rose to face Wang Yushan, while Tian Xiaodian swiftly approached Lao Jin's side. In unison, they extended their hands and deftly waved them before their respective companions. It is truly remarkable, at the very moment their hands brushed past, Wang Yaoshan and Old Jin, who had been as dazed and lifeless as drunken puppets, suddenly seemed to be freed from some enchantment, regaining their lucidity in an instant. "Wang, what were we discussing just now?" Old Jin gazed at Wang Yaoshan with a bewildered expression, his eyes filled with confusion and perplexity. Before Wang Yaoshan could respond, Qing Su, akin to a powder keg ignited, became so agitated that his complexion turned pale. He bellowed, "What were we talking about? Wasn't it that my master referred to you as Big Brother, while you, in turn, called him brother? Does that make any sense? Is there no sense of hierarchy or decorum left?" As he spoke, Qing Su waved his arms, evidently overwhelmed with indignation and dissatisfaction. Wang Yaoshan erupted into hearty laughter at Qing Su's words, showing no concern for such matters of identity and seniority. No worries, Old Jin. It seems we may have indulged a bit too much." Wang Yaoshan glanced at Tian Xiaodian and Lu Yu, quickly grasping the situation. Lu Yu, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "You shouldn't have been drinking. I had just asked Old Jin whether I belonged to the Disha group. If it weren't for your meddling, I would have gotten the answer by now. Of course, Lu Qingwang is part of our Disha group, receiving a fixed salary each month, which includes a portion of earthly currency. Additionally, there are offerings as a supplement. Wang and I have already discussed it. Your temple will commence construction immediately. Afterward, we shall split the offerings 50-50. Old Jin, you are quite generous with the allowances for your subordinates in the underworld reserves," he said, ingratiatingly. "Surely, as the esteemed king of the underworld, you must comprehend such matters." Lu Yu, ever the inquisitive one, pressed on, "What is the currency of the mortal realm?" She was not one to relent until everything was made crystal clear. Old Jin glanced helplessly at General Wang Yaoshan. "What do you think is appropriate?" "I am not the one governing the netherworld," he replied with a hint of exasperation. "Old Jin, do not harbor any reservations. It is merely a matter of what is due," Wang Yaoshan replied curtly, bemused that Old Jin would seek his counsel. After a moment of contemplation, Old Jin continued, "The basic salary for the position of city god is 8,000 units of mortal currency. However, due to a decree from the netherworld, we have elevated Lu Yu, recognizing her as an exemplary employee, to the rank of chief city god, albeit with responsibilities solely for Hygiene City. Her base salary will be increased to 20,000, along with additional profit sharing and performance incentives. I wonder if Lu Yu has any objections? Wow, that's quite a sum. Did you hear that, you rascal? I've received a promotion." Lu Yu exclaimed excitedly to Wang Yaoshan. How could she not feel elated, now that she, too, was earning a salary? Yet, Lu Yu's thoughts remained blissfully simple. She had not pondered why she was deemed an outstanding employee or why Old Jin would bestow such a generous amount upon her. "Come, Old Jin, let us drink to this." Wang Yaoshan understood that Old Jin's actions were merely to save face, and it was no small feat for him. "Of course, my dear Lu. It is my pleasure," Old Jin replied with a smile, raising his cup once more. "However, I must clarify that your employees, under your command, are part of the Disha group, yet they do not belong to the netherworld. The earthly monetary wages are provided by the Disha group, yet there are no wages from the underworld. However, one can convert earthly currency into it, which should put your mind at ease." This Old Jin truly demonstrates remarkable generosity, swiftly addressing the fundamental concerns of the employees. "General Jin, I raise my glass to you in gratitude." Liu lifted her cup in salute towards Old Jin, unable to conceal her inner joy, her smile almost reaching the heavens. "Let us not stand on ceremony. Ha ha. If there are any issues in the future, simply come to me." The group continued to exchange toasts. Upon hearing Old Jin's response, the tiger-headed monster clenched his fists in excitement, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. "I can finally buy a phone." Chapter 51. How shall we arrange this? After the feast, Wang Yaoshan did not take his leave. Instead, he took the lead in clearing away the leftover food. "Master, please do not trouble yourself. You should return and rest. Allow us to handle these matters," Qing Su said with a beaming smile, grasping Wang Yaoshan's arm. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wang Yaoshan did not respond with joy upon hearing Qing Su's words. Rather, his face flushed with anger. What is the matter? Am I not human? Can I only eat? Am I incapable of performing tasks within my means to assist you? Do you truly consider me a mere pig? Qing Su was perplexed, wondering what had come over his master. Had he indulged too much? Why was he lashing out at everyone? He hadn't even said anything offensive. Old Jean, following Wang Yaoshan's lead, began to tidy up as well, all the while glancing at Qing Su and remarking, General Wang's sentiment is that you, I, and he are all equals. Why do you not comprehend this yet? Xiaobai was arranging the wine bottles when he spoke. The master wishes to convey that within the three realms, there exists no distinction of high and low. Noble or humble, everyone is bound to serve one another. There is no existence of the exceptional. Ah, you truly are becoming increasingly astute. Wang Yaoshan exclaimed with a broad smile, completely oblivious to the grease-stained hands he possessed. He turned eagerly, wishing to embrace Xiaobai. However, just as he was about to reach Xiaobai, Lu Yu, standing nearby, quickly intervened. Hey, look at your hands. They're filthy with oil. And just take a glance at this child's clothing, so pristine and tidy. You must be careful not to soil him. Upon hearing Lu Yu's admonition, Wang Yaoshan froze, his outstretched hand retracting as if shocked. He stood there, momentarily dazed, a hint of embarrassment and helplessness gracing his countenance. Yet, at that moment, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaobai took a few deliberate steps towards Wang Yaoshan, opening his arms wide to embrace him. Haha, now that's more like it. Lu Yu, you are truly considerate, Xiaobai exclaimed, lifting his gaze towards Lu Yu, his large eyes sparkling with innocent wonder. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickened her pace to join Xiaobai. She knelt down gently, enveloping him in her embrace. At that moment, an indescribable warmth and joy surged within her heart, for it had been a long time since anyone had affectionately called her sister. The sudden address seemed to touch the softest recesses of her heart, evoking memories of her beloved younger brother from her past life. Perhaps it was this shared sentiment of kinship that endeared Lu Yu even more to the charming little creature before her. Xiaobai, with wide eyes, gazed intently at Wang Yaoshan, pleading, why don't you hold me for a moment? I can hardly breathe. Upon hearing Xiaobai's words, Lu Yu realized she had been holding too tightly. She quickly released her grip, gently ruffled Xiaobai's hair, and resumed her task of washing the dishes. Master, although Xiaobai has been reborn into a physical form, he retains his memories, albeit appearing as a child of 6 or 7. Qing Su remarked as he completed his work and approached Wang Yaoshan. Yes, I understand. The child is indeed quite endearing, Wang Yaoshan replied. After a brief period of bustling activity, the group finally settled down in the courtyard to rest for a moment. Wang Yaoshan stood at the center of the small courtyard, his brow furrowed, troubled by the realization that this little space could scarcely accommodate so many people. He glanced around, shaking his head in resignation. The courtyard was already modest, consisting of only 3 bedrooms. Li Jing had long since claimed 1 room. Qing Su naturally occupied another, and De Tu and Xiaobai could share the last. Thus, all 3 rooms had their occupants, leaving no extra space available. However, a dilemma arose. What about the fierce-looking creature? Surely, he could not be relegated to sleeping outdoors. Wang Yaoshan pondered deeply, seemingly left with but one solution, to bring the strange creature back to his abode. Lu Yu and Tian Yu would undoubtedly return to their respective homes, and as for Xiao Tian. At this thought, Wang Yaoshan stealthily approached Tian Xiao Tian. Today, will you accompany me back to my place, or will you return home? As he spoke, a rosy hue crept upon his already fair complexion. His lips trembled slightly, hesitating on the verge of words, while his gaze flitted nervously, avoiding direct contact with the person before him. Meanwhile, his long fingers incessantly fidgeted with the fabric of his clothing, occasionally tugging at the hem or caressing the collar, as if seeking solace from the turmoil within. For someone like Wang Yaoshan, who had yet to navigate the complexities of life, faced with such a scenario, he found himself at a loss for words. No matter how he attempted to articulate his thoughts, it would surely convey a sense of ulterior motives. Upon hearing his words, Tian Xiaotian turned her gaze toward Wang Yaoshan. She keenly sensed his unease. The shyness that had been deeply buried within her vanished in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming urge to tease and provoke this young man. Thus, she deliberately fluttered her enchanting eyes, a sly smile gracing her lips. Where do you wish for me to go? She countered, refraining from providing a direct answer. At her query, Wang Yaoshan's previously bashful demeanor ignited into a deep crimson flush. Anywhere is fine. Perhaps you should come with me. You and Lu Yu share a profound sisterly bond, serving as companions to one another. However, his voice has gradually diminished to the point where even he can scarcely discern his own words. What secrets are Xiao Tianjia and the troublesome fellow whispering about? Lu Yu has been observing the two intently, fully aware that Wang Yaoshan harbors a subtle affection for Tian Xiaotian, and that Xiao Tianjia genuinely cares for the troublesome fellow. Being a woman not of modern times, she finds no fault in the age-old notion of men taking multiple wives, and she is not particularly bothered by it. Yet, jealousy still stirs within her. "Oh, Yaoshan just inquired where we would be staying tonight," Tian Xiaotian remarked, casting a glance at Wang Yaoshan and deliberately speaking loud enough for all to hear. This woman, one must not be ensnared by the whirlpool of love. The once poised and graceful Tian Xiaotian has transformed in an instant. Before Wang Yaoshan could offer an explanation, Lu Yu interjected, "Of course, you will stay with me. Isn't there an available place for the troublesome fellow? Why would Xiao Tianjia wish to return to her own abode? Xiao Tianjia, don't dwell alone. If you're apprehensive, you can bring along your little dolls. Their presence will not only alleviate your boredom, but also serve as a deterrent against any potential miscreants." At that moment, Wang Yaoshan wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. It was far too blatant. Who is the miscreant? I am over 50 chapters in. Have I ever engaged in any dubious behavior? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Lu Yu's words. Qingsu hurriedly approached Wang Yaoshan, exclaiming, "Ah, it must be you. When shall you bless me with a little junior brother to play with?" Lao Jin approached the other side of Wang Yao Mountain, his face brimming with admiration as he addressed Mr. Wang. Xiao Tian is famously known as the Frost Goddess, hardly acknowledging the common folk. "You are truly my idol. What has happened to all of you?" She makes a single remark, and you all jump to such conclusions. And a little junior disciple? Does he grow a beard upon birth? Such unseemly behavior. I was merely concerned about finding rest in this place, and thought of Xiao Tian, which is why I came to inquire. Wang Yao Mountain understood that at this moment, he could only resort to being unreasonable, for no one would come to his aid. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Sister-in-law, please refrain from making wild accusations. One must not disrespect a friend's wife. If you continue to speak of me in this manner, I shall have no choice but to accuse you of defamation." Tian Yu, believing Lu Yu was addressing him, hurriedly stepped forward to clarify his stance. "You are quite lacking in decorum." Wang Yao Mountain shot a glare at the other man, yet inwardly expressed gratitude for the timely intervention of his brother. "Laney, should I ascend to the throne in the next life, I shall undoubtedly appoint you as the crown prince." Chapter 52. We are brothers. Amidst laughter, the group bid each other farewell. The tiger-headed creature approached, stating, "From today onward, you shall reside with me." Wang Yu Mountain called out to the tiger-headed creature, eager to return to his own quarters. Oh. The creature displayed little emotion, adhering to whatever arrangements Wang Yao Mountain made. "Oh, and bring along those two fierce beasts." With that, Wang Yao Mountain, along with Lu Yu and Xiao Tian, exited the courtyard. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the solitary tiger-headed creature as it slowly approached the fierce beasts. Its sturdy, powerful strides seemed to resonate with a weighty presence. The once peaceful and slumbering big sheep and second sheep were roused from their dreams by the antics of the tiger-headed monster, their eyes fluttering open with drowsiness. "Little tiger, why are you awake at such a late hour? What are you up to?" Big Sheep inquired, rubbing his sleepy eyes with a hint of discontent. "Indeed, we were in the midst of a delightful slumber, and your commotion is rather unwelcome," Second Sheep chimed in, echoing the complaint. "Humph, we are not of the same kind, and we have no interest in you. Do not think of joining us in our sleep." Big Sheep unabashedly chastised the tiger-headed monster, his words firing off like a volley of arrows. The tiger-headed monster, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the reprimand, did not falter. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Big Sheep and asserted, "You two have misunderstood. It is Wang Yaoshan who has sent me to escort you back to his home." Powerless against the formidable magic of these two horned creatures, he resorted to invoking Wang Yaoshan's name. "Oh, then let us hurry. You are quite sluggish in your actions." Second Sheep began to express his disdain for the tiger-headed monster's slow pace, lamenting the lack of a tiger's swiftness. The tiger-headed monster, feeling exasperated, wished for silence. Ever since aligning himself with Wang Yaoshan, he had not practiced his own skills and was instead burdened with menial tasks. One must bow their head when under a roof. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan and his companions had ventured far ahead, and the winds behind them howled. In the blink of an eye, the gust rushed toward them. Now, Big Sheep and Second Sheep stood before Wang Yaoshan, accompanied by the tiger-headed monster, whose face had been distorted by the wind. "Master, where are we headed? Are we going to that little sweet's house?" Big Sheep asked with a tone of resignation. "Master, I do not wish to go. Xiao Tian constantly feeds us dog food, which I have no desire to consume," remarked Yang. "Both of you, cease your chatter. Your noise is quite bothersome. Instead of visiting Xiao Tian, let us return to my abode, which you have yet to experience. I assure you, I will refrain from offering you dog food. Leftover meal shall suffice. Yes?" With a single statement, Wang Yaoshan silenced the two ferocious beasts, who dared not utter another word. After all, Xiao Tian had kindly offered to feed them, yet they had failed to appreciate it. He then turned to the tiger-headed creature and said, "Here, this is for you. Upon your return, Let Xiao Tian arrange a card for you. As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan produced a square box and handed it to the tiger-headed monster. Wow, the latest model. The Duck Pair 56 Pro Small, exclaimed Tian Xiaotian, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the box. Just moments ago, when Wang Yaoshan stepped outside, he had curiously remarked, "Look at that tiger. Today it appears utterly disinterested and lethargic." At that moment, Tian Yu happened to pass by and, overhearing the comment, couldn't help but burst into laughter, replying, "Aha, you were unaware, aren't you? Earlier, it saw me playing a game and actually approached to inquire whether the little figures on the screen were pets of mine. Truly adorably foolish. I suppose this creature has never encountered such a novel device as a mobile phone." With that, Tian Yu laughed heartily as she walked past them. At that instant, Lu Yu seemed to suddenly recall something and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh right, earlier at the dining table. The inquiry regarding salary was not initiated by me, but rather prompted by the old tiger, who approached me with the question. At that moment, I found it rather peculiar. And only later did I realize it would be prudent to inquire about the specifics from Lao Jane. Unfortunately, by that time, you had already indulged a bit too much in drink, hence you likely missed the entire conversation. Ah, I see. You all should proceed homeward. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for others to voice their questions, Wang Yaoshan vanished from sight. In a fleeting moment, he reappeared at a shop specializing in duck pairs, blending into the crowd unnoticed. Wang Yaoshan understood that beings like the tiger, lacking roots, strength, and connections, would only face relentless exploitation in the realm of Qingxiu. He would inevitably be burdened with the menial and arduous tasks, leaving him no time for cultivation. This trivial matter plunged Wang Yaoshan into a deep sense of guilt. He yearned for all those around him to live equitably in this world, enveloped in care and love. After settling the bill, he exited the shop and sought a secluded spot before instantly returning to Lu Yu's side. Before Lu Yu could utter a word, the fierce beasts had already approached. This recapitulates the events that transpired earlier. The tiger-headed creature, clutching the box handed to him by Wang Yaoshan, eagerly opened it to reveal a finely crafted mobile phone nestled within. Yet, at that moment, his hands began to tremble, and he could not help but sob. "Wang, you may call me Yaoshan, just like the others, or you may refer to me as Brother Shan. Please refrain from calling me Wang Shangxian. Otherwise, those unaware might think I am some sort of sorcerer." Wang Yaoshan harbors a profound aversion to witnessing the tears of others, for he lacks the art of consolation and can merely strive to lighten the atmosphere, bringing joy to those in distress. "Brother Shan, thank you," the tiger said, preparing to kneel. Quick as a flash, Wang Yaoshan swiftly supported him. "There is no need for such gestures. We are all men here, and with so many people around, it would not be prudent for them to witness this. Do not weep. From this moment onward, we are brothers. When we return, I shall have Tian Yu teach you the ropes." The pace of technological advancement is astonishing, and it takes time for most to adapt. Wang Yaoshan spoke with heartfelt sincerity, offering comfort to the tiger. "Fear not, for I shall ensure that within a day, you will become quite adept. Should you wish to play games alongside me, I am more than willing to guide you." Tian Yu could empathize deeply with the tiger's current emotions. He too had entered this unfamiliar realm solely due to his association with Wang Yaoshan. This was the first instance since aligning with Wang Yaoshan that the tiger felt the warmth of home. At this moment, he perceived that the burdens he had previously borne were not as arduous as he had once believed. "All right, Brother Shan, and you too, Brother Tian Yu." The tiger instantly transformed his tears into laughter, realizing that being recognized by others was indeed a cause for celebration, especially when those who acknowledged him regarded him as family. "Let us be on our way," Wang Yaoshan declared, taking hold of the lead of the fierce beast and striding purposefully toward home. Within half an hour, they returned to Wang Yaoshan's opulent mansion. The splendor that unfolded before the tiger and the fierce beast left them utterly awestruck. "Master, with such prowess, why should you subject us to hardship?" the big sheep remarked, grumbling. "Without experiencing poverty, one cannot comprehend the essence of life. Without enduring trials, one remains eternally naive. Throughout history, heroes have emerged from the crucible of adversity. Wealth and nobility have always been transient in the mortal realm. In a state of intoxicated reverie, one wonders who can embody true spirit, while the gallant steed and long lance seek to establish order in the cosmos. Do you comprehend? Do not engage in futile disputes with me. I merely advocate for a resilient spirit." "Yet, we are not human," retorted the second sheep. "Then strive to become human. A dog that does not aspire to be human is not a commendable sheep." Wang Yaoshan's words amused even himself. The two fierce beasts also pondered the true meaning behind their master's words. Tian Yu took the rope and led the elder and younger sheep to their abode. Subsequently, Wang Yaoshan gestured to the tiger-headed creature, who instantly grasped his intent, and the two concealed themselves around the corner. As Tian Yu approached, a sudden roar startled him, causing him to shudder. Once he regained composure, he chased after the two, striking them in playful jest. At that moment, Xiao Tian and Lu Yu were comfortably seated on the sofa, observing the three boys before them, whose childlike spirits engaged in playful banter, filling their hearts with unprecedented joy. Chapter 53. An unexpected letter. Shan Gu. Tiger, come quickly. This game I'm playing has a new mode. I need your counsel. Tian Yu called out repeatedly, yet received no response from Wang Yushan. Noticing the silence, he plopped down onto the sofa, slowly exploring the new mode. Lu Yu, initially engrossed in a magazine, heard Tian Yu's calls but noted the absence of Wang Yaoshan's reply. Stinky egg, hurry up. From his hiding spot, Wang Yaoshan replied, what's the matter? Frustrated. Lu Yu urged, come on. With a hint of resignation, Wang Yaoshan said, state your case. Irritated, Lu Yu insisted, just come. In less than a second, Wang Yaoshan stood before Lu Yu, exclaiming with exasperation, what is it? I have been hiding quite well with the tiger. The moment you call out to me, I am inevitably exposed. Lu Yu did not wish to undermine him. Yet how could her own foolish companion be so dim-witted? The more she pondered, the more irritable and furious she became. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked that others had long since settled on the sofa, engrossed in their games. How could he still be hiding? Truly, he was the most foolish of all. Why was he behaving like a child? Before Wang Yushan could muster a rebuttal, the tiger head monster emerged from behind a pillar. Having overheard Lu Yu's words, he could not help but counter, that is not foolishness, it is innocence. A man remains a boy until death. The tiger head monster was naturally inclined to support Wang Yaoshan, for he was indeed a good brother and companion for wild antics. No matter your status as a city god or any kind of leader, it was of no consequence. Lu Yu had no intention of sparing the tiger's dignity. Wang Yaoshan, with a forced smile that did not quite reach his eyes, murmured, we are both of the egg generation, stifling his laughter with his hand. Upon hearing Wang Yushan's words, the tiger doubled over in laughter, cackling uproariously. The sound of the tiger's laughter was infectious, and Wang Yushan could no longer contain himself. How can a tiger laugh like a duck? Their shared laughter was met with Lu Yu's exasperated eye rolls and curses. Have you no shame? You foolish egg, come sit down. Wang Yaoshan pondered what had caused Lu Yu's sudden impatience. It must be. He obediently settled beside Lu Yu, slowly extending his hand to rest on her abdomen. Lu Yu let out a soft sigh. Clearly startled by Wang Yaoshan's gesture, she lifted her head and glanced around, relieved that no one was watching them. The utterance of him instantly rendered Wang Yaoshan's face a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Yet, he did not cease his actions. Lu Yu's previously exuberant emotions dissipated like mist in a gentle breeze, vanishing without a trace. In their stead emerged her endearing shyness, reminiscent of days gone by. She slightly lowered her gaze, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, as resplendent as peach blossoms in the spring. Gently, she inclined her head to the side and gradually leaned against Wang Yaoshan's broad shoulder. At that moment, Lu Yu's voice softened to a whisper as she quietly inquired, oh dear, what are you doing? There are so many people watching. Her words betrayed a hint of playful reproach. Wang Yaoshan, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, I am merely keeping your belly warm. You have your period. You mustn't get angry or anxious. To hell with your concern about my period, Lu Yu retorted, landing a punch squarely on Wang Yaoshan's face. At such close proximity, he had no time to evade. The unexpected blow left Wang Yaoshan seeing stars. While onlookers were left stunned, the air seemingly frozen for several moments. Rainy, fetch me an ice pack from the fridge. My eyes hurt. Wang Yaoshan cried out in pain. Subsequently, Lu Yu appeared to realize her overreaction, a fleeting look of regret crossing her face, yet she stubbornly remarked, well, who told you to speak so thoughtlessly? Wang Yushan, cupping his face, replied with a pitiful tone, I thought you were feeling unwell. Upon witnessing the two individuals still embroiled in their dispute, Tian Xiaotian approached with a gentle demeanor and whispered a few words into Lu Yu's ear. The astonishment that flickered across Lu Yu's face was palpable. Her mouth agape as if she had just encountered a sensational piece of gossip. Tian Xiaotian nodded slightly, and even Wang Yaoshan, who stood in close proximity, could not discern their conversation. Recognizing Tian Xiaotian's nod, Lu Yu wasted no time and hurriedly dashed to the restroom on the second floor, closing the door behind her. Did it hurt? Let me see, Tian Xiaotian inquired tenderly, her warmth enveloping Wang Yaoshan like a gentle spring breeze despite the circumstances. He slowly lowered his hand, revealing that the skin around his left eye was inflamed and swollen. With a mere breath directed at his eyes, Tian Xiaotian alleviated his discomfort in an instant. He touched the area, astonished to find that the swelling had vanished without a trace. Xiaotian, you truly possess miraculous healing hands. Wang Yaoshan expressed his gratitude. Reflecting on himself, he pondered whether he should learn the healing techniques left by his master. Realizing that his previous focus had been solely on rapid advancements in skill in the pursuit of aggressive martial arts, this had led him to a state where he required others to alleviate his drunkenness and to heal his wounds. Just as he was lost in thought, the ominous creature, known as the Jun Beast, suddenly erupted in frantic cries, as if sensing a formidable threat. Wang Yaoshan quickly gathered his composure, fully aware that the beast's outbursts were instinctual warnings, signaling the presence of something unclean nearby his home. Big sheep, little sheep, cease your barking, he commanded. Rising to step outside, Wang Yaoshan peered through the cat's eye to observe the situation outside, where he beheld a wisp of fog, ethereal and elusive, drifting in the air. Poisonous mist. He hurriedly opened the door, only to find the streetlight illuminating an empty expanse. The monstrous creature within the house had ceased its frenzied barking at that moment. Something was amiss. He had clearly activated his keen senses, capable of perceiving all manner of demons and phantoms. There was an undeniable presence of malevolence, yet it remained concealed from view. With a vigilant demeanor, he prepared to shut the door when, instinctively lowering his gaze, he discovered a letter lying quietly at his doorstep. Without further ado, he grasped the letter and forcefully closed the door, not forgetting to impose a protective barrier as he departed. Upon returning indoors, the expressions of his companions grew tense, for they too sensed the oppressive aura of negativity, with the exception of Tianyu, who, clutching an ice pack, stared blankly at Wang Yaoshan. Brother Shan, here's the ice pack. Tian Xiaodian inquired. Yaoshan, have you found anything? The tiger head monster asked. Is there something unclean about? Wang Yaoshan scanned the room and realized that Lu Yu had yet to descend. Instantly, he activated his divine perception, allowing his spiritual light to penetrate the walls of his abode, directly locking onto Lu Yu's essence. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. However, a flush crept onto his face. How astonishingly potent my abilities are, to see with such clarity. Alas, how many captivating chapters have I missed? He steadied his breath and spoke softly. Do not worry, there is nothing amiss. It is likely just a wandering spirit passing by outside. Wang Yaoshan consoled the crowd. Yet Tian Xiaodian discerned something amiss with him. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Yaoshan, if you uncover anything, you must share it. Do not let me worry about you. I will undoubtedly stand by your side in support. I understand your fear of causing them concern. But have you considered that if anything were to happen to you, who would ensure their safety? As she spoke, Tian Xiaodian extended her hand and firmly grasped Wang Yaoshan's. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yaoshan suddenly comprehended the truth. He replied, Xiaodian, you speak wisely, at times. I indeed succumb to a sense of personal heroism, forgetting that collective wisdom is our greatest strength. I found a letter outside. He declared this last sentence with great volume, startling everyone present. Lu Yu, at that moment, descended the stairs slowly. Wang Yaoshan scrutinized her carefully. There was nothing unusual about her, aside from having swapped her dress for trousers. Chapter 54. The enemies that emerge are not dreadful. Lu Yu lifted her gaze and met Wang Yaoshan's eyes. She was uncertain how to approach him to seek his forgiveness. Are you all right? Did you sense that overwhelming aura of malevolence just now? Wang Yaoshan, aware of her embarrassment, intentionally shifted the topic. Seeing him redirect the conversation, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief wash over her regarding her previous faux pas, yet she pondered deeply. This malevolence felt strikingly familiar, reminiscent of the aura encountered when she went to the Criminal Investigation Division that day to rescue him. Much like the three formations of Gathering Shadows. Before she could finish her thought, Wang Yaoshan interjected, You are indeed perceptive. As he spoke, he produced a letter and handed it to Tian Xiaodian. Please read it for me, Xiaodian. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Xiaodian opened the letter and began to read aloud. Esteemed Celestial of Yaoshan, this humble one, accompanied by numerous spirits, bows and greeting. On behalf of Jiajia, I inquire after the well-being of Lord Lu Qinghuang. As a token of respect from hygiene, I present this bronze offering. A gesture to wish Lord Lu a smooth journey in his official endeavors. Furthermore, I hope you will not forget us. Surely, every time you recall this, it will be etched in your memory. We await your esteemed presence at Xioshan, and it would be our utmost honor to partake in your grand occasion. From this day forth, all mundane matters of hygiene shall no longer concern us. Listening to Tian Xiaodian's reading, Wang Yaoshan frowned. Commenting on the chaotic nature of the writing, Tian Xiaodian pointed out that there was another letter in plain language. Following her cue, Wang Yaoshan took the envelope, extracted a sheet of paper, and upon unfolding it, read, Esteemed Grandmaster Yaoshan, greetings. It has come to my attention that you have been in close association with the celestial beings from the three realms, which is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Here, allow me to extend sincere regards from myself and the many spirits under my command to those celestial beings. I wonder if you still remember a certain classmate named Jiajia? He has been quite concerned for Lu Yu and has entrusted me to convey his heartfelt greetings. Moreover, I trust you have received the offering from hygiene. The three bronze corpses were meticulously crafted by my own hand, and the formation was also conceived by me. Alas, I must confess, my abilities are indeed limited, and this is all I can accomplish. Nevertheless, I sincerely extend my congratulations to Lu Yu on her successful ascension to the position of city god, and I eagerly anticipate her future endeavors flourishing and reaching new heights. Furthermore, I earnestly hope that you will not forget us. I wonder if this modest offering meets your satisfaction, Great One. Should there be any shortcomings, I humbly ask for your understanding. I can only imagine that each time the terrifying image of the bronze corpses crosses your mind, you will naturally associate it with us. For us, that suffices. However, deep within my heart lies a small wish to meet you, the immortal of Yao Mountain, in person. We are currently filled with joy, eagerly awaiting your arrival in the mountain city. One can only envision the extraordinary atmosphere that will envelop the place upon your presence. To be part of this momentous occasion and witness it firsthand would be an immense honor for me. As for Hygiene City, from this day forth, any unforeseen events shall bear no connection to us. Moreover, we solemnly pledge that we will not set foot in Hygiene again. If, within a month, you are unable to come to the mountain city, we would never dare to impose upon you. However, we must remind you that many mortals still surround you. As for whether these mortals will survive, we can make no promises or guarantees. If you perceive this as an act of coercion, then I must candidly confess, indeed, it is nothing short of a blatant threat. Should you dare to reject the demands we have put forth, I shall relentlessly unleash a torrent of troubles and calamities upon you, leaving you overwhelmed and in despair. As for the matter of my identity, it is, in truth, of little consequence. After all, there will inevitably come a day when we shall meet face to face, and at that moment, all will be revealed. I wish you a pleasant continuation of your time. Yours, an unnamed individual. Wang Yaoshan, having read the letter, realized that the true mastermind behind the entire affair had finally emerged, albeit in such a direct manner. At least Hygiene is safe for now, he pondered. As for whether we should venture to Mountain City, we shall defer to your judgment. Tian Xiaodian spoke softly. Humph, that scoundrel, Jia, dares to greet me? The thought of his despicable deeds fills me with such rage that I could wish for nothing less than to annihilate him completely. Lu Yu expressed her deep disdain. This is clearly a blatant provocation. I will accompany you. This time, I shall personally obliterate his very soul. The tiger-headed monster approached with a hint of understanding. Brother Shan, is this letter a declaration of war? Wang Yaoshan nodded. You are quite perceptive, Tiger. But let us not rush. Why does he choose to issue such a direct challenge? Is it out of sheer audacity? I think not. They could easily choose to avoid antagonizing me, yet they have deliberately opted for this method to provoke my ire. The precise significance of this letter eludes my full comprehension. However, one thing is abundantly clear. The sender is intent on bringing us greater turmoil and challenges. Fortunately, it appears that, for the time being, he does not harbor intentions to bring about my demise. Yet, even so, we cannot afford to be complacent. Who can predict whether he will suddenly change his mind as events unfold? After all, human intentions are inscrutable, and circumstances can shift in the blink of an eye. Wang Yaoshan's analysis holds true. The adversary has openly confessed to their actions, employing provocation to compel him to the mountain city. If they were truly a deadly foe, they could have refrained from sending this missive and instead operated in the shadows to undermine Wang Yaoshan, striking decisively when he is gravely injured. Is this not the simplest course of action? At this moment, Tian Yu also grasps the meaning behind Wang Yaoshan's words. So, Brother Shan, will you go to the mountain city? He inquires, his brow furrowed tightly, a visage of deep concern etched upon his face. He fears that Wang Yaoshan might take a misstep. After all, he is his dear brother. Yes, I must go. With a month ahead of me, I have ample opportunity to improve, Wang Yaoshan reassures him. Do not worry, you must have faith in me. He perceives the glimmer of unshed tears in Tian Yu's eyes, prompting him to speak softly in comfort. At this moment, the atmosphere is heavy with unspoken thoughts, and Wang Yaoshan recognizes that among this group, he is the anchor. While others may falter, he must remain steadfast. He reflects that to enhance his chances of success, diligent practice is essential. These past few days have been largely squandered, and his celestial power has not progressed. In truth, the other party is also compelling oneself to progress, as long as one lives. All problems and predicaments serve as motivation to grow stronger. Chapter 55. There is reason behind the name Tiger. Through today as correspondence, everyone has gained a new objective. Speaking of Wang Yaoshan's current mental fortitude, it is incomparable. Previously, he transcended the thunder tribulation and directly entered the realm of Xianxian. It is not an exaggeration to say that he could practice for an entire week without sleep. Xiao Tian and Lu Yu exchanged cultivation techniques, a choice that significantly aided their elevation in realms. Their situations were akin, both originally cultivated methods belonging to the feminine, yielding energy. And as they were originally workers of the underworld, the room was permeated with a dense aura of yin. Wang Yaoshan, still immersed in his own cultivation, felt puzzled by this sudden influx of yin energy. What was happening? Wasn't he supposed to refrain from stepping into hygiene? He sensed a formidable wave of yin energy rising from his abode. Upon opening his enlightened eye, he discerned the truth of the matter. Indeed, if he were to exchange his pure yang techniques with theirs, he would surely risk losing himself to the practice. Alas, the dominance of yin over yang. Wang Yaoshan sighed. Not for any other reason, but because the tiger beside him had been stagnant for 2 hours without any progress. It turned out that 2 hours prior, everyone had reached an agreement to exert their utmost efforts in enhancing their realms and proficiency in techniques over the course of the month, supervising and reminding each other. In addition to his own cultivation, Wang Yaoshan also took on the responsibility of guiding the tiger mentor. After all, the tiger was male and practiced a purely yang-type technique. If he did not instruct him, would he allow him to train alongside 2 young girls? Who knows what sort of aberration that might produce? However, this predicament caused Wang Yaoshan considerable difficulty. Although Qing Su and the big-headed one referred to him as Shishu, it did not imply that he had ever taken on a disciple himself. The tiger had also grown accustomed to self-cultivation and had never had a master. Now, both found themselves embarking on this journey for the first time, akin to brides entering the bridal sedan. After inquiring into the tiger's circumstances and contemplating thoroughly, Wang Yaoshan presented 3 manuals of techniques to the tiger, all of which belonged to the category of purely yang damage skills. His primary consideration was that the heart techniques of the celestial beings were fundamentally different from those of the demon clan. Forcing the tiger to practice heart techniques or mental disciplines might prove more harmful than beneficial. Wang Yaoshan sighed helplessly, remarking, "Look at others, look at yourself, and then look at the oldly couple next door." Upon hearing these words, the tiger-headed creature was momentarily taken aback, promptly halting his circulation of energy, and then replied, "Brother, what heart technique are you reciting? Who is the oldly couple? It is not a heart technique. It is a palm technique." Palm technique. Seeing the tiger-headed creature deep in thought, Wang Yaoshan couldn't help but admire his determination and diligence. At least he was genuinely contemplating what was being said. Yet, it seemed his intellect was lacking. Why not stay at home if one has a poor mind? Why insist on cultivating? A common tiger in a zoo could still attract a ticket and would not go hungry. Why strive so relentlessly? My intention is to highlight the overwhelming presence of malevolent energy that has permeated our abode. Upon finishing his statement, Wang Yaoshan shot him an irritable glare. "Elder brother, wait for me. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, the tiger-headed monster appeared to be stirred by some unseen force, rising and exiting the door. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback. Before he could even inquire, the other had already departed. Before long, Wang Yaoshan heard the tiger-headed monster proclaim, "Listen well. I am the tiger-headed monster. Your relentless cultivation has filled this place with sinister energy, and I shall ensure you cannot remain." Yet the words "remain" had scarcely escaped his lips when 2 formidable streams of celestial power surged directly toward the tiger-headed monster's face. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of clanging sounds that persisted for a solid half-hour, rousing the slumbering Tianyu. "What is happening? Are you preparing a meal?" he mused, his face alight with envy at the cultivator's prowess, before turning back to sleep once more. "Yaoshan, quickly bring him back. I cannot reason with Lu Yu." "Cannot reason with Lu Yu?" Wang Yaoshan thought to himself, though he dared not voice it. "All right, I understand." He lamented, "I do not know what has possessed this child. Perhaps he has become bewitched. Please do not strike him. Keep a close watch on your disciple. Utter one more useless word, and I shall strike you as well." Lu Yu's furious voice echoed. Upon hearing Lu Yu's wrathful shout, Wang Yaoshan, who had just stepped outside, retreated once more. He mimicked Lu Yu's tone with a sneer. "Strike you as well? You have done so before." Only when he heard the door close behind him did he gather the courage to step outside the room. He strode briskly to the side of the tiger-headed monster and whispered, "You always bring trouble upon yourself. Why do you provoke them? You are a true tiger." At that moment, the tiger-headed monster was already bruised and battered, his head swollen significantly. What was once a square head had been transformed into a round visage. He attempted to speak, but saliva escaped as he opened his mouth. "Enough of that. Let me help you inside." Observing the other's condition, Wang Yaoshan suppressed his laughter and assisted the limping tiger-headed monster back into the room. Once the door was securely closed, Wang Yaoshan spoke in a normal tone. "You possess incredible audacity. How dare you speak like that? Lu Yu is your direct superior. What will you do if she decides to make things difficult for you?" Upon returning to the room, Wang Yaoshan began to lecture the tiger-headed monster. The latter was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. One might even believe he was a reincarnated giant panda, given the dark circles around his eyes. At that moment, he fixed an intense glare at Wang Yaoshan, exclaiming in frustration, "What does it mean? I told you not to speak, yet you persist." Wang Yaoshan genuinely did not comprehend what was being said. Seeing that Wang Yaoshan ignored him, he reiterated, his agitation growing, "What does it mean? Are you angry with me?" The tiger-headed monster became increasingly agitated and soon began to weep. Wah, what does it mean? Wah, are you angry with me? After pondering for a moment, Wang Yaoshan finally understood the tiger-headed monster's words. Did you not say the house was filled with negative energy? Realizing the misunderstanding, Wang Yaoshan burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as he approached the tiger-headed monster and gently patted his shoulder. I did mention the negative energy, but I never suggested you go out and provoke them. My intention is for us to strive harder and surpass them, aspiring for a house filled with vitality. Do not weep any longer, my dear tiger. Enough is enough. Allow me to tend to your wounds. As Wang Yaoshan's comforting words reached him, Hudo understood that he had misinterpreted the other's intentions. He wiped away his tears and calmed his emotions. Subsequently, he gazed at Wang Yaoshan with eager anticipation, urging him to act swiftly. Wang Yaoshan thought to himself that this was indeed a golden opportunity. He possessed no healing magic. Typically, he would require the assistance of Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu when he was inebriated. Without their aid, he would simply retch uncontrollably. Yet, within these 2 hours, he had mastered the entirety of the celestial healing technique. While he had grasped the theory and could recite the incantations fluently, he lacked practical experience and could not ascertain his current capabilities. Just when everything was in place and he awaited the final impetus, the moment finally arrived in the form of the Hudo monster. With a grave expression, Wang Yaoshan cherished this opportunity immensely. He began to chant incantations, and with a flourish of his hands, the Hudo monster's injuries vanished as if by magic. Its round head transformed back into its original square visage. The Hudo monster felt no more pain, though it remained puzzled as to why the room was so dark. Wang Yaoshan glanced down and could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty guffaw. Chapter 56. The Great Sword Practice of the Big-Tongued Shell. Wang Yaoshan was utterly unable to restrain himself. The Hudo monster bore no resemblance to a human anymore. Its ears, once situated on either side, had migrated to the top of its head, while its eyebrows remained in place, yet beneath them was not a pair of eyes but rather a mouth, with the nose positioned at the very bottom. Those eyebrows now resembled whiskers. Amusing as it was, what had happened to the tiger's eyes? Surely, they could not have vanished. Wang Yaoshan found himself in a state of perplexity. Just as he was pondering, the tiger-headed monster spoke, questioning why everything had turned so dark. Ah, now it's better. Intermittently bright and dim. The tiger-headed monster's eyes darted around wildly within its mouth. Ha, dear tiger, heed my words. Do not speak. Keep your mouth shut. Wang Yaoshan prepared to invoke his healing arts once more. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's laughter, the tiger-headed monster was bewildered by the other's intent, instinctively touching its own face. However, this simple gesture only triggered another bout of tears. Is this some sort of cosmic rearrangement? I thought you were merely healing me, yet it feels as though my features are being jumbled. Woe is me. Cease your weeping for now. Just close your mouth. Otherwise, I find you quite frightful. Frightful? Nay. It is simply too comical. Wang Yaoshan struggled to suppress his laughter, but ultimately succumbed, tears streaming down his face as he leaned against the wall. I cannot bear it any longer. Just wait a moment. Allow me to revel in this amusement a while longer. Remember, do not speak. Do not open your mouth. The tiger-headed monster patiently awaited the completion of Wang Yaoshan's mirth, reflecting, given the current state, could it possibly worsen? I shall cooperate with him. Let us treat this like a dead horse being revived as a live one. After a span of 5 minutes, Wang Yaoshan resumed his efforts, reciting an incantation in his heart and gesturing with his hands. Miraculously, the once chaotic features of the tiger-headed monster returned to their rightful places. The tiger, overjoyed, reached out to touch its own face, confirming, a nose is indeed a nose, and an ear is an ear. Excitedly, it gazed at Wang Yaoshan. You are truly remarkable. Enough with the flattery. I am merely performing at my usual level. Wang Yaoshan retorted. By the way, dear tiger, have you ever watched animated films? Wang Yaoshan inquired solemnly of the tiger. Brother, I often observe after my transformation. May I ask which particular work you are referring to? The tiger, sensing the gravity of Wang Yaoshan's demeanor, adjusted his attitude. Surely, it pertained to cultivation. There is an animated series titled Pokemon, have you seen it? The tiger's expression was one of sheer confusion. He had never even heard of this animation. I have not, brother. What is intriguing about this series? Nothing much. You just seem to resemble a Shelder from Pokemon, with your eyes situated within your mouth. Before Wang Yaoshan could finish, he burst into hearty laughter. It was not until half an hour later that they resumed their cultivation. As Wang Yaoshan was about to channel his internal energy to break through to the celestial immortal realm, the tiger's voice interrupted. Brother, why have you given me 3 volumes of celestial techniques, all of them pertaining to swordsmanship? This one is heavenly sword technique, this one is silver sword technique, and this one is great sword technique. Upon hearing the inquiry, Wang Yaoshan candidly expressed his thoughts. Tiger, have you ever heard of the 18 weapons? The tiger's face lit up with a beaming smile, brimming with confidence. He thought to himself that he finally had a grasp of the subject. He hastily replied, I have indeed heard of them. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, forks, whips, flails, hammers, staffs, poles, clubs, and meteor hammers. Each weapon varies, some with hooks, some pointed, some edged, some barbed, some with crescent spikes, and some with chains. I am proficient in all 18 types of weaponry. Proficient? Wang Yaoshan responded casually, as these were merely memories etched in his mind. How trivial. Thank you, brother, for your flattery. I often hear such tales from the clear void, true lord. What a grand protector. The tiger-headed creature, brimming with pride, gazed gratefully at Wang Yaoshan, unaware that the latter would offer him further assistance. Wang Yaoshan, shaking his head in disbelief, presented his theories that were indeed startling. Well, since you are familiar with the 18 weapons, you must recognize that the sword is the sovereign of all arms. The tiger-headed creature nodded in affirmation. Wang Yaoshan continued, Are you not called Mountain Lord? Indeed, I am called Tiger, also known as Mountain Lord. The tiger-headed creature seemed to have found a glimmer of understanding. It all aligns, does it not? We both bear the title of Lord. Furthermore, these 3 texts are pure Yang techniques. They will not conflict with your own methods and suit your temperament perfectly. Thus, you should study them. Knowledge is invaluable. With that, Wang Yaoshan stroked his non-existent beard, adopting the demeanor of a mentor. It takes one like you. Others cannot achieve such harmony. The tiger-headed creature, listening to Wang Yaoshan's explanation, felt a sense of resignation. He hung his head, contemplating a retort that never escaped his lips. I shall practice. While it may not be particularly beneficial, at least it poses no harm. As long as it does not lead to my demise. The tiger-headed creature's instincts and methods of attack were entirely outside Wang Yaoshan's considerations. Previously, when faced with adversaries, he relied on his sharp claws and swift movement to exploit their vulnerabilities, aiming for a swift kill. Now, however, having taken Wang Yaoshan as his mentor and begun to practice swordsmanship, he realized that in temperament, he would indeed hold an advantage in future encounters. Yet, he secretly felt fortunate to retain his human form, for had he remained in his original beastly guise, this elder would surely have clipped all his claws away. At that moment, a sudden and thunderous sound erupted from the previously tranquil surroundings, akin to the resounding chimes of a temple bell. The tolling reverberated, each clang more intense than the last, leaving one's ears ringing. After a full 18 strikes, it finally subsided. A dense aura of malevolence surged directly towards Wang Yaoshan's chamber. With a resounding crash, the tightly shut door had yet to be fully opened when a crisp and exuberant voice pierced through the gap like a flash of lightning. Stinky egg. Ha. I have now also stepped into the realm of the mystic immortal. How about that? Isn't it impressive? From this moment on, our levels are identical. The voice belonged to Lu Yu, who seemed unable to contain her joy and excitement. Before she had finished speaking, she rushed in like a gust of wind. You are remarkable, truly extraordinary, a prodigy of cultivation beyond compare, Wang Yaoshan replied, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Observing Lu Yu's expression and listening to her flat demeanor, she felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Do you even understand the concept of emotional value? She bellowed, her voice echoing with fury. Meanwhile, the nearby tiger-head monster trembled in fear. Having already endured a severe beating, he wished to remain uninvolved. He slowly shifted his body, attempting to turn his head towards the wall, silently chanting, You do not see me. You do not see me. Spend less time on your phone. Refrain from indulging in those toxic affirmations and stop training so relentlessly. I, who am constantly battered, cannot be expected to provide you with emotional value. If I truly had any emotional value, wouldn't we just be fighting each other? Having spoken, Wang Yaoshan instantly felt a considerable sense of relief. Lu Yu, however, continued to fix her unwavering gaze upon him. I don't care. I'm angry. You must congratulate me again. You are essentially forcing labor upon a widow. Your breakthrough in cultivation is indeed commendable. But have you considered our feelings? Have you pondered the emotional value you owe us? We have made no progress this entire evening. Did you offer us any consolation? Yet you come here expecting our congratulations. This is akin to a heartless betrayal. Wang Yaoshan's voice grew increasingly louder. He had long since grasped a fundamental truth. One could utilize the strengths of others to enhance one's own abilities and to counter a foe's tactics with their own. Defeating magic with magic. If the opponent is unreasonable, one must be even more so. The more he understood, the more he realized how many insights he could glean. Chapter 57. A reminder from old Jean, then why aren't you making progress? It's not as if I am the reason for your stagnation. For some reason, Lu Yu's voice began to diminish in volume. Seeing that Wang Yaoshan was no longer paying her any heed, she let out a sorrowful sigh. Lu Yu finally recognized that perhaps she had overstepped. Pouting, she hurriedly trotted to Wang Yaoshan's side, adopting a childlike demeanor as she took his hand and gently shook it. All right, Please don't be upset. I was wrong, okay? At this moment, the tiger-headed monster finally turned around, unable to believe his ears. Has my big brother truly succeeded? At that moment, admiration brimmed within him, leaving him speechless. This is my brother. This is the model for our generation. Sob. One might wonder why the tiger-headed monster was crying. Just think about it. His wife is a formidable tigress. Congratulations. I am genuinely happy for you. Wang Yaoshan spoke with deep affection, extending his arms to envelop Lu Yu's shoulders. With a gentle embrace, he pulled her into his warm embrace. They showed no apprehension towards the presence of the tiger, who, in that moment, felt as though he were nothing but air. As dawn broke, Wang Yaoshan released his hold and said to Lu Yu, "You and Xiaodian should continue your training. I must pay a visit to Qingshu and Old Jin, for they remain unaware of the current circumstances. I am eager to hear their perspectives." Although they were unreserved in their demeanor, Lu Yu felt a rush of nerves and shyness. This was her first embrace with Wang Yaoshan. Previously, they had been separated by the Tiantong armor, which, despite the proximity, felt entirely different. At that moment, she appeared as innocent as a little white rabbit. "Please return swiftly. I shall await you at home," she said before darting back to her room. It was the first time Wang Yaoshan had witnessed such a demure side of Lu Yu. After a brief interval, he regained his composure and addressed the tiger. "Tiger, accompany me. I acknowledge that the cultivation method I selected for you does not align with your circumstances. I intend for Qingshu and Old Jin to provide you with guidance." With that, he picked up the phone and dialed Old Jin. Half an hour later, the four of them gathered in the courtyard. "Gentlemen, take a look at this," Wang Yaoshan said, presenting a letter before them. "I found this at my doorstep last night, and prior to that, I encountered the dense fog." The two men took the letters, each instinctively grasping one. Their attention was swiftly captured by the contents of the correspondence. "Master Uncle, this is nothing to worry about. Old Jin and I will accompany you. We can simply eradicate them, can't we?" With a hearty laugh, Qingshu concluded reading the letter and confidently spoke. Such words from Qingshu would undoubtedly bring joy to the average listener, as everyone yearns for assistance and hopes for more allies in their endeavors. However, Wang Yaoshan held a different perspective. Who are we to eliminate? The author of this letter? Have you forgotten how wretched we were at the outset, unable to even contend with the zombies he created? Do you truly believe this endeavor will be so straightforward? Wang Yaoshan articulated the stark reality. He was not attempting to dampen Qingshu's spirits. Rather, voicing sentiments of this nature at present serves no purpose. "Master, I was not entirely unprepared back then," Qingshu remarked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. "Mr. Wang, whenever you require my assistance, I shall be at your service without delay." Lao Jin too expressed his stance, albeit with his own interpretation of the letter. From this correspondence, I sense that the author harbors little malice. It feels more like a cautionary note. Lao Jin observed Wang Yaoshan, who brightened at this insight, and signaled him to continue. For instance, if the parties involved were indeed bitter enemies, consumed by hatred and intent on each other's demise, would they be so audacious as to pen a letter, to disclose their intentions so openly? Upon hearing Lao Jin's words, Qingshu pondered briefly before responding. Why not? When one possesses overwhelming strength, such confidence naturally follows. Moreover, they relish the thrill of the hunt. The crux lies in the fact that Mr. Wang bears no deep-seated enmity towards anyone. Since becoming a disciple of the ancestor, he has not offended a soul. Those of our kind, celestial beings, find ourselves willingly drawn to assist him, influenced by his spirit. In earthly terms, this is known as charisma. In the realm of the divine, it is the embodiment of a paragon among gods. There exists no animosity akin to a cat hunting a mouse. Every word spoken by Old Jin reflects his genuine thoughts and feelings. In other words, Mr. Wang has not encroached upon anyone's interests. This holds true not only in the celestial realm, but also here, as even the Buddhist domain expresses gratitude for Mr. Wang's proposed solution. With a flash of ethereal clarity, Old Jin, your words have reminded me that my master uncle has not infringed upon anyone's interests. Hence, the true master of this affair acts with spontaneity. Now, let us further analyze that my master uncle is a disciple of the ancestral figure, who possesses such audacity to threaten him. Who would dare to issue a challenge in such a mocking manner? Upon finishing his thought, Qing Su observes Old Jin, who appears astounded by his own words. Old Jin shares a similar expression. The two momentarily fall silent, exchanging a meaningful glance. What are you two playing at with riddles? Can't you just speak plainly? Wang Yaoshan remarked, aware of their evident fear, daring not even to mention names. Clearly, they have surmised the instigator of this affair. Qing Su, master uncle. I wonder if you have heard the saying, gather grain in abundance before claiming kingship? Wang Yaoshan, I have heard it. What relevance does it hold to our current situation? Qing Su, they have stated that they shall not set foot in Haijin. Thus Haijin remains the safest haven, regardless of whether you venture to Shaoqing. They will not return to Haijin. What you mentioned caught me by surprise. However, he has written that if I do not venture to the mountain city, how can I ensure the safety of the mortals around me? Ah, it seems Wang Yaoshan has come to a realization. If they do not come to hygiene, then my teachers, classmates, and even Tian Yu shall remain safe. I have no friends from other provinces. Thus, the letter's author presents a contradiction. Lao Jin, too, speculated on the intentions of the other party. While the arguments may not be tightly woven, discerning their true purpose proves challenging. What could it be? He tapped his forehead. And at that moment, his eyes transformed into a golden hue. Slowly, Lao Jin remarked, General Wang, I sense the other party is seeking a stance from you. This stance is whether to go or not. To go may lead to utter ruin, while to stay ensures safety, yet the mortals nearby remain at risk. Qing Su, growing impatient, retorted, what you said is no different than silence. Isn't that what they are leveraging against us? Yet Wang Yaoshan discerned the underlying message. Lao Jin was indeed correct. It seemed they were demanding his position. Master Uncle, do not dwell on this. Your two senior brothers' gifts are still here with me. Allow me to fetch them. Qing Su exclaimed, dashing towards his bedroom. Once Qing Su departed, Wang Yaoshan spoke with gravity. Lao Jin, regardless of the circumstances, I must go. Your words have illuminated my thoughts further. Thank you. Wang Yaoshan's gaze, resolute, met Lao Jin's. He always felt that conversing with Lao Jin brought forth a sense of clarity. Perhaps this was fate. Lao Jin merely smiled back at Wang Yaoshan, his originally golden eyes reverting to their natural black. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and the tiger head monster listened to the conversation of the three, feeling increasingly frustrated. When would his concerns be addressed? Yet he dared not voice his complaints and could only continue to wait patiently. Chapter 58, A Precious Gift Before Long. Qing Su approached, cradling two boxes in his arms. Master Uncle, this is the gift prepared for you by your two senior brothers. Wang Yaoshan accepted the boxes. But at that moment, he was not concerned with the so-called gift. He felt he had received the answer he had long sought. I have another matter for which I wish to seek your assistance, though I am uncertain if you would be willing. Wang Yaoshan hesitated to voice his request, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had never been a master himself and was incapable of educating the tiger head monster. Having the tiger head monster follow him would only hinder the latter. It would be far more straightforward to admit he had never taught a student. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's appeal, Qing Su's heart tightened. This must be something significant. Usually, Master Uncle was not so deferential. Master Uncle, you need not be so polite. We are family, after all. Please, speak freely. I will certainly assist you. After saying this, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, awaiting Wang Yaoshan's decree. Mr. Wang, please. Go ahead. I will undoubtedly lend my support. Old Jin has never faltered in critical moments, and the only time he clashed with Wang Yaoshan was over his own employees. Old Jin is typically quite busy. Teacher, I feel this task is well suited for you. The tiger head monster wishes to cultivate, but I am unsure which technique would be appropriate for him. Therefore, I implore you to guide him and, if possible, mentor him closely in his practice. In unison, the two responded, is that all? What has transpired between the two of you today? Twins, perhaps? Speaking in unison? This matter is singular, with no further complexities involved. Wang Yaoshan himself was perplexed by how these two managed to synchronize so seamlessly throughout the morning. Does this indicate a certain rapport between you? Master Uncle, leave this matter to me. It poses no challenge. Given the situation with the tiger, you should focus on mastering the art of palm techniques or claw techniques. And the whip technique is also a viable option. This is merely the initial phase. Once he has honed his skills, he can then pursue practices that enhance speed and increase attack potency. The instantaneous kill will be the crux of his training. Qingshu Sha spoke with an air of certainty, entirely disregarding Wang Yaoshan's facial expressions. Wang Yaoshan had long hoped to hear about sword techniques or the pure yang method from Qingshu, yet in the end, not a word was uttered. This clearly demonstrated his lack of aptitude for the role of a master. The tiger listened intently to Qingshu's exposition, his eyes fixated, unable to suppress his nodding. Very well, let it be so. Tiger, you shall continue to reside here. Devote yourself to training diligently under Qingshu. After imparting this advice, Wang Yaoshan intended to turn and leave. Lao Jin, master nephew. My heartfelt gratitude to both of you for alleviating my doubts and addressing the challenges facing Tiger-S training. I must take my leave now, for time is of the essence and the tasks at hand are substantial. Oh, and by the way, peace should reign in hygiene thereafter, provided no extraordinary circumstances arise. Master nephew, you are to oversee this location and refrain from venturing elsewhere. I shall take my leave now, esteemed gentlemen. Qingshu grasped Wang Yaoshan's hand firmly. As one expresses their determination, Master, please do not stand on ceremony. This is our duty. Rest assured in your cultivation, there will be no mistakes. Mr. Wang. Should any issues arise, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Old Jean speaks only the most sincere words. Thank you. With that, Wang Yaoshan vanished from sight. 10 minutes later, Wang Yaoshan found himself in his own room. Had he not taken the tiger along, it would merely have been a 10-minute journey. He opened the gift bestowed upon him by the primordial heavenly sovereign. Aside from a letter, there lay a token. Wang Yaoshan unfolded the letter, which read, Junior brother, congratulations on joining the ranks of our master. As your elder brother, I possess no other treasures to offer. Only this token, which I hold dear. As a mortal, you must exert yourself doubly to enhance your cultivation. This token serves as a key to various realms. Whether you encounter malevolent demons or inherit the legacy of ancient deities, as long as the token remains, you may return to the earthly realm at any time. I hope you cherish it. Goodness, is this not akin to entering a dungeon? I find this delightful. This gift from my senior brother aligns perfectly with my inclinations. With that thought, Wang Yaoshan picked up the token and scrutinized it closely. Wait, how does one activate this? Must I figure it out on my own? Discarding the token aside, he then proceeded to unveil the gift from the great Lord Lao Jun. Apart from 10 medicinal pills, there lay another letter. Junior brother, as your elder, I find it difficult to decide what to present you. After all, you are amidst the mortal world, where many matters may not align with your true desires. These 10 pills include 5 9-transformation Great Rejuvenation pills, while the remaining 5 are life-generating pills. This 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill not only fortifies your physical constitution and elevates your cultivation limits, but it also enhances your celestial powers. The life-creating pill, as its name suggests, has the miraculous ability to restore flesh to bones and revive the dead. Should you encounter formidable foes, consuming one beforehand will ensure your safety, with effects lasting for 12 hours. My dear brother understands your profound disdain for malevolence and your compassionate heart. I sincerely wish you all success in your endeavors. Furthermore, your second senior brother, advanced in years and somewhat forgetful, has informed me that he neglected to document the method for using the token, and has specifically asked me to convey this to you. Simply call your name 3 times while holding the token, and you shall be randomly transported to any location. To return to the mortal realm, merely contemplate silently, and you will automatically return. May fortune bless you abundantly. Wang Yaoshan, upon reading the letter, turned his gaze towards the several pills. This gift is indeed of tremendous value. He recalled from the tome provided by the venerable Hong Jun that the efficacy of the 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill is unparalleled. It significantly enhances a cultivator's aptitude and accelerates their progress. After acquiring a 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill, Zhu Beiji transformed from a slothful pig demon into the Grand Marshal of Heaven guarding the River of Heaven. In the journey to the west, Sun Wukong sought the 9-turn soul-replenishing pill from Taishang Laojun to save the king of the Wujig Kingdom, ultimately using the 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill instead. The king, having lingered in the water for too long, had depleted his vitality. Although he consumed the 9-turn Great Rejuvenation pill, he required external assistance to regain consciousness. This implies that, as long as one does not exhaust their vitality like the king of Wujig, this pill indeed possesses the power of resurrection. Moreover, the 9-turns elixir is renowned for its ability to prolong life. This precious potion is not only revered in the journey to the west, but is also bestowed as a reward by the Jade Emperor to those who have rendered meritorious service. These 10 pills can truly be considered life-preserving treasures. Both of the senior brothers are contemplating his well-being in their own ways, providing him with items that he desperately needs. At this moment, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian have just completed their cultivation when they hear a commotion coming from Wang Yaoshan's room. The 2 women promptly appear outside his door. So engrossed is Wang Yaoshan in examining the treasures left behind by his brother that he remains oblivious to their presence. Yaoshan, you have returned? The sudden voice startles Wang Yaoshan, who wonders how she manages to appear so unexpectedly. Ah, Xiaotian, I am back. He replies. Oh, you must be missing Sister Xiaotian dearly. Li retorts with a hint of annoyance, for it was she who called out just now. At this point, both women enter the room. Tian Xiaotian's cheeks flush crimson while Lu Yu, in a playful manner, lightly teases him. Observing Lu Yu's demeanor, Wang Yaoshan instinctively asks, Huh? Did you not just call me a stinky egg? Why did you refer to me as Yaoshan? Wang Yaoshan is filled with questions. Could it truly be that a simple embrace could bring about such a shift? I shall call you whatever I please, she exclaims teasingly. Chapter 59. The key to all realms. Behold, these are the gifts my 2 senior brothers have bestowed upon me. Wang Yaoshan is never one to hoard his treasures. He believes in sharing anything of value, especially with these 2. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian stand in awe, gazing at the elixirs before them. They understand the profound significance of these potions. Observing the avaricious expressions of the 2 women, Wang Yaoshan initially believed they intended to seize everything. If you 2 require the elixirs, feel free to take them. Just leave me a couple. After all, they could provide 2 opportunities for survival. I wouldn't relinquish them lightly. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, Tian Xiaotian gasped in astonishment. After calming her emotions, she spoke. Yaoshan, are you aware of what these elixirs are? 5 9 transformations, great rejuvenation pills, and 5 life-creating pills. Wang Yaoshan's languid voice replied. If you know this, why are you willing to part with them? Keeping only 2 for yourself? Lu Yu could scarcely believe her ears. Are you out of your mind? Truly foolish. Wang Yaoshan adopted a nonchalant demeanor. If you desire them, take them. He exhibited no regard for the significance of these elixirs. Tian Xiaotian interjected. Yaoshan, each of us can only consume one of these 9 transformations great rejuvenation pills. Their properties are exceedingly domineering. They can penetrate the marrow, cleanse the meridians, and fundamentally alter one's cultivation realm. However, even such potent medicinal power cannot be fully realized instantaneously. To genuinely achieve the cleansing of the bones and marrow and to elevate one's realm, one must adhere to a gradual approach. If one is overly hasty, relentlessly pursuing rapid results by consuming these elixirs in excess, it could lead to an inability to withstand the immense energy surge, thereby jeopardizing one's foundation. More gravely, this impatient mindset is prone to the emergence of inner demons. Once controlled by these inner demons, one risks falling into a perilous situation, resulting in either the complete loss of power or, in the worst case, the loss of life itself. Therefore, when utilizing it, one must maintain composure and tranquility, gradually absorbing its potency in accordance with the appropriate dosage and rhythm, thereby solidifying one's foundation and safely transcending one's own limits. Tian Xiaotian elucidated the method and characteristics of the elixir's use. Wang Yaoshan comprehended this. In essence, after consumption, one must refine it within the body, allowing the energy to circulate and be absorbed gradually. Fortunately, Xiaotian was present. Upon first encountering the elixir, Wang Yaoshan indeed felt a fleeting impulse to consume them all at once. His eagerness was not born of impatience, but rather the irresistible fragrance emanating from the elixir. Then each of you take one, along with a Shengsheng Zhao Huan pill each. Are you really certain about giving these to us, without preparing for your own survival? How many times must I safeguard my life? Am I destined to perish? I could simply forego these elixirs and cautiously enhance my cultivation instead. Observing the 2 women's conflicted expressions, Wang Yaoshan could not contain his frustration and decisively took the elixirs, distributing them. These 2 are for Xiaotian. Hold them well. If you lose them, you must come back to me. These 2 are for Lu Yu. Take care of them. If you misplace them, they will be gone. He playfully teased Lu Yu, knowing it would provoke her. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lu Yu did not react with aggression. Instead, she embraced Wang Yaoshan tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Thank you, you rascal. I want to lose them. What has caused this sudden change in her demeanor? It is uncharacteristic of her usual conduct. As Wang Yaoshan pondered this, Tian Xiaotian also enveloped him from the side. No matter the circumstances, I will be by your side, facing everything together. Xiaotian's voice was indeed sweet, sending tingles down Wang Yaoshan's spine. Well, I ought to express my gratitude for your companionship along the way. Now, it is the perfect moment to reciprocate. No need for such formality. Are we not all part of the same circle? At this moment, Wang Yaoshan endeavored to soothe the emotions of the 2 women. There are other treasures as well, gifted to me by my senior brother. In comparison to elixirs, I find greater delight in this. Come, take a look. Hastily, Wang Yaoshan diverted the topic. What is this? Is it merely a token? It is indeed a token. But more accurately, it serves as a key to a realm. It connects myriad worlds, and each entry yields certain rewards. Perhaps there are ancient legacies and remnants of celestial artifacts. Just the thought fills one with joy. Tian Xiaotian mused, recognizing this as a remarkable item. Ah, how wondrous. How does one utilize this token? She was immensely curious about it. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan held the token, his expression akin to one who possessed the entire universe, unable to take his eyes off it. Watch closely, he said, before calling his name 3 times towards the token. No sooner had his voice faded than Wang Yaoshan vanished from his spot. The 2 women were left bewildered. In a swirl of time and space, upon reopening his eyes, Wang Yaoshan found himself within a dense forest. Wasn't he merely demonstrating? How had he been transported here directly? As he pondered this, a voice resonated in his ear, announcing, esteemed number 9527, greetings. I am your system, the key to all realms. As this is your inaugural use of the system, I shall elucidate the pertinent regulations. 1. Do not be concerned. Each day within the system corresponds to merely 1 hour in the mortal realm, considering your origin from the human world. 2. Treasures discovered within the system may be temporarily stored in the system's repository. Upon returning to reality, you will still be able to utilize them. 3. The system will issue tasks, and you may select the difficulty level according to your capabilities. There are 4 modes: easy, medium, hard, and epic. Each task completed will yield corresponding rewards, as well as relevant points. 4. Should you fail to accomplish a task, You shall be permanently confined to this realm. Please choose your difficulty level with utmost care. 5. The points shop allows for the exchange of items, as depicted in the accompanying illustration. Listening to the system's introduction, Wang Yaoshan finally realized he had entered a dungeon. Number 9527? That name sounded quite familiar. Grasping the key to all realms. He merely focused his thoughts, and the interface of the system's exchange shop materialized before him, displaying an array of dazzling treasures and artifacts that left him awestruck. The sea-calming needle, imitation, could be exchanged for 40 million points, and even the golden staff was available. Wasn't this system invincible? Just as Wang Yaoshan reveled in his excitement, the system's voice chimed again. Esteemed number 9527. Please note that items from the system shop may only be utilized within this realm and cannot be transported to the real world. It is now time for you to select the difficulty of your task. Dejected, Wang Yaoshan listened to the system's introduction. And the initial aspiration to save myriad realms swiftly dissipated. With a weary tone, he remarked that it was his first visit, and he was unaware of the task's intensity. He decided to test the waters. Very well, based on your selection, the task has been issued. Please eliminate the Wild Boar King within the designated time frame of 3 days. As the system's voice faded, Wang Yaoshan gradually realized that the points offered by this world held little significance for him. The only valuable aspect lay in completing the tasks to earn the rewards bestowed by the system, along with any treasures he could discover, as these could be transported back to the real world. He hastened to complete the task and return to reality, pondering how worried Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian might be due to his sudden disappearance. With these thoughts in mind, he activated his keen sight to locate the Wild Boar King's lair. Chapter 60. Injured and spitting blood. Fortunately, in this realm, his celestial power and magical artifacts remained intact. Otherwise, killing a wild boar would be a formidable challenge. The strength of the wild boar far exceeded Wang Yaoshan's expectations. An adult wild boar weighs approximately 300 kilograms and can reach speeds of 70 kilometers per hour, equipped with 2 sharp tusks. Being charged by one would be akin to a catastrophic vehicular accident. The boar's bite force is remarkably powerful, capable of effortlessly crushing human skulls. It can leap vertically to a height of 1 meter. Furthermore, this creature possesses a degree of intelligence and knows how to defend itself. The wild boar particularly favors pine trees and mud pits, rolling in the mud after coating itself with the tree's resin, resulting in multiple layers of protective coating on its body. Should one fail to vanquish the foe with a single strike, inciting their wrath could yield catastrophic consequences. With the aid of his keen insight, Wang Yaoshan discerned a group of wild boars frolicking in a nearby muddy pond. He resolved to observe them for a while. Activating his heavenly communication armor to render himself invisible, he stealthily approached the boar herd's muddy habitat. Before him lay a colossal wild boar king, languidly reclining in the mire, while the smaller piglets gleefully rooted through the mud. This wild boar king was a singular entity. It was no mere boar, but rather an embodiment of an elephant. Wang Yaoshan's jaw dropped in astonishment. He surveyed the magnificent beast from every angle and, by chance, noticed a faint glimmer emanating from the center of the pond where the boar king resided. Could there be a treasure concealed within? If he were to slay the boar king at this moment, might he forfeit the treasure and be transported away instead? Instinctively, he shifted his footing. A sharp crack echoed. A twig had snapped beneath his weight. Yet, this seemingly insignificant sound was enough to capture the attention of the boars. The boar king, sensing imminent danger, sprang to its feet, letting out a deep, resonant roar. The other boars immediately heightened their vigilance, forming a protective circle around their king. They scanned their surroundings with acute alertness. The boar king, previously stationed in the center of the pond, began to advance towards Wang Yaoshan's position. Ironically, while he had been pondering how to lure the boar king away from that area, this unintentional noise had serendipitously achieved just that. Wang Yaoshan gazed at the approaching wild boar king, and in an instant, he deftly maneuvered to the center of the muddy pit. What was once a shimmering space now radiated with an intensified brilliance. A chain, incongruous with the terrain, materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yaoshan exerted his strength, and with a single pull, the chain, which had been deeply buried, was effortlessly extracted, revealing at its end a magnificent treasure chest. The commotion in the center of the muddy pit immediately provoked the wild boar king, which swiftly turned and charged back along its original path. Wang Yaoshan produced a token and, in a mere blink, transported the treasure chest into his repository. As he observed the oncoming wild boar, he swiftly summoned the 5 flames and 7 birds fan. He pondered to himself, given that this was his first venture into this temporal realm, it would be prudent to act with utmost diligence. Caution is never unwarranted. However, the moment the 5 flames and 7 birds fan entered his grasp, it dispelled the invisibility effect of the heavenly armor. At that instant, the wild boar king detected its target and let out a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the muddy pit, causing the very ground to tremble. This furious bellow seemed to serve as a rallying cry, as hordes of wild boars surged forth, charging towards Wang Yaoshan. Observing this scene, Wang Yaoshan felt neither trepidation nor fear. After all, he was at the profound celestial realm, armed with his innate immortal weapon. It was unlikely that this swarm of minor swine could inflict any harm upon him. He activated the 5 flames and 7 birds fan, unleashing a scorching wave that engulfed the wild boar herd indiscriminately. The searing heat gradually dissipated, and the gruesome scene of casualties did not unfold before Wang Yaoshan's eyes. Before him stood the wild boars, seemingly untouched, as if nothing had transpired. Astonished, Wang Yaoshan found his thoughts in disarray. Were these truly wild boars? After his initial strike failed, he instinctively raised his fan once more, only to be interrupted as the boar king charged directly at him. With no other option, he resorted to his body flicker technique to evade the impending assault. However, to his astonishment, despite employing the technique, he remained rooted to the spot. Looking down, he discovered that his feet were ensnared in the mire, which appeared to possess some peculiar ability that thwarted his flicker technique. Reluctantly, he activated the heavenly armor to withstand the boar king's onslaught. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal meeting metal echoed. Yet when he glanced back to the center of the mud pit, Wang Yaoshan had vanished. 3 miles away, amidst the trees, he clutched his mouth, blood oozing persistently between his fingers, falling to the ground like blooming crimson flowers. Stumbling, he leaned against a tree trunk, making his way further into the distance. Moments ago, the boar king had collided with him with such force that he felt as if he were a cannonball launched into the air. Fortunately, Wang Yaoshan's intellect prevailed. To avoid further injury from the violent jolt, he suppressed the turmoil within his organs and executed the flicker technique mid-air, returning to his original position. What on earth was this? This creature was even more formidable than my master. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan believed he had escaped the boar's detection. Leaning against a massive tree trunk, he gradually sank to the ground, reflecting on the events of their first encounter. The wild boars are immune to fire damage, rendering the 5 fire 7 bird fan ineffective. Although the heavenly armor can prevent impact injuries, the internal organs still suffer from shock damage. The muddy terrain presents a unique challenge, disrupting my teleportation technique, potentially a forbidden power or a skill of the wild boar king. Just as Wang Yaoshan pondered deeply, he noticed that the large tree behind him had sprouted eyes, currently fixated upon him. In the celestial court's Doshui palace, 2 elderly men were engaged in a game of chess, none other than Wang Yaoshan's 2 senior brothers. Nearby, 2 young attendants served tea. Yuan Shi Tianzun inquired, "What treasures have you bestowed upon our junior brother? Are they celestial techniques or artifacts?" Taishang Lao Jun replied, "I have provided him with elixirs. Preserving life is paramount." Yuan Shi Tianzun countered, "Merely preserving life, how will he progress? How will he vanquish demons?" As he spoke, he lifted his gaze towards Taishang Lao Jun. Taishang Lao Jun retorted, "Yet you should not have given him the key to the myriad realms. His cultivation is still at the Shenxian level. Entering would be tantamount to sending him to his doom. Did you not advise him to reach the Tai realm first?" Yuan Shi Tianzun, bewildered, replied, "Did I not instruct you to inform him? You are mistaken. You specifically asked me to tell him how to enter and return. You never mentioned any realm prerequisite." As the gravity of the situation dawned upon him, Taishang Lao Jun abruptly overturned the chess table. The 2 young attendants rushed forth to mediate, urging both to calm their tempers. "Ah, you impudent one. If I forgot, then I forgot. Must you react so vehemently? I shall directly contact Qing Su and have him relay the message to our junior brother." It had hardly been long since Yuan Shi Tianzun gazed at the scattering chess pieces, his heart heavy with sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, requesting the incense from the previous round, asserting that if the game were to continue, victory would surely be his, urging the other not to resort to trickery. It hadn't been long, had it? In the celestial realm, a single day could equate to a year on earth. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, he finally grasped the situation and hastily reached out to Qing Su. "Qing Su, have you delivered the gift to your master uncle?" Quickly inform him that until he reaches the Tai realm, he must absolutely refrain from utilizing the key of all realms." After contacting Qing Su, the primordial supreme being sat there in a daze. The weathered visage, once etched with the lines of time, was now streaming with tears. He gazed at the Supreme Lord Lao Jun and, with a voice laced with profound uncertainty, uttered, "Master brother, do you think I have become muddled in my old age?" Chapter 61. The use of treasures. Wang Yaoshan was just about to harness his energy for healing when he felt the earth tremble beneath him. It was evident that the wild boar army, drawn by scent, was charging toward him. This was not the time for a desperate struggle. He could only resort to the instantaneous movement technique to transport himself to a more distant safe zone. However, this time, he miscalculated. Just as Wang Yaoshan closed his eyes and silently recited the incantation, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The large tree he had been leaning against began to extend numerous tendrils as if manipulated by a mysterious force, sprouting wildly from its roots. These tendrils slithered forth like ferocious serpents, spreading outwards with astonishing speed. Concurrently, the earth seemed to sense some unusual disturbance, and without any warning, a deep and wide chasm abruptly manifested upon the ground. The chasm appeared as if the earth had opened its gaping maw, exuding a disquieting aura. In the blink of an eye, the frenzied vines swiftly ensnared Wang Yaoshan, binding him tightly. Subsequently, the vines began to exert a gradual yet forceful pull, dragging him inexorably towards the abyss. Confronted with this unforeseen turn of events, Wang Yaoshan was momentarily seized by panic, his heart racing with dread. Despite his desperate attempts to employ the instantaneous movement technique to extricate himself from this predicament, the once familiar spell seemed utterly ineffective, regardless of his fervent efforts. As he felt himself drawn ever closer to the chasm, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. With the passage of time, the earth gradually regained its tranquility, returning to its original, unblemished state. However, at that moment, Wang Yaoshan, ensnared beneath the ground, found himself engulfed in profound terror and rage. As he struggled valiantly to free himself from the vine's grasp, he muttered incessantly, "What cursed place is this? Is there not a single normal creature to be found? Even the trees can cultivate into spirits. Is there no justice in this world?" Yet, as he shouted, the vines that coiled around him did not cease their actions. Rather, they ferociously siphoned the celestial energy from his being, channeling it continuously to the tree's essence. For this tree, now a sentient entity, Wang Yaoshan had undeniably become its most bountiful nourishment, enabling its further growth. Just as he became acutely aware of his plight, he was horrified to realize that a full third of his celestial energy had silently dissipated. At this very moment, he was consumed by anxiety, his mind racing with various strategies to cope. Summoned forth, Wang Yaoshan desperately yearned to invoke his 5-fire 7-birds fan. Yet, no matter how fervently he attempted to summon it through mental connection, the fan remained unresponsive, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. Was he to wait idly as his celestial power dwindled into nothingness? Was he truly destined to remain helpless in this dire predicament? Despair surged within him like an encroaching tide. However, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. Thunder technique. In an instant, Wang Yaoshan's hands shimmered with lightning, buzzing with energy. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant orb of lightning coalesced before him. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the myriad of tendrils ensnaring him. Without hesitation, he hurled the formidable lightning sphere with great force. Yet, in his current state, akin to a cocooned silkworm tightly bound by the vines, the backlash of the technique inevitably inflicted damage upon himself. In that moment, the acrid scent of charred flesh filled the air. As for those once ferocious tendrils, they had stiffened under the onslaught of the violet lightning, as if all vitality had been drained from them. Following a series of crackling explosions, a figure, charred and disheveled, finally broke free from the suffocating embrace of the vines. The intensity of the thunder technique had proven overwhelming. Coughing, Wang Yaoshan lamented the repercussions of his own spell, acknowledging the injuries he had sustained in the process. Yet, having ultimately broken free from his constraints, the outcome was favorable. He then employed his teleportation technique once more, successfully escaping from the pit. This incident undoubtedly imparted additional wisdom to Wang Yaoshan. As the saying goes, beneath a large tree, one finds ample shade. Yet one must also be wary of the graves that may lie beneath. He transported himself to another grove of trees. Was this place devoid of anything but woods and muddy swamps? Alas, it was best to contemplate how to fulfill his mission. In this realm, he felt akin to a mere ant, where any random occurrence could pose a threat to his life. He could not help but ponder the thoughts of his senior brother. Was he not being led to his demise? Nevertheless, at this moment, he was determined to complete the task, a feat that seemed as daunting as ascending to the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, the wild boar king had already attained the realm of Tai. Without the protection of the heavenly armor, he would have long since met his end. Presently, he was desperately racking his brain for solutions. Did he not just acquire a treasure chest? Perhaps he should examine what he had obtained, as it might prove beneficial for his endeavors ahead. With this thought in mind, Wang Yaoshan resolved to act without hesitation. He gradually activated the system, discovering the treasure chest nestled within his backpack. Without delay, he chose to open it. A flash of golden light illuminated his surroundings, and the system's voice rang in his ears. "Congratulations, number 9527. You have opened the hidden treasure chest of the Wild Boar King. The items obtained are as follows: a bunch of grapes, a box of spoiled fruits and vegetables, a Millennium Beast pill, an indomitable thumbtack, and a vial of lethal poison. Usable 3 times. This was the reward. Would it not have been more fruitful to rummage through a trash bin? What purpose did he serve in coming here? As Wang Yaoshan beheld these bizarre and grotesque entities, an inexplicable sense of revulsion washed over him. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Thankfully, he had opted for the easy mode. Thus the disparity would not be so great, and he could preserve his life. These things, wait a moment. These things, it seemed. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile inexplicably graced Wang Yaoshan's face. An hour later, the voice of the system resonated in Wang Yaoshan's ear once more. Congratulations, number 9527. You have successfully completed the Wild Boar King's quest. You have earned the Wild Boar King's treasure chest or 100 system points. You may use the key of all realms to return to your world at any time. We look forward to your next visit. Once is more than enough. I shan't return, Wang Yaoshan sighed, brushing the beads of sweat from his forehead with a weary expression. An hour prior, he had already devised a strategy for utilizing these items. He activated the invisibility feature of the heavenly armor and approached the Wild Boar King's mire at an excruciatingly slow pace. Upon nearing the site, he poured all the concealed treasures in one spot. Armed with the lethal poison, he applied it to the decaying fruits and vegetables. Then, he utilized the indomitable thumbtack as well. Following his analysis, he began to arrange the items. The rotting produce was placed alongside a bunch of grapes, while the tainted thumbtack was nestled among the grapes. As for the Millennium Beast pill, he decided to reserve it for the tiger. Having completed his preparations, he deactivated the heavenly armor's invisibility and ambled toward the mire. This time, Wang Yaoshan had learned his lesson. He maneuvered around the periphery of the mire, ensuring not a speck of mud touched him. Before him, the Wild Boar King caught the scent of something familiar. He swiftly rose to his feet and dashed towards Wang Yaoshan. Each time, Wang Yaoshan awaited the Boar King to approach him before employing his teleportation technique. This back and forth continued several times until the Boar King drew nearer to the treacherous items laced with poison. At last, in their final encounter, as Wang Yaoshan materialized in the woods, he heard the system's notification chime. At that moment, he returned to the location where the items were displayed, only to find that the once mighty Boar King had met its demise. It was not the carcass he wished to behold, but rather to uncover what substance had ultimately led to the beast's poisoning. As he had anticipated, the cluster of grapes had vanished from sight, indicating that the Boar King's abilities were not to be underestimated. It could discern the scent of poison and even alter its dietary preferences. Truly remarkable. Chapter 62. The true feelings of the crowd having navigated through the precarious challenges and opportunities of life and death. Wang Yaoshan now faced a conundrum: to continue his exploration or return to the human realm. After all, he had not forgotten the assault from that colossal tree. Perhaps it was wiser to first restore his celestial energy before contemplating his next course of action. Even should he decide to vanquish that tree, it would require considerable effort. Moreover, this realm is fraught with numerous taboos. A single misstep could lead to eternal entrapment. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Yaoshan sought a clearing to cultivate his powers. Meanwhile, as Tian Xiaodian and Lu Yu were consumed by their worries, the arrival of Qing Su and Old Jean abruptly interrupted their spiraling thoughts. The two were frantically searching for Wang Yaoshan, and upon learning that he had utilized the key of all realms, Qing Su sank to the ground in despair. In an instant, the old man's visage aged several years, the previously anxious glimmer in his eyes now dulled to emptiness. At this moment, Lao Jin erupted into a fit of wild laughter. In truth, he could no longer bear the weight of such heavy blows. Initially, he had merely wished to contentedly embrace the role of the king of the earth, and even after being expelled from Buddhism, he intended to lie flat and cease to concern himself with worldly matters. However, fate seems to delight in tormenting mortals. Just as despair enveloped him, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Yaoshan. I often ponder the existence of a person who could lead us in a shared struggle for the happiness and well-being of all beings across the three realms. A figure in whom no suspicion would dwell. How splendid that would be. Yet, such a person is absent. We remain self-centered as before, perpetually contemplating our own gains and losses, indifferent to the fates of others. We possess courage, yet we are also frail, and this person has eluded us all along. But now, we have found this person. Why, then, must he be rendered non-existent at this very moment? This thought eludes my comprehension. His emotions surged, akin to a volcanic eruption, and he finally broke down in tears. No one could truly grasp what Wang Yaoshan represented for Lao Jin. Qing Su maintained his usual demeanor, yet as soon as he spoke, he condemned Wang Yaoshan. He was guilty. He should not have bestowed upon us any hope. However, if I am fortunate enough in my 3 lifetimes to be like my master uncle, I would willingly shatter my very soul. I would rather die than continue to drift through life in a daze as I once did. As he spoke, tears streamed from the corners of Qing Su's eyes. Observing the two's heightened emotions, an ominous premonition loomed in the hearts of the two women. Although Wang Yaoshan had only been missing for 20 minutes, The two women felt as though each minute stretched into an eternity. Initially, they were unaware of the source of their unease, merely comforting themselves with the notion that it might stem from their profound longing for him. Their excessive concern had transformed into genuine worry. However, upon hearing the words of Qingshu and old Jin, the two women grasped the deeper implications of the situation. Was there truly no remedy? Could we not locate him? Here lie the elixirs. Even if Yushan were to perish, it would not matter. At this moment, Liu was overwhelmed with emotion, pacing back and forth with animated gestures, already envisioning the worst-case scenario. Yet, the reality was even graver than she had anticipated. Qingshu sighed despondently, declaring it futile. He had entered another dimension, and even in death, he would meet his end there. His soul would be bound within that realm. Only by completing the mission could they return to their original world. Upon hearing Qingshu's explanation, Tian Xiaoyan's body succumbed to a sudden weakness. Was there truly no hope left? Yet, she was reluctant to relinquish the slender thread of hope that remained. Both Qingshu and old Jin shook their heads in unison. Just as they were about to console the two women, a tumult of temporal distortion erupted from Wang Yaoshan's abode. He had returned. The four of them, alerted by the commotion, hastily rose to investigate. Qingshu and old Jin were also present. Where are Ludage and Xiaotian? No sooner had the words left their lips than the two women dashed towards Wang Yaoshan, embracing him tightly. Tears of joy streamed down old Jin and Qingshu's faces. Master Uncle, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for returning safely. What has transpired here? Did not the system indicate that a day in that dimension equates to merely an hour in the real world? I have yet to spend a single day over there. Why are you all in tears? Am I mistaken? Lao Jin, Qing Su, what are you two doing joining in the commotion? When women weep, must you weep as well? Enough of the tears. Upon his return, Wang Yaoshan was met with the sight of everyone sobbing, and despite his own injuries, he prioritized comforting the others. The two women embraced him, their hands gently caressing his back. Though separated by fabric, the warmth of their touch revealed a disturbing stickiness. Suddenly, they withdrew from his embrace, horrified to find their hands stained with crimson. Only then did they realize the gravity of his injuries. You scoundrel, why didn't you say you were hurt sooner? Exclaimed Lu Yu, ready to tend to Wang Yaoshan's wounds. Go ahead and fight to the death. Only then will it be better for you. If you perish, I'll simply find someone else. In that moment, Tian Xiaotian positioned herself behind Wang Yaoshan. As she removed her clothing, she discovered that his once smooth and pristine back was marred by multiple deep gashes, each one raw and excruciating. The most severe of them exposed bone. Overcome with anguish, Tian Xiaotian instinctively shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight, for each wound felt like a dagger to her heart. It's all right, don't look. I will take a medicinal pill and meditate for a while. I shall recover shortly. In truth, Wang Yaoshan's most grievous injury lay not on his back, but in his left leg, where a wooden splinter had pierced through, shattering the bone. At that moment, he was merely relying on sheer willpower to endure. The tale must begin from the other world. Wang Yaoshan exhaled slowly, fully attuned to the spiritual energy surrounding him. During the process of restoring his celestial power, he suddenly discerned a loophole. If one were to cultivate in this otherworldly realm, might it not lead to rapid growth? A single day here equated to merely 1 hour in the real world. Thus, 24 days in this realm would correspond to a mere day in reality. If such was the case, could one not become formidable in mere moments? Given the abundance of time, why not challenge the tree spirit? A true gentleman does not let grievances go unavenged. In a mere moment, the celestial power that had once dwindled returned to its peak. And Wang Yaoshan had also healed his injuries. With a swift teleportation, he found himself near the ancient tree, stealthily observing it. The tree that had previously attacked him now appeared no different from any ordinary tree. Could it be that he was ensnared in an illusion? This was inconceivable. It had absorbed so much of his celestial energy. Could it truly feign such normalcy? At this perplexing juncture, Wang Yaoshan found himself at a loss. With no other option, he steeled himself, feigning indifference as he gradually approached the great tree. However, after merely 2 steps, he brandished the 5-fire 7-bird fan, unleashing a full-force strike. The 7 birds and 5 flames materialized, propelled by an overwhelming force, crashing forth with thunderous intensity. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, number 9527. You have successfully discovered a hidden quest, the blessing of the great tree. Regardless of your success or failure, you may utilize the key of all realms to depart this world. Do your best. How infuriating. If it were that simple, would I exert myself so? Chapter 63. Who deceived whom? The potential to unlock hidden quests suggested that vanquishing this colossal tree would yield superior rewards. Wang Yaoshan continuously speculated, his gaze fixed on his full-force strike aimed at the treant, delighting in the thought. After all, the tree was immobile, akin to a living target. Far easier to contend with than that wild boar. Yet, reality often defies expectations. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, centered around the tree. The earth within a 1 kilometer radius fractured rapidly, with spikes of wood erupting forth, indiscriminately piercing through the air. Wang Yaoshan hastily distanced himself, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Was this Jun Maru's arrival? The dance of early ferns? How inconsiderate. At least Jun Maru announces his ultimate move. You, on the other hand, remain utterly silent. Wang Yaoshan bellowed, expressing his profound dissatisfaction toward the tree. In that moment, an ancient and gentle voice resonated. Did you shout when unleashing your ultimate move? The suddenness of this voice startled Wang Yaoshan. Who? He instinctively scanned his surroundings, yet found no one in sight. Tree, is it you speaking? Wang Yaoshan stared in astonishment at the towering tree, its branches lush and sprawling, his voice quivering with disbelief and caution. What nonsense. Aside from you and me, is there anyone else present? The deep, archaic voice emanated once more from the tree, carrying a hint of disdain and discontent. Upon hearing this response, Wang Yaoshan's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. My heavens, I can actually hear the tree speaking. What? Why is it that you are permitted to speak, yet we, the ancient trees, are silenced? The tree appeared to find Wang Yaoshan's reaction somewhat amusing, its tone laced with a subtle mockery. Wang Yaoshan mused that if the tree could indeed converse, matters would become significantly easier. At the very least, he could deceive it into submission. He activated his keen insight, observing his full force strike entangled with the massive tree. Yet the situation was far from optimistic. The rock and phoenix had already been pierced by the wooden thorns, leaving them feeling thoroughly chilled. The other creatures engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish with the tree's branches and vines, inflicting no harm upon its core. However, several flames exhibited extraordinary potency. At that moment, the tree resembled a colossal bonfire, its flames reaching skyward. Are you not afraid of fire? Wang Yaoshan inquired, unable to contain himself. I fear it, but not to the extent of your meager flames. To his surprise, the tree displayed a rather haughty demeanor. If you have come to exact revenge upon me, I extend my apologies. An apology merely spoken? Words alone bear no weight. I need some tangible demonstration. I would sever your limbs, leaving you but a breath of life. Only then would I realize my mistake. Following that, I would apologize again. What good would that do? The tree spoke earnestly. I attacked you out of sheer desperation. Then enlighten me as to the reasons behind your actions. Should your rationale hold merit, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan considered the possibility that the tree might indeed harbor some unspeakable burden. You see, this land was originally known as Chuangji Mountain, comprising 8 layers, each guarded by numerous malevolent creatures that thrive by siphoning the fortune of all living beings. I feign assimilation, masquerading as their accomplice, while secretly resisting their influence. My roots extend deep into the earth, striving to absorb more energy. When I bear 7 gourds, their emergence will cleanse this realm of malevolent spirits. They can amalgamate, transforming into Sun Wukong, a monkey of unparalleled prowess. With a mere strand of fur, he can conjure countless duplicates. With a blink, he can unveil the supernatural. And with a somersault, traverse vast distances. A shake of his form can cause the very mountains to tremble. The golden cudgel eternally gleams, sweeping across the world. And even the mighty Wang Yaoshan finds himself unwittingly joining in song. Do you comprehend this? Then hasten to lend me your support. The ebb and flow of the world dictates that unity must eventually yield to division, and division must inevitably lead to unity. If we merge our strengths, what obstacle can impede our grand endeavors? To my astonishment, you harbor such profound grievances. Should I not assist you, I would be unworthy of the human condition. Wang Yaoshan was moved to tears by the tale of the great tree. Then come forth without delay. No, I cannot. My celestial powers are too feeble. Even should I willingly offer myself, I could not provide the assistance you require. However, I carry with me the eternal spirit liquid, which, when applied, can enhance the growth of trees and plants tenfold. I believe that in such a state, you will surely be able to bear gourds. Where did you acquire such a miraculous substance? The great tree inquired skeptically. This is a relic left by the Creator at the dawn of existence, venerated by my family for 18 generations. As I prepared to tread upon this land, the elders of my clan instructed me to bring the spirit liquid, foretelling that I would encounter unexpected fortunes. Initially, I thought it was a joke, but to my surprise, they claimed it was true, leading me to encounter you. Upon saying this, Wang Yaoshan broke down in tears, seemingly unable to escape the clutches of sorrow. At that moment, the full force of the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan had already lost its efficacy. From an outward perspective, the great tree appeared untouched by harm. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that it had significantly thinned compared to before. Come quickly and use the spiritual liquid on me. The tree exclaimed anxiously. No, I cannot approach you. I am unable to control my emotions. I fear that seeing you will cause me to faint from tears. I can throw the spiritual liquid to you. You must use it yourself. Wang Yaoshan swiftly accessed the system interface and exchanged 50 points for a vial of growth liquid. This liquid's effect is only applicable to flora, capable of temporarily enhancing the entity's cultivation by 5-fold. Without hesitation, he tossed it to the great tree. Upon examining the constituents of the liquid, the tree discovered there was no special substance, prompting it to cautiously begin absorption. At that moment, it felt a continuous stream of energy flowing from its roots upward through its trunk. This fool has indeed fallen for the bait. Though it only grants 5 times the power, it is sufficient to bring about his demise. Let's see where he attempts to flee now. Just as the tree was about to strike, Wang Yaoshan's words immediately quelled its impending assault. Have you finished absorbing it? The spiritual liquid is contained in 2 vials. Once you complete the first, I shall throw you the second. Wang Yaoshan spoke with utmost sincerity. I see now, it merely enhances my cultivation 5-fold, yet at this moment, I am already nearing the level of a sage. Originally, it was packaged in 2 separate bottles. This foolish lad, just wait until I have absorbed it all. I shall make you pay dearly. Having completed my absorption, do throw the other bottle over to me. The tree spoke with remarkable kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yaoshan tossed the other bottle of growth essence over. With the previous bottle in mind, the tree's doubts were instantly dispelled. He promptly took out his source to begin absorption, and in no time, the entire bottle of essence was consumed. Once he finished, he attempted to lure Wang Yaoshan over, saying, "Come here, I have a gift for you." It would be impolite not to reciprocate. A heavy silence ensued, with no response. How could the living being that stood there just vanish in an instant? The tree was perplexed. Had he completed his good deed and then fled? Is that benefactor still here? The tree called out again. After this call, the tree sensed something was amiss. His previously surging power was now gradually diminishing. More alarmingly, his source was under unusual assault. You little rascal, I will end you. Only now realizing he had been tricked, it was indeed a bit late. The tree, in a fit of rage, extended all its roots, covering the entire otherworld with them. After all, with his cultivation having grown tenfold, he had reached the level of a quasi-saint. Yet, no matter how he searched, he could not detect Wang Yaoshan's aura or any fluctuations of celestial power. Had he truly vanished? There was no time to ponder. He unleashed his dance of the early fern, which had now transformed into a formidable area-wide attack. The tree held but one thought: if I perish, I shall ensure you suffer as well. Chapter 64. The final battle with each passing second. The primordial power of the tree's spirit steadily waned, the lethal potency of its affliction unmistakable. Initially, it possessed the capacity to harness its cultivation to resist the insidious encroachment of this dreadful poison. Yet, it chose the path of mutual destruction. After enduring 2 devastating, sweeping strikes, its once mighty cultivation diminished to a mere remnant. In that moment, it found itself bereft of any means to retaliate, a helpless witness to the poison's relentless erosion of its essence. As time wore on, its bark began to peel away, and the once vibrant green leaves rapidly turned a sickly yellow, cascading to the ground like the onset of late autumn. A distance of 10 miles away, an expanse that had once been open and inviting now resembled a hedgehog sprawled upon the earth, its surface bristling with sharp wooden spikes. The density of these spikes left no room for gaps. Many had even pierced through one another, creating a chilling sight that sent shivers down the spine. The flora and fauna that had once thrived in this area had been stripped of life by these menacing spikes, now hanging lifelessly from their tips. Are they inviting me to a barbecue? A faint voice quipped. In the vicinity where Wang Yaoshan stood, all the wooden spikes had been stripped of their sharp edges, leaving behind a chaotic array of timber stumps. At this moment, he bore the scars of battle, deep and gruesome, blood trickling down in a steady stream along the grain of the stumps toward the earth. More critically, the once abundant celestial energy that coursed through him had been entirely depleted. He shook his head in resignation, reclining against a tree stump, extending his palm to shield his face, and furtively gazing at the fading light of the setting sun. He had been waiting, anticipating the decisive strike from the great tree and the system's notification sound. Whichever arrived first, he would accept it with grace. The great tree proved to be remarkably resilient. When he administered a lethal dose to the wild boar king, it took immediate effect. He couldn't help but murmur his thoughts. Reflecting on the stories it told, one could only wonder where it had acquired such tales. A blend of dragon warriors, Calabash brothers, Journey to the West, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms, all woven together. It certainly displayed a unique talent. Wang Yaoshan felt no remorse for his decision to exchange 100 points for 2 vials of spiritual essence, which instantaneously enhanced his opponent's strength, resulting in an expansive range for his spells. During his dialogue with the great tree, he pondered the likelihood of successfully executing a surprise attack with his 5 fires 7 birds fan. While the first ambush might succeed, a second would undoubtedly fail. The tree possessed intelligence, and with that intelligence came the ability to deceive. Attempting a surprise attack again would be exceedingly difficult. The only option left would be to employ the invisibility spell of the heavenly communication armor combined with the teleportation technique. However, this would consume a substantial amount of celestial energy, rendering it an impractical choice. Ultimately, the primary concern for Wang Yaoshan was the desire to avoid wasting time. He was eager to resolve the matter swiftly and return to the present world, fearing that others would worry about him. Thus, he felt compelled to take risks. Subsequently, Wang Yaoshan crafted a narrative, blurring the lines between reality and fiction, fully grasping the great tree's thoughts. As the tree spirit began to absorb the second vial of spiritual essence, Wang Yaoshan immediately activated his teleportation technique. In an instant, he found himself 5 miles away. To ensure his safety, he used the teleportation technique once more, arriving at his current location. To Wang Yaoshan's astonishment, the tree's discovery came far too early, and its resolve was exceptionally resolute, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. It spared no effort in harnessing its formidable power to counteract the toxic onslaught. The moment he teleported to this location, he felt the earth tremble beneath him. Wang Yaoshan could only exert his utmost to activate the heavenly armor, diligently preparing for defense. Subsequently, he employed lightning magic to manifest a suit of thunder armor before himself. It is worth noting that enveloping oneself in electricity is an exceedingly draining spell, one that Wang Yaoshan, at this moment, lacked the profound celestial energy to sustain independently. He could only rely on the assistance of the Thunder Command to barely form this protective gear. Better than nothing, perhaps. As the ground continued to quake, Wang Yaoshan gradually concealed his figure, evading the tree spirit's ability to lock onto him, patiently awaiting the arrival of the wooden spikes. In an instant, the wooden spikes erupted forth, and despite Wang Yaoshan's utmost caution in evading them, the widespread assault exceeded his wildest imaginings. The spikes surged towards him in perfect formation, and with a single strike, the thunder armor dissipated before him, rendered ineffective against the onslaught. What he initially believed to be a successful defense left him momentarily stunned, for he could clearly perceive the earth still trembling. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the wooden spikes surged forth like bamboo shoots after rain, piercing toward Wang Yaoshan. This time, fortune did not favor him. After enduring 5 strikes, his heavenly armor completely lost its protective function, without celestial energy to sustain it as a shield. Wang Yaoshan could only rely on instinctive dodging to narrowly escape fatal injury. However, the injuries inflicted by the wooden spikes were sufficient to leave Wang Yaoshan in a state of distress. At this moment, he quietly gazed at the setting sun, for he had come unprepared, lacking any medicinal elixirs. The situation had arisen unexpectedly, and he merely intended to demonstrate his capabilities. Who would have thought? Alas! Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Yaoshan. Although he had not brought any items, he had still received a reward. Did defeating the wild boar king not grant him a treasure chest? How could he have forgotten such a detail? With that realization, Wang Yaoshan's demeanor shifted from leisurely to one brimming with hope. He opened the system's inventory and accessed the wild boar king's treasure pack. An announcement rang in his ears. Congratulations, number 9527. You have utilized the wild boar king's treasure pack. You have received the following items. 1. A pair of wild boar king tusks. 2. 3 inexplicable Yangqi pills. 3. 10 portions of pork chops. 4. A skill book for the mudfall technique. 5. 1 quail egg. Total points, 200. We look forward to your next usage. Good heavens. I can overlook the quail egg, but an explanation for the pork chops, please? Wang Yaoshan exclaimed loudly, directing his frustration at the system. Yet, there was no response, leaving only the sound of the gentle breeze against the backdrop of his crumbling spirit. The points accumulated were quite commendable. Perhaps he should check the shop for any elixirs that could restore his celestial energy. After a series of actions, he finally discovered a celestial energy restoration potion, available for 50 points, which would temporarily restore all celestial energy. This potion is only usable in other realms. Its effective duration was a mere 5 minutes. Was this not akin to exposing oneself for a trivial release? Just 5 minutes. This system was more dismal than Tian Yu's countenance, although Wang Yaoshan verbally expressed his discontent. Yet he still clicked to redeem, swallowing the pill, feeling his celestial energy instantly replenished. He dared not waste a moment, hastily employing the technique of instantaneous movement. Arriving at the location of the great tree, at that moment, the sun was nearing its descent. Wang Yaoshan retrieved the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, pondering in confusion why. After such a lengthy period, the great tree still thrived. He cautiously approached the base of the tree, and the desolate sight before him made him wonder if winter had indeed arrived, for not a single leaf remained. The trunk had shrunk to half its original width, and in fact, was considerably less than that. Wang Yaoshan activated the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan, unleashing a furious shout as the 5 fiery birds surged forth. Without hesitation, He launched an assault on the great tree. Just as he believed a decisive blow was imminent, the voice of the tree startled Wang Yaoshan to the core. You shall perish too. Though the voice was faint, each word dripped with seething hatred. It had awaited Wang Yaoshan's arrival. During this time, the tree spirit had been relentlessly channeling its toxic-infused magical power into the earth, thereby absorbing more pure spiritual energy, which had allowed it to endure. It had merely needed to withstand until Wang Yaoshan appeared to deliver a fatal strike. As soon as the words left its mouth, a massive wooden spike emerged beneath Wang Yaoshan's feet. Upon hearing the voice of the tree, he intended to utilize the instantaneous movement technique. However, fate was unkind. As the effect of the elixir had worn off, the celestial energy, once restored, had now been depleted. He quickly pivoted, attempting to retreat. But it was a moment too late. The enormous wooden spike pierced diagonally into Wang Yaoshan's left leg, and in the blink of an eye, his bones were shattered. Congratulations, number 9527. You have vanquished the Treant and obtained the hidden treasure chest of the Treant. We eagerly await your next visit. Chapter 65. Gifts. Wang Yaoshan gazed at the crowd, recounting the entire ordeal. As he narrated, the expression on Qingshu's face shifted with every word, while Old Jin silently employed his magical powers to mend Wang Yaoshan's wounds. The two women, overwhelmed with sorrow, found themselves at a loss for action, their frantic energy characteristic of women in such distress. After all, Wang Yaoshan was the one injured. Wang Yaoshan seized a 9-rebirth soul pill, hastily consuming it as he spoke and chewed. Old Jin's face remained etched with concern. His sole desire was for Wang Yaoshan to recover swiftly. Though he was eager to hear the tales of Wang Yaoshan's encounters, they paled in significance compared to the state of his health. Mr. Wang, you should focus on cultivating to heal your injuries. The 9-rebirth soul pill requires the activation of your inner energy. We shall not disturb you further, Old Jin remarked, leading the way out of Wang Yaoshan's chamber. Despite their reluctance, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian followed suit. The group made their way to the living room. Qingshu's face radiated joy, proclaiming, Heaven has eyes, allowing my master uncle to return safely. Reverend Qingshu, you are quite naive. Did you not see the severity of the injuries? Lu Yu retorted impatiently, casting an exasperated glance at Qingshu. Little Lu Yu, what do you understand? Do you know what kinds of beings inhabit that other realm? Even the most inferior creatures possess the strength of the Tai realm, akin to Old Jin. My master uncle's safe return is indeed a cause for celebration. Wouldn't you agree? Tian Xiaodian and Lu Yu simultaneously expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, Is the level truly that high? They had not anticipated the perilous journey that Wang Yaoshan had undertaken. The primary reason for this was that Wang Yaoshan refrained from disclosing the entirety of his experiences. Had the two women been privy to the details, they would likely have insisted on dragging him back to the present world. There was no possibility of taking risks. It was not merely that tree demons could drop treasure chests. Even if the tree demon were to enhance Wang Yaoshan's strength to that of Han Jun, it would be futile. Mr. Wang, the tree demon mentioned earlier, upon consuming the spiritual liquid, is a being of quasi-saint status for a short period, Lao Jin elucidated to the two women. Does that not imply it is on par with your two senior brothers? Lu Yu inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. Well, one might say so, but the tree demon's foundation is unstable, making it, in reality, slightly weaker than the two saints. Upon hearing their conversation, Qingsu immediately became displeased. All right. Do not use my master as a benchmark. Indeed, your master has bestowed upon Mr. Wang something quite remarkable. The peculiarity of this other world is sufficient to obliterate him. Lao Jin's golden eyes shimmered with intensity as he spoke, his voice laced with indignation. People grow old and can become muddled. Even immortals can lose their clarity. Do you two girls not understand? Yet, after uttering these words, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his gaze filled with concern and regret. Are you implying? Lao Jin was taken aback by Qing Su's explanation. Do not inquire. Even if you do, I cannot divulge. What is the point? The four fell into a profound silence until Tian Xiaodian broke the brief tranquility. Regardless, he has returned safely. There is no need for such grand displays from the two esteemed masters. Everything must be rooted in fact. I believe that Yaoshan is willing to trust that his senior brother's actions were merely a misguided oversight. She will always consider the greater picture and remain steadfastly loyal to Wang Yaoshan. However, what she lacks is the carefree spirit that Lu Yu possesses. This makes her existence rather joyless. Oh, Sister Tian Sweet, do you think the smelly egg requires any tonics at this moment? Lu Yu will never concern herself with the opinions of others. If a thought crosses her mind, she will voice it unreservedly. At this moment, Qing Su and Old Jin stand united on the same front. As for the dining arrangements for Lord Lu, Wang's meals shall be entrusted to me. Rest assured, I shall ensure they are prepared with the finest ingredients. There is no need for the two young ladies to trouble themselves with this matter. As Old Jin has wisely pointed out, they have already worked quite hard. Both of them are familiar with Lu Yu's culinary skills. And in order to safeguard Wang Yaoshan's well-being, a firm protest is warranted. During the first gathering at the dilapidated temple, Lu Yu intended to prepare a fish for everyone. She lit the fire and chopped scallions and ginger. Moments later, Qing Su decided to check on the fish. To her surprise, when she lifted the lid, the fish leapt out, delivering 6 resounding slaps to Qing Su's face before flopping onto the ground, cursing as it thrashed about. Lu Yu had neglected to scale the fish or eviscerate it, and when Qing Su inquired later, she simply replied with 4 words, original flavor. Since that incident, aside from washing vegetables, they have been hesitant to let Lu Yu near the stove. Half an hour later, a surge of pure yang energy emanated from Wang Yaoshan's room, and the previously boisterous quartet fell into an immediate silence. A tempestuous surge of pure yang energy surged violently within the room. Tian Xiaoyan's face illuminated with astonishment as she whispered to herself, has Yaoshan achieved a breakthrough? Moments later, the door swung open. Wang Yaoshan emerged from within, his demeanor refreshed and invigorated. The injuries on his legs vanished without a trace. What are you two discussing? He inquired. Ah, Qing Su, I have gifts for both of you. He presented 2 seemingly trivial items. This is for you. Lao Jin, a divine egg from another realm, said to have the potential to hatch a mythical beast. And for Qing Su, the tusk of the pig god. Wang Yao handed the 2 seemingly worthless objects to their eager hands. Master Uncle, congratulations on your advancement in cultivation. Congratulations to you, Mr. Wang. The 2 received their gifts with utmost care, treating them as treasures. Yet, Qing Su was perplexed by his master uncle's earlier words. Was it the tusk of the gods or the pig god? The former was acceptable, but the latter was hardly desirable. What merit could there be in a tooth of Zhu Beiji? At that moment, Wang Yaoshan regretted his choices, observing the delighted expressions of the 2. Had he known, he would have brought back that basket of wilted vegetables, claiming it was celestial provisions, perhaps fooling them. Oh, right, Qing Su. This inner core of the demon beast is for the tiger. Could you deliver it to him? As soon as the inner core was placed in Qing Su's hands, they trembled. This is a core from a 10,000-year-old beast. Master Uncle, are you truly giving this to the tiger? Yes, it's for the tiger. Is 10,000 years insufficient? Does it need to be 100,000? Wang Yushan was taken aback by Qing Su's counter-question. Had the tiger become so discerning? Qing Su wiped the sweat forming on his forehead. No, Master Uncle, this item is far too precious. I fear he may not handle it properly. What significance does this hold? Just give it to him. Wang Yaoshan ceased to engage with this teacher's nephew. Everyone present, aside from Wang Yaoshan, understood the immense implications of the millennia-old beast core. A beast of such ancient lineage could annihilate anything within the 3 realms, possibly predating even the emergence of Hongjun. Yet, this individual so casually bestowed it upon the tiger-headed monster. Lu Gobao, Xiaotian, this is for both of you, Wang Yaoshan proclaimed, producing 2 fruits. He placed 1 in each of their palms. Qing Xiu and Old Jin were left bewildered. These were no mere fruits. They were clearly inner cores steeped in dense yin energy. Aside from absorbing the 9 turns reincarnation pill, Wang Yaoshan had also opened the treasure chest of the ancient tree spirit, which contained these 2 fruits, seemingly named Dawa and Erwa. Upon first glance, Wang Yaoshan was taken aback. Could it be that the old tree spirit was not deceiving him? Could these indeed transform into gourds, manifesting Sun Yukong? Chapter 66. The misleading name of the pill in summary. The tree spirit's gift was indeed worth Wang Yaoshan's relentless efforts. After the others vacated the bedroom, he pondered the gains from this expedition and promptly grasped the key of all realms, inspecting his backpack. What did it contain? Quail eggs, wild boar tusks, pork chops. For him, these held no significant value. What could he do with a wild boar's tusk? Use it as a nose to pose as an elephant? And just a single quail egg. The most useful item was undoubtedly the pork chop. At least it could stave off hunger. He sighed at this thought. Nevertheless, the exquisite treasure chest from the tree's spirit now shimmered before his eyes. Ah yes, there was still a treasure chest. Heavenly blessings. May this time yield something extraordinary. After fervent prayers, Wang Yaoshan finally activated it. Accustomed to the system's notifications, he found this unexpected silence rather disconcerting. He could only observe for himself. The once barren storage compartment was instantaneously brimming with treasures, the first child, the second child, the third child, and so on, up to the 7th. Were these 7 elixirs truly children? He scrutinized their descriptions, meticulously discerning their distinctions. The text elucidated that the first 3 were yin elixirs, while the latter 4, the yang elixirs. Consuming them would augment corresponding energies. This energy, as delineated in the description, must correlate to the magical power in the real world, Wang Yaoshan pondered, continuing to examine the acquired items. There was a basket of bird eggs, primal energy, a ton of timber, 5 fairy tale books, a complete set of the 4 great classical novels in exquisite binding, and a wooden spear. How remarkable that this ancient tree spirit could weave such tales. Surely, these tomes were its cherished possessions. Notably, the ton of timber fit seamlessly into his backpack without occupying additional space. Gazing at all the rewards, Wang Yaoshan seized the fourth elixir and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, the vast, radiant yang energy surged through him. The visible scars on his back began to heal, and even the shattered bone of his left leg was being mended. The rapid healing prowess of this elixir surpassed that of the 9 rebirth soul elixir. Wang Yaoshan, no longer dwelling on thoughts, promptly adjusted his internal energy, directing the residual power to impact the 9 rebirth soul elixir. Merely 10 minutes later, a discernible enhancement in his cultivation realm manifested. His previously perfected Xianxian realm had now ascended to the pinnacle of the Tianxian realm. Wang Yaoshan hastily ceased his relentless pursuit of celestial power, whether mortal or divine. The paramount task following the ascension to a new realm is the cultivation of one's corresponding state of mind. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan's mental state remained at the level of Xianxian. Should he recklessly continue to elevate his cultivation, he risked the peril of losing himself to madness. A significant disparity between the two realms is forbidden, a timeless rule, and a fundamental principle of cultivation. It was precisely due to Wang Yaoshan's singular focus on elevating his cultivation without nurturing his state of mind that his previous haste had led him astray. Slowly, he opened his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of celestial energy within. Unintentionally, he remarked, "I never anticipated that using these two elixirs in tandem would yield such exponential results. I have yet to fully absorb them, yet I have already ascended an entire realm. This venture has proven worthwhile." He pondered the disparaging remarks regarding wild boar tusks and quail eggs. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan presented the big baby and the second baby to the two women, the big baby for Lu Yu and the second baby for Xiao Tian. Upon receiving their gifts, the two women were initially taken aback, their faces flushing a deep crimson. It was not surprising that their imaginations ran wild. Apart from Wang Yaoshan, who alone could discern the properties of each elixir, no one else could see them. "I have no intention of bearing your children," Lu Yu exclaimed, her face ablaze. As she cast aside the big baby and fled to her room, her demeanor flustered. Once inside, she buried her face in a blanket, murmuring, "What a fool. Why has Tiyi come yet? Children, children, children." At this moment, the cartoon dolls brought by Tian Xiaotian were all shouting in unison, and with each call, Liu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. In this instant, she resembled a large caterpillar, carelessly rolling back and forth on the bed, completely oblivious to the fact that she had entered the wrong room. Was she unwell? Wang Yaoshan picked up the Yin Yuan Dan in confusion and turned to Tian Xiaotian with a puzzled expression. Indeed, it is not uncommon for women to experience a few days of irregularity each month. "Yaoshan, should we perhaps prepare ourselves?" she said, her voice laced with allure as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, unable to meet the gaze of the man before her. She continued, "Shouldn't we take some time to nurture our health so that the baby can be healthy?" Her tone was filled with a sense of soliciting agreement. Alas, Tian Xiaotian had also misinterpreted the situation. Wang Yaoshan looked bewildered, wondering why both women were suddenly discussing the matter of having a child at the same time. Could it be that they had both become so pragmatic? After gifting them the pills twice, did they now wish to create little ones with him? At that moment, Qing Su and old Jean felt too embarrassed to clarify the misunderstanding with Xiaotian. After all, it was Wang Yaoshan who had given the gifts. Even a fool like Tian Yu and the astute old who could see that both women had a certain connection with Wang Yaoshan. Had it been someone else who had given the gifts, the misunderstanding would not have arisen. "Mr. Wang, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off," old Jean said hurriedly before disappearing from the scene like a wisp of smoke. Seeing this, Qing Su, quick-witted in a moment of urgency, exclaimed, "Oh dear, Master Uncle, I left in such a hurry that I forgot the pot on the stove. I must return home to check on the fire." Immediately, he vanished from sight, leaving Wang Yaoshan momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the spot where they had just been. Was he out of his mind? Had he forgotten to take his medication today? He was in such a hurry, as if something monumental had occurred. Wang Yaoshan turned his gaze towards the bashful Tian Xiaotian and continued, "Xiaotian, I feel that you and Lu Yu have changed." Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, Tian Xiaotian quickly lifted her head to meet his gaze, and to her surprise, the mere clash of their eyes sent her heart racing like a startled deer. She wondered when he had mastered that commanding gaze. How inappropriate. Was he going to corner her against the wall soon? What is happening between us? At that moment, her mind was entirely adrift, unable to process Wang Yaoshan's words, lost in a whirlwind of incoherent thoughts. "It's fine, I just hope that you genuinely like someone, from the depths of your heart, and not just because I gifted you the Yin Yuan Dan," Wang Yaoshan said, feeling too embarrassed to be explicit, hinting at his meaning instead. "Oh, Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought it was that. She faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Only then did she realize that the item in her hand was indeed the yin-waiting, and not the kind of elixir for having children she had initially imagined. Neither she nor Lu Yu possessed the profound celestial powers to discern the inner elixirs of another realm. After all, the energy circulating in that world was entirely different from the celestial powers cultivated in the three realms. Wang Yaoshan, too, now understood from her explanation that the misunderstanding lay with him. He could simply have stated it was a pill. The names of the two, Erwa and Dawa, so unassuming. Who would have thought they referred to elixirs? Their misunderstanding was indeed a consequence of their own words. Alas, this situation can only be attributed to themselves, or rather, to that ancient tree spirit, pretending to be the 7 miraculous heroes. Chapter 67. Tian Yu's decision. Xiao Tian, I understand your feelings for Lu Yu. This truly is an elixir capable of enhancing one's cultivation. As for my integrity, I assure you, I would never resort to using those elixirs with special functions on you. If I truly desired something, I would certainly speak candidly about it. Upon uttering these words, Wang Yaoshan felt a flush of embarrassment. How did his thoughts deviate so drastically? What a perplexing situation. He intended to offer an elixir with good intentions, yet it resulted in misunderstanding. Tian Xiaotian listened quietly to his disjointed speech, a faint smile blooming upon her lips, reminiscent of flowers awakening in spring. However, as her thoughts involuntarily drifted to the arduous trials Wang Yaoshan had endured, an indescribable fear and trepidation welled up within her. She could almost envision him, solitary and steadfast, navigating a perilous path fraught with unknown dangers. She could feel his pain and exhaustion in fierce battles, each scar etched upon his body resonating deeply in her heart, causing her profound sorrow. Lost in her thoughts, tears began to well in Tian Xiaotian's eyes. Your safe return is the greatest gift, she proclaimed before leaping into Wang Yaoshan's embrace. He gently stroked her back, softly reassuring her, Did I not return? I knew it. You two have been secretly plotting behind my back. Regardless, I demand a hug. Liu had been eagerly awaiting Wang Yaoshan's arrival in her room. Yet time passed, and he did not appear. She decided to stealthily step outside, intending to catch a glimpse of what that rascal was up to. To her surprise, she immediately spotted Wang Yaoshan and Tian Xiaotian passionately embracing. Given her nature, it would have been odd if she didn't feel a pang of jealousy. However, Liu began to reflect on her own actions, realizing that she had been too resolute in her earlier rejection. Surely, that rascal couldn't have misunderstood her intentions. In truth, she was quite willing. Yet, ever since acquiring her new body, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the changes. With that thought, she rushed to Wang Yaoshan and nestled herself into his embrace. Within a minute, the door swung open, and Tian Yu's voice echoed, Brother Shan, I'm back. Oh, how shameless. Take that inside, she exclaimed. What sort of behavior is this in broad daylight? Are you aware that you are mistreating animals? Upon entering, he was met with such a provocative scene. Although he voiced his disapproval, inwardly he was cheering. My brother is truly remarkable. Noticing the presence of an outsider, the two women promptly released their hold, looking at Tian Yu with puzzled expressions. How are we mistreating animals? They inquired. Tian Yu retorted, You're mistreating me. You consider yourself an animal? We haven't mistreated you at all. Lu Yu blinked her innocent eyes, questioning him. Tian Yu whispered, I am a single dog. You two are tormenting dogs. This elicited a round of laughter from everyone. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yaoshan conceived an idea to formally guide Tian Yu onto the path of cultivation and immortality. Initially, the plan was merely to have Li Jing train Tian Yu. Yet Wang Yaoshan's concerns could no longer be dismissed. He was genuinely apprehensive about the possibility of the monstrous entities from the key of all realms manifesting in the human world. Such a scenario would be unfathomable. His brother was just an ordinary person now. How could he possibly defend himself? Wang Yaoshan's worries were not unfounded or baseless. This journey to another realm had illuminated his own insignificance. Thus, it was vital to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Lainey, I have something I wish to discuss with you, Wang Yaoshan said as he made his way toward his room, offering Tian Yu no opportunity for refusal. Tian Yu was taken aback by the tone of Wang Yaoshan. When had his elder brother become so distant? You two must have caused my brother some trouble. I've never seen him speak so seriously with me before, he remarked to the two girls as he hurried towards Wang Yaoshan's room. Sister Xiaotian, did you sense it? This time, the brat has truly changed. He would never have directly mentioned wanting that. Lu Yu, however, paid little attention to Tian Yu, still lost in her thoughts about Dawa and Erwa. You've misunderstood. That is a yin-waiting, which can enhance one's cultivation. It is not what we initially assumed, Tian Xiaotian interjected, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Is that so? I thought it was something else. This brat never explains himself clearly. She chuckled, and the two girls giggled as they ascended the stairs. As soon as Tian Yu entered the room, he sensed the gravity of the atmosphere. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Yaoshan interrupted him. Lenny, may I seek your opinion? Are you willing to formally embark on the path of cultivation towards immortality? He understood Tianyu all too well. He simply could not let him speak first, for once he did, the conversation would veer off course. Goodness, Brother Shan, how do you intend for me to cultivate? I have no desire to go with Li Jing. It is far too exhausting, and last time was more than enough. Tianyu voiced his innermost thoughts without any pretense. The training with Li Jing merely focused on physical conditioning and did not genuinely set foot on the path of cultivation. If you wish to remain an ordinary mortal, I harbor no objections. After all, he is my brother, and I must consider his feelings. Wang Yaoshan would not compel Tianyu to confront the dangers of reality. But one must at least possess the means for self-preservation. Brother Shan, I perceive your intentions. You have long since made your plans, and I shall not conceal my own thoughts. You know me. I lack both emotional intelligence and wisdom, and I certainly do not possess the fortuity of a protagonist in a novel. I simply wish to lead a mundane life, content to live out my days. Even if I must face unknown dangers, I am willing. I recognize that your words today are spoken out of concern for my well-being, fearing I may encounter inexplicable harm. Yet, how many can you truly worry about? The entire world. Upon hearing Tianyu's words, Wang Yaoshan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his seemingly ordinary brother could articulate such profound thoughts. Indeed, I can protect Tianyu, but can I safeguard the entire world? Am I not also swayed by my own desires and biases? Reflecting on this, Wang Yaoshan replied, You are right. Who placed you by my side? Who designated you as my brother? Who compelled me to regard you as family? I must certainly take your feelings into account, Laney. You may not be aware of the circumstances I am currently facing. I understand that, from beginning to end. You have never wished to involve yourself in matters that do not pertain to you. Without me, you could lead a tranquil and uneventful life, maintaining the appropriate demeanor towards all those around me, not due to their elevated status, but solely because they are in my presence. I am fully cognizant of this. Brother Shan, these may seem like mere platitudes, yet I have never regarded you with such distance. Your kindness and care for me are perpetually etched in my heart. However, did you not also suggest that I make my own choices? I can candidly tell you that I truly do not wish to embark on the path of cultivation. Is it not acceptable for me to simply be an ordinary person? Naturally, you have the autonomy to determine all matters yourself. You are my brother, and I would never impose upon you the course of your future. You may select your path freely, and regardless of which you choose, I shall support you. Should you require assistance, I will always be by your side. After this exchange, the two embraced in silent understanding. Chapter 68. The soul departure technique. Just as Wang Yaoshan and Tianyu were embracing, Tianyu's phone rang. With a sense of resignation, he answered the call. But as soon as he uttered Mom, his words abruptly ceased, as if silenced by the voice on the other end. Wang Yaoshan paid no mind, continuing to organize his system items. However, the expression on Tianyu's face soon transformed dramatically. The worry in his eyes gradually transformed into sheer terror. His breath became increasingly rapid, gasping for air in a desperate manner. Ultimately, he rolled his eyes back, his entire being seemingly entering a state of catalepsy, toppling backward. Fortunately, Wang Yaoshan, quick of reflex, noticed Tianyu's alarming condition and swiftly moved to his side, extending a hand to support him. One must say that Wang Yaoshan's physique, while not unparalleled, was at least as sturdy as iron and steel. Having previously endured the baptism of heavenly thunder and recently consumed a medicinal pill that elevated his realm, he felt confident not only in supporting another, but even in facing the wild boar king should the need arise. However, upon making contact with Tianyu's body, he was taken aback by the unexpected weight. As he voiced his surprise, he found one hand transforming into two, now bracing his own body against Tianyu's back. His current strength, while not capable of moving mountains or filling seas, was certainly formidable. Tianyu, despite his size, weighed no more than 200 pounds. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Yaoshan began to channel his celestial energy, managing to sustain Tianyu just enough to gradually shift him toward the sofa. After much effort, he finally laid Tianyu upon the couch. Yet another dilemma arose. No matter what method he employed, he could not rouse him. Wasn't it said that tranquility would prevail? That they would no longer tread upon the shores of hygiene? Could this truly be an illusion? He mumbled under his breath, his hands incessantly forming seals and incantations. Calming charms, soul-recalling spells, heart-purifying mantras. All that he knew was invoked in vain. Yet, Tianyu remained utterly unresponsive. Left with no alternative, he resolved to open his spiritual eye to discern the true nature of the situation. Wang Yaoshan had indeed contemplated the opening of the Eye of Insight. Yet he was acutely aware that such an endeavor came at an immense cost. It was only upon reaching the celestial realm that he grasped this profound truth. Once the eye is opened, all celestial beings, deities, and demons within the three realms would turn their attention towards the practitioner. The longer the eye remains open, the more they can sense the location of the caster. The Eye of Insight is not a feat that ordinary immortals can achieve through mere cultivation. This holds true for other races as well. Wang Yaoshan was well aware of the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. However, with Tianyu in his current state, any hesitation would exponentially increase the peril to his life. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Under the gaze of the eye, Tianyu's entire form resembled a dark gray storage bag. As various creatures and souls continuously converged upon him, Wang Yaoshan was rendered speechless, as though ensnared by a binding spell. Was this transformation merely the result of a phone call? And within the confines of his own room, no less. This was not merely an affront to Tianyu. It was a blatant display of power. In that moment, he could no longer restrain his emotions. How dare they disturb the tranquility atop the sovereign's head? Wang Yaoshan roared, his temples throbbing with fury, a tempest of wrath surging forth. The 5-fire 7-bird fan materialized in his grasp. As he raised his hand, the animal souls and spirits vanished without a trace. What? They fled with such swiftness? Wang Yaoshan dared not linger. The rescue of Tianyu took precedence. He hurriedly called out to Tianyu's spirit, but no matter how he beckoned, it was as if his words had sunk into an abyss, met with no response. The two women who had been engrossed in their cultivation were also disrupted by Wang Yaoshan's thunderous shout. At this moment, Chi-Chi appeared outside Wang Yaoshan's bedroom. Yaoshan, what is the matter? You two brothers should have a proper discussion. Don't rush, said Tian Xiaodian, who hurried over, fearing that Wang Yaoshan had quarreled with Tianyu. You rascal, Lu Yu exclaimed, but her words were interrupted by Wang Yaoshan's voice, which shattered their assumptions. Lu Yu Xiaodian, come quickly. Help me. As Wang Yaoshan's sobbing voice echoed, the two women sensed something was amiss and rushed to his side. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they began to speculate. Xiaodian, why can't we summon Tianyu's soul? What is happening? You must have the underworld personnel investigate this. What on earth is going on? Wang Yaoshan's voice was laced with fury. Lu Yu, how can you fulfill your duties as a city god when so many restless souls and animal spirits have come to our home, and you remain oblivious? The two women were utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, Tianyu had seemed perfectly fine. How could her soul suddenly have departed? They felt no trace of ghostly or sinister energy. In that moment, Wang Yaoshan was devoid of reason, his tone brimming with rage. Lu Yu attempted to speak, but was restrained by Tian Xiaodian, who shook her head, signaling her not to utter a word. Yaoshan, please calm down. We understand your feelings, but what exactly happened? Lu Yu and I are not aware of the situation. Please explain, so we may assist you, Tian Xiaodian urged calmly. It was then that Wang Yaoshan recognized his own error. He sought their help without first providing context, launching into a tirade against them. If not for their deep bond of friendship, who would be willing to assist him? He took a deep breath, striving to adjust his state of mind. Gradually, he began to recount the events to the two women. As he finished speaking, Tian Xiaoyan's expression turned grave, and after careful consideration, she finally spoke. Yaoshan, considering Tianyu's condition, could it be that she has fallen victim to the soul separation technique? Upon hearing these words, Wang Yaoshan gazed at her in astonishment. Although he had never practiced it himself, he had heard of it. The soul separation technique, also known as the soul capturing technique, is a branch of descending arts, specifically tailored for humans and utterly ineffective against deities, spirits, or demons. This technique causes a separation of the victim's soul from their body, constrained by the practitioner's skill to a certain distance. Once the soul departs, the individual loses all 5 senses and cognitive ability, reduced to a mere shell. The practitioner summons malevolent entities into the victim's body, often the spirits of animals that have failed to cultivate properly, or the souls of the deceased. Before the person regains consciousness, these malevolent forces vie for dominance, for possessing a corporeal form is a significant advancement for them. For the practitioner, this serves as a guise to conceal their true intentions. It is commonly observed in folklore that an ordinarily healthy person, without any apparent reason, suddenly descends into madness. Such occurrences are often linked to these kinds of spells. Furthermore, with the advancement of research and development in later generations, by the end of the Ming dynasty, this technique had transcended its original limitations, allowing it to be executed from 1,000 miles away. Wang Yaoshan pondered for a moment before voicing his lingering doubts. I have heard of the soul separation technique and understand its principles. Yet, why did Tianyu's body feel so heavy at that moment? I found it impossible to move her even an inch without employing celestial power. Mount Yao, the soul possesses weight, particularly when it is imbued with cultivation. Its heft even more pronounced. As you mentioned, they brought with them a smoky, ashen essence into Tianyu's being, a manifestation of negative energy. Accumulated. It far exceeds 1,000 pounds. You may attempt again, devoid of that malevolent essence, and observe whether he remains as burdened. Tian Xiaotian patiently addressed all inquiries posed by her companion. Her concern extended beyond Tianyu's condition. She was equally apprehensive about Wang Yaoshan. Only she contemplated the psychological ramifications of Wang Yaoshan's breakthrough in realms. Upon hearing her response, Wang Yaoshan immediately grasped Tianyu's arm. To his astonishment, just as Tian Xiaotian had asserted, with a forceful effort, he effortlessly suspended Tianyu in midair. Chapter 69. The clue lies in Rai-Head village. Tian Xiaotian gazed at Wang Yaoshan and gently reassured him, "Do not fret, Yaoshan. Given Tianyu's state, he has merely lost his soul. As long as we recover it within the designated time frame, he shall emerge unscathed." How can one ascertain the whereabouts of his soul? Although Wang Yaoshan surpasses the two women in cultivation, his knowledge of spells and celestial lore is rather limited. Any inquiries necessitate the assistance of the two women, particularly Tian Xiaotian. Despite her youthful and captivating appearance, this young woman has lived for 8 centuries. Since the retirement of the previous Meng Pe, Xiaotian has shouldered the significant responsibility of that role. Her position has enabled her to acquire knowledge of human spells and celestial techniques, far exceeding that of her peers in the same realm. Her theoretical knowledge and fundamental understanding are boundless, rendering her a living lexicon. Lu Yu, however, is quite the opposite. Despite her age of over 2 centuries, she retains the youthful spirit of a 17 or 18-year-old. Her attitude towards many matters mirrors that of Wang Yaoshan. Living in a state of complacency, she lacks the time to delve deeply into the intricacies of magical knowledge. Her greatest aspiration is simply to find joy each day. Having recently assumed the role of city god, her prior existence was but a spectral state, devoid of the resources necessary for cultivation. "Stinky brat, I will help you investigate. Let us first check if there is anything in hygiene." As Lu Yu listened to their conversation, the gravity of the situation gradually dawned upon her. She ceased her stubborn desire to argue with Wang Yaoshan. Given her temperament, being unjustly accused would typically ignite her fury. She would be fortunate to refrain from causing a scene. "All right, send out all your subordinates. We must investigate any suspicious individuals. Anyone exhibiting fluctuations in magical energy is within our scope." Wang Yaoshan diligently organized the tasks at hand. After Lu Yu nodded gently, she vanished from sight. "Xiaotian, go seek assistance from our colleagues in the underworld. Inform old Jean to conduct a nationwide search. Just tell him it's from me." Tian Xiaotian grasped Wang Yaoshan's arm, gently swaying it from side to side. "Don't worry, we have 7 days. We will surely retrieve Tianyu's soul." Though such a comprehensive investigation is time-consuming, it is highly targeted, making escape nearly impossible. Indeed, let us hope so. Wang Yaoshan leaned back against the sofa, staring blankly at the unmoving Tianyu. The two women had already departed. The soul separation technique does not directly reveal the location of the caster. If it did, I would certainly fly over and eliminate him. As he was lamenting, his phone suddenly rang. "Tiger, what is the matter?" "Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects." Without granting Wang Yaoshan a moment to respond, he heard the sound of Tiger bowing fervently. "Your kindness to me is akin to a rebirth. I could never repay even a fraction of it." "Oh, I am well acquainted with your words. Enough of the pleasantries. What brings you to me?" Wang Yaoshan had no inclination for idle chatter with Tiger. "It is nothing but gratitude. I have received the eternal demon pill that you entrusted to Qingshu Jinjuan." At this moment, Tiger was overwhelmed with excitement. Fully aware of the significance of the eternal demon pill, when he first received it, he was nearly terrified into revealing his true form. After all, it was the inner core of a great demon that had existed for 10,000 years. Had it not been for Qingshu concealing its aura, the ants within 100 kilometers would have fled in panic. "Do not mention it, Tiger. I am currently in a foul mood. There are some issues with Tianyu." Before Wang Yaoshan could finish his thought, the call disconnected with a series of beeping sounds. Has the call dropped? Perhaps the battery is dead. This fool wouldn't dare hang up on me. The phone. Suddenly, the realization struck him. Tianyu had indeed changed only after answering a call. So it was the phone that caused this predicament. How could I have been so foolish to not recognize this sooner? With this thought, Wang Yaoshan was filled with excitement. Dashing to Tianyu's side, picking up the phone, and dialing once more. However, after several rings, no one answered. Could it be that something unfortunate had befallen Tianyu's mother? A disquieting thought surged through Wang Yaoshan's mind. Just as he was about to give up after several missed calls, to his astonishment, the other party returned his call. Wang Yaoshan swiftly answered the call. And before he could utter a word, a deep voice resonated through the line. "Tianyu, hurry back home. Your mother has lost her mind. She has been rampaging, and the house is in utter disarray." Wang Yaoshan patiently awaited the conclusion of the speaker's words before responding. "Hello, I am a friend of Tianyu. He is currently unconscious. Could you please enlighten me on what transpired?" "Ah, I am Tianyu's uncle. It's difficult to convey the situation in just a few words. Could you kindly assist by bringing Tianyu back home?" The apparent pleading tone left Wang Yaoshan momentarily bewildered. Why was there such a lack of concern for his nephew's condition, instead prioritizing his return to their hometown? Very well, I can assist. Please provide me with an address. Y2 Village, Kochian Town, Lindong City. Understood. I shall make a note of that. Would you be so kind as to share your phone number? Certainly. I shall set off immediately and will contact you upon arrival. Wang Yaoshan ended the call and prepared to depart. From the moment the other party began speaking, his mind had been racing. According to the caller, it was indeed Tian Yu's mother who had made the afternoon call, but her current state was peculiar. There was only one possibility. She had become possessed. If that were the case, why would she wish harm upon Tian Yu? The individual identifying himself as Tian Yu's uncle displayed a complete indifference toward Tian Yu's unconsciousness, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Though there was a hint of regret, there was not a trace of astonishment, indicating that the caller was well aware of the circumstances. Regardless of the authenticity of the other party's identity or whether they are setting a trap, Wang Yaoshan had resolutely made up his mind. He was determined to venture forth, undeterred by the prospect of facing perilous challenges. With this thought in mind, Wang Yaoshan picked up his phone and dialed Tian Xiaotian. Xiaotian, I shall provide you with a precise location. Simply look into this direction. Ah, Yaoshan, have you made a new discovery? Tian Xiaotian was just about to report to old Jean when Wang Yaoshan's call interrupted her. A narrower scope was undoubtedly a positive development, as it would minimize the involvement of numerous spirits and alleviate the burden on the underworld. Indeed, I returned the call using Tian Yu's phone. It has been confirmed. I am now preparing to set off directly to this village with the peculiar name. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan had already reached the door. You are so clever. I had not thought of that then. Yaoshan, wait for me. I will accompany you. Tian Xiaotian exclaimed joyfully. For praising Wang Yaoshan was one of her greatest pleasures. Each compliment would cause him to blush. As she opened the door, she saw a tiger standing outside, grinning foolishly at Wang Yaoshan. All right, Xiaotian, I shall wait for you. Please inform Lu Yu as well, and do not let her search for me. Wang Yaoshan said before hanging up. Once Wang Yaoshan ended the call, the tiger finally mustered the courage to speak. Master, I overheard on the phone that Brother Tian Yu has encountered some difficulties. I thought I should come to see. As he spoke, his confidence waned, and he felt increasingly embarrassed, realizing that with his meager cultivation, if anything were truly amiss, this esteemed individual before him would likely not deem it necessary to inform him. Unexpectedly, Wang Yaoshan embraced him tightly, expressing heartfelt words. I knew I was right about you. You truly are a brother. Despite the fact that Hu Tugwai and Tian Yu were merely acquaintances, Wang Yaoshan harbored genuine concern for Tian Yu's well-being. It is often said that demons lack compassion. Yet Wang Yaoshan was now enlightened to the fallacy of such claims. Chapter 70. The Exorcist. No one could have anticipated that Tian Yu, who had just proclaimed his reluctance to embark on the path of cultivation, would now lie peacefully on the sofa. At this moment, Hu Tugwai knelt before Tian Yu, tears streaming down his face, wailing, Brother Tian Yu, why didn't you wait for me? Oh, how can I live without you? The melodrama seemed excessive, bordering on absurdity, prompting Wang Yaoshan to internally scoff at the theatrics. With a resounding clang, Wang Yaoshan raised his hand and struck Hu Tugwai on the head. Damn it! Tian Yu is not dead. Why are you crying like this? It's utterly ridiculous. The force of the blow caused Hu Tugwai to stagger, a large bump forming on his head, as he looked at Wang Yaoshan with a sorrowful expression. Master, you didn't inform me of the situation upon my arrival. I thought Brother Tian Yu's soul had departed his body. I assumed. What do you mean assumed? I don't care about your assumptions. I only care about my own. Just because you think something, does that make it true? Master, I was wrong. Hu Tugwai, bewildered by Wang Yaoshan's temperament, recalled the teachings of Qing Su, recognizing the importance of admitting fault in the face of disagreement. If the master is displeased, I shall acknowledge my mistake first. Qing Su relied on such mental techniques to confront the fury of Wang Yaoshan, and it was unfailingly effective. Alas, I too have my shortcomings. I failed to inform you of the circumstances. It is my fault indeed. The words of the revered Qing Su Jinren ring true. The tiger-headed monster pondered silently to himself. Oh, how is this great tiger present as well? Lu Yu and Xiao Tian suddenly appeared behind Wang Yaoshan. Upon seeing the tiger, Lu Yu's anger flared. I wondered why I couldn't find you. It turns out you were here. Have you forgotten that you are still my protector? At these words, the tiger-headed monster felt an inexplicable chill, realizing the consequences of his master's wrath would be dire. Wang Yaoshan, gazing at the tense Lu Yu, could only offer words of utmost reassurance, saying, Dear one, the tiger was summoned by me. He is quite concerned about Tian Yu. Hence, I asked him to come and take a look. Now that both of you have returned, let us set forth. Reassurance was not the goal. Diverting the topic was. Oh, he called me dear one. Is that not a term of endearment exchanged between young lovers in the mortal realm? This rascal truly, Lu Yu mused to herself. her cheeks unwittingly flushing. She found herself at a loss as to why she felt this way. Just a slight improvement in Wang Yaoshan's demeanor made her immensely content. Very well, since the rascal has spoken, I shall forgive you. The tiger, upon hearing this, looked at Wang Yaoshan with a sycophantic expression, grateful for his master's assistance, narrowly escaping a calamity. Yet, the tiger remained puzzled. Wasn't it the master who once overshadowed the leader? How had the tables turned now? The tiger was lost in thought when Wang Yaoshan's words abruptly interrupted his reverie. Lindong City is not far from us. Who among you can drive? After all, we must conserve our strength. Furthermore, this location is highly likely to be a trap, so I want to give you all a heads up to prepare yourselves psychologically. Wang Yaoshan was taking precautions, intent on conveying that this journey required vigilance. If they were to lose both the lady and their troops, it would be a venture not worth undertaking. Yaoshan, I can drive. There's no need for concern regarding transportation. I came here by car, and it's conveniently parked outside. Everything was in readiness, save for the favorable winds. With the necessary items in hand, Wang Yaoshan signaled the departure, and the four of them left the villa. Tian Xiaotian navigated the highway, but her eagerness to volunteer revealed a different facet of her character to Wang Yaoshan. Any driver who did not adhere to her preferences would provoke a torrent of invective from her, the nature of which was too profane to be articulated in words. Wang Yaoshan mused that she was a quintessential example of road rage. Were it not for his efforts to placate her, she might have recklessly collided with another vehicle. The tiger and Lu Yu exchanged astonished glances, falling into an instant silence. After 3 hours, they finally reached their destination. As Wang Yaoshan stepped out of the car, he noticed a middle-aged man squatting on the ground, staring intently at him. Are you Tian Yu's uncle? Indeed, I am. You are the one who spoke with me this afternoon, correct? To be sure, this man bore a resemblance to Tian Yu. Hello, uncle. I am Wang Yaoshan, a classmate of Tian Yu. We did not bring him along. The purpose of this visit was solely to pay a visit to Tian Yu's mother. Wang Yaoshan, aware of his own moral shortcomings, acknowledged that although it was an act of kindness, it was nonetheless tainted by deception. The request was clearly to bring Tian Yu back. Yet not only did they fail to do so, but they also arrived with 2 women and a man. Now that they were face to face, it would be more prudent to confess. It's quite all right. Perhaps it is for the best that he wasn't brought back. I have heard your name. Tian Yu often speaks of you. My sister is in the hospital. I can take you there first thing tomorrow morning. However, this situation is rather strange. My name is Li Damo. Please, come inside. With that, he led Wang Yaoshan and his 3 companions into the courtyard. Despite its modest size, this courtyard represented an extreme luxury in this locale. After a few steps, they entered a room. Although somewhat worn, it was thankfully kept clean. Before they could even settle down, Wang Yaoshan bluntly inquired, Uncle, what exactly has transpired? Would you be willing to discuss it with us? After a moment of hesitation, the uncle sighed helplessly. Well, yes, but it is a long story. My mother, Tian Yu's grandmother, was a practitioner of folk medicine during her lifetime. Whenever villagers faced ailments that traditional doctors could not remedy, they would seek her assistance, and she could invariably provide a cure. You young people may find it hard to believe. After speaking, he cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Wang Yaoshan and the others. Uncle, we believe you. If we did not, we would not have come here. How could we not believe? After all, who among this group is entirely normal? 2 of you are from the netherworld. One is a celestial being, and the other is a transcended spirit. They were afraid to reveal their identities. Even Tian Yu's uncle was skeptical. Upon witnessing Wang Yaoshan's earnest demeanor, Li Damo dispelled his lingering doubts, nodding as he continued, My mother does not charge any fees. She examines patients for 50 or 100 yuan. For those who truly cannot afford it, she attends to them if they bring peanuts or vegetables. This has been the case for over a decade. However, since June of last year, I cannot fathom why. But my mother has been waking up in the middle of the night. On several occasions, I happened to see her in the yard and called out to her. But she acted as if she neither heard nor saw me. When I inquired during the day, she insisted she had been asleep the entire time and never stepped outside, let alone into the yard. That was when I began to sense that something was amiss. I intended to discuss this with my sister, Tian Yu's mother, who was the only one my mother bore. My sister works in Hygiene City, so I could only update her about our mother's condition over the phone. Yet, she suggested that our mother might be suffering from sleepwalking, being an avowed atheist. She scoffed at the offerings our mother made to deities and insisted that I take her to the hospital for a checkup. However, the examination revealed the devastating news, late-stage lung cancer. My sister and I stood vigil over our mother during her final days. After her passing, everything remained calm until the first day of the funeral and wake, when an incident occurred. Chapter 71, The Spirit Medium according to Tian Yu. His mother was indeed a distinguished intellectual, having gained admission to Nankai University as the top scorer in the provincial examination. Subsequently, due to her exceptional academic performance, she was assigned to work in a government agency. At that time, Wang Yaoshan dismissed Tian Yu's claims as mere boasting. Your mother was the top student in the provincial examination? How then did you come into being? Did the genes mutate? This question lingered in his mind. In the early 1990s, university students were expected to possess genuine skills and knowledge when a student emerged from a village. A celebratory banquet would be held to honor the occasion. This illustrates the significant value associated with the term university student at that time. How different it is now, as graduates abound. If a notice board were to fall, it would likely crush 10 individuals, 7 of whom would be university graduates, while the remaining 3 would be postgraduates. What they could actually research, however, remains unclear. At this juncture, Li Damo's eyes revealed a glimmer of fear. He seemed to want to speak, but hesitated, unable to form the words. The 4 individuals who had been attentively listening also noticed the complexity of his expression. Uncle, please continue. What transpired on the day of the funeral? Wang Yaoshan inquired, his hand already forming the gesture for a calming technique. At that moment, Li Damo bowed his head, lost in thought as if grappling with an internal struggle, concealing an unspeakable burden. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Damo was deep in contemplation, Wang Yaoshan lightly patted him on the back in a feigned gesture of reassurance. Uncle, do not worry. Please speak freely. Nothing will happen. With that gentle touch, Li Damo abruptly halted his scattered thoughts. What is wrong with me? What was I just saying? He felt as though he had developed amnesia. Typically, the calming technique does not wield such potency. It merely helps those in panic regain their composure. However, due to Wang Yaoshan's enhancements, the technique not only preserved its original purpose but also included effects of cleansing the spirit and boosting one's vitality. With an abundance of this vitality, fear naturally dissipates. You were recounting the events of the funeral day. Tian Xiaodian responded in perfect harmony. Li Damo promptly nodded, as if awakening from a dream, and clapped his hands before continuing. Ah, yes. It was on the day of the funeral that my sister became possessed. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback. Possessed? Hearing the skeptical tone in Wang Yaoshan's voice, Li Damo hurriedly insisted, Indeed, do not doubt this. It is utterly true. At that time, numerous relatives and friends who came to mourn can attest to it. Li Damo evidently misunderstood Wang Yaoshan's intent. He was not questioning the veracity of the event, but rather engaging in habitual contemplation. With a resigned expression, Wang Yaoshan could only apologize to Li Damo, gesturing for him to continue. My sister and I were originally kneeling beside the spirit, paying our respects to the guests, but unexpectedly, after only a few bows, my sister fainted on the ground. At that moment, everyone assumed she was overwhelmed with grief and longing for our mother, so they paid it no mind. After all, in our culture, the louder the cries, the more filial the children are deemed to be. It is not uncommon for children to faint from sorrow when an elder passes away. It was not until 2 minutes had passed that I realized something was amiss, and I hurriedly joined my brother-in-law in lifting my sister and carried her to the back room. Many relatives and friends followed to assist. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan couldn't help but reflect on the diversity of customs across regions. What might be routine in one place could differ vastly in another. In Haidin, they would have rushed to provide emergency aid and taken her to the hospital immediately. Who would think to carry her to the back room? Li Damo continued. But who would have thought, just 3 minutes after we laid her down in the room, my sister began to tremble all over and suddenly stood up. The voice that emerged from her lips was identical to that of my mother. She pointed towards the hall and declared, Let us carry on the legacy of this place. Upon witnessing this, our relatives assumed that my sister had become possessed by our mother. They knelt, banging their heads repeatedly, fervently proclaiming their understanding and urging her to express any unfinished wishes, assuring her they would comply, pleading, Please do not torment your daughter. Such notions of a deceased mother inhabiting her daughter's body? To Wang Yaoshan, this was sheer nonsense. Do they think the celestial realms and the underworld are merely idle? Before a living soul departs, the emissaries of the underworld are already present, waiting. No matter how one cultivates in this world, it is merely the body that is refined. The spirit remains untouched. To resist an emissary? That is but a fanciful dream. Even if, hypothetically, a soul could evade capture, it lacks the requisite power to immediately inhabit another body post-mortem. Regardless of gender, the human form possesses 3 flames. The soul is of the in nature, and to approach recklessly yields but one outcome: incineration, leaving one to scream in agony, never to dare again. After being scorched, the spirit can only flee, and as soon as it steps outside, a single bolt of celestial lightning could obliterate it. Though seemingly inactive, the celestial realm strikes with great force against new souls. Once deemed to be in a state of resistance, they will pursue relentlessly, leaving no avenue for escape. Furthermore, a mother would never choose to inhabit her child's body. Upon death, a soul, having departed the body, is acutely aware of the perils of possession. Would it truly inflict harm upon its own offspring? Wang Yaoshan comprehended that malevolent forces were masquerading under the guise of his mother, possessing his sister's form. It is highly likely that what is referred to as the immortal pertains to the intentions of the other party, which is to perpetuate their legacy and thereby continue to draw upon the blessings of the family. When one makes an appearance, they possess unparalleled power to move mountains and fill seas, to conjure soldiers from mere beings, and to restore life with a mere touch. Such feats are the stuff of television dramas. In reality, where exists such formidable abilities, to merely assist in diagnosing ailments and providing guidance on issues is already a remarkable feat. As Wang Yaoshan contemplated this, he could not help but shake his head. The state of the world is perplexing. Nowadays, young individuals, lacking any celestial affinity, persist in their fervent pursuits. They seem to forget that not every creature can attain such enlightenment. In a few years, it may be that even newly born animals will find themselves revered before incense burners. At this moment, Li Damo animatedly recounted the chilling events, stating that at that time, one could not fathom how eerie it was. Just after he finished recounting this incident, my sister interjected, revealing that beneath the wardrobe on the bed lay a savings book containing over 100,000, intended for the two siblings. I was left bewildered, pondering how my mother could possibly possess such wealth. Yet, the relatives present in the room took her words as truth and immediately began rummaging through the large wardrobe. Sure enough, just as my sister had claimed, they discovered the savings book. Upon examination, the amount was indeed accurate. While I was still in a state of confusion, my sister grew increasingly frantic, flailing her arms and swaying in a manner that was utterly astonishing. She exhibited a peculiar inclination, occasionally demonstrating an impressive tilt. At that moment, I had an inexplicable sensation that she yearned to break free from the confines of the room. Fortunately, there were many present, and with the assistance of numerous relatives, we successfully subdued my sister. However, I could sense that her strength at that time was remarkably formidable. Several young men struggled to restrain one of her arms. Fortunately, at that moment, Mr. Hage entered the room. Upon arrival, he instructed us to secure my sister. The room was crowded, and I could only see his lips move, as if he were murmuring something, though I could not discern the actual words. He then produced a tattered yellow talisman and affixed it to my sister's forehead. Strangely enough, once the talisman was applied, my sister immediately fell silent, her body collapsing straight back onto the couch. It was not until 10 minutes later that she opened her eyes, devoid of any memory of the events that had just transpired. Chapter 72. The Exorcist in Lindong City. Particularly in rural areas, when someone passes away, the family will summon an exorcist, commonly referred to in Hygiene City as Dala. This profession is known by various names across the country, but the most prevalent term is Yin Yang Sheng. The exorcist is responsible for overseeing the entire funeral process, which includes basic tasks such as placing the body in repose, lighting incense, reciting scriptures, receiving guests, and arranging mourning attire, ensuring that no detail is overlooked. In Lindong City, the responsibilities of the exorcist extend further, encompassing dressing the deceased, preparing the body for burial, providing food for dogs, tying silk threads on limbs, and managing monetary offerings, all of which must be personally handled by this master of the yin and yang. Among the most crucial aspects of their duties, each exorcist carries several talismans inscribed with black dog blood. If someone becomes possessed, these talismans serve as the most effective remedy. It seems this exorcist possesses genuine abilities, at the very least not merely deceiving people. Reflecting on this, Wang Yaoshan nodded in quiet acknowledgement. The tiger-headed monster was left perplexed, speechless for a considerable time. Upon observing Wang Yaoshan nodding, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Uncle, isn't this quite good? Though possessed, didn't Mr. Blackwind resolve it? Why then does such a situation still arise?" No sooner had the tiger-headed monster finished speaking than Wang Yaoshan, without waiting for Li Damo to respond, reprimanded the creature. "It's not Blackwind. Do you take me for a blind bear who steals robes? Enough with the nonsense. Stay still and listen to your uncle." Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's admonishment, the tiger-headed monster quickly donned a smile, imploring Li Damo, all right, please continue, uncle." Li Damo, shifting from his previous excitement, wore a sorrowful expression as he recalled the past. After a long sigh, he remarked, if only it could end this way." Wang Yaoshan produced a pack of specially purchased Zhonghua cigarettes and offered them to Li Damo. Before departing, Wang Yaoshan had made preparations, knowing that the other party desired to bring Tianyu back. Considering the circumstances, it was clear that bringing Tianyu along was not feasible. However, without her, what pretense could they adopt? It would be inappropriate to directly state they were there to subdue demons. Indeed, visiting a patient seemed most fitting, yet arriving empty-handed would be unacceptable. Thus, prior to their journey, Wang Yaoshan had thoughtfully acquired cigarettes, fine liquor, and fruit. This made perfect sense. Moreover, one should not strike a smiling face. Presenting these gifts would likely ensure Tianyu's uncle's cooperation. Yet, upon their arrival, Li Damo hastily pulled them into the house, leaving the gifts untouched. Reflecting on this, he suggested, "Uncle, please have a smoke and take a moment to rest. Wang Yaoshan lit a cigarette for the other party and turned to Tianxianshan, saying, Xiaodian, please bring the items down with Lao Hu. I was so rushed earlier that I completely forgot. Tianxianshan instantly grasped what Wang Yaoshan meant and hurriedly left with Lao Hu. Li Damo, taking a puff of his cigarette, remarked, Xiao Wang, please don't mock us. While some matters may seem like feudal superstition, they do hold a semblance of truth. Indeed, I believe that. Wang Yaoshan nodded earnestly. He watched as Lao Hu entered the house, burdened with various packages. Li Damo was taken aback, pondering how such a young boy could be so generous. Just as he was about to decline, Wang Yaoshan noticed his surprise and quickly interjected, Uncle, please don't refuse. These items are all for you. I have made arrangements for Auntie, so there is no need for you to decline. Look, this is merely a token of goodwill. There is no need for you to bring anything in return. Although he spoke in such a manner, Li Damo ceased to protest and accepted the gifts. Well then, Xiao Wang, shall I continue? Li Damo inquired of Wang Yaoshan. Of course, as long as you're not weary. After all, you are the elder, and I must consider your comfort. Not at all, I'm quite all right. Let me continue, Li Damo said. After the funeral, my sister handed me our mother's savings book, not asking for a single penny. However, the responsibility of the family rituals has now fallen upon my shoulders. My sister regularly sends me money to support my living expenses. I can understand this. My sister is an avowed atheist, and given that she is settled in hygiene, she certainly wouldn't return to oversee these superstitious matters. Initially, I diligently offered incense every day. However, you are aware that I have my own responsibilities, including tending to the family land when the time comes for cultivation. Since June of this year, there were several days when I completely forgot about it. By the time I recalled, a week had already passed, during which I had shown no reaction. Gradually, I ceased to offer incense and make offerings. Influenced by my sister, I began to perceive this as a mere figment of imagination. Observing the current state of Li Damo, it is evident that he is engulfed in a tumult of self-reproach and guilt, his tone punctuated by a quivering pause. Yet, I never anticipated that my indifference would lead to my sister's misfortune. It was in late September of this year when my sister called to inquire if I had been punctual in offering incense at our family altar. I merely offered a few dismissive words, urging her not to worry, and swiftly changed the subject. Little did we foresee that a week later, she would call again, expressing that nothing had been going right for her. Her anticipated promotion had been usurped by someone else, and she had narrowly avoided a car accident. At that moment, I sensed something was amiss and questioned her about any unusual occurrences. After a brief pause, she revealed that during that period, she had been frequently dreaming of our deceased mother, who appeared in her dreams with a fierce countenance, reproaching her for her perceived lack of understanding. The mere mention of this sent a chill down my spine. My sister's words indicated that the events unfolding were far more supernatural than she described, considering she is an avowed atheist. After hanging up, I hurriedly made my way to offer incense. At that moment, I found myself murmuring a prayer, hoping they would not take offense. I reassured myself that I would honor them properly in the future, uttering phrases akin to these. As I spoke, Li Damo lit another cigarette, his fingers beginning to tremble. He took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke before continuing in a hushed tone. However, as soon as the incense was ignited and placed in the holder, it snapped into two pieces. I had never witnessed such an occurrence. Fear gripped me, and I scrambled out of the incense hall. Despite my imposing stature, I too was filled with trepidation. The following day, when daylight broke, I dared to return to light the incense, yet the outcome was identical to the previous day. Upon placement, it broke once again. In a flurry, I called my sister to inform her of the current situation. She replied that she was busy and would return my call shortly. However, that brief wait extended into a week. Eventually, it was my brother-in-law who reached out, revealing that my sister had been experiencing mental distress, losing 10 pounds. She constantly cried out, claiming there was an old woman squatting in the corner of their home. Each time she mentioned it, my brother-in-law would rush to investigate. But to no avail. After several visits to the hospital, no medical condition could be diagnosed. Over time, witnessing my sister's emaciated state, my brother-in-law began to suspect that something might be amiss with our ancestral grave. Hence, he called to inquire about the situation. I candidly revealed the truth of the matter. My brother-in-law reassured me not to worry, promising they would seek assistance in hygiene. A few days later, he returned with my sister and a middle-aged man. Upon seeing my sister again, I was struck by how her appearance had deteriorated beyond my imagination. She resembled nothing more than skin stretched over bone. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she immediately broke free from my brother-in-law's embrace, as if possessed by an inexhaustible energy, creating a ruckus and rolling on the ground. Just as my brother-in-law and I intended to step forward to assist her, we were halted by a middle-aged man accompanying us, who instructed us to remain still. He retrieved a stick from his backpack and, advancing a few paces, confronted my sister. Before I could intervene, He jabbed the stick against her head, causing her to collapse on the spot. Wang Yaoshan, intrigued by this scene, wondered about the identity of this enigmatic man. He couldn't help but inquire, "Uncle, when did this event transpire? Has this middle-aged man returned to Tianjin?" "It happened the day before yesterday." "No, he is still here. Though he appears rather dazed at the moment, muttering incomprehensibly about being broken. He's in that room to the east." Chapter 73. The Lushan Sect. Cheng Ming listening to Li Damo's narration. Each of the four companions began to form their own thoughts. The tiger found the mundane speech of this mortal tedious and was puzzled by Wang Yaoshan's perspective. Lu Yu was particularly concerned about Tian Yu's situation. For just before their departure, Wang Yaoshan had entrusted Lu Yu with the task of safeguarding Tian Yu. To accompany Wang Yaoshan, Lu Yu had arranged for his subordinate, a shadowy envoy, to watch over Tian Yu and had ensured sufficient protection, fully aware that the bond between Wang Yaoshan and Tian Yu transcended that of mere siblings. He feared even the slightest oversight. Meanwhile, Tian Shaodian analyzed Li Damo's words while attentively listening to the reports from the shadowy envoy. After all, conducting a search at the municipal level was still quite manageable. Yet, no useful information had emerged for an extended period. "May I go and see him?" At this moment, Wang Yaoshan was eager to meet this middle-aged man, driven by both curiosity about his identity and the scant clues he had gleaned from Li Damo's introduction. As an ordinary person, his perspective was limited, but the middle-aged man was different. When Tian Yu's mother arrived in the courtyard, she suddenly went into a frenzy, which, in Wang Yaoshan's view, could only be attributed to possession or an external influence. Resolving such an issue would require at least someone with cultivation. "Yes, I shall take you there," Li Damo said, rising to his feet, fully trusting Wang Yaoshan without reservation. He had provided wine and cigarettes and maintained a camaraderie with Tian Yu as classmates. While he might not be able to offer assistance, he certainly wouldn't complicate matters. Wang Yaoshan addressed the three individuals, instructing them to wait indoors while he went to investigate, for the injured party was sensitive, and too many visitors could be detrimental. Wang Yaoshan's concern was that if the other party possessed any supernatural abilities or spells, they would immediately sense the negative energy from Lu Yu and Tian Shaodian upon entering. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, it was prudent to go alone. "Yaoshan, be cautious," the two women urged, their reluctance palpable. "You're not going far. It's just across the courtyard. Is it really necessary to be so concerned?" He found their worry perplexing but could only nod in agreement. Following Li Damo's lead, Wang Yaoshan soon arrived at the room on the east side. After knocking gently on the door, a voice from within called, "Esteemed guest, please enter." The unexpected words sent a chill down Wang Yaoshan's spine, leaving Li Damo equally bewildered. Wang Yaoshan hastily clarified that he was referring to Yaoshan, urging him to come quickly, suggesting that this individual was indeed an extraordinary person. "Uncle, please open the door. He is still awake and has not yet succumbed to slumber." "Ah, you see. I am of advancing years. I mistakenly thought you said Shangshan Kuai Tian, meaning quickly go up the mountain, which I pondered was not quite appropriate." As the two entered the room, Wang Yaoshan scrutinized the middle-aged man, who reciprocated with an equally discerning gaze. At that moment, it would be prudent for the uncle to exit, otherwise both parties would be constrained by reservations in their conversation. Just as Li Damo was about to introduce the two, Wang Yaoshan interrupted him. "Uncle, I find myself a bit famished. Might I trouble you for a meal?" After speaking, Wang Yaoshan cast a meaningful glance at the other man, indicating that he was indeed hungry. "Of course, you and Tian Yu are old friends. We are all akin here. I shall prepare a small chicken and a couple of dishes. You two may converse in the meantime." With that, Li Damo exited the room. As soon as he stepped outside, the middle-aged man, who had been seated on the Kong, immediately knelt on one knee before Wang Yaoshan. Cheng Ming of the Lushan sect pays respects to the immortal. The Lushan sect, also known as Lushan Dao, venerates Su Sun, a Taoist from the Jin dynasty, as its founder. Over the course of a millennium, the Lushan sect has not only gained renown for its formidable Taoist arts but has also integrated ancient tribal shamanistic cultures and thoughts into its practices, emphasizing both cultivation and moral integrity. It is said that Lushan harbors a plethora of powerful spells, and when the people of Fujin encounter malevolent spirits they cannot contend with, the most popular recourse is to journey to Lushan to acquire the skills to subdue these demons. Throughout centuries of Taoist lineage, the spells of the Lushan sect have earned a fearsome reputation across the world. The mystical arts of Lushan possess formidable destructive power, whether directed at demons or specters, rivaling the intensity of the renowned Maoshan sect. Analyzing the methods employed by the Lushan practitioners, it becomes evident that their spells and incantations are predominantly aggressive, and their strides embody the sect's domineering techniques. Thus, it is no surprise that it originates from Lushan. Upon realizing this, Wang Yaoshan hurriedly approached to support his elder brother Cheng, exclaiming, "Brother Cheng, we are in the mortal realm. Must you refer to me as an immortal? I am but a human." This individual seems blissfully unaware of the necessity for discretion. Does he truly believe himself to be an immortal? Wang Yaoshan's observation was indeed accurate. He did not perceive himself as a deity, but had merely ascended to a certain level of cultivation, warranting the title of immortal in a sense. Fundamentally, he remained human. However, Cheng Ming gazed at him with a countenance of sheer excitement. It was evident from Wang Yaoshan's demeanor that his cultivation was exceptional. As they took their seats, before Wang Yaoshan could utter a word, Cheng Ming inquired about the nature of his practices. Unaware of the shift in address from immortal to Brother Wang in response to Wang Yaoshan's fierce gaze. I do not cultivate anything specific, Wang Yaoshan replied. Brother Cheng, I have come here because of my brother Tianyu. He received a call this afternoon from his mother's phone, and shortly after, he fell victim to a soul separation technique. I wish to understand the circumstances surrounding this incident. Without hesitation, Wang Yaoshan revealed the entirety of the situation. At that moment, Cheng Ming stood there, dumbfounded, repeatedly muttering, "It seems my studies are insufficient." What could have provoked such a reaction? Why has he fallen silent? Suddenly, blood began to seep from his orifices. In an instant, Wang Yaoshan activated his clairvoyant vision. Under the keen observation, the individual opposite, robust in physique, was nevertheless shrouded in dark energy that enveloped several critical points on his body. His meridians were obstructed, and his vital energy was hindered. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to either a cerebral or cardiac infarction. Yet this individual had remarkably persevered until now. The encounter was serendipitous, and Wang Yaoshan could not simply stand by and watch him perish. He summoned the healing arts, indeed, the very technique renowned for realigning a tiger's skull. With a mere flick of his fingers, Wang Yaoshan directed precise strikes towards the dark energy surrounding the vital points. What he initially perceived as a trivial matter soon proved to be a miscalculation. To his astonishment, the dark energy seemed to sense the impending threat, shifting its position erratically around Cheng Ming. While sealing the acupoints was a minor task, the erratic movements posed a risk to the heart meridian, and should this individual succumb, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for Wang Yaoshan. To avoid such repercussions, he would need to sacrifice a life creation pill, a price he deemed exorbitant. Celestial being, do not attempt this. It is futile. I have underestimated the situation, Cheng Ming remarked, sensing the healing attempts being made upon him, albeit with an unsettling escalation in severity. Keep silent. No one will mistake you for a mute, Wang Yaoshan retorted, abandoning any pretenses of grandeur. He placed both hands firmly on Cheng Ming's shoulders. Run. I will shield your heart meridian first, and then I will eradicate all threats with my healing arts. The intention was noble. However, as soon as he commenced, Wang Yaoshan realized that his celestial energy was insufficient. The dark energy, deviously evasive, had now congregated around Cheng Ming's legs. After a brief interval, Wang Yaoshan found his celestial energy diminished to a mere third of its original capacity, yet the dark energy surrounding Cheng Ming had been entirely dispelled. At long last, we can delve into the matter at hand. Brother Cheng, please recount the events that transpired. Wang Yaoshan spoke with a tone that betrayed his exhaustion. Chapter 74. Chaos in the Immortal Hall. The moment Cheng Ming received treatment, he earnestly focused on his breathing. He had no desire to meet his end, at least not in such a suffocating manner. Immortal Master, I cannot thank you enough for your immense kindness. With that, he rose and bowed respectfully to Wang Yaoshan. After the formalities, he seated himself properly across from Wang Yaoshan and began to narrate the unfolding events. Immortal Master, the origins of this incident date back to a week ago. I was enjoying tea with a friend when he received a phone call. Upon his return, his countenance had dramatically changed. Curious, I inquired about the details, and thus the discussion turned to Tian Guang, who is the father of Tianyu. He mentioned that his wife had been in a state of mental disarray for the past 6 months, often speaking incoherently. She claimed to see unclean entities around the house and was frequently visited in dreams by deceased relatives. As you know, our Lushan sect has always harbored a profound disdain for evil. Coupled with my straightforward disposition, I readily pledged my assistance. I told my friend to inform Tian Guang that I would help without expecting any remuneration. I instructed him to provide my phone number, encouraging him to reach out at his convenience. That evening, upon returning home, I received a call from Tian Guang, who stated that his wife was currently in distress and inquired if I had the time to visit. Naturally, I was eager to resolve the matter swiftly. The sooner, the better. I asked him to send me his location. However, upon my arrival at his residence, I was met with an unexpected turn of events. Originally, from his description, I could only ascertain that his wife was ensnared by malevolent forces. However, upon entering his home, I was struck by the pervasive aura of negativity that permeated the space, rivaling that of the two individuals beside you. Wang Yaoshan was taken aback. Your cultivation is impressive. You can sense such things from such a distance? You jest. I chanced upon your presence through the window when you entered the courtyard. After all, I was unaware of whether you were foes or allies. So I activated my clairvoyance to discern your energies, and it was only upon seeing you that I felt at ease. This clairvoyance is a heightened perception cultivated through mental discipline, allowing one to discern the yin and yang of objects. By interpreting these dualities, one can ascertain the essence of any material. The concept of yin and yang pervades all things in the universe, and humanity is no exception. We are, in essence, vessels of these dual energies. By gauging the level of yang energy in another, one can easily infer their identity. Scientifically, this phenomenon can be likened to magnetic fields. The clairvoyance derived from mental discipline is not to be compared with Wang Yaoshan's enlightened vision, which is on an entirely different plane. Wang Yaoshan's insight not only discerns the dual energies, but also enables him to observe objects from afar, akin to a high-tech electronic eye or a far-infrared camera. Cheng Ming, confronted with Wang Yaoshan's commendation, offered an awkward yet endearing smile. "Please, continue, Brother Cheng," Wang Yaoshan urged, struggling to find a topic that would alleviate the discomfort. He assumed that Cheng Ming's insight was akin to his own, hence the praise. However, Cheng Ming was quite forthright, openly admitting to having observed them. "Surely, one cannot commend honesty in this context." Cheng Ming continued, "The pervasive negativity in this room genuinely startled me. That day, I had only brought the Tianpeng ruler and the Thunder Command, and I was quite unnerved by the situation. Nonetheless, I had no choice but to muster my courage and exorcise the malevolent spirits." Wang Yaoshan appeared perplexed, questioning the situation. Why not simply retrieve the necessary talismans from home? Why must one proceed with trepidation? You see, among our disciples of Lushan, to flee when confronted by malevolent forces is to be no different from the fiends themselves. This tenet alone is sufficient to weigh heavily upon one's conscience. At this point, he could not help but shake his head. "Did you succeed?" Wang Yaoshan pressed further. "As I commenced my incantations, I realized that the malevolent energy was composed of numerous strands, rendering it not particularly daunting. However, the challenge arose when, during my spellcasting, Lina would berate me. Oh, Lina happens to be the wife of Tianguang. Several times, she nearly broke free from his grasp. My incantation required focused concentration, and such distractions were far from ideal. Although I could temporarily dull my senses, I could not endure prolonged verbal assaults. I had refrained from coddling her and, in a moment of frustration, struck her on the forehead with my measuring stick. In that instant, the malevolent energies enveloping her dissipated like mist. Tianguang assisted his incapacitated wife into their abode, allowing me to finally address the lesser demons. Our sect is well versed in shamanic traditions, and I could readily discern that these were mere subpar cultivators, with the most adept having practiced for no more than 80 years. Within half an hour, I had dispatched those who could be driven away and scattered the rest. I even took the liberty of purifying Tianguang's residence. Once I completed my task, at my invitation, Tianguang emerged with his wife. They expressed profound gratitude, yet I remained acutely aware that the matter was far from resolved. At the very least, I had yet to uncover the individuals orchestrating their torment. Why would malevolent spirits and creatures disturb mortals without cause? I simply could not believe it. At this moment, his wife has returned to normalcy, and I am prepared to inquire about their circumstances. According to the couple, initially, they enjoyed a semblance of happiness, seemingly having their every desire fulfilled. However, over the past 6 months, they have felt as if cursed, beset by a series of misfortunes and never experiencing a moment of contentment. Frequent quarrels have arisen between the spouses. I ventured to ask if there was a specific point in time that marked this shift. Initially, they shook their heads, but soon Lina mentioned that it began after her mother's death. This led to the revelation that her mother had been the one overseeing the ancestral altar. Following her passing, as Lina is an atheist, her brother took over the responsibility of the altar. Upon hearing this, I understood the profound reason behind the family's ominous atmosphere. If my conjecture is accurate, the spirit residing in the altar wishes for her daughter to assume control. Yet the siblings have decided that Li Demao should take the reins. Cheng Ming's hypothesis piqued Wang Yaoshan's interest. He had not previously considered this angle, merely puzzled as to why Li Demao was not punished for failing to pay respects, while his sister bore the brunt of the consequences. After Cheng Ming's explanation, Wang Yaoshan found the reasoning compelling. It made sense. Cheng Ming continued, after sharing my thoughts with the couple. Lina resolutely declared her unwillingness to take over the altar. I endeavored to dissuade her gently, as everyone should have the right to choose their own path in life. One cannot force a reluctant person to partake in something against their will. After repeated confirmations, the couple maintained their stance. Nonetheless, I thought it best to assist them fully, ensuring that I would accompany them back to Lina's hometown. Once this matter is resolved, it will be concluded. It is said that if the Celestial Hall heeds counsel, all will be well. However, should they adopt a defiant stance and persist in causing mischief, I would not hesitate to allow them to remain as wandering souls. At this juncture, A glint of determination flickered in Cheng Ming's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by melancholy. Brother Cheng, is it true that the injuries you sustained occurred only after your arrival here? Wang Yaoshan inquired, his concern evident. It was indeed unusual for a disciple of the Lushan sect to bear such grave wounds. Given Cheng Ming's cultivation, he should possess at least the strength of the transformation realm, which would render it trivial to deal with a creature that had practiced for decades. How could he have been ensnared by malevolent energy that sealed his vital points? Alas, esteemed immortal, I had thought I could manage this flawlessly. Yet it appears my negligence has led to this predicament. Chapter 75, The Dark Hammer Array. Negligence? Cheng Ming appeared rather steadfast and reliable, albeit a touch impetuous. This was not in accordance with expectation. Wang Yaoshan pressed further, Brother Cheng, what exactly transpired? At that moment, Cheng Ming began to sob uncontrollably. Esteemed immortal, you are unaware that as I accompanied the Tians to this courtyard, I was immediately disoriented by the currents of the ominous energy here. It became difficult to even walk, let alone cast spells. Yet, when I observed the couple, they seemed completely unaffected. It was then that I realized, this is not merely a courtyard, it is an array specifically designed to target practitioners. I hastily withdrew my leg, and only then did my mind begin to clear. I urgently beckoned the two of them to come closer to me. My primary concern lies in the possibility that, upon their entrance into the courtyard, they might encounter circumstances beyond human control, rendering any attempt at rescue futile. Fortunately, both individuals currently exhibit clarity of mind and have returned to my side, allowing me the courage to perform my rites outside the courtyard. Having learned from past experiences, I dare not underestimate the situation. I have prepared everything necessary for the task at hand. If one intends to confront challenges head-on, one must adopt a resolute demeanor, would you not agree? As Wang Yaoshan listened to the narrative, a fleeting glimmer of alarm crossed his face when the mention of the magical array arose. A magical array? Is that not the very tool employed in the battle against the bronze corpses? Without the assistance of Lao Jin and the two women, would I still be alive today? Shenggu, what exactly is the efficacy of this magical array you speak of? I have previously encountered the deity-in-waiting array and fought against 3 bronze corpses born of it. However, at that time, there was a peculiar mist that caused one to lose their celestial power. As Wang Yaoshan spoke, he pondered the dire state he had been in during his last encounter, having lost all celestial power and suffered damage to his heart pulse. Had Lao Jin and the others arrived a moment later, he would have surely met the King of Hell. Cheng Ming, on the other hand, seems quite capable. At least his injuries are less severe than my own. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's account, Cheng Ming exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness, esteemed immortal, the deity-in-waiting array? And you battled bronze corpses? If you would be so kind, may I inquire about the stage of your cultivation, if it is not too presumptuous? At this moment, Cheng Ming's admiration for Wang Yaoshan was so profound that he nearly felt compelled to kneel and pay homage. Wang Yaoshan, speaking without awareness of the gravity of the situation, remained oblivious to the depths of Cheng Ming's understanding, who, being from a distinguished background, was well aware of the dire prerequisites for setting up the deity-in-waiting array, which necessitates a human life. Who would dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor? In this day and age, to offer a living being as a sacrifice suggests that one has grown weary of existence. Moreover, one must prepare special materials to absorb the shadows, such as the formation channel, soul-absorbing grass, and blue light ketone. A single formation channel can cost hundreds of thousands, and having wealth does not guarantee acquisition. Furthermore, in the realm of zombies, as depicted in the television portrayals of Lin Jing battling the undead, the highest tier is the iron corpse. The copper corpse, however, surpasses the iron variety by at least tenfold. The individual before us has single-handedly confronted 3 copper corpses. One need not inquire about the outcome. Escaping their grasp would require a talent of extraordinary caliber. As for inquiries regarding cultivation levels, indulging in insults serves no purpose. Wang Yaoshan found himself at a loss for words regarding Cheng Ming. Oh, Chenggu, I will not conceal it from you. I currently reside in the celestial realm. Yet, his counterpart made no unreasonable demands, merely inquiring about his level of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, asking about one's cultivation level is a significant taboo within the cultivation community. Typically, practitioners do not concern themselves with the levels of others unless preparing for confrontation. The inability to discern another's cultivation indicates that they are at least 1 tier above you. Thus, the necessity of inquiry becomes moot. Nevertheless, Cheng Ming harbored no intentions of conflict. He genuinely admired Wang Yaoshan. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan reveal his level, Cheng Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, Heavens, a celestial being? May I inquire about your age? The celestial realm. That is truly divine. Cheng Ming's heart roared with astonishment. What could this individual possibly desire? We are all practitioners. Why should my age concern you? Engaging in trivial banter is unnecessary. Wang Yaoshan retorted with irritation, I am 19 this year, Chengge. Perhaps we have strayed from the topic. Let us return to the matter at hand. After we conclude our business, we can journey back to hygiene together. We can converse along the way. Ah, indeed, esteemed one, I shall continue. To my astonishment, the revered one intends to accompany me back to hygiene. What a remarkable ally. With this thought, Cheng Ming endeavored to calm his excited heart and continued speaking. The phenomenon I encountered appears to be a shamanistic dark tuo formation. It is certainly not as terrifying as the gathering-in formation. Yet locating the core of this formation is not a straightforward endeavor. As he spoke, Cheng Ming inscribed a character upon the table. Esteemed elder, do you recognize this? Wang Yushan could no longer contain himself. He felt an overwhelming urge to land a couple of punches on Cheng Ming. What does this mean? Are we to engage in a game reminiscent of Kong Yiji? Is he about to inquire how many variations of this character exist? Wang Yaoshan suppressed his anger and scrutinized the character on the table. It was the ancient form of the character mutual. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's response, Cheng Ming nodded and elaborated. Indeed, this character mutual is the key to deciphering this formation. Every location within the dark tuo formation can serve as a focal point. The speed at which the yin energy circulates is exceedingly rapid. Should an intruder possess divine abilities, it would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. The yin energy, drawn to an overwhelming amount of yang energy, assaults the intruder's mind relentlessly, akin to swarms of mice, until they are assimilated into the formation. I exerted tremendous effort to break through this formation. Although I succeeded, the situation remains dire. I have yet to confront the true mastermind. And my magical energy is nearly depleted. Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware of this. Like himself, Cheng Ming's reserves were alarmingly scant, and casting any skills would leave him utterly drained. Cheng Ming paused momentarily, lit a cigarette, and continued. I had just broken the formation when Li Damo emerged from the house. Initially, I suspected him to be the true culprit. However, through my discerning gaze, he appeared merely as an ordinary man. Upon seeing him, Li Na rushed over to embrace him, while Tian Guang hastily entered the courtyard, engaging him in cordial conversation. Realizing I should not linger idly, I took a few steps forward and joined them. It was only through their introductions that I learned he was Li Na's brother. However, as soon as I shook his hand, Li Na began to spiral into madness once more. This episode was even more severe than the previous one at her home. She rolled on the ground, vociferously hurling insults, all directed at me. I quickly intervened to stop the two who were attempting to assist her, and I produced the Tianpeng ruler, applying it as prescribed. In an instant, Li Na fell silent and fainted on the spot. Nevertheless, such provocative behavior undeniably unsettled my mind. After consulting with Li Damo, I made my way directly to the hall. Without further ado, I began to smash things. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaoshan felt that Cheng Ming's actions were justified. The person had arrived with the intention of negotiating amicably. Yet, these rogue spirits had chosen to confront Cheng Ming with hostility, refusing to engage in dialogue and instead resorting to possession and vitriol. Were it himself in Cheng Ming's position, he too would have acted in kind. Subsequently, I tore down the list and shouted loudly, "It is not too late for you to forsake evil and embrace goodness." I would not annihilate them entirely, as several Yin spirits and fox immortals had already departed. Yet, the majority of the vile beasts and ghosts not only refused to leave, but also intensified their aggression, seeking to confront me. With my keen perception, after 3 inquiries met with the same indifferent response, I resolved to take decisive action. I brandished my celestial measuring rod and the demon-subduing seal, effectively vanquishing all adversaries within my grasp. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Prior to entering the room, I had bestowed upon each of the 3 individuals a protective talisman, a heart-guarding charm, known for its remarkable efficacy against possession. As I emerged, I noticed that Li Na's talisman was spontaneously combusting. Chapter 76. The 5 warlords. I hurried to Li Na's side, but alas, it was too late. The talisman had burned to cinders. Contrary to expectations, Li Na exhibited none of her previous tumultuous behavior. Just as I pondered whether it was the talisman's influence, she seized the moment to lunge at me, her bite striking unexpectedly close. I was unable to evade her sudden attack, revealing a wound on my arm. Wang Yaoshan observed that a section of her forearm was grotesquely missing flesh. Although it was not actively bleeding, an unsettling aura of dark energy wafted from the ghastly injury. Had Cheng Ming mistaken himself for a free physician? With such a grievous wound, why had he not sought medical attention? Brother Cheng, allow me to tend to your injury first. Without awaiting a response, Wang Yaoshan employed his celestial healing technique on the wounded arm. Though not a master of this art, he found such minor injuries manageable, completing the healing process in mere seconds. When he glanced at the arm again, it appeared as good as new, with the dark energy entirely dispelled. O celestial being, I am at a loss to repay your kindness. I would gladly toil like a beast in your service. Cheng Ming exclaimed, preparing to remove his shirt. What on earth are you doing? Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, startled and rising to his feet immediately. Cheng Ming's actions evidently startled Wang Yaoshan, causing his voice to falter as he hurriedly leapt aside. Immortal, you misunderstand. I am disrobing merely to present this to you. Cheng Ming keenly observed Wang Yaoshan's embarrassment, realizing that his lack of clarity had naturally led to a misinterpretation. Upon noticing the command flag in Cheng Ming's grasp, Wang Yaoshan finally comprehended the intent behind the gesture. Brother Cheng, please, put it away. I feel undeserving of such an honor. What may seem a trifling effort to you could be regarded as inconsequential as a mere straw by another. The significance of this command flag was irreplaceable to Cheng Ming, serving as a vital assurance for his existence. Yet, he truly had no need for it, especially as it involved depriving someone of their cherished possession. Contemplating this, Wang Yaoshan continued, Brother Cheng, I understand your sentiments. If you truly feel indebted, simply treat me to a meal upon our return to hygiene, and all will be well. Very well, it is settled. I shall treat you to a meal when we return to hygiene. Cheng Ming, touched by Wang Yaoshan's goodwill, harbored a deeper admiration for the young man before him. Brother Cheng, please continue your tale. As Cheng Ming tidied the command flag and donned his attire, Wang Yaoshan interjected, eager to steer the conversation away from any awkwardness. Immortal, I shall proceed. In but a moment, Li Na bit me, leaving me in this state. I wielded the Tiangong ruler and struck her on the head. However, this encounter did not unfold as seamlessly as the previous one. Rather than succumbing, she bit down with increasing ferocity. Each time she tightened her grip, I responded with a forceful slap, and with each slap, her bite grew more vigorous. After several rounds, I found myself at an advantage. I had intended to call upon Tian Guang and Li Damo for assistance, but upon glancing over, I discovered the two of them lying motionless on the bed. It became evident that they too had fallen under the spell. It was only when she bit down on my flesh that I truly managed to restrain her. Brother Cheng, I fail to comprehend your meaning. How is it that, after the opponent bites down on your flesh, you claim to have gained control over her? Wang Yaoshan pondered as he listened to the account. Go on, boast away. There are no taxes on bragging, but at the very least, let it be reasonable. Is your flesh poisonous? If the opponent consumes it, will they perish? Have you transformed into a fugu? No, that cannot be right. Only the liver of a fugu is toxic. Listen, esteemed one, Cheng Ming explained. When she bit down on my flesh, does it not imply that my hand is no longer under her control? Moreover, I wield the demon-subduing seal. Indeed. After Cheng Ming had dealt with the matter at hand, he hurried over to assess Li Na's condition, holding the demon-subduing seal in his left hand and the Tianpeng ruler in his right. Upon approaching her, he was unexpectedly bitten. Now I understand, he continued. After being bitten, I felt an intense pain radiating through my entire arm, with beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, cascading down my forehead. Yet, with the malevolent presence before me, I had no time to tend to my wounds. I could only suppress the agony and raise the demon-subduing seal to strike her forehead. To my astonishment, she actually spoke in response. You have repeatedly interrupted my endeavors. Does this sensation not feel unpleasant? She taunted, her laughter chilling to the bone. Her voice was likely tenfold more grating than that of her deceased mother. Upon hearing her words, I calculated in my mind the audacity of her referring to herself as this esteemed one. I promptly activated the Tian Kong. At this juncture, Cheng Ming cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Wang Yaoshan before continuing. As you are aware, my remaining magical energy is quite scant. To maintain the Eye of Insight continuously would be an extravagant expenditure. Hence, I have delayed until now. Through my eye, I discerned that Li Na was shrouded in a dense black mist, intermittently illuminated by flickers of green light. In that moment, I was taken aback. Regardless of whether the entity possessing Li Na was a demon or a spirit, its claim of superiority was far from an exaggeration. It possessed at least 150 years of cultivation. With no alternative at my disposal, I bit my tongue. Allowing a spurt of yang blood to spray onto the entity's visage, Li Na emitted a cry of despair, confirming that my yang blood was effective, and the entity remained within my control. At that moment, I ceased to hold back, summoning the remnants of my strength to mobilize the 5 fierce soldiers, while simultaneously striking Li Na's head with the celestial ruler in my right hand. Instantly, the malevolent energy within the room diminished as the arrival of the soldiers halted the downward spiral of the situation. However, the being within Li Na was not to be underestimated. Though it was now restrained, it still wielded the black mist to launch counterattacks, enduring the soldiers' onslaught while resisting my demon-subduing seal and the celestial ruler. This standoff persisted for a quarter of an hour. As I observed the black mist gradually weakening, I felt a measure of relief. At that moment, the repugnant voice uttered a mere phrase. This matter is far from over. With that, the black mist retreated, vacating Li Na's body. I recalled the soldiers and hastily employed a purification talisman to restore the consciousness of Tian Guang and Li Damo. Upon their awakening, I found myself utterly spent and leaned against the edge of the bed to recuperate my magical energy. After a brief treatment and bandaging of my wounds, I instructed Tianguang to take Li Na to the hospital for a thorough examination. Due to my inability to guarantee whether being possessed by such profound capabilities would result in any aftereffects, Chengming slowly shook his head at this juncture. Lighting a cigarette, he indulged himself in contemplation. Wang Yaoshan, captivated by the narrative, engaged in meticulous thought. According to Chengming, the entity they were dealing with possessed formidable skills from both Eastern and Western traditions. If the soul had cultivated for 150 years, under favorable circumstances, it might rival Lu Yu's level of mastery. Should it be a demon or monster with a similar cultivation span, it would likely surpass that of a tiger. Chengming indeed exhibited remarkable abilities. Aside from exaggerations, most of his accounts seemed to reflect the truth. However, Chenggu, may I boldly inquire if the dark energy surrounding your several crucial acupoints is also the result of this entity? Wang Yushan, through careful analysis, did not regard the one with 150 years of cultivation as a significant threat. Instead, he focused on the true adversary responsible for the severe damage to Chengming's acupoints. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, Chengming attempted to calm his emotions. Master, regarding my injuries. Chengming hesitated, his gaze evasive. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I suppose I should share more with you. The afternoon before yesterday, after I was bitten, everything seemed tranquil. Tianguang maintained constant communication with me, and we passed the day in relative peace. Li Na's condition was also stable, requiring just a day of observation in the hospital. I thought the matter had concluded. Yet, unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events occurred last night. This is the reason for my severe injuries. Chapter 77, the prime suspect Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian, feeling bored, inquired with Li Damo about the occupants of that particular room. Only after discovering that it was an older gentleman did I feel a sense of relief. It is not surprising that the two women inquired with such meticulousness. Wang Yaoshan had already been inside for nearly half an hour without any sign of activity. What if he were a sorceress of formidable power? The outcome is too unsettling to contemplate. Inside the modest dwelling, Chengming recalled the events of the previous night, still seemingly ensnared in a state of trepidation. Wang Yushan, too, was puzzled. After all, this individual was also a practitioner of the arcane. Why then did his expression convey a terror surpassing that of encountering a ghost? Chengming trembled as he continued, last night, after inquiring about Tianguang and the others, I intended to retire early. I had spent the entire day replenishing my magical energy. As I drifted between wakefulness and slumber, I sensed shadows flitting about the courtyard. Initially, I assumed it was Li Damo, perhaps hungry in the dead of night, seeking to prepare a midnight snack. At this point, Chengming gestured for Wang Yaoshan to inspect the window. In rural homes, windows are typically made of large panes of glass. After all, they are standalone residences, and smaller windows would detract from their aesthetic appeal. Wang Yaoshan peered out, and indeed, he observed a fleeting silhouette outside, clearly visible from within the room. This clarity was aided by the courtyard lamp of Li Damo's household, which illuminated the area like a searchlight, rendering the distinction between day and night nearly imperceptible. The wattage and brightness were incomparable to that of the streetlights outside. Chengming continued, as you can see, at that moment, the shadow was pacing back and forth outside my window. My hearing is quite acute, and I could discern the sound of footsteps. I pondered, could it be that Li Damo sought my counsel? Perhaps he feared waking me if I had fallen asleep? I cautiously drew aside a portion of the curtain to take a look, but to my shock, I was met with the visage of a stranger. He was certainly not Li Damo. To say he was a man would be an understatement. He bore an appearance that was anything but ordinary. How shall I express it? This elderly man had a long, pointed face and was hunched over, adorned with a small hat. As he ambled past my window, upon closer inspection, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a weasel. The moment I caught sight of his visage, he abruptly turned around. In that fleeting instant, our gazes locked. As our eyes met, I noticed his hands dangling limply before his chest, and his entire body began to tremble. Understanding the gravity of the situation, I realized that this old man was either possessed or a practitioner of some arcane art, distinctly unlike any ordinary individual. I waved my hand, urging him to depart swiftly. Upon noticing my gesture, he showed no hesitation, hastening toward the window with an urgency that was almost alarming, standing directly before me. Given his demeanor, I had no inclination to engage with him. I drew the curtains, intending to return to slumber. After all, I was in the confines of someone else's village, specifically at Li Damo's residence. It would be inappropriate to act without consideration, particularly if this man were a relative of Li Damo. Yet, to my astonishment, the old man began to pound insistently on the window, a relentless barrage of knocks. Prompted by the commotion, I hurriedly donned my clothes and stepped outside. Upon my arrival, I found the old man further hunched, almost as if he were about to collapse in place. Li Damo, having likely heard the ruckus, approached swiftly and informed me that this elderly gentleman was a seer from their village, a practitioner of the craft. He shouted, inquiring about the purpose of the man's visit. Realizing they were acquainted, I considered letting it be. However, just as I intended to retreat indoors, the old man began to berate me, his words growing increasingly foul. In an instant, it dawned on me that he was seeking retribution for my earlier actions at Lidemo's home. Without hesitation, I rushed back inside to seize my measuring tool, determined to confront the situation head-on. As I stepped outside, I witnessed an elderly man slicing his finger and placing it into a bag. He then tossed the bag toward me, revealing that it contained nothing but yellow paper. I was taken aback by the unexpectedness of it all. After discarding the bag, the old man turned and fled. I couldn't help but laugh. I had initially anticipated a formidable figure seeking revenge, only to be confronted with this absurdity, strike and run. Just as I contemplated returning indoors, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and it felt as though my entire essence had been sealed. It dawned on me then that I had fallen victim to a malevolent spell. If it weren't for Li Dazhao supporting me, I might not have made it back home. At this juncture, Wang Yaoshan finally grasped the situation. The true perpetrator behind Cheng Ming's affliction was indeed this conjurer, or perhaps the celestial beings behind him. Just then, Li Dazhao's voice echoed, "Little Wang, old Cheng, come and eat. Everything is ready." Upon hearing Li Dazhao's call, Wang Yaoshan remained still, continuing to inquire of Cheng Ming. "Brother Cheng, how do you feel now? Are there still any blocked pathways in your body?" Cheng Ming closed his eyes to meditate, sensing that his meridians were now unblocked, and the flow of energy was no longer impeded. In fact, he could faintly perceive signs of a breakthrough. "Thank you, esteemed immortal. Were it not for you, I would surely have met my end today. You are like my rebirth parents, a second set of guardians." As he spoke, Cheng Ming attempted to kneel before Wang Yaoshan. Wang Yaoshan hurried to assist him, saying, "Brother Cheng, please do not. You have the capacity to help others. Why should I not do the same? I will need your assistance shortly. Come, let us first have our meal." The two proceeded to the dining area, where they found the others already seated. At this moment, Cheng Ming was bowing and greeting the three individuals, acutely aware of the formidable power that each possessed under the discerning gaze. The intent to eliminate him could transpire in an instant. Wang Yaoshan raised his hand to pat Cheng Ming, signaling him to refrain from such behavior, as it was quite embarrassing. Nevertheless, Cheng Ming retained his obsequious demeanor, hesitating to take a seat. Lu Yu and Tian Xiaodian regarded Wang Yaoshan with expressions of skepticism. Wang Yaoshan, feeling the urgency of the moment, hastily introduced Cheng Ming, stating, "This is Cheng Ming, Brother Cheng, who single-handedly confronted numerous demons. He is a fellow practitioner. So please, have a seat." Just as Wang Yaoshan was about to sit down, Lu Yu interjected, "Hello, Brother Cheng, I am his woman," gesturing toward Wang Yaoshan as she spoke. Cheng Ming nodded earnestly, holding Wang Yaoshan in even higher regard. For Lu Yu's ethereal beauty was such that it enhanced the standing of any man fortunate enough to be associated with her. Wang Yaoshan nearly lost his balance as he exclaimed, "No need for introductions. Let us eat first and converse afterward." In that moment, he was genuinely anxious, especially in the presence of Li Demo. Thankfully, she did not mention that she was the city god of hygiene. Furthermore, Tian Xiaodian, influenced by Lu Yu, seemed increasingly fixated on status. It was imperative that she remain silent. Should she speak, there would be no way to clear the air. Deities may have as many lovers as they wish, and demons may have numerous wives without consequence. Yet, Wang Yaoshan was but a mortal. The addition of another girlfriend would invite condemnation, branded as a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality. Unexpected circumstances always lurk beyond anticipation. As Li Demo was currently serving dishes to everyone, suddenly, without waiting for Wang Yaoshan to intervene, Tian Xiaodian asked, "Who is this?" "I am Wang Yaoshan's girlfriend." She replied immediately, as if she had been prepared for this moment. "Oh, your girlfriend. Little Wang, your taste is quite commendable." However, Li Demo was already feeling confused, thinking either he had lost his memory or was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Cheng Ming had raised his glass to toast Wang Yaoshan, proclaiming, "A model for our generation," before downing the drink in one swift motion. What a situation! How could such awkwardness follow them wherever they went? "Come on, everyone, let us eat. Tiger, you should eat too." Wang Yaoshan attempted to divert the conversation. After the meal, Wang Yaoshan's quartet welcomed an additional member, Cheng Ming. Li Demo, having been imbibed to the point of disorientation, was rambling incoherently. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan reintroduced everyone. "This is Lu Yu, the city god of Hygiene City. This is Tian Xiaodian, the Ming Po of the underworld, and this is my apprentice, the tiger head monster." Cheng Ming was left speechless. He quickly bowed to each person, stating, "I am Cheng Ming, the 72nd generation heir of the Lushan sect. It is an honor to meet such true deities. I am truly fortunate." Wang Yaoshan promptly pulled Cheng Ming up from his bow. "We are friends. There may be right or wrong, but we do not distinguish between greatness or smallness. Cheng Ming pondered this statement carefully. Was Wang Xianshan considering him a friend? Through Cheng Ming's narrative, Wang Yaoshan had set his primary goal on the stooped old man. Wang Yaoshan succinctly recounted the series of events to the remaining three. The tiger's eyes widened in astonishment, while Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian, upon hearing about the old man facing Cheng Ming through the glass, instinctively sought refuge in Wang Yaoshan's embrace. It was evident that they seized every opportunity without regard for the feelings of others. Xiaotian, have there been any developments on the Yinchai side? Although the scope has narrowed, those tasked with the work seem utterly confused. Moreover, with so many entities involved here, both genuine and counterfeit, even the imposters engaging in such activities will inevitably attract authentic spirits and minor demons. While these individuals may entrap themselves, they significantly elevate the complexity of our investigation. Tian Xiaotian, having held the position of Mengpa for quite some time, had encountered few cases of reincarnation in recent years. Even if there were a few individuals, they were often tormented. Upon inquiry, it became clear that their sentences had been extended to the maximum. What on earth was happening in the human realm? Was the situation of reincarnation spiraling out of control? Without investigation, one might not realize that in the small city of Lindong, there existed tens of thousands of subordinate disciples. This figure did not even account for those who feigned supernatural powers to deceive others. While Tian Xiaotian remained uncertain, Wang Yaoshan understood that this was a local peculiarity. It's all right, Xiaotian. There's no need for them to investigate further. I shall give old Jin a call. Tiger Head, please contact Qing Su and inform him that I wish to see him within 10 minutes. Don't forget to send him the address. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan wore a faint smile, and the three instantly recognized that someone was about to face dire consequences. With that, Wang Yaoshan dialed old Jin's number. President Jin, are you busy? I apologize for interrupting you once again. On the other end of the line, old Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead, constantly monitoring the progress of the matter at hand. Mr. Wang, do you have any instructions? What instructions could I possibly give? My friend is on the brink of death. I just thought I should inform you. Oh, Mr. Wang, please don't scare me. I am well aware of Tian Yu's situation. I have dispatched every capable person I could to Lindong City. Is it still ineffective? Do not blame them. The fault lies with me. We are at a loss here. This place has its peculiarities. When you have the time, do come over. I require your assistance. Understood, Mr. Wang. I will head over immediately, old Jin replied, chuckling. Upon hanging up, both men shared an unspoken understanding. Old Jin finally felt a sense of relief, as long as Mr. Wang was all right. In the blink of an eye, old Jin vanished from his location. The tiger did not call Qing Su, but rather sent a WeChat message. This tiger is impressive, just 2 days in. And he's already using WeChat? Wang Yaoshan mused as he listened to the voice message from the tiger. Qing Su, my master has commanded that you present yourself before him within 10 minutes. The tone was laced with an unmistakable air of authority. Well done, tiger. You have the potential to be an excellent secretary. Wang Yaoshan patted the tiger on the shoulder. Master, you flatter me again. The tiger exclaimed, grinning bashfully as he rubbed his large, round head. From now on, you needn't call me master. Simply refer to me as Xiao Wang. Wang Yaoshan's sudden change of expression nearly left the tiger in shock. The tiger pondered, why does my master change his demeanor so swiftly? Tiger. I shall speak but once. I, Wang Yaoshan, have never engaged in the act of bullying others through my influence. Except for those who truly deserve a reckoning. I treat everyone with utmost respect. Should you dare to wield my name to intimidate others, consider yourself no longer my disciple. There is no place for you by my side. Master, I acknowledge my mistakes and vow to amend my ways. Please forgive me. As Tiger spoke, tears began to well in his eyes. Why do grown men weep so pitifully? Enough. Upon witnessing Tiger's tears, Wang Yaoshan's anger flared. What have I taught this wretch? Is he to become a simpering fool? Boss Wang, who has offended you this time? Old Jin inquired with a smile as he entered the courtyard. Wang Yaoshan, upon seeing Jin's figure, immediately embraced him. Brother Jin, I must trouble you once more. Old Jin gently patted Wang Yaoshan's back and replied. You often speak as if we are strangers, yet I have stated before, the direction your finger points is my goal to pursue. Old Jin shares a temperament strikingly similar to Wang Yaoshan's, and he holds the utmost admiration for him. Beyond this, they share many commonalities, including an unwavering stubbornness that even the mightiest ox could not sway. The onlookers, having witnessed this embrace between the two robust men time and again, have grown accustomed to it. Initially, Tian Xiaotian had harbored doubts regarding their inclinations, but through familiarity, she realized that Wang Yaoshan is deserving of everyone's affection. Yet, exceptions do exist. At this moment, Cheng Ming found himself frozen in place. Old Jin, a genuine figure of the Tai realm, had come with a resolute determination to confront the demons and monsters plaguing Lindong's domain. He did not conceal his formidable strength. partly to issue a warning and partly to convey to these entities not to provoke him at this moment. The local city god and land deity promptly arrived in the courtyard. Within a minute, several nearby city officials also gathered, all kneeling on the ground to pay their respects. Old Jean hurriedly helped them up, assuring them that there was no need for such formalities among old friends. We must adapt to the human world, henceforth. A handshake upon meeting will suffice. Ha ha ha. Seizing the attention of the crowd, Wang Yaoshan quickly pulled Cheng Ming aside, whispering, "What are you doing?" Cheng Ming felt as if his calves were cramping, his entire body rendered powerless. The only thing he could manage was to prevent himself from losing control. "I feel faint. You are truly lacking in composure. Quickly rise." As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan cast a calming spell upon Cheng Ming's back, enabling him to stand. "Everyone, allow me to introduce Wang Yaoshan," Old Jean continued. "Come here quickly." Upon hearing Old Jean's call, Wang Yaoshan took a few swift steps to join him. Old Jean continued, "This is Wang Yaoshan, a direct disciple of the venerable Hongjun Laozu and my guide." Just as Cheng Ming had managed to stand, he collapsed once more, this time unable to hold back his saliva. What a pity. Wang Yaoshan observed this scene, feeling helpless as he awkwardly smiled at the others, having not intended to reveal his identity. With Old Jean's arrival, it seemed tomorrow even the village dogs would engage in boasting with those from other villages. Wang Yaoshan looked to the land deity as if he had found a savior, suddenly recalling the crucial matter he had forgotten to inquire about yesterday, the identity of that old man, which he had yet to ask Li Damo. However, by the time he recalled it, it was too late, for Li Damo was so inebriated that he could not recognize anyone. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan inquired of Lin Dong about an old man who had entered the courtyard late last night, asking if he knew who he was. "Was it the disciple Feng Kuan from our village, as mentioned by the immortal? I do not know his name. Please wait a moment." Wang Yaoshan had only heard Cheng Ming describe the man's appearance and had not seen him in person. At such a time, it was essential to ascertain the details. With this thought, he hurried back to Cheng Ming's side. Observing Cheng Ming's ongoing state of unconsciousness, Wang Yaoshan felt a sense of helplessness. Had he known, he might as well have been forthright from the beginning. After several attempts, he successfully roused Cheng Ming. "Brother Cheng, I need your assistance. After all, you have seen him. Please describe the man's appearance and see if it is the same person." Without waiting for Cheng Ming to respond, Wang Yaoshan had already organized the task. He needed to keep Cheng Ming occupied, otherwise he would just lie around in a stupor. It would not matter if other immortals thought he was lazy, but if they presumed he was posturing, that would be problematic. Cheng Ming nodded silently, his movements as stiff and awkward as a malfunctioning robot. "Brother Cheng, have you practiced popping? Your steps resemble a moonwalk." Watching Cheng Ming dance, Wang Yaoshan felt increasingly exasperated. He was not one to enjoy crowds. The more people there were, the more irritated he became, and the presence of more immortals only heightened his annoyance. At this moment, Cheng Ming had lost a fragment of his soul, rendering his reactions sluggish and his actions robotic. Wang Yaoshan swiftly approached Old Jean, leaning in to whisper discreetly, "General Jean, aside from the local city god and land god, let the rest depart first. The crowd is becoming too chaotic. As for everyone else, I have some matters to attend to. The brothers can head back for now. I shall visit each of you in due course." Old Jean immediately grasped Wang Yaoshan's intent. With so many voices, it was indeed inconvenient for in-depth discussions. Upon receiving Old Jin's dismissal, the others hesitated to linger, recognizing that each had their own duties to attend to, and seizing this opportunity to leave was prudent. Just as they were about to depart, more visitors arrived at the courtyard. "Master Uncle, Master Uncle, Master." The voices echoed before their owners appeared. It was none other than Qing Su, accompanied by the large-headed Danao and Little Bai. "Ah, teacher's nephew, has the disciple arrived as well? Is the little one cold?" Wang Yaoshan greeted them courteously, grateful for their assistance. "Master, I'm not cold. I begged Master Uncle to bring me along. Haha, I want to fight alongside you, Master." Little Bai, having assumed a childlike form, spoke in an endearing, high-pitched voice, instantly dispelling the gloom that had shrouded Wang Yaoshan's heart. He affectionately ruffled Little Bai's hair. At that moment, Lu Yu and the sweet little tiger also joined in greeting the trio. Just as Wang Yaoshan was about to devise a plan, he found himself thrust out of his own small circle. The land gods and city gods, who were on the verge of leaving, flocked towards the trio like flies drawn to fresh dung, surrounding them in an instant, creating an impenetrable throng. Even Wang Yaoshan found himself obstructed from entering, as he strained to squeeze through the throngs, but remained unable to breach the formidable human barricade, leaving him in a state of exasperation. The excitement exhibited by the local deities and city gods was entirely understandable. After all, for beings of their stature, the prospect of witnessing these three individuals in person was akin to winning the lottery. Thus, in this moment, no one was willing to forego this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, each exerting their utmost effort to draw near to the celestial figures. even if it was merely to catch a fleeting glimpse. There was no time for niceties. Discussing social etiquette until dawn would only squander precious moments. Wang Yaoshan, after calling for silence, swiftly delegated tasks. Qingxiu, you assist Cheng Ming in summoning the soul. He has lost a spirit. Lao Jin, you head directly to the most esteemed celestial leader in Beidong and demand the soul of Tian Yu. If he cannot produce it, let him figure it out himself. Lin Dongshi, you two city gods and local deities. Yes, you two, stand beside Cheng Ming, the one who dances the mechanical dance. Yes, exactly. Lu Yu, Xiao Tian, and Lao Hu, be prepared to take action at any moment. With a decisive flourish, Wang Yaoshan outlined his directives. And it was evident that several city gods and local deities were eager to depart. However, Wang Yaoshan would not grant them such an opportunity. He added, since you choose not to leave, then none of you shall depart. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall treat everyone to a meal. For now, please endure and wait inside. It is impossible for you to leave now. You have all heard the assignments. If I were to let you return, what would prevent you from alerting others? Would it not be wiser to take precautions in advance rather than conduct a thorough investigation post-incident? Present at the scene were no fewer than 20 local grassroots leaders, each seemingly immaculate. Yet, Wang Yaoshan harbored doubts. With no questions from the assembly, they were invited to await further instructions indoors. In an instant, Lao Jin's aura surged, emanating an unparalleled pressure. Those who contemplated departing abruptly halted, obediently redirecting their steps toward the inner chamber. At this moment, only Wang Yaoshan's core team remained in the courtyard, with the exception of the city god and the land god from Lindong, who were anxiously anticipating Wang Yaoshan's directives for the next course of action. Master, it's done. That Cheng Ming appeared to be frightened, which caused his soul to leave his body, but fortunately, he hasn't fled far. I managed to bring him back. Qingsu finally seized the opportunity to converse privately with Wang Yaoshan, cherishing the moment. He inquired, Master, what do you think we three should do next? Oh, Qingsu, take your large-headed companion and Little Bai to monitor the city god and land god inside. With one having fled, I'll rely solely on you. Wang Yaoshan contemplated that it would be prudent to have someone keep an eye on them for his peace of mind. Considering that such tasks were indeed fitting for high-ranking officials of the heavenly court, given their capacity to instill awe. Understood, Master. We shall set off at once. With that, the trio proceeded toward the interior. Wang Zong, I shall take my leave as well. This northern territory truly requires some tidying up, Lao Jin remarked, clasping his fists respectfully toward Wang Yaoshan before vanishing into thin air. At last, Wang Yaoshan's realm was tranquil. Gone were the incessant flattery from the city and land gods, as well as the intricate social maneuvers of Lao Jin and Qingsu. The remaining individuals were of a silent disposition, where neither spoke, a rare and precious occurrence indeed. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Yaoshan cast various soothing and tranquilizing spells upon Cheng Ming. It must be said that this individual truly brought honor to the Lushan sect. Few, if any, throughout history can instill such fear merely by name alone. The most recent comparable instance would be from the Three Kingdoms period, when Zhang Fei's roar caused the demise of Xiahou Jia. Most notably, it was the very act of his roar that proved fatal. This alone outshines Cheng Ming's predicament. Tian Xiaotian retrieved Wang Yaoshan's garments from the vehicle and draped them over him. Although she was aware that Wang Yaoshan was currently devoid of clothing, it was of little consequence. However, such exposure would deplete his celestial energy unnecessarily. The essence of wisdom lies in maintaining warmth, particularly in the frigid weather of the northeastern regions, where by November, the air becomes as sharp as ice. The deep of night brought heavy dew to the courtyard, and even a robust physique could not withstand such conditions. Thank you for your efforts, Xiaotian. Wang Yaoshan gently patted Tian Xiaotian's hand. As he turned his head, he found himself locked in a gaze with her, a current of electricity sparking between them that could surely incapacitate even the mightiest of elephants. Just as Wang Yaoshan contemplated embracing her, Cheng Ming shouted, Master Wang, it's confirmed, this is the one. The shout abruptly interrupted their moment. Understood. Wang Yaoshan replied with a hint of resignation. Tian Xiaotian's cheeks flushed crimson, having prepared herself for an embrace. Chapter 80. A stark contrast between the city god and the land god. Wang Yaoshan approached the city god and the land god with an air of calm. You two are the governing officials of this Lintong city. I would like to request your company for a brief journey. Might I inquire if you are amenable? Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's words, the crowd harbored their own thoughts. The one most affected by fluctuating emotions was Lu Yu. She simply could not fathom Wang Yaoshan's intentions. Why? She pondered. Would he bring along these two burdens? The task at hand for me and Sister Xiao Tian was seemingly effortless. Could it be that he harbored doubts about our capabilities? In response to the celestial being's words, I expressed my willingness to accompany them. Both the city god of Lindong and the land god replied in unison. No divine entity is devoid of wisdom. They can discern the weight of situations with clarity. Setting aside Wang Yaoshan's identity, one must consider that those he summoned for assistance are far from ordinary deities. Aligning oneself with Wang Yaoshan guarantees only benefits, devoid of drawbacks. After all, this matter unfolded within the jurisdiction of the two, carrying an inescapable responsibility. Wang Yaoshan was acutely aware of this fact, which is precisely why he extended an opportunity to them. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan turned his gaze toward brother Chengming, requesting him to seek out Tian Guang. If Li Na encountered no extraordinary circumstances, he was to bring them back. Tiger, accompany brother Cheng, he instructed. Tiger felt perplexed. Had he not just been told to capture someone? Why had the plan shifted so swiftly? Though he held deep respect for Wang Yaoshan, Tiger dared only to ponder these thoughts internally, refraining from voicing his true sentiments to the others. Whatever the master commanded, he would dutifully execute. There was no room for error in his mind. Understood, master, I shall ensure their safety. Through his understanding, Tiger recognized that Tian Guang and Li Na were the parents of his brother, Tian Yu. The fact that his master entrusted him with such a significant task was an unparalleled honor. In the tranquil environment, Wang Yaoshan often made more astute decisions. He contemplated the myriad of potential unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Should the adversary resort to desperate measures and attempt a head-on confrontation, then mortals would indeed be the most accessible targets. Conversely, to mobilize everyone merely to apprehend an elderly man seemed rather excessive. He could manage the situation single-handedly. It is best for Xiao Tian and Lu Yu to remain in the courtyard. After all, old Jin Qingshu and the tiger head monster are familiar with the two of them. They can promptly inform me of any developments, alleviating concerns about a breach of information. Xiao Tian and Lu Yu, you shall stay in the courtyard and be prepared for any assistance. Should old Jin return, or if anything unusual occurs in the courtyard, you are to contact me at any time. In the event of any situation, the tiger should first reach out to Xiao Tian. There is no need to contact me directly. Your mission is to ensure the safety of the couple. Is that clear? The tiger and Chengming both affirmed their understanding. After bidding farewell to Wang Yaoshan, Chengming pulled the tiger towards the hospital. To claim that Wang Yaoshan is devoid of selfish motives would be unrealistic. The courtyard is home to the formidable Qingshu and over 20 city god and earth god figures. Who would dare to recklessly intrude here? His decision to keep the two women in the courtyard stems primarily from a concern for their safety. Why involve them in unnecessary risks when he can handle things himself? Yaoshan, weren't we supposed to go together? Why the sudden change? Tian Xiaotian had yet to finish her sentence when Liu dashed to Wang Yaoshan's side and pinched him sharply in the ribs. You hypocrite. Always going back on your word. What is the matter? Afraid I'll be a burden? At that moment, the city god and earth god hurriedly turned away, pretending not to notice, engrossed in their own conversation about how round the moon was today. Indeed, it is quite round. The stars are also quite bright. Wang Yaoshan swatted Lu Yu's hand away, pulling her closer to Tian Xiaotian, and, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he planted a kiss on both their cheeks. Only after the kiss did I speak. You two are my treasures, and treasures are not to be revealed lightly. They are meant to be wielded in the most perilous of times. Moreover, what purpose would it serve for an old man like me to join you? Would it not merely signify our undue importance? I am more than capable of handling this alone. Your vigilant watch over our stronghold is of paramount significance. You are our greatest assets. At this moment, the two women were lost in the lingering embrace of that kiss, their minds too occupied to contemplate Wang Yaoshan's words, merely nodding in a mechanical fashion. Observing this, Wang Yaoshan felt reassured enough to depart. However, just as he was about to exit the courtyard, Tian Xiaotian suddenly realized and called out loudly, Yaoshan, I await your return. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Yaoshan did not turn or look back. He merely raised his right hand high, forming a heart shape. His silhouette, resolute and unwavering, tugged at the heartstrings of the two women. Throughout the journey, the city god of Linong was diligently relaying information about Feng Kuan to Wang Yaoshan. This Feng Kuan is the younger brother of Ma, having been active for 30 years, and he is well regarded in the village. From my observations, he has not committed any heinous acts. He is merely somewhat protective and stubbornly resolute. His wife passed away early, leaving him with only one son, who was imprisoned a few years ago for intentional harm. Since then, he has been left alone. The city god seemed well informed about his circumstances, yet how could Wang Yaoshan be unaware of the other party's intentions? Is he attempting to elicit sympathy through his sob story? How misguided that notion is. If invoking pity were effective, why would we need the law? If everyone resorted to playing the victim, what would be the outcome? The matters concerning Tian Yu have no relevance to him. If it is indeed his doing, then not even the city god, nor the Jade Emperor, would warrant my respect. On the surface, Wang Yaoshan remained composed, yet every word he uttered concealed profound significance. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's inquiry, The city god hastily returned to our realm of the underworld, placing considerable importance on this individual. You may be unaware, but it is essential to understand that the disciples of the shaman are unlike ordinary people. They possess only this life, devoid of a reincarnation. Upon their demise, the most desirable fate for these individuals is to become a ghostly envoy. However, acquiring this opportunity is no simple task. One must possess certain qualifications. Should they fail to meet the requisite standards, they will inevitably return to their original sect, destined to become mere wind spirits as markers of the past. The city god truly excels at the art of Tai Chi, skillfully evading Wang Yaoshan's trap by discussing only the underworld, thereby rendering Wang Yaoshan's calculations futile. Wang Yaoshan scrutinized his opponent intently, responding with a smile. I am well aware of what you speak. However, there are exceptions. Some disciples of the shaman may indeed reincarnate, contingent upon their accumulated merits. If one's merits fall short, then, as you noted, the outcome remains as you stated. Yet, if the merits are sufficient, not only is reincarnation possible, but ascending to the divine is also within the realm of possibility. It appears there is indeed a matter of significance between you. Attempting to leverage the underworld against me is but a daydream. Once the city god comprehended Wang Yaoshan's stance, he quickly remarked, Esteemed immortal, what you say is true. I merely sought to provide you with a brief overview of the situation. Should I err in any way, I welcome your guidance. Well said, well said. No need for such formality, Wang Yaoshan mused inwardly. The city god may be set aside, yet the earth god has remained silent for quite some time. Is he a neutral party? Indeed, regardless of the magnitude of Feng Kuan's transgressions, they bear no relation to the land. Since there is no connection, it is certain that he would wish to remain uninvolved in this murky affair. The three figures moved swiftly and soon found themselves before a courtyard gate. Esteemed immortal, this is Feng Kuan's residence. Shall we command the spectral soldiers to seize his soul? The land spirit, who had remained silent throughout their journey, finally spoke. Yet, the implications of his words were profoundly layered. Wang Yaoshan pondered, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, ultimately gleaning a few pivotal insights. Firstly, Feng Kuan was not easily subdued. Capturing his soul could circumvent numerous complications. Secondly, the land spirit feared the repercussions of significant disturbances should a confrontation ensue. It would not bode well if nearby neighbors took notice. Thirdly, the land spirit appeared resolute, showing no consideration for whether the individual in question was indeed the true perpetrator. Did he possess further knowledge regarding Feng Kuan's affairs? Contemplating this, Wang Yaoshan gestured, You two shall wait at the entrance. I will proceed alone. Chapter 81. Do not challenge the bottom line. Seeing is believing, while hearing is often deceiving. Any assessment is merely a reference for Wang Yaoshan. Activating his clairvoyant abilities and the cloaking function of the heavenly armor, he executed a swift maneuver into the courtyard. The small courtyard was even less expansive than a quarter of Li Damo's yard, with the left corner cluttered with discarded glass bottles and paper, exacerbating the already confined space. This stood in stark contrast to Wang Yaoshan's expectations. The individual who had inflicted grave harm upon Changming, Feng Kuan, should have had at least some protective measures or formidable beasts guarding his premises. How could it be in such a state of disrepair? Having pinpointed Feng Kuan's location through his clairvoyant vision, Wang Yaoshan resumed his form. He entered directly through the door. It was already late at night, and Feng Kuan had retired to bed. Only a sudden noise roused him from his slumber, and he opened his eyes to find Wang Yaoshan seated before him. The expression of fear one might expect was conspicuously absent from the elder's countenance. Instead, he remained remarkably calm, gradually sitting up. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time, and ultimately, I succumbed to fatigue and took to my bed. He spoke before Wang Yaoshan could utter a word. Good evening, esteemed elder. I am Wang Yaoshan. I apologize for any disturbance my late visit may cause, Wang Yaoshan said, scrutinizing the elderly man before him. The elder's beard was unkempt, resembling the wild grasses of the fields, and his hair was even more disheveled, hanging in disarray. His face was as dark as charcoal, reminiscent of the legendary Bao Zhang. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's tone, Feng Kuan relaxed somewhat, shedding the earlier calmness for a more eased demeanor. No need for concern. You are a genuine celestial being. Your presence here is already a great honor for me. I am aware that you have come regarding the matter of the Tian family's son. Oh, the elder is aware of this matter? Wang Yaoshan inquired. I am acquainted with Tian Yu. He once urinated on my shoulder when he was a child, he chuckled. Hearing this, Wang Yaoshan couldn't help but laugh as well. Old sir, do you know where Tian Yu's soul currently resides? You have just arrived today, and I have already heard from my attendant about the situation. I learned of the young man's disembodied state, and I specifically dispatched someone to investigate. However, the outcome was truly unexpected, yet I am not at liberty to disclose it to you at this moment. I can only affirm that your choice is indeed correct. The arrival of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was an unforeseen event that took everyone by surprise. Even those few dared not easily provoke the majesty of this divine being. If you trust my words, you may return directly and await news from Xidagarba, for I believe this northern east will provide you with an explanation. On one occasion, Feng Kuan astonished Wang Yaoshan, pondering how every move he made seemed to be under the other's control. Elder, I am grateful for your willingness to share so much with me. I wish to inquire further, who is the individual that Cheng Ming encountered? Claiming to be the true essence and attaching himself to Li Na, Wang Yaoshan altered his tone, infusing his words with a hint of anger and urgency. Celestial Sage. This individual known as Meng Tiangang is the leader of the Li family's sect, renowned within the realm of exorcism. His formidable prowess is matched only by his volatile disposition and obstinate nature. To provoke him is to invite relentless conflict. Many sects have disciples and apprentices under his influence. The troubles between Cheng Ming and myself arose because a member of my sect was incited by him, leading to my entrapment and subsequent harm to Cheng Ming. Wang Yaoshan, however, did not retract his discerning gaze, remaining vigilant against potential deceit. Ever since Feng Kuan began speaking, Wang Yaoshan had been intently observing the rhythm of his heartbeat and the flow of his blood. To him, this was far more effective than any lie detector. Elder, in your esteemed opinion, has the issue concerning the Li family's sect been resolved? This is no trivial matter, Celestial Sage. You may be unaware of the temperaments of these ancient immortals, having harmed their progeny, who would willingly let it pass. Had you not arrived in Linong City, the Tian family, along with Li Damo and Cheng Ming, would have faced untimely demise today. Upon finishing his words, Feng Kuan shook his head, gazing at Wang Yaoshan with an expression of helplessness, as if to convey a sense of powerlessness. After Wang Yaoshan affirmed the truth of the old man's every statement, a question lingered in his mind. Could it truly be as he claimed, or were these merely his personal conjectures? Before Wang Yaoshan could voice his inquiry, Feng Kuan continued. Firstly, this Cheng Ming was summoned by Li Na and her husband. Every action he takes necessitates Li Na to bear the cost. The old sage from my family's hall informed me that what could have been negotiated amicably has now become an insurmountable predicament. To resolve it now would be exceedingly difficult. The disturbances previously encountered by Li Na, which led to her mental distress, were indeed orchestrated by her family's celestial beings. Correct? That is precisely the case. Her family's celestial entities have persistently sought her out to compel her involvement, all due to Li Damo's lack of celestial affinity. When summoned, if she hesitates to participate, what other fate could await her? This upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's question, Feng Kuan found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. I apologize for the intrusion, Elder. I shall take my leave now. With not a word more, Wang Yaoshan did not afford the other man a moment to speak. Turning on his heel to depart, he had reached the limits of his restraint, whether divine or Buddha. Anyone who brought harm to the mortal realm would be deemed his adversary. Now, it appeared that, beyond all else, even animals sought to manipulate the human world. Wang Yaoshan let out a bitter laugh as he made his way to the door, pondering the implications of Feng Kuan's words. After all, Feng Kuan was but a human. Why would he speak on behalf of animals? Had they bestowed some benefit upon him? Regrettably, that may not be entirely accurate. With a deceased wife, a son imprisoned, and the inability to be reborn after death, are these truly benefits? Wang Yaoshan found himself perplexed, yet he had no desire to seek clarity. Outside, the two individuals awaited him. Upon witnessing Wang Yaoshan emerge, their hearts finally returned to a state of tranquility. You two may proceed to your next destination. There is no need to follow me further. I appreciate your introductions and guidance. With that, Wang Yaoshan executed a swift movement and vanished from sight. However, no sooner had he traveled 3 miles than a swirling mass of dark energy, akin to a tornado, obstructed his path. So you are the new aide summoned by the Li family? You appear to possess some skill. If you know what's good for you, vacate the area promptly. I can spare your life. As the ominous winds gradually subsided, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe materialized before him. This figure was strikingly peculiar. With a slender frame and an oversized head, devoid of hair, yet his gaze was as piercing as the fangs of a venomous serpent. His elongated limbs presented a jarring visual impact. Under different circumstances, Wang Yaoshan might have engaged in a meaningful discussion with this individual, but his timing was unfortunate. Daring to provoke him at such a critical juncture, Wang Yaoshan merely chuckled softly, not uttering a word. He extended his consciousness, meticulously recording every detail. What did you say? The wind was too loud. I couldn't hear you, he inquired with a familiar smile, his tone nonchalant. Are you hard of hearing? I said. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately, and I might spare your life. No sooner had the words left his lips than a 5-fire-7 birds fan materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, the black-robed man found himself ensnared within the center of a blazing column of fire. He swiftly maneuvered his position, meticulously evading the self-guided flames. Suddenly, 7 strange birds appeared, causing him to tremble as if confronted by a formidable foe. Chapter 82, Girls Fear Snakes. Before he could react, Tendrils of lightning began to emanate from Wang Yaoshan's palm. These bolts quickly coalesced, solidifying in an instant, radiating with formidable power. You seek your own demise. With a furious roar, Wang Yaoshan leaped forward like a ferocious leopard, closing the distance in an instant. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand slightly, where flickers of lightning danced within his palm. In a heartbeat, arcs of blue electricity surged forth from his left hand, forming an elastic spear. This electric lance exuded a chillingly potent force. As if it could effortlessly pierce through any obstacles, it pierced deep into the opponent's chest. Almost immediately, a second wave of assault descended. The peculiar birds in the sky swooped down with blinding speed, all targeting the same vulnerable spot on the adversary's back. As for the middle-aged man in the black robe, he no longer exuded the imposing presence he once had. Within mere moments, the light in his eyes faded, and a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared in his chest. The spine at his back was stripped of its bones. He coughed up blood and slowly closed his eyes. Once a man, he now curled upon the ground, gradually transforming into a black serpent, surrounded by dissipating dark energy. Devoid of any vitality. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from provoking Wang Yaoshan at this moment. As the gentle breeze caressed the serene clouds, Wang Yaoshan gracefully retracted his 5-fire 7-bird fan, bending down to seize the black snake by its vital spot. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. At this hour, most of the nearby residents were ensconced in slumber, with only a few night owls stirred by the sight of the blazing fire, hastily donning their garments to venture outside. Who wouldn't wish to witness the commotion? Yet upon their arrival, they found nothing amiss and could only return in disappointment. Within the confines of the Li family courtyard, Lu Yu and Tian Xiaotian were electrified to see Wang Yaoshan unscathed. The two women hurried towards him, enveloping him in a fervent embrace. As they approached, a hint of crimson graced Wang Yaoshan's cheeks. Had he truly been absent for such a brief span? Not even an hour? What could have stirred such longing in their hearts? Are you unscathed, you rascal? Both Xiaotian and I witnessed the inferno, Liu murmured, her arms tightly wrapped around him. The anxiety of the two women had escalated to the point where they perceived danger lurking at every corner whenever Wang Yaoshan stepped out. To phrase it delicately, he resembled the esteemed Tang Song, perpetually pursued by demons yearning for a taste of his flesh. Conversely, one could say that Wang Yaoshan had a penchant for courting trouble. Events that appeared harmless could easily spiral into chaos in his presence. Yaoshan, it is a relief to see you return safely, Tian Xiaotian remarked, momentarily releasing him from her embrace, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. She sensed an imperceptible tension gathering at the center of his brow, easily deducing that he had encountered circumstances that had vexed him. Listen, you all, Wang Yaoshan began, prompting the two women to instantly perk up, eager to scrutinize his words closely. Wang Yaoshan swiftly produced the black serpent, only to hear the two women scream in terror, their faces blanching as they instinctively distanced themselves. You rascal, I knew you couldn't hold back your mischief. What do you gain by frightening us with a mere snake? Liu's voice trembled, revealing the profound impact the serpent had on her emotions. Yaoshan quickly put it away. You must have used your powers because of this creature, right? Tian Xiaotian's unease regarding the sudden appearance of the serpent was palpable. Wang Yaoshan pondered that it seemed the fear of snakes transcended even the divine officials among these women. Indeed, it is the very same creature, he mused, contemplating the audacity of the individual who dared to obstruct his path at such an hour, demanding he vacate and cease meddling in the affairs of the Li family. As he spoke, he gently caressed the lifeless black snake, bemused by the source of its former boldness. To alleviate the women's fright, Wang Yaoshan searched for a woven bag in the courtyard and carefully placed the over 2-meter-long serpent inside. Once Tianyu awoke, he could prepare a nourishing snake soup for him. As he contemplated this, he approached the two women, choosing not to delve into the serpent's identity. Whether it was a python or something else had become irrelevant. The creature had already provided him with leverage against those in the northeast, unjustly intercepting a celestial being, harboring nefarious intentions, midnight robbery, and collusion with high-ranking sorcerers. These were but a few of the charges Wang Yaoshan could ascribe to his adversary if he so wished. At that moment, a flash of headlights illuminated the scene. Cheng Ming drove into the courtyard. Master, we've brought back the parents of brother Tianyu. Hu Tu Guai exclaimed, his voice booming before the vehicle had even come to a stop. Upon hearing the roar of the tiger, Wang Yaoshan hurried to the side of the vehicle to greet them. He opened the door and assisted Li Na and Tian Guang as they alighted. Once the two stood firmly, he spoke, Greetings, uncle and auntie. I am Wang Yaoshan, a friend of Tianyu. Oh, so you are Yaoshan. I have often heard Tianyu speak of you. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your concern regarding our matters, Tian Guang replied. During their journey back, Tian Guang had persistently inquired about the situation from Cheng Ming, who remained tight-lipped. Eventually, with no other recourse, he reluctantly remarked, You, the old Tian family. and the Oldley family will have no trouble walking sideways in the future. Your family has truly encountered a deity. The couple exchanged glances, and at that moment, Lina, having been educated by the circumstances, gradually began to believe in the extraordinary existence. Her previously atheistic beliefs began to waver. Yet, both remained perplexed. Pondering the meaning of this deity that had appeared, they chose to remain silent and refrain from further questioning. Although Cheng Ming was hesitant to elaborate, he had divulged everything regarding the tiger-headed monster. It was only upon seeing Wang Yaoshan that they recalled the conversation in the vehicle. Uncle and Auntie, please do not feel troubled. Regarding Tian Yu's situation, you need not worry. We are awaiting news, Wang Yaoshan said with a reassuring smile. However, upon mentioning Tian Yu, Lina's previously composed demeanor suddenly shifted, and she began to weep uncontrollably. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Xiao Yu wouldn't be in this predicament. Before she could finish her lamentation, Tian Guang interjected. This brother here has already informed us of the events that transpired on the road. He gestured towards the tiger-headed monster and continued, we must express our gratitude to you. Yaoshan, if it weren't for your care of Tian Yu, we shudder to think of the consequences. As Tian Guang spoke, tears began to well in his eyes. Wang Yaoshan could hardly bear to see anyone weep, especially a senior who was significantly older than himself. He had already said more than enough about Tian Yu's situation. Dear uncle and aunt, please do not be overly agitated. Tian Yu is certainly fine. You may rest assured. He urged, Lao Hu, please assist them inside to rest. Initially intending to inquire whether Li Na had called Tian Yu in the afternoon, Wang Yaoshan found himself making concessions in that moment. There was no need to exacerbate their worries. The distress from this incident was detrimental to their health, and it would be foolish to cause them further anxiety. Lao Hu and Cheng Ming each supported one of them as they made their way to the small room. Wang Yaoshan then arrived at the temple dedicated to the city god and the earth god. Master uncle, you have returned. Qing Su and Dao Dai greeted him eagerly. He responded with a warm smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. He then turned to address the others. I sincerely apologize for delaying your duties. Once I resolve this matter, I shall come to personally express my apologies. For now, you may all return. Wang Yaoshan wished to avoid lengthy conversations with these deities. He made his brief remarks and turned to leave. The intricacies of human relationships were better left to Qing Su. It was not that Wang Yaoshan looked down upon them, but rather that he harbored a deep disdain for these ineffectual city and earth gods. If even the spirits could control the lives of mortals, it illustrated just how incompetent these beings were. It would be a mercy not to strike them. Engaging in matters of etiquette with such worthless entities would be less satisfying than ending his own life. Chapter 83, The Four Great Guardians. Tian Yu's soul ascends. The faces of these city and earth gods were alight with enthusiasm and obsequiousness, which made Wang Yaoshan feel utterly nauseated. He held a deep disdain for those ineffectual and uninspired individuals, questioning the purpose of such celestial beings, subservient to authority without a shred of independent thought. They bore no distinction from automatons. To expect them to possess emotions and treat the populace with kindness was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Even when he pointedly criticized them, they would merely respond with a smile, affirming, "You are right, esteemed immortal." Yet, should a mere mortal dare to voice their discontent, they would likely face unspeakable retribution. Such moral decay ran deep. Wang Yaoshan stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air in great gulps, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. At that moment, Cheng Ming and the tiger-headed monster were engrossed in cheerful conversation by the courtyard entrance, oblivious to his presence. However, the actions of Tian Xiaotian and Lu Yu took Wang Yaoshan by surprise. He observed as Tian Xiaotian cautiously opened a woven bag, turning her head aside, clearly too timid to look inside. Lu Yu, on the other hand, wielded a small stick, incessantly rummaging through the contents of the bag. Lu Yu, are you done? It's utterly revolting. I can hardly bear to look, Tian Xiaotian murmured. Sister Xiaotian, I've heard that snake meat can enhance vitality and vigor. Do you think Yushan will also gain strength after consuming it? Wang Yushan hastily cleared his throat, abruptly interrupting their conversation. Why must a young lady inquire about such matters? There are far more appropriate topics to discuss. Startled by his voice, the two young women quickly sealed the bag and set it aside. Lu Yu feigned indifference, whistling and gazing at the sky. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaotian's face flushed crimson, having overheard Lu Yu's question and caught sight of Wang Yaoshan. She experienced an unmistakable sense of guilt, akin to being caught in the act of wrongdoing. It was all Lu Yu's fault for making such remarks. She felt foolish for even considering a response. Had it not been for Yao Shan's timely reminder, the embarrassment of having to answer alone would have been overwhelming. Tian Xiaotian couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yu, who continued to feign indifference. Wang Yaoshan strode directly towards Cheng Ming and the tiger head monster, passing by the two women without a glance, and in a voice audible only to the three of them, declared, "I do not need to supplement." He quickened his pace. Upon reaching the courtyard's entrance, he caught sight of shadowy figures outside. The tiger head monster and Cheng Ming turned to look in the direction of the footsteps. In an instant, a group of 5 approached Wang Yaoshan. Wang, you have not failed your mission. I have brought the spirit of Tianyu, the newcomer announced, revealing himself to be none other than Old Jin. Wang Yaoshan stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Old Jin's statement. Wang, I have brought Tianyu. Old Jin assumed Wang Yaoshan had not heard and began to repeat himself, but before he could finish, Wang Yaoshan embraced him tightly. With his head buried in Old Jin's shoulder, tears streamed down Wang Yaoshan's face, and he was reluctant to let go. How can I ever thank you, Old Jin? He uttered, his voice trembling with sobs, leaving Old Jin uncertain of how to console him. What are you saying, Wang? Tianyu is also my friend. There is no need for formalities between us. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted, and Wang Yaoshan pulled away from Old Jin's shoulder, glancing around. He found the tiger head monster weeping openly. Next time you cry, please give me a heads up. You startled me, Wang Yaoshan exclaimed, annoyance lacing his tone. He approached the tiger head monster, gently ruffling his hair and patting his broad back. All right, your friend Tianyu has returned. Everything is fine now. After soothing the tiger-headed beast, he finally turned his gaze towards Old Jin. Mr. Wang, these 4 are the 4 great guardians of the Northern East, the overseers of the celestial realm. They wish to personally extend their apologies to you. Old Jin hesitated momentarily before speaking. Upon hearing his words, the tiger raised its head to look, and before Wang Yaoshan could respond, it excitedly exclaimed, Black Mother, facing 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was a slightly plump elderly lady. She trembled as she replied, Is it Little Tiger? Black Mother, it truly is you. With that, the tiger hurriedly ran to embrace the elderly woman, bursting into tears once more. You silly tiger, put me down. I'm getting old, my body can't handle this. Upon hearing her words, the tiger finally let go, but only to receive a gentle rap on the head from her cane. At that moment, Wang Yaoshan was not idle either, carefully assessing the 4 individuals. I am Husan, pleased to meet you, Wang Xianchong, he said, locking eyes with Wang Yaoshan. The renowned Husan Taiyi bowing respectfully. We have all come to pay our respects to Wang Xianchong. The remaining 3 followed suit, bowing in unison. It is an honor, but there is no need for such formality, as you are all elders, Wang Yaoshan replied, though his face bore no trace of a smile. Mr. Wang, shall we discuss this indoors? Old Jin, sensing the tension in Wang Yaoshan's demeanor, attempted to mediate. Please, come in, Wang Yaoshan said, disregarding etiquette as he strode ahead, not glancing back at the others. This demeanor left the 4 guardians perplexed, pondering what offense they may have committed against this esteemed celestial figure. The group filed in, swiftly arriving at the dwelling of the city god they had visited earlier. Aside from Lao Jin, the other 4 individuals greeted Qing Su and De Lao Dai with respectful bows. However, at that moment, Qing Su and De Lao Dai dared not return the gesture, primarily due to the expression they had witnessed on Wang Yaoshan's face upon his entry. Qing Su, you and your fellow disciples may leave, Wang Yaoshan stated as he settled into his seat. Understood, Master Uncle. We shall take our leave, they replied, hastily exiting the room without a backward glance. Once outside, Qing Su exhaled deeply, as if he had been reborn. Junior brother, that expression from Master Uncle was truly terrifying. My legs felt utterly unresponsive just now. De Lao Dai stammered, plopping down beside Qing Su. The 2 brothers sat together on a long bench, reminiscent of their days training at Yusu Palace. Yet, while the past had been filled with pleasant memories, the present was steeped in trepidation. Responding to De Lao Dai's inquiry without hesitation, Qing Su remarked, Indeed, I have witnessed that expression before. I never anticipated seeing it again, and still feeling this tense. As he spoke, his gaze was vacant, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead in the chilly night. Noticing his senior brother's demeanor, De Lao Dai felt a pang of confusion. What was the situation during that last encounter? That time was when someone attempted to kill you, Qing Su replied. Oh, inside the room. Silence lingered as no one dared to speak. Wang Yaoshan remained with his eyes closed, rejuvenating his spirit. The 4 others, however, fidgeted uncomfortably, as if they were sitting on pins and needles, exchanging glances in search of some semblance of solace. Boss Wang, one of them began, after investigation. I have identified the perpetrator who used the soul separation technique to harm Tianyu. This individual is named Guogua, originally from Kochian village. 15 years prior, Guogua harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the matriarch of the Li family, following a fierce duel that resulted in his defeat and subsequent exile from Kochian village. The triumph of the Li matriarch left Guogua seething with resentment. With her recent demise and the ensuing turmoil within the Li clan, the nefarious Guogua seized the opportunity. His motives were twofold: to exact revenge and to recruit the guardians of the Li family's incense hall. Daring not to confront Li Na directly, he meticulously gathered intelligence and discovered the presence of Tianyu. During the chaos caused by Chang Ming's assault on the incense hall, Guo orchestrated the theft of Lina's mobile phone by a hidden accomplice. Once his soul-severing technique was properly prepared, he contacted Tianyu. To obscure the truth and prevent exposure, Guo promptly returned the phone to its original place after successfully executing the spell. The underworld has since apprehended Guo's spirit, extracting confessions through interrogation. For the time being, Tianyu's spirit shall be safeguarded by the king of the third court, with the promise of returning to her corporeal form by dawn. This encapsulates the essence of recent events. Seeing a silence among the group, Lao Jin felt compelled to report on the progress. He was somewhat apprehensive, frequently glancing at Wang Yaoshan, unable to shake off the memory of Wang's expression during a previous critical moment when his master, Hong Jun, had intervened to stabilize the situation. With this thought in mind, Lao Jin addressed Wang, stating, "No matter the circumstances or the time, I shall remain by your side." His concern for Wang Yaoshan's state of mind prompted him to offer reassurance, hoping to convey that Wang was not alone in the struggle. He had companions to share the burden. Chapter 84, Prescribing Remedies, Yet No Success. Qing Su, having regained his wits, sought out his fellow disciples. Lu Yu, Tian Xiaodian, and Hu Tugwei were intently listening to Cheng Ming recount the events. Upon seeing Qing Su and Dao Dai arrive, Liu greeted them warmly, urging them to come closer as the story was just beginning. Cheng Ming thought to himself that at this pace, it would take at least 2 hours to finish. These individuals were celestial beings, and the howling night wind and sudden drop in temperature posed no threat to their bodies. However, Cheng Ming, a mere mortal, though he was also a practitioner, had just recovered from a serious injury. Standing in the chilly courtyard all night would indeed be quite taxing on him. Qing Su approached slowly, pointing a finger. A flame rose from the previously empty ground. "Let us pause for a moment, sir. You should find some clothing to wear. The night is deep and the dew heavy, lest you catch a chill." In terms of attentiveness and social acumen, who could rival Qing Su? Cheng Ming was nearly moved to tears upon hearing these words, quickly nodding and retreating to fetch some clothes. Lu Yu remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Cheng is still a mortal among practitioners, unlike us. Tiger, please brew some tea. Tonight we shall gather around the fire and listen to stories." Upon hearing his leader's call, Tiger promptly responded. He had barely taken a few steps when he heard Qing Su call out to him, asking if he could find something to eat or drink. "Certainly," he exclaimed, hastening a few steps before turning to enter the kitchen. The pleasant atmosphere in the courtyard, however, did not extend to the interior. Wang Yaoshan, after listening to Lao Jin's narration, merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further before closing his eyes again. It was indeed the efforts of these that had enabled the search for Tianyu's soul. Lao Jin, being a clever man, had promptly sought out the 4 great guardians upon receiving Wang Yaoshan's guidance. The 4 individuals, upon encountering Old Jin, unanimously responded with nods and servile expressions. For Old Jin's rank surpassed theirs by several tiers. He was a genuine realm administrator. Many matters could not be decided by the heavens without his assent. However, Old Jin refrained from disclosing Wang Yaoshan's identity to them. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Husan hastily interjected, "Your Excellency, upon receiving the directive, we swiftly conducted an investigation and, under the guidance of the King of Hell, successfully retrieved the soul of Tianyu. Should we have committed any indiscretions, we kindly ask for your understanding." The individuals, esteemed celestial beings, were not of ordinary stature and could certainly perceive the King of Hell's deference towards this figure. Few could command such reverence from a deity of that caliber, which left them in awe and heightened their caution. Nonetheless, they felt compelled to utter some grandiloquent phrases. Wang Yaoshan, eyes closed, inquired, "Do you know who I am?" The 4 were instantly flustered, casting desperate glances at Old Jin, who feigned ignorance. "We are unaware. We beg for your pardon, Excellency," spoke the one addressed as the Black Mother. "Very well, you may regard me as a mere mortal. I wish to pose a few questions, and I hope you will assist me in answering them." Before the 4 could respond, Wang Yaoshan continued, "First, do you manage the exiting hall and the guardian spirits?" In unison, they replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Wang Yaoshan's lips as he slowly opened his eyes. He proceeded, "Excellent. Second, do you also oversee the halls of the exiting spirit?" They affirmed once more, "Indeed." Thirdly, if the selected disciple refuses to participate, how shall you proceed? Fourthly, who grants you the authority to refer to the demons and monsters under your command as celestial beings? Fifthly, what gives you the right to wreak havoc upon the world? Wang Yaoshan's voice grew increasingly thunderous, his emotions escalating with fervor. The final words erupted from him almost as a roar. Upon hearing Wang Yaoshan's outburst, the 4 figures were momentarily stunned, their expressions darkening ominously. It is essential to note that since their entry into the realm of cultivation, they had wielded their power with impunity, never once encountering anyone bold enough to confront them with such unyielding resolve. At that moment, even Husan, who was typically eloquent, found himself at a loss for words, as though something had lodged in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. Who do you think you are to question us? One of them, tall and imposing, retorted with palpable anger. Are you the infamous Mang Tianlong, brother to Mang Tiangang? Hu San, the venerable elder, alongside the formidable black matriarch. Mang Tianlong was well aware of the four great guardians of Beidong. The tales of their exploits were chronicled in the literature, and even without delving into books. The fervent supporters of these figures proliferated their narratives across social media platforms. Their presence here indicated that they were no mere triflers. How do you know this? Mang Tianlong was taken aback, realizing that this individual possessed quite an understanding of his circumstances. How I know is of little consequence. I merely wish to inform you that I have slain Mang Tiangang, Wang Yaoshan replied, his tone as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any turbulence. Upon the utterance of those words, the four individuals, who had previously been seated in silence, instantly rose to their feet, exuding an aura of formidable intensity, poised for confrontation. Who are you to strike with such malice? Even if you are a deity, we shall seek to challenge you today. At this moment, Hu Santai's brows were furrowed. Casting aside her former benevolence, her desire to slay Wang Yaoshan burned fiercely within her. Do you truly believe there is no one in the northern eastern immortal realm to stand against you? Hu Santai thundered. Wang Yaoshan, bowing his head, uttered not a word, nearly scoffing with disdain. Sit down, are you all rebelling? Old Jin interjected, a remark that took Wang Yaoshan by surprise. His intention had been to provoke them. Employing the same strategy once more, how could he have anticipated that the crafty Mao Tian would so easily dispatch these four? Yet, Old Jin's words shattered Wang Yaoshan's plans in an instant, sowing a seed of doubt in his mind. Could it be that Old Jin had connections with these four? The other three, upon hearing Old Jin's reprimand, promptly returned to their seats. Only Mao Tianlong remained standing, his jaw clenched tight, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his hands gripped tightly, producing a cracking sound. Witnessing their comrade's state, the others hastily urged him to calm down. Tianlong, do not act impulsively. However, it was too late. Mao Tianlong's eyes widened, and he unleashed a thunderous roar. Even if I perish today, I shall avenge my brother's death. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already disregarded the desperate attempts of the three individuals beside him to impede his advance. With a swift motion, he transformed into an incredibly fierce gust of demonic wind, hurtling towards Wang Yaoshan with a speed that could scarcely be perceived. Meanwhile, Wang Yaoshan remained composed. Seated firmly in his place, his expression as tranquil as a still lake, seemingly indifferent to the impending peril. Unhurriedly, he activated the Tian Tong armor, preparing to await the unwitting fish that had taken the bait. At that moment, a brilliant beam of golden light shot forth from Lao Jin's fingertips, piercing through the oncoming tempest of demonic wind. Instantly, the entire room was engulfed by this formidable force, shaking violently as if the very walls and floor would crumble under the strain, resonating with deep, ominous hums. It took half a minute for the environment to regain its former serenity. The demonic wind vanished without a trace the moment it encountered the golden light, taking with it the malevolent aura and overwhelming hatred of the Python Heavenly Dragon. Upon looking again, the Python Heavenly Dragon lay at Wang Yaoshan's feet, devoid of consciousness. Chapter 85. The cancellation of the horse racing industry. Should you continue your insolence, I shall show no mercy. Lao Jin's indifferent demeanor sent a chill through the hearts of the remaining three guardians. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan could only shake his head in resignation. Regardless of Lao Jin's intentions, his actions had undeniably disrupted Wang Yaoshan's plans. Thus, it was as it was. Gentlemen, allow me to present to you a segment of my spiritual consciousness recording. As he spoke, Wang Yaoshan transmitted the recording of the Python Heavenly Dragon directly into the sea of consciousness of the three guardians. Upon viewing it, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. They are acutely aware that the records of consciousness cannot be fabricated. This Python Tian gang truly attracts calamities from the heavens rather than those from the earth. Hu San was the first to finish reading. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he trembled and rose to his feet, clasping his hands in salute. Wang Xianshan, it is our failure in guidance that has led to this great disaster caused by Python Tian gang. His brother, Python Tianlong, has also had his cultivation scattered by the King of Earth Store Bodhisattva. Might we consider this matter resolved? This individual displayed a remarkable ability to deflect responsibility and shift concepts. Indeed, after all, he is a cunning old fox. You have yet to answer my question. Do I need to repeat it? Do you believe I am unworthy of inquiry? Wang Yaoshan was undeterred by such tactics and struck straightforwardly. This immortal my lord has. Before Hu San could utter a word, Hu San's grandmother hastily defended her kin, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Wang Yaoshan. He gestured for her to sit down, and then stood up, casting a chilling gaze upon the trio. Are you suggesting that Hu San has been revered since the Tang dynasty, or that he has been praised by the two emperors, Kangxi and Qianlong of the Qing dynasty? The Qing dynasty has long since perished, and you wield the sword of a former era against the officials of the present. What audacity you possess. Furthermore, when the gentlemen speak, the ladies should refrain from interjecting. Has your kin not taught you this? With that, Wang Yushan slowly approached the three. Husan's grandmother was infuriated. Her face flushed crimson, and steam billowed from her ears like a train's whistle. You. After a prolonged silence, they struggled to articulate a coherent sentence. Husan continually reassured his wife, tenderly caressing her chest and back. Opposite them, Lao Jin found great amusement in the scene, clutching his belly as he laughed heartily. Wang Yaoshan perceived the futility of engaging in riddles with these individuals. It was far more productive to speak plainly. With this thought in mind, he resumed speaking. You may be reluctant to answer my inquiries, perhaps deeming me unworthy, or perhaps you simply lack the capacity to respond. Allow me to clarify. You are merely animals that have achieved a semblance of enlightenment. No celestial authority has conferred upon you any divine rank, nor do you possess the right to cultivate followers. Do not speak to me of the teachings of the, suggesting that even creatures such as yourselves can ascend to immortality. Such assertions are preposterous. In essence, you are known as Husan or Husan Te, titles bestowed upon you by the common folk of the human realm. Why do they honor you? Why do they choose to venerate you? It is because you have performed good deeds and aided the people. However, this does not grant you superiority over humanity. When matters do not align with your desires, you impose arbitrary punishments. When you refuse to intervene, calamities ensue. You regard human lives as mere trifles. Even beasts harbor a sense of retribution. If you are harmed, you band together, abusing your powers with impunity. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your actions? If you genuinely revered the strong, I could easily annihilate your entire clan. Would that not be more convenient for me? My words left the three of them speechless, their heads bowed in shame. Observing their expressions, Wang Yaoshan felt a surge of indignation. In his perspective, the inability to refute his claims stemmed from their validity. The more silent the three became, the more his ire intensified. He continued, questioning the number of practitioners in the Northeast. Do they truly possess the divine abilities to assist others? Or do they merely use such pretenses to amass wealth? Is there an abundance of enlightened beings available for distribution? How can one ensure that they devote themselves wholeheartedly to the welfare of the impoverished, rather than wielding authority like a feather as a means to exploit the innocent? Those kind-hearted souls still willing to believe in you. Have you ever managed such affairs? I would surmise not. Even if you had, it would be a matter of insufficient oversight that has led to the current predicament. Upon hearing this, Husan could no longer remain seated. Wang Xiangxian, this is not entirely our fault. There are far too many with ulterior motives among mortals, and we genuinely cannot manage it all. As a result, some have fallen victim to deception, a conclusion we wish to avoid. You have our word that we shall henceforth shoulder the responsibility and eliminate all actions that endanger ordinary people. Wang Yaoshan struggled to suppress his urge to strike. His eyes aflame with fury, fixating on Husan. Are you implying that the current situation is due to malevolent individuals among mortals masquerading as your practitioners? Husan, unable to meet Wang Yaoshan's gaze, lowered his head and spoke in a faint voice. One could say so. Your reasoning holds merit. Therefore, to prevent such occurrences and to ensure that evildoers among mortals can no longer deceive the common populace, I have resolved to eradicate the profession of spirit mediumship. As soon as the words left his lips, the three guardians appeared as if struck by lightning, instantly rising to glare fiercely at Wang Yushan. Do not look at me like that. It was you who stated that among the masses, there exist wicked individuals who deceive others under your name. My actions are in consideration of your reputation. Otherwise, it would impede your cultivation progress and tarnish your names. He continued, abolishing this industry is not a win-win situation. Upon finishing, Wang Yaoshan cast a mischievous grin at the three guardians, whose faces had turned a shade of purple and green. Do not push us too far. Do you truly believe we are afraid to act? Husang exclaimed, summoning a group of enchanted creatures to stand behind him using an illusionary technique. When it comes to fundamental issues, these three were no fools. If they were to follow Wang Yaoshan's course of action, humanity would indeed flourish. However, for these cultivators, such a course would strip them of merit and incense offerings. How then could they continue their path of cultivation? Are you suggesting a confrontation? Wang Yaoshan inquired with a smile. Do not underestimate me. This is a man who could outwit his own master when it comes to calculating treasures and artifacts. Do you think a mere assembly of creatures can thwart me? You delight in schemes. Everything is orchestrated from the shadows. Thus, I shall take a different approach. Employing open tactics, I intend to ensure that you creatures cease your disturbances in the mortal realm. Seeking excuses only reveals your own blindness. Should you oppose my decree, your only recourse will be rebellion. If you dare to strike, I shall not hesitate to annihilate your entire clan. Time is running short for you cultivators. Wang Yaoshan was already resolute in his strategy, observing the little spirits behind Husang, none of whom had fully transformed into human form. Once again, these beasts disturbed the realm, leading to more innocent souls suffering in agony. At this moment, his convictions grew ever stronger. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the elderly woman spoke up. "Your Majesty, I am acutely aware of my grave transgressions and willingly seek to retreat to the mountains for quiet contemplation. I shall endeavor to atone for the troubles I have caused to the world. I implore you to forgive these misguided creatures and grant them an opportunity for redemption." Her voice trembled, causing her words to come out in fragmented bursts. The elderly woman's plea astonished Wang Yaoshan, leaving the Hu couple utterly bewildered. Had they not agreed to share the same fate? Why did she retreat as soon as conflict loomed? A flicker of clarity appeared in Wang Yaoshan's eyes as he nodded towards the elderly woman. "Then, please stand aside for now. I have matters to address." Chapter 86. Who truly benefits? Faced with the elderly woman's unexpected defection, the Hu couple found themselves caught off guard. Initially resolved to confront the situation, they now hesitated. Hu-san contemplated the use of the illusionary technique. There was no turning back once the arrow was loosed. How would they justify their inaction? This one individual possessed remarkable cunning. Regardless of whether they engaged in combat, they found themselves at a disadvantage. "You should pay your respects to Wang Xianzhang," he thought, as the couple weighed their options. The elderly woman took the initiative and addressed the young creatures. Upon hearing her words, they wasted no time and knelt before Wang Yaoshan in reverence. This action, however, immediately put the Hu couple at a disadvantage. At this moment, all issues shifted to being a conflict between them and Wang Yaoshan, devoid of any ties to the realm they had previously engaged with. Wang Yaoshan secretly admired the old lady. For not only did she successfully align herself at the last moment, but she also preserved the lives of those little beings. Most importantly, she adeptly shifted the focus of the conflict. Truly, age brings cunning, much like a seasoned horse. Witnessing this turn of events, Hu-san, who had originally been seething with anger, found his gaze transforming into one of desolation. Sigh. Wang Xianshan, I concur with your approach. My spouse and I are willing to retreat to the depths of the mountains for cultivation, and from henceforth, we shall refrain from meddling in worldly affairs. There was no alternative. These two individuals could hardly stir up any turbulence. And the true nature of Wang Yaoshan remained unclear to them. However, the presence of the earthly king imposed tremendous pressure. To refuse or to act would ultimately lead to their obliteration. The wisdom of bowing one's head under the eaves is a lesson Hu-san had learned long ago. Previously, he had been so infuriated by Wang Yaoshan that he contemplated a mutual destruction, but reality had since schooled him. Hu-san and his esteemed wife. Do you not intend to confront me? Wang Yaoshan could not resist teasing the pair at this moment. What a thing to say. We never harbored such thoughts. We were merely momentarily overwhelmed by our emotions. We hope you will be forgiving. The duo oscillated between bowing and scraping and threatening with violence. Is this what they call capriciousness? Old Jean, what do you think? Wang Yaoshan posed the question to Old Jean, for these individuals were brought forth by him, and it was more fitting for him to make any decisions. Boss Wang, you are being too courteous. I will follow your lead, so please take charge. Old Jean was already quite content having witnessed the spectacle and received Wang Yaoshan's guidance today. On his return journey, he anticipated that this event with the spirit medium would culminate in such a manner. It was certain that Mr. Wang would be quite upset today and would undoubtedly reprimand them. The paramount concern was to ensure Mr. Wang's well-being. As for how to resolve the issue, it was perhaps best to refrain from involvement. After all, there had been prior dealings of mutual benefit. Could one truly believe that these immortals lacked a foundation? That seemed implausible. Although they were not official employees of the realm, they enjoyed more protection than those who were. Yet, this foundation was procured through offerings, as they garnered incense from the mortal realm, which they subsequently delivered to the celestial and infernal realms, with a portion also sent to the spiritual mountains. This was the source of their audacity. However, today they encountered Wang Yaoshan. Please, be seated, esteemed guests, he invited warmly. Since these three were willing to rectify their errors, it was certain that Wang Yaoshan's attitude would shift, as he had already achieved his objective. At this moment, Wang Yaoshan pondered how to resolve the matter conclusively. He paced back and forth within the room, occasionally scrutinizing the three of them. I will speak as thoughts come to me. I hope you will not take offense. If I overlook anything, please feel free to add. Wang Yaoshan courteously addressed the trio. Listen attentively to the sage's guidance. As I previously mentioned, I trust you are all aware that the existence of spirit mediums in the mortal realm is fundamentally prohibited. How to eradicate this practice and how to manage it are the crucial points to emphasize. All spirit medium establishments, genuine or otherwise, must be closed completely within 3 days. All celestial beings associated with these establishments must return to report to you. Following this, you three will be responsible for the tally. I seek to witness authentic data. Should there be any fabrication or alteration, appropriate penalties must be borne by you. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, and the elderly lady in black inquired of Master Wang, After the statistics, how shall we arrange these disciples? Wang Yaoshan nodded and replied, your question is astute, and it is precisely what I wish to address. I have devised 3 paths for you to choose from at your discretion. In my heart, I find that the aspirations of this black matriarch closely align with my own. She seeks the betterment of all practitioners, just as I strive for the welfare of humanity. The first option is that all future practitioners of the immortal arts shall be governed by the underworld. There will be formal structures in place, and of course, Old Gene will compensate you accordingly. Compliance with the regulations of the in-court will be mandatory, and should any disrupt the balance of the 3 realms, the King of Hell shall intervene. The second option is for the 3 of you to lead the foxes, yellow, white, willow, gray, and other practitioners back to the depths of the mountains to continue their cultivation. Once they have attained a certain level of proficiency, I can recommend the most outstanding among them for positions in the heavenly court, though such recommendations do not guarantee acceptance. Their merit will determine their fate. The third option allows all of you immortals to accompany me back to hygiene. I shall construct additional temples where you may receive incense offerings. Within these temples, you may continue your cultivation. As for the devotees who come to pay their respects, you must not deceive them. Assist them if you can, but if you cannot, be forthright in your communication. You will undoubtedly receive dreams as guidance. Do not forsake your divine essence for the sake of a few incense offerings. If you aspire to become immortal, you must impose stricter discipline upon yourselves. The 3 of you, along with all the animals engaged in cultivation, are free to choose according to your own desires. Upon hearing Wang Yushan's arrangements, the 3 were unable to contain their tears. Hussein, with a face full of regret, wept inconsolably. Wang Xianshan, we understand now. Your concern for us truly makes me feel ashamed. Do not cry, old Hu. You have indeed contributed to the world in the past. Based on your understanding and circumstances, which path do you wish to choose? Wang Yaoshan inquired. To his surprise, the 3 responded in unison. Apart from the second option, either of the remaining 2 will suffice. They were not naive. They were fully aware of which choice would be most advantageous for them. This, however, made it easier for Wang Yaoshan to maneuver. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to Jean, asking, what do you think of this arrangement? To speak frankly, most of the incense offerings have been sent to the heavenly court, the underworld, and the spirit mountain. I fear this arrangement may provoke discontent from the heavenly court and spirit mountain. I have no objections. Jean revealed the true situation. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the distribution of incense, a matter entirely anticipated by Wang Yaoshan. Without the support of a substantial backing, these small cultivating creatures would have long been eradicated by various factions. How could they possibly endure until now? Jean, let us view this as a commercial case. Allow me to analyze it for you. Firstly, you have heard that they are willing to choose either the first or the third option. Are they not, in a sense, all indirectly under your purview? I wish to inquire whether the offering of incense at the temple could yield direct benefits for you. Certainly, there will be initial investments. However, it is up to you to assess whether these investments are worthwhile. Should they all choose to come to hygiene, would that not constitute a unique resource for you? Might the original disciples receive dreams from the elder sage, guiding them to their current location? In this case, could your Disha group not establish a tourism department? Wang Yaoshan's words enlightened Lao Jin profoundly. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, Mr. Wang, after all that you have said, you still consider my interests. With a chuckle, he added, allow me to bow to you. Yet Wang Yaoshan promptly intervened. Not again. Why must you kneel so easily? Did you not promise the city god that you would engage with the mortal realm through a handshake in future encounters? Have you forgotten? Wang Yaoshan smiled at him and continued, furthermore, to maintain the original equilibrium, you ought to offer some incense as a symbolic gesture to compensate for the losses of the heavenly court in the Buddhist realm. Do not let them think you wish to monopolize. Lao Ji nodded eagerly. I understand this. Rest assured. Haha.